You have undoubtedly awakened the benevolent paternal system that grows stronger in the face of adversity. As long as the son offends a formidable adversary, one can attain an equal level of cultivation as the counterpart, rendering oneself invincible among peers of the same rank. However, your lineage has obtained the inheritance of the way of survival, resulting in your grand schemes repeatedly ending in failure. Until the fiancé of my son came to call off the engagement. Under your design, a conflict ultimately erupted. Just then, Yang Feiyun observed everything with keen eyes, as if time itself had unleashed a surge of intense resentment. He had always held a disdain for the Mu family, and now witnessing Xu Xiaofan brazenly flirt with his woman right before him, how could he possibly remain composed? The scoundrel, bold and audacious, let out a thunderous shout. With an overwhelming might, Yang Feiyun's fist descended heavily upon Xu Xiaofan's mouth. Under the gaze of all, Xu Xiaofan was struck by a punch and sent flying, crashing against the courtyard wall. In the face of an ever-changing situation, everyone appeared bewildered, questioning how the sudden strike had occurred. Shangwan Xiuyue turned to gaze at Yang Feiyun. Brother Feiyun. Yang Feiyun retracted his fist with a cold snort. This child fails to recognize his own limitations. He should be taught a lesson. Shangwan Xia was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly broke into a sweet smile, reminiscent of glaciers melting. As for Gan Xu Xiaofan, she remained entirely indifferent, for it bore no relevance to her. Not far away, as you observe this pair of individuals, an unprecedented surge of emotion engulfs you. It is a curious phenomenon of humanity while you contemplate nurturing your son and believe that he should endure some hardships. The moment he is genuinely hurt, an unsettling unease envelopes your heart. Lao Si-ping sensed something amiss suddenly. A figure appeared before Yang Feiyun, emanating a chilling light. As you prepare to confront the sword shark, despite its unfathomable depth, you remain unperturbed, for a swordsman possesses the ability to transcend ranks and strike down foes. At that moment, a curse echoed from the edge of the courtyard wall. Everyone turned their gaze in unison to see Xu Xiaofan slowly rising from the ground. Just as he steadied himself, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. While part of this was undoubtedly due to his physical injuries, the primary cause was the overwhelming fury that had taken hold of him. Xu Xiaofan gazed at the dimming second option suspended before him, his teeth nearly shattering from the tension. Just a fraction more, and the treasure artifact would have been within his grasp. His gaze was imbued with an icy chill as he fixed his eyes upon Yang Feiyun. The latter surveyed Mu Xiao F with a puzzled gaze. Indeed, it was still at the first level of qi refining, yet why had it lost weight? With a surge of indignation, it raised its hand, still not having reached the third level. However, after a brief moment, Yang Feiyun's expression of disdain returned. What of receiving a punch? It is merely a matter of enduring another. After all, he possesses the strength of the 9th level of the acquired realm. How much turmoil could he possibly incite? Suddenly, a sharp pain surged across Yang Feiyun's face. His body, seemingly beyond his control, was propelled into the air. While suspended in midair, he felt an overwhelming pressure as a foot pressed down upon his head, forcing him into the ground. The earth invaded his mouth and nostrils, intensifying his sense of suffocation. Before long, his consciousness succumbed to a profound darkness. This event transpired in an instant, until Xu Xiaofan lifted her foot from Yang Feiyun's head. The crowd remained momentarily stunned, gazing in astonishment at the icy visage of Xu Xiaofan, devoid of her former timidity. At this moment, judging by the aura emanating from the youth, it is evident that he is not merely at the initial stage of energy cultivation. He is unmistakably a practitioner of innate realms, one who has refined his internal organs to perfection and has opened the sea of qi. Your incessant nagging is truly astonishing. It is hard to believe that she remains entirely oblivious to the true prowess of the other party. This individual is a rare talent, a celestial being of unparalleled caliber, possessing treasures that conceal even greater abilities. How could such a figure possibly emerge from a humble family? Shangguan Qiuyue stood frozen in place, her heart a tumult of emotions. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she finally regained her composure, exclaiming in astonishment as she rushed to Yang Feiyun's side, cautiously checking for signs of life. To discover that one is still alive brings a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he turned to Mu Xiaofan, his brow furrowed. "What are you doing?" Mu Xiaofan chuckled softly. Instead of answering, posed a question. "What am I to do? Do you mean to say that only he is permitted to act upon me?" Shang Guanxue was about to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate her thoughts. Here, having just recovered from the surprise of discovering that your son is a congenital realm cultivator, upon hearing these words, you wear a look of great satisfaction. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog. However, at that moment, the elder suddenly erupted in fury and struck out. "Give me 3, as a guest from a Yang family." If Yang Fiyun were to suffer any misfortune today, she feared that the Yang family would reduce her to ashes. How could she possibly remain calm in such a situation? Such a furious strike is destined to be a single blow. How could a mere youth withstand it? Mu Xiaofan felt as though he was on the brink of demise, locked onto by a formidable opponent several realms above him. This sensation was exceedingly unpleasant. He had no means to resist, and had never felt so close to annihilation before. At this moment, your eyes narrow slightly, sensing the sudden elevation of your realm. Then, with a cold snort, your figure instantaneously vanishes from its original position. In the next moment, the aged hand came to a halt merely an inch away from Mu Xiaofan's head, unable to advance any further. You wear a cold smirk, your hand, gripping the old wrist, trembles slightly. The old woman's pupils constricted, and her figure recoiled violently. Mu Xiaofan let out a sigh, feeling the dampness of the road behind him. A surge of relief washed over him, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. However, guilt quickly clouded his expression as he turned to you, saying, "Father, I am truly sorry. I have caused trouble once again." You cast aside your severed arm and, with a gentle laugh, patted your son's shoulder. "If you choose to endure humiliation today, I shall be disappointed. Remember, a man must." Her face, adorned with numerous wrinkles, reveals little of her spirit. Yet her body trembles slightly, a testament to its frailty. Even though she has forged her vital energy into a divine reservoir, she remains but a mortal vessel, subject to the pains inherent to humanity. Certainly, in comparison to the anguish, she was far more astounded. Who could have anticipated that a mere small city like Xuanqing not only harbors an unparalleled prodigy, but also conceals a formidable master of the divine concealment realm? Moreover, this individual, known as Zhang Jiao, is no ordinary practitioner of the divine concealment realm. Old Lian took several deep breaths, struggling to voice his thoughts. As for this matter, how could it be deemed resolved? You remained silent, merely offering a cold smirk. In the next moment, you moved with the swiftness of teleportation, suddenly appearing before the old man. With a forceful strike, you delivered a resounding slap across his wrinkled visage. The aged figure remained motionless. Yet, from a great distance, the courtyard wall collapsed with a thunderous roar. Upon closer inspection, the elder's face was already drenched in sorrow. This slap was delivered with essence, injuring the very core of one's being. With a resounding crack, another blow was struck, entirely reliant on inner strength. Yet, even this was not something that the elder could withstand, for who could rival you in your rank? The aged body whirled forth like a spinning top, until it embedded itself within the courtyard wall. Amidst the swirling dust, the elder instinctively expelled a mouthful of snow-laden water, laced with shattered teeth. A profound terror surged within, an undeniable urge to flee arose, otherwise it would lead to ruin. Without the slightest hesitation, the aged figure instantaneously materialized beside Shangguan, Xiaoming, and the other. Subsequently, he crushed a piece of jade slip. In less than the span of a breath, the 3 vanished from this realm. Although their speed in fleeing is astonishingly swift, you have no intention of intercepting them otherwise. A few would inevitably face dire consequences. Some matters must be left for your son to resolve on his own. With this thought in mind, you turn your gaze towards Mu Xiaofan. I could only see the other person's gaze, dull and vacant, revealing a certain wooden demeanor. The relentless storms and tempestuous winds continued unabated, making it exceedingly difficult for the yellow bloom flowers to endure. Seeing the situation, you couldn't help but express your concern, asking, "Are you all right?" Mu Xiaofan blinked and pointed towards the spot where several individuals had just vanished. You just drove away someone from the divine concealment realm. You nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. Mu Xiaofan inhaled sharply, a chill running through him. He suddenly felt as though the world around him was somewhat unreal. Just moments ago, he had chased away a divine being with a mere 2 slaps. You groomed your brows, questioning, "Do you think your father is weak?" Mu Xiaofan gazed at Qing with bewilderment. He realized he could no longer fathom the true capabilities of this father of his. "What exactly are your powers?" Upon hearing these words, you slightly raise your head, gazing towards the distant horizon. After a brief moment of silence, you proclaimed, "Father's strength is something you cannot yet fathom." Mu Xiaofan wore a bewildered expression. What he truly wished to inquire was, what inheritance have you acquired that has enabled your cultivation to advance at such an astonishing pace? The father and son departed, not once glancing back, until their figures vanished completely from sight. An elder approached the second elder and inquired, "Should we expunge this father and son from the family register?" The second elder glared fiercely, his voice laced with fury as he proclaimed, "If one must be removed, let it be you. I shall ensure a separate page is dedicated to your name in the family lineage." The clan elder, Qing, finds himself in a difficult situation. This may not be appropriate. According to the clan regulations, with a sharp crack, the second elder delivered 2 resounding slaps across the elder's face, causing blood to trickle from his lips. The father and son Yuan, a peerless swordsman of the divine concealment realm, and the other a prodigious talent at merely 15 are destined to achieve greatness in the future. We may not bask in glory at present, yet perhaps in a millennium or more, we might find some connection to it. By then, our pastoral lineage shall surely thrive. With a heavy sigh, the second elder lamented. Gazing skyward, he muttered, "What a wretched fate we endure." On the expansive thoroughfare, a horse-drawn carriage races forward. Within the carriage, Mu Xiaofan gazes at you, the driver, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He is torn between the desire to speak falsehoods and the inability to utter the truth. Yet, the absence of explanation is undoubtedly untenable. As if sensing his peculiar demeanor, you cast a wary glance at your son, who hesitated to speak. Your gaze inadvertently swept across the ring adorning his hand, and in that instant, understanding dawned upon you. A subtle smile graced your lips while the specifics of the situation differed slightly. The underlying pattern remained unchanged. Wasn't it merely the old man's influence? You fancied yourself as someone who had seen through it all, possessing a comprehensive grasp of the circumstances. The child is a good soul, albeit somewhat naive. Everyone harbors their own secrets, including myself. You need not voice them, nor shall I inquire. There is no need for entanglement. Interlude. Mu Xiaofan nodded thoughtfully. Biao Qing finally relaxed. It was only at that moment that he found the leisure to ponder other matters. Where shall we go next? You turned your gaze towards the north. The capital, the imperial deer's courtyard. Mu Xiaofan was taken aback. He had some understanding of the Hunting Deer Academy, which was the foremost institution of the Great Yu Empire, a place where heaven and earth converged. Most importantly, the disciple he had severely injured a few days prior, Yang Fiyun, was also a student of the Hunting Deer Academy. What could he possibly be doing in such a place? Upon hearing this, you appear to have anticipated your foolish son's reaction. Instead of answering, you countered with a question. Have you ever heard of the Yang family? Mu Xiaofan shook his head once more, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Is the Yang family truly formidable?" Although you are unaware of the true strength of the Yang family, you nonetheless nod in affirmation, declaring them to be exceedingly formidable. Upon hearing these words, Mu Xiaofan immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Shouldn't we flee? The farther we run, the better. We must find a place to hide. Yet you let out a deep sigh. There's no escape. If the Yang family seeks to find us, there is no way for us to elude them. Mu Xiaofan compelled himself to regain his composure, rapidly pondering the situation while inquiring, "What shall we do?" You gazed upward towards the sky and softly remarked, "Although the Yang family is formidable, as long as you can join the Deer Chase Academy, even the Yang family would be unable to touch you. This is presently the only viable solution." Mu Xiaofan pondered deeply for an extended period, ultimately exhaling a long sigh, signifying his acceptance of fate. If it were possible, he truly wished to avoid this place of conflict and contention. However, if he refrained from going, it appeared that the troubles would only escalate. This time, he found himself with no alternative. Upon witnessing this, your tone remains unperturbed. Do not overthink, it's simply focus on your cultivation. Furthermore, there is still me, your father, here for you. 3 days later, the father and son continued their journey as usual until dusk. Suddenly, you tightened the reins and furrowed your brow at the distant figure of the cloaked old man shrouded in darkness. After a brief pause, observing that the elder remained still, you spoke up, "Excuse me, kind sir, might you step aside?" The old man in the black robe remained motionless, merely fixing his piercing gaze upon the father and son. His eyes seemed to scrutinize the two individuals, as if observing them with profound interest. You squint your eyes slightly, the corners of your mouth rise just a bit, yet your voice carries an undertone of chilling disdain. You belong to the Yang family. The old man in the black robe nodded slightly, yet he did not take immediate action. Instead, he remained vigilant, observing with utmost caution, showing no signs of complacency. Xu Xiaofan felt a surge of panic. The newcomer was evidently much stronger than the old man. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he found himself utterly powerless. Even the teleportation talisman rewarded by the senior from the system might prove to be of no use. You gaze steadily, gently patting your son's shoulder. "Listen to me," you say. "In a moment, you must run. I believe you have a way to escape. Once you are safe, make your way to Qingzhou City and take the spirit boat directly to the capital. If you cannot wait for me, then go ahead and participate in the entrance examination for the Hunting Institute on your own. Once you become a disciple of the Hunting Institute, tranquility will undoubtedly follow." Xu Xiaofan felt increasingly uneasy as he listened. He could not help but interject, "And what about you? You did not go to see your son, but instead rose slowly, acting as a father to help you buy some time." Xu Xiaofan's eyes instantly filled with tears as he uttered, "I shall not depart." You cast a glance back at your son. His gaze remained unperturbed, even carrying an air of subtle pride. "There is no need for concern. I shall not come to harm. Your presence here might inadvertently weigh upon me." In this moment, that ethereal silhouette seems to shield against all tempests ahead. Xu Xiaofan continued to shake his head. "No, we shall face our troubles together. Roller." You swiftly pivot and deliver a decisive kick. Xu Xiaofan's figure was sent flying back, and in an instant, he vanished into a black hole, suspended in midair. This was none other than the void transmission of the divine concealment realm. Upon witnessing this, the elder in the black robe suddenly chuckled and jestingly remarked, "It appears that the bond between father and son is indeed profound." You nodded in agreement. "Certainly. However, today both of you, father and son, must face Lan. There is no escape for anyone." With that, the elderly figure cloaked in black let out a sigh. "I truly do not wish to harm you, for I too have a child. However, you have indeed offended the Yang family gravely. The Yang family possesses but one cherished son, and naturally, they cannot allow outsiders to bully him. You should be able to sense my level of understanding. So why do you remain so calm? The higher the realm, the greater the disparity in strength. You must have only recently entered the divine repository, haven't you? To challenge a peak opponent at the initial stage. Do you believe you can emerge victorious?" Upon hearing these words, you furrowed your brow. Upon hearing this, you raised an eyebrow, and the Qingxian sword materialized in your hand. The elder in the black robe chuckled softly. "Do you truly believe that brandishing a sword will intimidate me? What do you think you are? A sword cultivator?" Upon hearing these words, you smiled faintly. "Indeed. How did you know?" In the next moment, the invincible sword was unleashed. The formidable sword energy of the mighty Xu Xiaofan instantaneously filled the entire space. A beam of sword light, carrying an awe-inspiring might, sliced horizontally towards the old man in the black robe. The elderly figure clad in black was utterly bewildered. "You truly are a master of the sword." Caught off guard, the old man in the black robe had no means to evade the attack and could only brace himself. Yet, that sword light sliced through him with the ease of cutting through tofu, cleaving the old man's form into two equal halves. The black-robed elder met his demise. You sheathed your sword, surveying the utter chaos around you, utterly astonished. The prowess of the sword cultivators is indeed extraordinary. Simultaneously, a question arose in your mind. What could have possibly led to the severance of their lineage, despite their immense strength? Heavy rain poured down, and Xu Xiaofan's figure moved swiftly through the curtain of rain. Her eyes were filled with an intense, unshakable worry. She wondered how her father was faring. He longed to return, yet he could not find the path back. Moreover, he surmised that returning would only lead to his demise. In this moment, his only option was to head towards Qingzhou City. 3 hours later, amidst the torrential rain, the tempestuous Xu Xiaofan abruptly halted, his gaze fixed upon a cave not far away. Noticing that the downpour showed no sign of abating, and feeling the essence within his dantian nearly depleted, he decided to seek refuge within the cave for a brief respite. However, as he approached the entrance, he hesitated. There was a flicker of light within, indicating the presence of others. If they were members of the Yang family, it would surely be akin to walking into a trap. At that moment, laughter echoed through the cavern. "Dear brother, the torrential rain outside makes travel perilous. Perhaps you should come in and seek refuge for a while." After much contemplation, Xu Xiaofan ultimately decided to enter the cave. He needed to find a sanctuary to restore his true essence otherwise. Without the vital energy, he would easily become the midnight snack of the mountain's demonic beasts. Moreover, he possessed a teleportation talisman rewarded by the esteemed system, allowing for an immediate escape should circumstances take a turn for the worse. As he pondered, Xu Xiaofan stepped inside, where he encountered 2 individuals within the cavern. Without hesitation, Xu Xiaofan introduced himself, stating, "I am Mu Chun." The youth within the cave was momentarily taken aback, before swiftly rising to his feet. It turned out to be Brother Mu Chun. "I am Li Bao, and this is my esteemed master, Mr. Ranli." Xu Xiaofan smiled gently. "Excuse me, may I trouble you too?" Li Bao waved his hand, declaring that place to be a realm devoid of ownership. Xu Xiaofan responded with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. He then sought a position as distant as possible from the two, sitting cross-legged to restore his true essence. Nonetheless, he still devoted a portion of his attention to observing the pair. Before long, Li Bao called out, carrying a string of meat. "Brother Mu, would you like to come over for a meal?" Xu Xiaofan opened his eyes. "Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Li, but I have already dined." Li Bao smiled awkwardly, clearly wishing to continue the conversation. "Where are you headed, Brother Mu?" Xu Xiaofan spoke without hesitation. "Northern continent." Upon hearing those words, Li Bao's lips twitched. The distance to Beizhou from this location exceeds 10,000 miles. Even a master of the divine concealment, regardless of the cost, and employing the art of void transmission, would likely require a month to arrive. Nevertheless, Li Bao still mustered the courage to speak. "Isn't it fortuitous? Both my master and I are also heading to Beizhou. It happens to be along the way, why not journey together?" Xu Xiaofan increasingly sensed that something was amiss. The other party seemed overly eager, akin to a scorching sun on a clear day. Without hesitation, he politely declined, stating, "I have pressing matters to attend to on my end." Li Baoi understood, and did not insist further. Since it was thus, let be. Then, a profound silence ensued. After less than 2 hours had elapsed, Xu Xiaofan felt that he had nearly regained his strength. He then rose to his feet and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Esteemed ones," he said, "I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Li Bao seemed to wish to retain the moment. Yet in the end, he relinquished it gracefully, uttering the words, "Until we meet again." Xu Xiaofan strode out of the cave without a backward glance. Upon emerging, he realized that the rain had ceased and the sky was gradually brightening. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, running fervently while inwardly lamenting how, in these times, it seemed as though the world outside was teeming with nefarious individuals. In the cave, Li Bao gazed toward the entrance and remarked, "This fellow's audacity is truly lacking. Not a single word of truth escapes his lips. If it weren't for the extensive investigation conducted earlier, I might have genuinely fallen for his deceit. Could it be that the rumors regarding our teacher are mistaken?" Ranli pondered for a moment. Even the old man found it somewhat inscrutable. Li Bao, upon hearing this, was taken aback. "Even you cannot fathom him?" Ranli stroked his beard and nodded. There must be some hidden treasure or secret technique concealed within him. Yet, judging by the swiftness of his recent escape, he undoubtedly possesses innate prowess. I have heard that the elder of the Yang family departed the capital yesterday. likely to rescue this father and son duo. Without his father by his side, this young man may be in grave peril. How I wish we could have arrived sooner. Ranley fell silent for a moment, and then suddenly remarked, that may not necessarily be the case. As soon as the words fell, a handsome young man clad in a blue robe stepped into the cave. How did you discover my presence? Ranley smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Though I am unaware of the method you employ to conceal your cultivation to such a degree, it appears that you have merely restrained your realm of cultivation, while your breath remains unrestrained. Upon hearing this, you instantly feel a sense of relief, yet a hint of embarrassment washes over you, as you realize you have been eavesdropping on someone else's conversation. Ranley seemed to sense something and spoke up to diffuse the tension. We bear no ill intentions, we merely seek to ally with you. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Upon hearing these words, a faint smile graced your lips. Do you harbor a grudge against the Yang family? Not quite a grudge, merely differing stances. To elaborate, it is simply a matter of opposing factions. You squint slightly, as if in contemplation, then cast a discerning glance at Li Bao, noting the subtle distinction. The aura of royal fortune envelopes him, a quality typically reserved for the imperial bloodline of the Xue clan. Remarkably, he is indeed a prince. The latter seems to comprehend the situation as well, observing that even his esteemed teacher bestows such courtesy upon this individual, and thus he does not dare to be remiss. I am Li Bao, the sixth prince of Daiyu. This is my esteemed mentor, Mr. Ranley. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Mu. You nodded, your demeanor remaining unchanged. Your indifference towards imperial power was evident. However, you considered that involving your foolish son in this conflict might serve as a valuable experience. With this thought in mind, you spoke up, the sixth prince is remarkably talented for his age. Once he arrives in the capital, I shall ensure my son makes some worthwhile connections. That is only natural. Li Bao was taken aback by the sudden surprise. After a considerable moment, he regained his composure and quickly cupped his hands in greeting. You smiled gently, glancing at Ranley, and inquired, now, our father-son duo has become entangled with the Yang family. May I ask about their origins? Ranley organized his thoughts and began to speak. There are 4 premier families in the imperial capital, and the Yang family is one of them. They are closely related to the royal lineage and can be regarded as the most formidable among them. You possess a profound understanding within your heart. Continue to inquire. What is the depth of it? Ranley's aged visage bore an expression of profound gravity. The depth of his knowledge is beyond question. To speak solely of the current head of the Yang family, Yang Wudi, his strength is indeed unfathomable. Upon hearing these words, you furrowed your brow slightly. It appears that the Yang family is indeed formidable. Yet, the stronger they are, the more exhilarated you become. What precisely is their cultivation realm? Ranley is said to have reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, making him one of the foremost powerhouses within the Great Yu. Upon hearing this, a hint of astonishment emerged upon your previously calm visage. How could a mere humble abode dare to bear the name Invincible? It is indeed perplexing how he has managed to endure until this very moment. Upon the utterance of these words, the 2 individuals present exchanged a glance, both momentarily bewildered. How could one so casually regard a mere Purple Mansion realm? The Purple Mansion represents the utmost pinnacle of strength in the Great Yu. How could it seem so trivial when spoken of in such a manner? This is indeed rather audacious. With such arrogance, how have you managed to raise such a composed son? After a prolonged silence, Ranley cautiously ventured to speak. Is it possible that your true cultivation level, Dao Friend Mu, is that of the Purple Mansion? Do you consider the Purple Mansion to be formidable? Ranley found the inquiry somewhat peculiar, yet he nodded in affirmation. I have witnessed the Purple Mansion in action. It is an experience I shall never forget. Upon hearing these words, you wore a look of disdain. Just an ant, you remarked, before bidding farewell and departing with a flick of your robe, leaving behind 2 silhouettes, one old and one young, lost in thought amidst the chill of the morning breeze. Inside the city of Qingzhou, Xu Xiaofan found himself confronted by a few lines of text before his eyes. You have been humiliated by 7 alchemy masters. You are presented with 2 choices. Avenge your humiliation by vanquishing those who have wronged you, with a reward of a random combat skill. Navigate this crisis without shedding blood, receiving in return an experience card for the Purple Mansion realm. Xu Xiaofan immediately exhibited an expression of sheer terror, akin to that of a counterfeit vendor caught in the act. His voice trembled as he stammered, "Surely not. It doesn't appear to be fake." Master Su harbored doubts within his heart. This fellow is rather easy to deceive. Nevertheless, he continued to glare intently. As a distinguished second-grade alchemist, I surely cannot be taken for a fool. Xu Xiaofan readily admitted his mistake. "I was wrong," the young man confessed. "This elixir recipe was acquired by mere chance, and I cannot ascertain its authenticity. Thus, I specifically came to Wanbao Pavilion for an appraisal. I truly did not intend to deceive anyone." Master Su let out a cold snort. "Since you have made your choice, why do you not depart swiftly? Do not waste my precious time." Xu Xiaofan displayed a look of relief as she hurriedly made her way outside. Upon his departure, Master Su retrieved the formula for the elixir and once again perused its contents. After a considerable time, he burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming that once he thoroughly comprehended this formula, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a third-tier alchemist. In a moment of joy, Master Su turned his gaze towards the elder Qin beside him. "You performed admirably this time. Once I achieve a breakthrough, I shall not neglect you. However, did you not find that the young lad just now seemed somewhat peculiar? This fellow possesses an astounding level of patience. Remarkably, he manages to maintain his composure without displaying even the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. If it were me, I could never reach such a degree of forbearance. Individuals like him are truly formidable. One must never offend them. Once such a person feels slighted, they become irreconcilable. His demeanor leaves me with an unsettling feeling deep within." On the other side, after Xiaofan exited the Wanbao Pavilion, he promptly entered an alleyway. After meandering within for a considerable half an hour, he shed his disguise and emerged from another exit of the narrow lane, blending into the bustling crowd. The sale of pills fetched him 70 gold coins, and coupled with his previous assets, he is now a man capable of affording a spirit vessel. However, he does not intend to make such a purchase just yet. He plans to wait until tomorrow. What perplexed him was that, even at this moment, the esteemed system remained utterly unresponsive. Until the experience card was credited, he could not find a moment's peace. The night unknowingly descends upon the world. Within the confines of the room, the light is dim, and a profound silence envelopes the space. Only the faintest whisper of breath can be heard, imperceptible to the ears. A gentle evening breeze nudges the slightly ajar window open, gently caressing the strands of Xu Xiaofan's hair. He gradually opens his eyes, slowly awakening, and furrows his brow as he gazes out the window. The moon tonight is exceptionally round and radiant, suspended high above in the firmament. However, at this moment, the protagonist of the night has transformed into a mere backdrop, for in the lofty heights stands a figure clad in black, shrouded in mystery. Xu Xiaofan's brows furrowed ever more deeply. Her first thought was that the Yang family had come knocking at her door. But that notion was flawed. Based on her father's words, the Yang family was exceedingly formidable. If it were a member of the Yang family, they would never present themselves in such a manner to confront her. So who could it be? Countless thoughts raced through her mind, ultimately settling on the alchemist surnamed Su from the Wanbao Pavilion. Indeed, it must be this individual stirring up trouble. No wonder the system had been withholding rewards. It turned out the issue lay here. Xu Xiaofan took several deep breaths, suppressing his anger. He then gazed once more at the masked figure in the sky, displaying a sincere smile, and spoke, "I am aware of your intentions. Shall we engage in a discussion?" The individual did not act immediately, but rather observed Xu Xiaofan with great interest. "Very well. How do you intend to proceed with the conversation?" Xu Xiaofan rose and stood steadfastly before the window. "I possess a formidable backing, and it is indeed solid. Should you take action against me, consequences will surely ensue." The man in black unreservedly exposed the truth. "You possess no backing. Otherwise, after losing the coveted third-grade item in your possession, you would not remain utterly silent." Xu Xiaofan cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward. "I can offer you a substantial reward. All you need to do is inform your employer that I have already completed 3 tasks. What do you think? This way, you could earn double the reward." The masked figure remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Xu Xiaofan sensed a glimmer of hope and quickly added, "I will grant you double the reward." The masked figure smiled. "However, to my knowledge, You are quite astute otherwise. You would not have sold a third-grade elixir for 70 gold pieces. I shall grant you an opportunity. Take your own life. I am too weary to act. After all, it is rather tiresome to personally eliminate a young man." Upon hearing these words, Xu Xiaofan's expression turned contemplative. Ascending the ranks, although he had never engaged in such perilous endeavors throughout his life, he felt assured. Thanks to the years of nurturing from the esteemed system, he was confident that even a challenge beyond his current capabilities could be attempted. However, if one were to take action, would the system elder determine that he has automatically chosen the first option? After all, the elder mentioned that a soldier does not draw his blade in vain. Ultimately, it depends on how the elder interprets this idiom. At this moment, the individual garbed in clothing expressed a hint of impatience. "Have you made your decision?" Xu Xiaofan remained silent, enveloped in a shroud of quietude. The figure cloaked in black sensed something amiss and let out a resounding shout. At the moment the man in black made his move, Xu Xiaofan was poised to flee. Suddenly, 7 figures emerged from the eaves, not far away. Among them stood a man clad in a green robe, positioned on the edge of a sloping rooftop. His hair fluttered in the breeze, and his demeanor was as austere as his expression, with eyes that held a profound depth akin to an abyss. Xu Xiaofan's face was awash with astonishment as he instinctively exclaimed. The man in black was momentarily stunned, and then his head struck the ground, resulting in a disorienting fall. "You claimed you had no backing, did you not?" Xu Xiaofan lowered his head, observing the once lofty strong man now prostrated before him. He blinked, feeling a tinge of grievance. "I told you so, yet you did not believe me. Senior, please spare my life. I am merely carrying out my duties. I can provide information about the person in charge. I am willing to relinquish all my savings. I beg you, just grant me mercy." You lowered your gaze for a moment, and between the delicate parting of your lips, 3 words escaped. "Take your own life." The figure clad in black trembled slightly. Due to his bowed head, no one could discern the expression on his face at that moment. It was a visage filled with terror and despair. Suddenly, the man in black sprang to life, lunging towards you. At this very moment, the figure clad in black felt as though the world was spinning around him. He tumbled several times before catching sight of a headless corpse. He staggered forward a couple of steps, then slowly succumbed to the ground. Chapter 10. I, Xu, shall no longer be honest today. The masked figure in black has perished, and so too has Xu Xiaofan's spirit. However, his sorrow does not stem from the demise of this unfamiliar individual, but rather from the sudden dimming of the second option on the panel before him. Yet the perplexing part is that he had not lifted a finger throughout the encounter. He inwardly cried out, "Senior, is this truly the measure of it?" The senior, aloof and unyielding, offered him no response, leaving Xu Xiaofan's expression clouded with disappointment. At some point, Xu Yuan had arrived beside Xu Xiaofan, observing his son's dazed demeanor with keen scrutiny. He had witnessed the entire conflict unfold, and it now appeared that he had intervened a tad too late, resulting in his foolish son harboring a mental block. If this knot were not untangled, it could very well fester into a malevolent inner demon. As he pondered, words materialized before him. Detected that your son has suffered an injustice, triggering a random quest. Eliminate the Qingshou branch of Wanbao Pavilion within 1 hour. Reward. Random. 1 hour? Xu Yuan scoffed with disdain. Who does he underestimate? It would hardly take that long. However, as he gazed at the words detailing the random reward, he fell into contemplative silence. He had not anticipated that the system would indulge in this blind box approach, concealing the panel before him. Xu Yuan placed a comforting hand on his son's shoulder, expressing remorse. I have come too late. Xu Xiaofan snapped back to reality, his eyes slightly reddening as he shook his head. It's all right, father. Xu Yuan chuckled softly, recognizing that his son had likely endured quite a bit of grievance in recent days. Xu Xiaofan replied, It's nothing really. Yet Xu Yuan's countenance turned icy as he feigned ignorance. Who wished to harm you? Xu Xiaofan cast another glance at the first option. Avenge yourself. Eliminate all who have insulted you. Roi, rondom combaskil. He sighed and responded, It must be an alchemist from Wanbao Pavilion. Xu Yuan pressed further. Why would he seek to kill you? Xu Xiaofan recounted the events leading to their entrance into Qingshou City, and with each detail, Xu Yuan's expression darkened. Of course, this was all an act, as he had shadowed his foolish son throughout. Nevertheless, he took his son by the arm and led him toward the exit. Xu Xiaofan, puzzled, inquired, "Are we fleeing?" He had been contemplating a covert act of retribution. If they were to flee now, his plans would be thwarted. Xu Yuan glanced at his son and reassured him. "Fleeing? That word does not exist in my vocabulary." Xu Xiaofan, uncertain, replied, "Then we are headed to." Xu Yuan stated calmly, "Wanbao Pavilion." After a moment of silence, Xu Xiaofan cautioned, "Father, I feel we must not act impulsively. Wanbao Pavilion wields considerable influence, and if we are to confront them, it must not be done overtly." Xu Yuan thought this meeting merely a Wanbao Pavilion. Not long after, the father and son entered Wanbao Pavilion. As they proceeded inside, Xu Yuan inquired, "Do you know the name of that alchemist?" Xu Xiaofan shook his head. "I do not know, only that his surname is Xu." Xu Yuan nodded, signaling his understanding. At that moment, a man dressed as a small squire approached and inquired, "Gentlemen." However, before he could finish a sentence, he was struck down by Xu Yuan's overwhelming presence, succumbing to a fatal hemorrhage. "Ah!" The patrons around them did not react with panic. Instead, they stood frozen in disbelief. Some rubbed their eyes vigorously, repeatedly confirming the three prominent characters on the plaque, Wanbao Pavilion. Unbelievable! Who would dare to commit murder within the confines of Wanbao Pavilion? Xu Xiaofan was also somewhat dazed, pondering further this. Xu Yuan nonchalantly remarked, "This squire is clearly a sycophant. He deserved his fate." Xu Xiaofan remained silent. The two continued onward, as guards clad in short garments began to appear around them. Yet these individuals, upon their emergence, were also struck dead by Xu Yuan's oppressive aura. Xu Xiaofan, astonished, exclaimed, "Father, what kind of technique is this?" Xu Yuan, not one to conceal the truth, explained, "When a person's realm surpasses others by a significant margin, they can unleash their pressure to directly obliterate those of lower realms." Xu Xiaofan, embodying the spirit of a curious child, inquired, "What exactly is this pressure?" Xu Juan elucidat. The so-called pressure is the aura emanating from one's elevated realm, which, when combined with spiritual energy, produces this effect. It is utterly ineffective against those of higher realms, but can decimate numerous lower realm beings. Just as he finished speaking, an elderly man surged forth from the crowd. It was none other than the familiar Qin Lao. At that moment, he bellowed with ferocity, "You scoundrel! Do you know where you are?" The old man's imposing presence swept across the area, but upon spotting Xu Xiaofan, his pupils constricted in recognition. "It's you?" Xu Xiaofan also recognized him, having been deceived by this very man earlier that morning. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Xiaofan charged forward. Xu Yuan did not intervene. Rather, he observed with keen interest. Qin Lao was taken aback. What was this? A mere novice in the innate realm daring to confront an experienced veteran like himself? However, in the next instant, a powerful gust of wind struck him, causing his features to contort. Instinctively, Qin Lao raised his arms in defense. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Qin Lao was forced to retreat, his arms flailing weakly at his sides. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with disbelief. Yet Xu Xiaofan afforded him no time to react. A torrent of violent true essence surged through his vital organs. The friction of his joints produced a sound akin to the roar of a tiger or the dragon's chant. With a fierce stomp of his foot, a small crater formed beneath him. Xu Xiaofan's figure shot forth like an arrow, delivering a punch squarely to Qin Lao's terrified visage. The old man's head flew off, crashing against the wall, reminiscent of a vibrant flower blooming upon impact. After casting a glance at his handiwork, Xu Xiaofan swiftly retreated behind Xu Yuan, adopting the demeanor of an obedient child. Xu Yuan glanced back, somewhat speechless. As for his foolish son possessing the strength to vanquish opponents of higher levels, he was not surprised. Although the old man's external abilities could not compare to his own system, achieving such feats was merely a fundamental skill, was it not? However, Xu Yuan, still somewhat curious, inquired, "Xiaofan, what technique are you majoring in that is so domineering?" Xu Xiaofan hesitated momentarily, feeling somewhat apprehensive, and replied, I found it outside before and I tried to cultivate it. To my surprise, I actually succeeded. It is a technique called the Divine Demon Qi Refining Method. The Divine Demon Qi Refining Method? Xu Yuan clicked his tongue, pondering to himself what an imposing name. He then ceased his inquiries, adopting an air of profound mystery as he proceeded directly to the second floor. Observing this, Xu Xiaofan sighed in relief and followed suit. Meanwhile, bystanders gaped in astonishment at the retreating figures of the father and son. Upon reaching the second floor, they encountered no obstacles, for all the guards of the Wanbao Pavilion had just been dealt with by Xu Yuan. The second floor was lined with independent chambers designated for receiving esteemed guests. At this moment, a group of individuals was hastily rushing downstairs. Xu Yuan did not impede their escape. At that juncture, Xu Xiaofan pointed to a middle-aged man with a goatee amidst the crowd, exclaiming, "That is Master Xu." Startled, Master Xu glanced at Xu Xiaofan, his expression turning peculiar. How is this brat still alive? He thought. Never mind, I just heard that a formidable presence is causing a ruckus downstairs. I must make my escape. With that, Master Xu attempted to continue his descent. However, a youthful figure suddenly obstructed his path, blocking his route of escape. Master Xu was infuriated. "What are you doing, kid? I'll let you go once today. Are you seeking death now?" Xu Xiaofan merely smirked, refraining from speech, and launched a punch aimed at Master Xu's face. Given the latter's innate cultivation, such a blow would surely leave him gravely injured. Yet in an instant, a protective shield of true essence materialized around Master Xu, deflecting the punch back. Xu Xiaofan furrowed his brows, retreating several dozen steps just to dissipate the force of the rebound. He gazed at Master Xu with utmost seriousness. A protective artifact? Furious, Master Xu exclaimed, "You wretched brat. You are finished. Do you understand the consequences of offending an alchemist?" As he spoke, he retrieved a vial of elixir from his robe and swallowed its contents in one gulp. Instantly, Master Xu's aura surged, and it did not stop there. He continued to produce and consume more elixirs. A frail Taoist transformed in an instant into a burly figure. This brawny man moved with great swiftness and struck ruthlessly at Xu Xiaofan. Xu Xiaofan's brows knitted tightly. Damn, elixirs, artifacts, swift movement techniques, and palm techniques of considerable caliber. Alchemists are indeed affluent. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. After all, who ventures out without a few trump cards of their own? Chapter 11. The trivial Wanbao Pavilion easily annihilated. Xu Xiaofan fervently summoned the power within him. The Divine Demon Qi refinement technique consists of 9 tiers, each embodying a form of enhancement. The first tier, Mighty Bull Transformation, greatly augments physical strength. Soon, intricate black and white runes began to materialize around him. These runes appeared as if etched onto his skin, yet they seemed to penetrate deeply, creating a profound sense of unity. In an instant, Xu Xiaofan's speed and strength surged tremendously. Just then, Master Xu's massive palm came crashing down upon him. Xu Xiaofan countered with a punch. The overwhelming force collided with the air, producing a resounding sound of shattering space. Master Xu was sent flying, crashing into several columns before he staggered to his feet. He glanced at his battered hand. A look of lingering fear etched on his face. Had it not been for his protective artifact, that punch would have surely shattered his hand. Absurd. However, I can still call for help. Master Xu thought to himself, bellowing, "Summon the shopkeeper at once." His voice, enveloped in true essence, resonated like a thunderclap. Xu Xiaofan was taken aback, not expecting such a tactic. He hurriedly looked towards Xu Yuan, father. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan had taken a stool and was calmly spectating the fight. With a confident smile, he remarked, "Focus on your battle. I have everything under control." Xu Xiaofan, feeling helpless, charged at Master Xu once more. The two engaged in fierce combat once again. Before long, a furious roar echoed from the heavens, insufferable. Immediately after, an overwhelming pressure descended from above. Master Xu rejoiced, laughing maniacally. "The shopkeeper has arrived. You are finished." In the next moment, atop the second floor of Wanbao Pavilion, An elderly man in a purple robe appeared abruptly. His countenance was as dark as a charred pot. This was none other than Sun Jiuda, the esteemed shopkeeper of Wanbao Pavilion in Qingzhou. Master Su seized the opportunity to strike Xu Xiaofan back and declared, "Shopkeeper, these two are causing trouble." Sun Jiuda surveyed the scene but ignored Master Su, instead fixing his gaze upon Su Yuan, his brow furrowed. He could not discern the depths of the man's strength. Thus, he refrained from immediate action, suppressing his anger to inquire, "Who are you, and why have you come to disturb my Wanbao Pavilion?" Su Yuan continued observing his son's predicament. Having learned from past experiences to tread carefully, while training was important, he could not afford any serious injuries. Responding to Sun Jiuda's question, he scoffed, "You are unworthy to know who I am. As for causing a ruckus, it was your Wanbao Pavilion that first overstepped its bounds. How dare you question me?" Sun Jiuda's frown deepened. Su Yuan's tone was immensely displeasing. Nevertheless, he restrained his ire and said, "We can discuss this matter amicably." Su Yuan let out a cold laugh. "An amicable discussion? If you had strength, perhaps negotiations would be possible. Without it, I would likely already be dead." Never before had Sun Jiuda been subjected to such mockery, and for a moment, he felt his composure slipping. "I have come to resolve this issue, and I am speaking to you calmly. Do not push your luck. If you truly wish to resolve the issue, do not inquire of me immediately, but rather seek him out." Su Yuan gestured towards Master Su, then continued, "Enough if you wish to avoid demise. Keep your silence, old fool, and do not disturb my observation." Unable to contain himself any longer, Sun Jiuda charged at Su Yuan, exclaiming, "How dare you show such ingratitude? Prepare to meet your end." In the blink of an eye, the two figures appeared several thousand meters above Qingzhou City, their silhouettes transformed into a blue and a purple blur, intertwining in the void with a velocity approaching that of sound. Moments later, Sun Jiuda was sent hurtling backward, spitting out blood mixed with several shattered teeth, his face obscured by disbelief. Just moments ago, they had fought evenly. How could it be that his adversary had suddenly grown stronger? He shouted at the figure clad in blue above, "You sorcerer! What wicked magic have you employed?" Su Yuan, exasperated, replied, "I was merely warming up. Did you truly believe I was incapable of defeating you? Frankly, you are rather weak. You are only slightly superior to that Yang family's protective matron, and you are leagues behind the elder of the Yang clan. To eliminate him, Su Yuan felt no need to draw his sword. This realization dulled his interest, prompting him to declare, "You may now perish." With that, he advanced toward Sun Jiuda. The latter, startled, hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and shattering a jade pendant at his waist. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Su Yuan sensed the fading spatial fluctuations and remarked, "That teleportation distance is quite extraordinary, directly reaching the imperial capital." Indeed, the individuals from Wanbao Pavilion possess some remarkable abilities. In the next moment, Su Yuan reappeared on the second floor of Wanbao Pavilion. Casting a glance at the lifeless Master Su, he turned to his somewhat disheveled son and asked, "Well, how does it feel?" After experiencing such an evenly matched battle for the first time, Xu Xiaofan felt a twinge of apprehension and instinctively replied, "I think I should maintain a lower profile in the future. Lately, I feel as though I'm dancing on a tightrope, which is a reckless disregard for life." Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief silence, he said, "You have completely misunderstood. Xiaofan, do you not grasp the essence?" Confused, Xu Xiaofan inquired, "Understand what?" Su Yuan spoke earnestly. "There are times when one must endure, but there are also times when one cannot. To endure too much may lead to a dire escalation. To take a step back may result in irretrievable consequences. Your current predicament arose from your excessive forbearance, a repeated submission that has led to this situation." Xu Xiaofan fell silent, his once resolute heart now wavering. Suddenly, a panel materialized before him. "You have been humiliated by a master alchemist. You have two choices. 1. Avenge yourself by eliminating all those who have wronged you, with a reward of random battle technique. 2. Endure and navigate this crisis without bloodshed, with a reward of a Purple Mansion Realm Cultivation Experience card." Gazing at the contrasting options, His resolve solidified once more. Indeed, the path of survival is the true path of supremacy. With this conviction firmly in place, Xu Xiaofan shifted the conversation, asking Father, "What the manager of Wanbao Pavilion?" Su Yuan cast a glance at his son and replied, "He has fled." Xu Xiaofan sighed deeply, "Father, we have once again provoked a formidable power." Su Yuan replied, "Thus, you must strive diligently to secure your place in the Zuluan. Otherwise, it is likely that we, father and son, shall meet our demise upon reaching the imperial capital." At these words, Xu Xiaofan solemnly nodded. Before long, the duo exited the Wanbage. Although the night had grown late, numerous prying eyes lingered in the surrounding darkness. After all, the recent incident had stirred considerable commotion, as the citizens of Qingzhou had just witnessed the clash between two formidable warriors in midair. Yet, Su Yuan paid them no heed. Instead, he cast a glance back at the Wanbage and unleashed a powerful punch. With a tremendous roar, the grand structure of Wanbage collapsed, instantly transforming into a mound of rubble. Xu Xiaofan turned to look back, bewildered. What is father doing? Su Yuan chuckled softly. Since we have already made enemies, we must act decisively. As the father and son departed, a series of gasps emerged from the shadowy corners. Who is this formidable individual that has obliterated Wanbage? I have just received news that this father and son hail from the Su family of Xuanqing. What? Xuanqing? How could such a remote place give rise to such a ruthless character? In a single night, the reputation of the father and son spread swiftly throughout Qingzhou, achieving widespread notoriety. The following day, they boarded a spirit vessel, setting sail directly for the imperial capital. Chapter 12. A boy must protect himself outside. In the cabin of a two-person room, Xu Xiaofan glanced at his father, who was engrossed in cultivation, and said, "Father, I am stepping outside for a moment." Su Zhuang, somewhat surprised, noted that his son, typically disinclined to venture out, was exhibiting a change of heart today. Nevertheless, he nodded and continued his meditative practice. Once Xu Xiaofan departed, he reopened his eyes and shifted to a more comfortable position on the bed. What nonsense! Su Yuan, the protagonist of a system-based narrative, declared, "Cultivation? That would be utterly impossible in this lifetime. Why endure the turmoil when one could simply lie down and remain invincible?" With this thought, he activated the system panel, eagerly stating, "System, I wish to claim my reward. Random reward extraction in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the innate sword body. Innate sword body, an unparalleled physique for practicing the sword arts." In an instant, Su Yuan felt a significant enhancement in his comprehension of the sword arts. He even gained a fresh insight into the sword technique Invincible One Sword. Previously, he had not truly considered himself a sword practitioner. Without the Qingxian sword, he would have been unable to wield any sword techniques. But now everything had transformed. Meanwhile, after leaving his room, Xu Xiaofan wandered through the expansive cabin. After some time, he finally discovered a secluded spot. He then closed his eyes, focused intently, and opened the system panel to begin claiming rewards for random combat techniques. The semi-transparent panel flickered continuously before revealing a few prominent words. Void Step Fist, rank unknown. In an instant, a wealth of information regarding the Void Step Fist flooded into his mind. Upon absorbing this knowledge, Xu Xiaofan's face radiated with elation. This technique was nothing short of extraordinary. The Void Step Fist allowed for instantaneous movement over a distance, directly striking an adversary, making it a remarkable maneuver. Moreover, the distance of the instant movement was determined by one's own true essence reserves. This meant that he could possess an ability akin to the void transmission of the God Concealment realm, even in the innate stage. Taking a deep breath, Xu Xiaofan closed the system panel, preparing to return. Just then, a group of menacing figures clad in red approached him. As they walked, they pounded on the doors along the sides, relentlessly driving people outside. Xu Xiaofan frowned and changed direction, seeking a longer route back. To his dismay, several of the fierce red-clad individuals were still present on this path, also hurting the crowd. Just as he contemplated turning back again, a red-clad man blocked his way, growling, "You better cooperate if you wish to live." Xu Xiaofan chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. All right, big brother. He then melded into the crowd of people being driven, moving towards the gangway. With a sense of unease, Xu Xiaofan assessed the anxious individuals surrounding him and fixed his gaze on a portly young boy in splendid attire beside him. This boy appeared to be the calmest among the group. Either he was in cahoots with the red-clad men, or he had some powerful backing that rendered him unafraid of trouble. Generally, such individuals were the most informed. Thus, Xu Xiaofan quietly initiated a conversation. I am Xu, a humble person. May I inquire your esteemed name? The plump young boy muttered softly before introducing himself. I am Zhang Hualong of the Zhang clan. Xu Xiaofan then inquired, Ah, so you're brother Zhang. Pray tell, what is the current situation? Zhang Hualong cast a glance at the red-clad individuals behind him and replied, They belong to the Red Robe Society. The Red Robe Society? Xu Xiaofan expressed his confusion and instinctively asked, What exactly is this society? With a look of disdain, Zhang Hualong responded, You do not know? The Red Robe Society consists of bandits who roam the Yangzhou region, engaging in acts of robbery and plunder. Xu Xiaofan became increasingly perplexed, for he was aware that he was currently aboard an official vessel. Were these outlaws so audacious as to dare assault a government ship? Why had the court not dispatched troops to eradicate them? Zhang Hualong explained, Because they have powerful backing, and their influence is considerable. Xu Xiaofan pressed on. What kind of backing? Zhang Hualong shook his head and replied, I cannot disclose that information. Otherwise, I would find myself in trouble. Xu Xiaofan nodded in understanding. I see. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude for your revelations. I owe you a favor. Zhang Hualong cast a glance at the shabby-clad youth beside him, paying little heed to the favor owed. As the two conversed, a throng of individuals had already exited the cabin and gathered on the expansive deck. At that moment, the deck was densely populated with people. The once guarded vessel was now devoid of official soldiers, replaced by numerous members of the Red Robe Society, who were maintaining formations and vigilance around them. Xu Xiaofan finally comprehended why so many cultivators aboard the ship remained docile. It was apparent that these individuals had seized control of the ship's protective array. Under such a formidable formation, unless one possessed the strength of a divine concealment expert, survival was utterly impossible. This left Xu Xiaofan somewhat speechless. He realized that since his departure, troubles had been incessantly befalling him, each more perilous than the last. At that moment, from the bow of the ship, a red figure soared into the sky, ultimately pausing in a visible position above all. It was a stunning woman adorned in a red dress with crimson hair and extraordinarily fair skin. As her alluring red lips closed, she issued a chilling command. You all must be aware of the Red Robe Society. Now, what I require is for you to present all the money you possess. Do not attempt to hide any or else. At her final words, the woman offered a cold smile, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Concurrently, an elderly man ascended, fixing his gaze upon the woman. What if the Yuan family refuses? The Yuan family, one of the 4 prominent families in the imperial capital, was also a merchant household. A significant portion of the cargo on this vessel belonged to the Yuan family. Should they lose it today, the family would suffer tremendous losses. Upon hearing the name of the Yuan family, the woman's expression softened slightly. We will only take 3/10 of your cargo. At this, the elderly member of the Yuan family furrowed his brow. If they took 3/10, this journey would likely be in vain. After a moment's hesitation, the elder reluctantly nodded. There was no choice. One must bow one's head when under the eaves. Subsequently, merchants began to step forward, eager to negotiate. Yet, without exception, they were all reduced to mere rubble by the formidable protective formation of the ship. The esteemed Red Robe Society of the imperial capital is not to be trifled with. But what of the others? Do they still dare to negotiate? The woman in the crimson dress chuckled coldly. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan pointed at the woman hovering in mid-air, perplexly inquiring of Zhang Hualong, Brother Zhang. Who is this individual? Zhang Hualong cast a fleeting glance at the woman before swiftly averting his gaze, replying at a rapid pace. The leader of the Red Robe Society, Huawanxian. Huawanxian? Xu Xiaofan silently committed this name to memory. After the words of the woman in the crimson dress faded, Red-clad individuals soon began to search each person, or took bags to collect storage rings and similar items. Upon witnessing a burly man in red thoroughly examining the delicate female cultivators, leaving no inch untouched, Xu Xiaofan felt little reaction. Even as those female cultivators screamed and were dragged into the ship's cabin, he remained unfazed. As for the notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, Xu Xiaofan had always scoffed at such ideas. However, when he observed a few red-clad brutes brushing their hands over a man's groin and buttocks, subsequently hoisting him into the cabin, Xu Xiaofan felt a shiver run down his spine. This world appeared to be more deranged than he had envisioned. As time passed, some individuals began to resist, yet the outcomes were, as expected, far from favorable. Nevertheless, Xu Xiaofan soon discerned that among those who resisted, if they seemed to possess a notable background, they would at most receive a brutal beating. In contrast, those who appeared ordinary, clearly lacking any backing, would have their heads severed and discarded from the spirit ship. He could not help but express his frustration to Zhang Hualong, whom he had just met. Why do these bandits also engage in such discrimination? Zhang Hualong rubbed his fair, plump face and retorted mockingly, "Naturally, this is precisely why they have managed to endure for so long. With so many people on board, including the offspring of numerous prominent families, if they were to kill them all, those families would unite, and the Red Robe Society would long have perished." Xu Xiaofan Zima? That makes sense. Zhang Hualong nodded, then stole a glance at Xu Xiaofan's appearance before suddenly sighing. "Thus, Brother Xu, I advise you not to resist at all. Even if they treat you abominably, you must endure. As the saying goes, where there are green mountains, one need not worry about firewood. Although I have a strong background, I can ultimately only protect myself." Xu Xiaofan fell silent. He suddenly felt that being too handsome might not be a blessing. Just then, a few lines of text materialized before Xu Xiaofan. "You have encountered a robbery. You have two choices. 1. Act heroically and bravely resist these bandits, becoming a warrior. Reward: increase cultivation by 1 minor realm. 2. Obediently accept being robbed. Reward: increase cultivation by 1 major realm." This time, Xu Xiaofan did not rush to make a choice, for he was quite self-aware of his own charm. Should this be? At this point, Xu Xiaofan could no longer bear to contemplate further. It was simply too terrifying. Chapter 13. The Emergence of Mysterious Powerhouses. Brothers, look. There are 2 extraordinary figures over there. A few men in crimson attire, their eyes ablaze with fervor, approached Xu Xiaofan and Zhang Hualong. Zhang Hualong surveyed the surroundings, his expression stiffening as he spoke rapidly. "Didn't Xu mention 2 extraordinary figures just now?" Xu Xiaofan nodded emphatically. "Indeed, Zhang." Zhang Hualong continued. "One of these extraordinary figures must be you." But the other one, Xu Xiaofan scrutinized Zhang Hualong for a moment before responding. "Taste is subjective. Everyone has their preferences. For instance, some are attracted to women, others to men. Some prefer the slender, while others are fond of the robust." Suddenly, Zhang Hualong's complexion paled. Noticing this, Xu Xiaofan inquired with confusion, "Zhang, don't you have a formidable background? Why are you concerned?" With a bitter smile, Zhang Hualong replied, "While my background is indeed strong, there are times when individuals may act irrationally. Disregarding consequences." Xu Xiaofan glanced at the approaching men in crimson, gesturing subtly. "Are you referring to them?" Just as Zhang Hualong was about to nod, he felt a firm slap on his backside, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Nevertheless, he retorted defiantly, "Who dares to touch me? I am Zhang Erniu's son." From behind, a burly man with a bushy beard chuckled, "Zhang Erniu? You're from the Zhang family in the imperial capital?" Zhang Hualong's demeanor swelled with pride. "Indeed." The bearded man replied, "And what of it? We have no intention of taking your life. Do you truly believe your father would come after us for something like this?" After speaking, the bearded man turned to his companions. "Allow me to savor this exquisite one first. The scrawny one is all yours. Play with him as you wish. If he dies, it's of no consequence." The others nodded in agreement, grinning as they advanced towards Xu Xiaofan. "Stay still, or we'll kill you." Xu Xiaofan felt a wave of dread wash over him, wishing he could dismember these vile beasts. Yet for the sake of the system's rewards, he restrained himself and urged Zhang Hualong, "Run, fatty." Though being called fatty was irksome, Zhang Hualong swiftly decided to follow Xu Xiaofan in flight. The two sought refuge amidst the crowd, yearning to distance themselves from these loathsome creatures. The bearded man rubbed his hands together, leering as he remarked, "You know, this is rather amusing." He then led his group in pursuit. Meanwhile, within the cabin, alas, it seems there are still people inside. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open, splintering apart, as several men in crimson burst into the room. At that moment, Su Yuan retracted his formidable sword aura and opened his eyes, frowning at the intruding men without uttering a word. The crimson-clad individuals began to curse loudly. "Are you deaf, kid? We called you to the deck. Did you think we wouldn't be heard? Quickly bring out the good stuff in your hands, or you'll soon learn how to write the word death." Robbery? Su Yuan had a general understanding of the situation. He casually glanced at the group before him, and an aura of sword intent surged from his eyes, mercilessly reducing them to a mere puddle of flesh. With a cold huff, Su Yuan's figure instantly appeared at the bow of the ship. The deck was now crowded with people, including a multitude of detestable individuals clad in red. His gaze swept quickly across the crowd, and he soon spotted Xu Xiaofan, who was being pursued by the red-clad figures. Relieved to see his son unharmed, he allowed him to continue his antics, recognizing it as a valuable opportunity for growth. A true warrior, after all, should emerge from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. As he pondered, a fierce wind, accompanied by the fragrance of flowers, swept toward him from behind. Su Yuan vanished from his original position in an instant, reappearing several meters away. He focused on the spot where he had stood moments before, only to find a striking woman in a red dress standing there. She was a captivating blend of allure and coldness, yet Su Yuan remained unmoved. Having seen countless beauties in his past life, he possessed a certain resilience. The woman in red scrutinized Su Yuan in return, her frown deepening with each passing moment, for she found herself utterly unable to penetrate his essence. Since her breakthrough into the divine concealment realm, few entities had eluded her insight, yet he was one of them. Moreover, if she was not mistaken, he had just employed a method of spatial teleportation, even within a domain bound by formations. His power was undoubtedly formidable. But why had she never heard of such a master before? In her perplexity, she felt compelled to issue a warning. "I do not know who you are, but I advise you to harbor no ulterior motives. Otherwise, even within the protective formation of this ship, the divine concealment realm would not fare well. Furthermore, offending the Red Garment Society will surely lead to dire consequences." The Red Garment Society? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, but did not take action. He was unafraid of the protective formation, and the notion of cherishing the delicate was out of the question. He simply deemed it unnecessary to resort to violence, as there was fundamentally no conflict between them, and he stood to gain nothing from confrontation. Just then, an ancient voice resonated in his mind. "Elder, it is possible to gather at room A on the top floor. There are urgent matters to discuss." A transmission? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan vanished once more from his spot. Hua Wanxian's beautiful eyes narrowed into slits as she attempted to trace the lingering aura with the protective formation. However, once he disappeared, she could sense nothing further. This left her heart, already stirred, even more unsettled. Anyone would feel uneasy in the presence of such uncontrollable elements beneath their very gaze. Irritated, she waved her hand, summoning several red-clad individuals. She commanded, "Search for him. Dig 3 feet into the ground, if necessary. Find that person from just now, and tell them to be swift. Any delay could lead to unforeseen changes." The red-clad figures complied and set off. Meanwhile, Hua Wanxian ascended once more into the air, casting a watchful gaze over the crowd, imposing her presence upon them. Su Yuan's figure materialized outside room A on the top floor. Before he could knock, the door swung open. Inside the room sat several individuals, all adorned in opulent attire, exuding an air of sophistication. The one who opened the door was an elderly man clad in a robe adorned with cloud patterns. Upon seeing Su Yuan, he bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "I'm the 5th elder of the Yuan family. Honored to meet you, esteemed senior." Esteemed senior? Xu Yuan glanced at the elder's partially gray hair, non-committal in his response. Meanwhile, the expressions of the others in the room were peculiar. Although the fifth elder of the Yuan family lacked formidable cultivation, his business acumen was unparalleled. His status within the Yuan family was notably high. These individuals had, to varying degrees, engaged in business dealings with him. Never had they witnessed such deference from him, especially towards someone so young. Indeed, while Xu Yuan was in his 30s, his appearance remained that of a youth in his early 20s due to his cultivation, which led to their underestimation of him. Xu Yuan, however, was unperturbed and looked at the fifth elder of the Yuan family with curiosity. "What brings you here?" The fifth elder bowed once more before stating, "Our Yuan family has an abundance of goods, all of considerable value. The Red Robe Society demands 30% without offering any assistance. I humbly request your help for our Yuan family." Xu Yuan merely smiled, remaining silent. Help? What benefit was there for him to assist? In these times, being a good person was exceedingly difficult. The fifth elder seemed to grasp this reality, candidly offering, "I am willing to relinquish that 30% to you. Should you prefer not to receive goods, it can be exchanged for more easily transportable gold coins. Moreover, our Yuan family owes you a favor." This proclamation shocked everyone present, including Xu Yuan. This was tantamount to a loss equivalent to 30% of the Yuan family's goods, compounded by the additional debt of a favor. Why would a Yuan family engage in such a losing venture? Moreover, such words were uttered by the typically shrewd fifth elder of the Yuan family. It was quite illogical. Xu Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Does this not seem disadvantageous for your Yuan family?" The fifth elder shook his head and smiled. "The Red Robe Society is backed by the Hua family, one of the four great families of the imperial capital, with whom we have always been at odds." At this, Xu Yuan remained puzzled. If they were indeed adversaries, why demand only 30%? Furthermore, how could the Hua family, being a prominent family, be associated with an organization like the Red Robe Society? The fifth elder scoffed, "Our Yuan family is also one of the four great families. If they dared to act so brazenly, it would undermine our fundamental interests. Once that interest is threatened, both families would inevitably engage in all-out conflict. They would not dare to overstep their bounds. As for the Hua family engaging in such schemes, it is simply in their nature. The ancestor of the Hua family was a bandit before following the founding emperor to establish the realm." With this explanation, Xu Yuan was no longer in doubt. After some contemplation, he decisively declared, "I will assist you." The fifth elder of the Yuan family rejoiced, "Thank you, esteemed senior." In the next instant, Xu Yuan's figure vanished from the spot once more, leaving the individuals in the room astounded. Divine concealment? Chapter 14. The peerless strongman. Could he be your father? Indeed, it must be so, otherwise such feats would be unattainable. Did we just miss something crucial? The leader of the Red Robe Society is also a hidden powerhouse, and they control the protective ship formation. Do you believe we could triumph? Alas, I fear it is a lost cause. At this moment, Master Yuan suddenly interjected. The esteemed elder just now is surnamed Su. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Is he the one who annihilated the Wanbao pavilion last night, along with his son? Damn, I witnessed him engage in a battle with manager's son, who was utterly defeated. He must possess at least mid-stage hidden strength. I knew we had overlooked something vital. What shall we do now? Should I offer 50% to have him safeguard my goods? But it seems it is too late now. Alas, I regret my earlier decisions. Master Yuan absorbed these words, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. What exactly do you intend to do? At the bow of the ship, Hua Wanxian exhibited an exceptionally grim expression, for the mysterious strongman had reappeared silently. Clad in a blue robe, he stood with his back to her, seemingly gazing at the breathtaking scenery beneath the 10,000-meter sky. Without turning around, he calmly stated, "I will protect the Yuan family." Hua Wanxian narrowed her eyes. "Are you one of the Yuan family?" Xu Yuan turned to face her. "No, I merely accepted their benefits." Hua Wanxian's expression darkened. "So, you wish to engage in battle?" Xu Yuan shook his head. "If you do not attack the Yuan family, I shall not strike." Hua Wanxian sneered, "Oh, you think highly of yourself. With the protective ship formation in her grasp, she felt no fear. In an instant, a luminous barrier illuminated the surroundings, and then a bolt of lightning surged forth, carrying an overwhelming might aimed directly at Xu Yuan. However, Xu Yuan merely cast a fleeting glance at the lightning, and an invisible sword intent effortlessly shattered it into fragments. Hua Wanxian was momentarily stunned. Even she would have to expend considerable effort to face that lightning alone. Yet, her opponent had resolved it with such ease. Moreover, she distinctly sensed that he had not employed true essence. It was something far more terrifying. It resembled the legendary intent. This concept of intent is profound and unfathomable. Yet once comprehended, it can elevate one's combat prowess dramatically. The more formidable the intent, the more pronounced the enhancement. Hua Wanxian could not discern what kind of intent her opponent had grasped, but there was no doubt. He was exceptionally strong. She suddenly regretted initiating the conflict. The adversary was far more formidable than she had anticipated. But there is no turning back once the bow is drawn. Hua Wanxian charged towards Xu Yuan with fierce determination. Simultaneously, a sword appeared in her hand, elongated with a blood-red groove running through its entire length. A swordsman? Xu Yuan was slightly taken aback, but the next moment he shook his head. The wielder of a sword need not be a swordsman, for she had not cultivated the sword path. His figure materialized at Hua Wanxian's side, and with a swift hand strike, he aimed for her neck. So swift, Hua Wanxian's pupils constricted as she hurriedly summoned the power of the formation. However, she was still struck, spewing blood and sent flying back. Xu Yuan chuckled lightly and remarked, "Such a splendid sword, wasted in your hands." He then contemplated directly eliminating the woman. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from afar. "Father, help." Instinctively, he glanced over and saw Xu Xiaofan being pursued by a dozen individuals clad in red. Rather than feeling anger, Xu Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Although the system had not triggered a task this time, it appeared to be a fortuitous opportunity. His son needed to witness bloodshed. It was still too early for him to intervene directly. He was confident he could control the situation. After a moment's reflection, he addressed the woman in the red dress, who had just regained her footing. "Come, let us continue the battle." This time, he intentionally reduced his strength by 30%. The tide of battle naturally shifted from an absolute domination to Xu Yuan having a slight upper hand. Hua Wanxian felt a twinge of confusion. Her opponent seemed to have weakened, but this was a fortuitous turn of events. Her mind began to race as she cast a glance at the fleeing youth in the crowd. This was the father and son duo. If I can capture the son first, I can certainly use him to threaten this mysterious powerhouse. With this thought, she, despite her severe injuries, pointed a finger at Xu Xiaofan and coldly commanded, "Capture him alive." In an instant, a throng of red-clad individuals surged towards Xu Xiaofan. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan let out a symbolic cold snort, seeking death. Below, Xu Xiaofan wore an expression of exasperation. Beside him, Zhang Hualong glanced up at the figure in the azure robe and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that your father?" Xu Xiaofan nodded helplessly. Zhang Hualong's expression darkened. "Your father is an unparalleled powerhouse. What is this? Acting weak to devour the strong? Xu, you have deceived me most grievously." Xu Xiaofan cast a look back at the throng of red-clad pursuers, quickening his pace, breathless as he said, "Zhang, you didn't ask before, did you?" Zhang Hualong urged. "Xu, quickly call for your father to save us." Xu Xiaofan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. "I already called out. Did you not see my father entangled? He cannot extricate himself now." Zhang Hualong's expression turned desperate. "Then we are doomed." Xu Xiaofan was bewildered. "Aren't you from the Zhang family in the imperial capital? A young master like you doesn't travel without bodyguards?" Zhang Hualong wore a look of consternation and after a moment of silence replied, "I snuck out." Just then, an elderly figure in red descended from the sky, blocking their path. Coldly, he declared, "If you do not wish to lose your limbs, surrender immediately." Upon witnessing this, Zhang Hualong fell flat on the ground. Xu Xiaofan looked down at him, puzzled. "What are you doing?" Zhang Hualong's face bore an unprecedented despair. "A powerhouse at the Void Realm has intervened. We are finished today." With that, he shouted, I am from the Zhang family, and then promptly closed his eyes. After all, he wouldn't lose his life. As for dignity, it was certainly less important than survival. Xu Xiaofan fell silent. He opened the system panel and stared intently at the second option. 2. Honestly play the role of a victim of robbery. Reward. Cultivation raised by one major realm. He could not help but feel a deep sense of sorrow within. The void realm was beyond hope. Thereafter, the divine demonic chi refinement technique was fully activated, and the mighty bull transformation commenced. Boom! The overwhelming force caused Zhang Hualong's robust body to shift several meters sideways. Damn! Zhang Hualong opened his eyes, momentarily frozen in place as he beheld Xu Xiaofan, whose body was adorned with intricate black and white patterns. Playing the fool to catch the wise. He swallowed hard, struggling to comprehend. Damn, Xu, are you truly a congenital expert? At that moment, Xu Xiaofan was too preoccupied to respond, his gaze fixed warily on the elder not far away. Blocking his path was Ling Kong, while behind him loomed a group of red-clad individuals, their powers varying greatly. Adire predicament, an inescapable situation, with no avenue left to pursue. Yet, within Xu Xiaofan's heart, there resided not a trace of despair, but an overwhelming fury. What have I, Xu, done to provoke anyone? You bunch of wretched souls. Do you really wish to trouble me? Very well, then. Chapter 15. Such a father, I would like a dozen. After a brief moment, Xu Xiaofan spat blood and was sent flying. The elder in red coldly snorted. The boy possesses considerable talent. If I were to wait a few more years, I might not be your only opponent. But for now, you are no match for me. He glanced down at the concave area on his chest. You would do well to surrender the combat technique you just employed, or I shall demonstrate my own methods. Meanwhile, in the sky, Su Yuan's eyes gleamed with a hint of murderous intent as he noted his son's predicament. He once again struck towards Hua Wanxian with a punch. The latter chuckled coldly, raising her sword to defend. Yet in the next moment, both man and sword were sent flying. In the air, Hua Wanxian coughed up blood, crashing fiercely to the ground, her sword embedding itself beside her head. She attempted to rise once more, but her body refused to obey. Even igniting her vital blood to forcefully utilize void transmission proved futile. How could this be? Why had he suddenly grown stronger again? Her face was a mask of disbelief. At that moment, Su Yuan had already approached her side, grasping the sword with a blood-red groove that emanated an eerie crimson glow. He brushed his hand over the spiritual sword, and a resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens. It was as if the sword was joyfully shouting. The innate sword body could command all blades to submit. Holding the sword, Su Yuan gazed down at the woman and asked, "What is the name of this sword?" Hua Wanqian's mouth continually spilled blood as she despairingly fixed her gaze on the figure in the azure robe. The sword's name is Hua Chun. Hua Chun. Moon Evening Hua Chun. Su Yuan pondered the name for a moment before shaking his head. Too unappealing. From now on, it shall be called Blood Slaughter. The Blood Slaughter sword trembled again, emitting a sword cry as if in approval of its new name. Hua Wanxian stared incredulously at the sword. Did it possess a spirit? She had wielded this sword for years, taking countless lives, yet she had never known. Su Yuan chuckled. All swords possess a spirit. You simply have not earned its recognition. With that, he swung the sword down. Hua Wanxian perished, her fragrance extinguished. Without time for regret, Su Yuan's figure had already appeared before Xu Xiaofan. At this moment, the elder in red was poised to strike. Yet, an unexpected figure appeared beside him, startling him into immobility. You. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. You just said someone should suffer a fate worse than death? The elder in red trembled at the aura of the azure-robed man before him. A swift glance at the corpse at the bow of the ship sent him reeling. The captain is dead. However, before he could kneel and beg for mercy, Su Yuan had already drawn his sword. With one swing, he cleaved the elder in two. In the presence of a powerful foe, there was no opportunity even to kneel. The elder, bisected below the waist, lay on the ground convulsing. Within moments, he ceased to move, having succumbed to excessive blood loss. Observing the elder's lifeless body, Su Yuan felt a twinge of sentiment. Even in the realm of the ascendant, one could still perish so easily. After all, they were merely mortal beings. He understood well that even in the realm of divine concealment, the difference was hardly significant. In pondering whether cultivating to the purple mansion would enhance his vitality, Xu Xiaofan staggered to his feet and approached Su Yuan. After casting a glance at the elderly figure, he murmured, "Father." Su Yuan, feeling a pang of compassion, inquired, "How severe is your injury?" Xu Xiaofan assessed his condition and replied, "It's rather serious. I must refrain from combat for a while, lest I incur hidden wounds." "Is it truly that grave?" Su Yuan's expression darkened, and, filled with fury, he swung his sword down upon the lifeless elder clad in red. The corpse was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Not a trace remained. Xu Xiaofan stood speechless. Meanwhile, Zhang Hualong, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of envy that nearly brought him to tears. What a father! I wish for a dozen just like him. At that moment, Su Yuan contemplated and said, "Follow me." Xu Xiaofan, though puzzled, complied. As they walked, he discreetly picked up a spatial ring from the heap of flesh. Since venturing far from home, he had come to understand the significance of wealth. Living without money was indeed a hardship, having endured the struggles of poverty. Xu Xiaofan had unconsciously developed the habit of scavenging from the deceased. With the demise of Hua Wanxian, the cultivators aboard the ship began to organize a rebellion. An increasing number of individuals banded together to confront the Red Rope Society head-on. The deck erupted with the sounds of battle cries. The father and son duo ignored the chaos, heading directly to the Tianzi Jiahao room. After knocking, Yin Wuye promptly opened the door. Upon seeing Su Yuan, his demeanor transformed from mere respect to overt sycophancy. He had observed the previous battle without blinking, utterly in awe of this formidable figure's prowess. Within the room, other merchants under the protection of the Yuan family adopted a submissive attitude. Su Yuan disregarded them and addressed Yin Wuye directly. "Convert 30% of the Yuan family's goods into cash for me, and if there are any healing elixirs, bring them all forth." Yin Wuye nodded, promptly issuing orders before turning to Xu Xiaofan, asking, "Esteemed elder, and who might this be?" Su Yuan replied, "This is my son." Yin Wuye's eyes brightened, and he smiled. "Ah, it is young friend Su. Rest assured, our Yuan family possesses numerous valuable goods that will surely aid your swift recovery." Xu Xiaofan merely offered a polite smile, somewhat bewildered by their conversation. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the general idea. Soon, an array of healing elixirs and herbs was presented. Even the spiritual energy within the room seemed to elevate. Yin Wuye handed several storage rings to Su Yuan, stating, "Here are the remaining coins from the conversion, along with some gratitude funds gathered by the merchants, thanking you for helping them mitigate their losses." Su Yuan noted that, accepting the offerings without hesitation, along with the elixirs and herbs. This left Xu Xiaofan astounded. Is it truly so effortless for the powerful to amass wealth? However, it appeared he had inadvertently struck it rich. After all, what belonged to his father was also his. Even before consuming the elixirs, he felt his legs no longer ached and his arms were free from fatigue. No one could fathom the exhilarating sensation of a destitute couple suddenly possessing a fortune worth millions. The most crucial aspect was that this wealth was acquired legitimately, devoid of any trepidation. Soon, the father and son were respectfully escorted from the room, and the Yuan family thoughtfully arranged for them to occupy 2 new, luxurious chambers. Upon returning to their quarters, Xu Xiaofan promptly claimed his cultivation. In an instant, his aura surged, elevating him from the initial stage to the mid-stage of his cultivation. However, he was disheartened to discover that despite this advancement, his injuries did not mend immediately. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to diligently consume medicinal pills to facilitate his healing. Outside the window, the sounds of battle intermittently pierced the air. Yet, Xu Xiaofan remained at ease. Anyone would feel secure with a formidable ally residing nearby. After an indeterminate passage of time, a sudden knock echoed on the door. Xu Xiaofan furrowed his brow and rose to open it. There stood Zhang Hualong, looking disheveled and bearing multiple wounds. Xu Xiaofan expressed his astonishment. "Brother Zhang, what has happened to you?" Zhang Hualong lamented. "Su, We have indeed shared life and death together, have we not? Xu Xiaofan nodded earnestly, affirming, indeed. Zhang Hualong continued. Then do we not consider ourselves brothers? Xu Xiaofan nodded once more. Certainly. Our bond has been forged through trials and tribulations. We are undoubtedly brothers in arms. With a furrowed brow and a voice filled with indignation, Zhang Hualong exclaimed, Then how could you indulge in your comfort while disregarding your brother's plight? Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and promptly replied, Brother Zhang, please come in. Tonight, let us share a bed as true brothers. Chapter 16. If one must act, let it be a pinnacle of invincibility. In the capital, at the docking point for spirit ships, the sixth princely Bao's gaze was fraught with anxiety. Observing the formidable figures before him, who typically treated him with disdain, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Such was the overwhelming aura they exuded. Were it not for the support of his mentor, Ranli, he surmised he would have already collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, like others who were equally perplexed, he harbored deep confusion. What brought these powerful individuals here? Yang Wudi's presence was somewhat understandable, given that a certain elder surnamed Su had slain the elder of the Yang family. Such a blood feud demanded resolution. But what of the Hua family, the Yin family, the Zhang family, and Wanbao Pavilion? Why had they come? Particularly, the leader of Wanbao Pavilion, brandishing a knife, clearly did not convey a welcoming demeanor. Li Bao turned to his mentor Ranli, whispering, Teacher, what is happening? Ranli sighed and shook his head, replying, We will only know in due time. My informants have yet to return. Li Bao nodded in response and patiently awaited further developments. Before long, a paper crane fluttered over and landed in Ranli's hand. Upon unfolding it, he discovered it was densely inscribed with small characters. Quickly, Ranli read through the information, and his expression darkened considerably. Noticing this, Li Bao inquired, What troubles you, teacher? Ranli handed him the note, his voice trembling slightly. You should read it for yourself. Li Bao accepted the note and began to read. With each line, his face grew increasingly grim, until by the end, it was as dark as coal. After taking several deep breaths, he managed to utter, This is utterly insane. Ranli nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was beyond comprehension. Offending the Yang family was one matter, but annihilating their branch at Wanbao Pavilion in Qingzhou City was another. To make matters worse, they had directly killed the leader of the Red Robe Society, who was unaware that the young girl involved belonged to the Hua family. Truly, no one else would dare to act in such a manner. Li Bao could only smile wryly. The Su father and son have indeed made themselves enemies of the world. Who could have anticipated such ferocity from them? Ranli sighed. Are you having regrets? Li Bao shook his head, replying helplessly, given the circumstances. We can only proceed down this dark path. Ranli offered a nod of approval. Indeed. After all these years, you have learned something. Li Bao continued. But what is the purpose of the Zhang and Yuan families in all of this? Ranli shook his head. We shall see. It is certainly not for revenge. Rubbing his temples, Li Bao remarked, Teacher, I feel as though my mind is insufficient for this. Ranli responded, Do not worry. Simply consume a few pig brains when we return, and you will be restored. Li Bao felt somewhat exasperated. Now was not the time for jest. Ranli insisted. In such moments, one must maintain composure. Li Bao pressed his temples more firmly. What do you think this father and son will do in the impending situation? Ranli replied, Barring unforeseen circumstances, they are doomed. Li Bao remarked, I believe that Senior Su is quite formidable. However, Ranli countered, Indeed he is strong, but it depends on whom he faces. The cultivation levels of Yang Wudi and the master of Wanbao Pavilion are unfathomable. The ancestral figure of the Hua family is at least a known entity, yet still a peak practitioner of the divine concealment realm. Even if Su Yuan could handle one of them, if all three joined forces, he would likely be defeated in an instant. Li Bao suddenly inquired, What if you were to intervene, teacher? After a moment of silence, Ranli replied, You overestimate my capabilities. Li Bao persista? No. I'm at the sect behind you. Without hesitation, Ranli asserted, That is impossible. Even if I were to agree, they would not offend the Yang or Hua families, nor Wanbao Pavilion, for someone utterly unrelated. Upon hearing this, Li Bao appeared somewhat dejected. Then it's futile. Yet Ranli countered, not necessarily. Do you think Senior Xu is a fool? Li Bao pondered this question for quite some time before shaking his head. Not at all. Ranli continued. Then do you believe he is unaware of the consequences of his actions? Li Bao replied without hesitation. That goes without saying. Even a fool would know. After saying this, Li Bao stood frozen in place. Then suddenly his expression brightened. Indeed, if even a fool understands the implications, how could a powerful figure like Senior Xu be oblivious? Furthermore, after committing such acts, he boldly arrives in the imperial capital on a spirit vessel. This could only signify two possibilities. First, Senior Xu is a simpleton. Second, he possesses a backup plan, or rather, absolute confidence in his ability to manage everything. The first possibility is dismissed, leaving only the second. With this thought, Li Bao looked up to see, in the distance, a massive spirit vessel swiftly approaching. Xu Yuan stood at the bow, gazing at the sprawling architecture of the imperial capital. His eyes filled with sentiment. Although this world lacks the technology of his past life, its productive capabilities are undeniable. Within the imperial capital, skyscrapers rise, and there are countless structures defying the laws of physics, dazzling to behold. Beside him, Xu Xiaofan appeared even more overwhelmed, resembling a rural dweller in the city. This elicited a look of disdain from Zhang Hualong. Look at you, lacking ambition. Don't worry. Once we reach the imperial capital, your brother Zhang will show you a good time. Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan quickly shook his head. It's better we maintain our distance. Zhang Hualong, puzzled, asked why. Xu Xiaofan replied earnestly, I am a straightforward person. Zhang Hualong skeptically queried, Are you certain you are straightforward? Xu Xiaofan confident, sir. You want to find anyone more honest than me in this world? Zhang Hualong's lips twitched, conceding, I'll take your word for it. As their conversation unfolded, the fifth master of the Yuan family arrived at the bow, his gaze tinged with concern. After a moment of silence, he addressed Xu Yuan. Many from the Red Robe Society escaped yesterday. The Hua family has likely received word. Xu Yuan remained remarkably calm and asked in a subdued tone, What is the status of the leader of the Red Robe Society? He sensed that the identity of the other party was undoubtedly remarkable. After all, encountering someone so young at the divine concealment realm was indeed a rarity. As expected, Lord Yuan sighed and remarked, That individual is the heir cultivated by the Hua family with utmost effort. If a senior were to slay her, it would be an irreconcilable feud with the Hua family. Xu Yuan, unfazed, retorted, It is merely the Hua family. I do not regard them with much concern. Indeed, having already offended the Yang family and the Wanbao Pavilion, the addition of the Hua family posed little threat. Lord Yuan fell silent, observing the Xu family offspring, hoping to witness a look of terror on their faces, but soon found himself disappointed. The father and son remained astonishingly calm. With a heavy heart, he sighed and departed. Soon, only the father and son remained at the bow of the ship. Xu Xiaofan gazed into the distance towards the imperial capital, his eyes filled with remorse. Father, this is all my fault. Xu Yuan discreetly glanced at his son, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was, in truth, the one who should feel guilt. Yet, there were many matters he could not disclose. Some secrets must remain concealed for a lifetime. Patting his son's shoulder, Xu Yuan smiled and said, You have done nothing wrong. I know you never intended to cause trouble, yet trouble seems to find you persistently. If one were to say you erred, Xiaofan, your only misstep is that your fists are not strong enough. With a resounding crash, the spirit ship landed steadily on the ground under the control of the formation. The atmosphere in the open space suddenly turned ominous. Li Bao was so nervous that his palms were sweating. It's about to begin. The upcoming confrontation was likely to become an unprecedented battle of 1 against 3, although it was explicitly forbidden to use force within the imperial capital. With penalties of execution for violators, one must not forget that those present were the very architects of such rules. They could easily disregard all conventions. Ranli was prepared. Once the conflict erupted, he would take Li Bao and flee. The intensity of battles among such formidable beings was beyond Li Bao's capacity to withstand. At this moment, the massive spirit ship had come to a complete halt. Xu Yuan stood at the bow, looking down upon the several groups of people in the open space, and instructed his son, I will descend first. You should wait until it is safe to follow. Xu Xiaofan frowned and insisted, Father, I will accompany you. Xu Yuan chuckled lightly. You are not yet qualified. He then kicked out. Again? Xu Xiaofan was taken aback, his body propelled backward, momentarily unable to regain his footing. Of course, Xu Yuan's kick was measured. It would only leave superficial injuries, certainly not causing any serious harm. Subsequently, he appeared directly in the open space ahead. After surveying the area, Xu Yuan, somewhat astonished, inquired, Boy, what brings you here? Li Bao performed a bow and replied with a smile, Naturally, I am here to welcome the esteemed senior. Just then, Li Bao sensed a wave of murderous intent enveloping him. It was Yang Wudi who was staring at him. However, this aura of hostility was swiftly dispelled by Ran Li, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Xu Yuan cast a glance at Li Bao, nodding in satisfaction. He recognized that the young man was standing his ground under pressure. At this moment, clad in a scholar's robe, Yang Wudi coldly inquired, Are you Xu Yuan? Xu Yuan nodded in affirmation. Yang Wudi proceeded, Where's the elder of the Yang family? Xu Yuan responded nonchalantly, He is dead, and there remains not a complete corpse. Yang Wudi let out a chilling laugh, nodding slightly, very well indeed. Yet, he refrained from immediate action, fully aware that others sought vengeance today. The next to speak was a middle-aged woman in red, her gaze icy yet alluring, the matriarch of the Hua family, Hua Yaolao. You're the one who killed Hua Wanxian? Xu Yuan replied candidly, Indeed, that was I, and I left her with a complete corpse. A sinister smile graced Hua Yaolao's lips, but she remained silent. Beside her, an elder clad in black, his expression frigid, spoke, You annihilated the Qingshou Wanbeige? The master of Wanbeige, Chong Tianxue. Xu Yuan cast a glance at the exquisite blade in the elder's hand, an exceptionally crafted sword. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, stating coolly, That was indeed my doing. Before Chong Tianxue could respond, Xu Yuan turned his gaze to the other two individuals. One was a white-haired elder, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a celestial being, while the other was a burly middle-aged man in a short shirt. He surmised their identities. Standing alongside the Yang and Hua families, one must belong to the Yuan family and the other to the Zhang family. Through conversations with the fifth master of the Yuan family in recent days, he had gleaned some insights into the affairs of the capital and the intricacies of the four prominent families. The Yuan family was a trading clan, while the Zhang family was known for their loyalty to the state. However, he still inquired with a smile, Gentlemen, are you also here to seek revenge? The white-haired elder shook his head with a smile. I merely come to collect some goods for the Yuan family. Xu Yuan was not convinced. Such trivial matters would hardly warrant the family head's personal attendance. He suspected the elder was merely here to observe the unfolding drama. Turning his attention to the robust man, he asked, And you, are you here for revenge? The man shook his head. I am here to retrieve my son. Xu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, then shifted his piercing gaze towards the representatives of the Yang family, the Hua family, and Wanbeige, calmly stating, Shall we confront one by one, or shall we face them all at once? In the next moment, the Qingxian sword appeared in Xu Yuan's hand. The overwhelming sword intent erupted, filling the expanse of heaven and earth. This time, it was not merely the sword intent of the Qingxian sword that surged forth, but the essence of Xu Yuan himself. He was, in fact, a sword, the sharpest sword in this world. When sheathed, its brilliance is concealed. When drawn, its sharpness is unveiled. A sword cultivator? The onlookers were left in stunned silence. The three individuals locked in the sword's intent felt their scalps tingle. He is a sword cultivator. Moreover, a sword cultivator who has manifested sword intent. What does it mean to be a sword cultivator? In all of Dayu, there has never been a sword cultivator. Such practitioners exist solely in the more advanced martial realms of the Central Lands. It is inconceivable for a remote place like Dayu to give rise to such talent. Furthermore, even in the Central Lands, sword cultivators are exceedingly rare. Yet, without a doubt, they are immensely terrifying, because their combat prowess is unparalleled. They slay enemies as effortlessly as one eats or drinks. The Hua family once sought a location where a sword cultivator met their demise. The ancient ancestor of the Hua family was slain by a remnant sword intent that had lingered for who knows how long. This piece of history is well known among the upper echelons of the Great Yu, and before them stands a living embodiment of a sword cultivator. They finally comprehend why this individual dares to be so audacious. Yang Wudi signaled to the two individuals beside him, who will step forward first. The master of Wanbao discreetly sheathed his blade, while the helmsman of the Hua family began to exhibit signs of uncertainty. Although the opponent's cultivation was inferior, he was indeed a sword cultivator. In the absence of clarity regarding the opponent's strength, whoever advances first would be a fool. A moment of awkwardness enveloped the scene. The most exhilarated among them was undoubtedly Li Bao, who felt as if he were dreaming. It was akin to winning several million gold coins in a single day at the casino. Today, without a doubt, marks the wisest decision of Li Bao's life. Aligning with the esteemed Shui was indeed a stroke of genius. His son is a prodigious talent, and his father, an unparalleled powerhouse. They have struck gold. However, just as Li Bao reveled in his elation, an imposing aura suddenly enveloped the entire area. Everyone instinctively lifted their gazes towards a singular direction. There, 4 palace maidens of the Lingkong realm were seen swiftly approaching, carrying a dragon palanquin. Everyone. Chapter 17. This father and son, both are extraordinary. Li Bao was utterly bewildered. Today, the atmosphere was undeniably lively. The presence of the heads of the 4 great families and the master of the Wanbao Pavilion was one thing. But what was his beloved father, the Emperor of Diyu, doing here as well? While everyone was momentarily taken aback, the imperial dragon carriage came to a steady halt. Your Majesty, Father. The crowd bowed in unison before the emperor. Even the proud Yang Wudi had to lower his stature. Among those present, only 2 remained unmoved. One was Chang Tinshui, the master of Wanbao Pavilion. He had no need to bow. Even the emperor lacked the authority to demand such respect from him, for he stood behind the might of Wanbao Pavilion. The Wanbao Pavilion of Diyu was merely a branch of the main pavilion, which was a colossal entity even in the Central Plains. Thus, he held his ground with confidence. The other was Xu Yuan. He possessed little regard for imperial authority. Of course, one could hardly expect a person skilled in dragon-slaying techniques to harbor any reverence for the throne. Xu Yuan's gaze was fixed, scrutinizing the dragon carriage. Through the veil, he could vaguely discern a figure lazily reclined on a soft couch, attended by several charming maidens who were diligently massaging and offering fruits, each performing their designated roles. He could not help but click his tongue. Truly, a despicable feudal society. At that moment, a hearty laughter echoed, and the curtains of the dragon carriage parted. A middle-aged man, appearing languid and clad in informal attire, emerged. He lacked the regal demeanor expected of an emperor, and instead exuded an air of frivolity. He resembled more a middle-aged wastrel, indulging in pleasures without any achievements to his name. He bore no semblance of imperial arrogance and did not reproach Xu Yuan for his lack of deference. Instead, he glanced at the crowd, waved his robe, and said with a smile, "No need for such formality today. Please rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The crowd expressed their gratitude before straightening up. At that moment, confusion lingered in everyone's gaze as they wondered about the emperor's intentions for being present. To be frank, this emperor was undoubtedly the most peculiar in the annals of Dayu's history. One could find no trace of royal dignity in him. Yet, this very emperor had governed Diyu for a remarkable 60 years, overseeing a flourishing nation, a true oddity. Now, this eccentric emperor stood before Xu Yuan, carefully assessing him from head to toe. After a moment, he stroked his chin and inquired, "You're Xu Yuan?" Xu Yuan, also scrutinizing the emperor, offered no verbal response, merely nodding his head. This was not merely a lack of deference. It was a clear declaration to all present. The emperor? No different from an ordinary person. In truth, Xu Yuan had no reason to be overly concerned. After awakening his innate sword body, his power had surged several levels. He could easily vanquish opponents of a higher realm. Thus, he remained entirely unfazed. Moreover, Having comprehended the invincible sword intent from the unyielding sword, he had grown even bolder than before. Even if a celestial being stood before him now, he would dare to wield his sword. Surprisingly, however, His Majesty the Emperor displayed no anger, only a hint of curiosity. "Do you have a prodigious son named Xu Xiaofan? I have heard that he is merely 15 years old, yet has already reached the innate realm. Might I be granted the honor of meeting him? I wish to behold what extraordinary talent has emerged from RDU." Xu Yuan hesitated for a moment before vanishing from sight. After 3 breaths, he reappeared, accompanied by a striking youth of around 10 years. At that moment, the boy wore a somewhat bewildered expression. The emperor gently inquired, "Are you Xu Xiaofan?" Xu Xiaofan glanced at the middle-aged man before him, clad in undergarments, his expression somewhat peculiar. It is worth noting that into you, venturing outside in such attire is akin to appearing in public in nothing but one's underwear in modern times. Nevertheless, Xu Xiaofan nodded in affirmation. All the while, the emperor's gaze remained fixed on Xu Xiaofan, and with each passing moment, his brows furrowed deeper. He realized he could not discern even the cultivation level of this mere child. This was indeed strange. The emperor approached Xu Xiaofan, grasping his wrist. This action caused Xu Yuan to frown slightly, though he soon relaxed, sensing that the emperor bore no ill intent. At that moment, the emperor expressed his astonishment, innate mid-stage. As these words left his lips, the entire assembly fell silent, all eyes fixated on Xu Xiaofan. An innate mid-stage at merely 15 years of age? Such genius would be remarkable even in the legendary Central Land. How astonishing it was that both father and son from the Xu family were so extraordinary. It was simply preposterous. Meanwhile, Xu Xiaofan felt any fondness he may have harbored for this freak dissipate entirely. After all his painstaking efforts to conceal his true capabilities, this man had thrust him into the spotlight with a single statement. He had no desire to play the part of a prodigy. With a swift motion, he shook off the emperor's hand and retreated behind Xu Yuan, not even daring to peek out. This action deepened the silence among the crowd. Indeed, like father, like son, neither displayed any inclination to submit to the emperor. The emperor, feeling somewhat awkward, offered a wry smile before nodding. "Truly, you are the future pillar of RDU, possessing a unique spirit." Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi, Hua Yaolao, and even the head of the Wanbao Pavilion displayed displeasure. It was evident that the emperor intended to protect this father-son duo, and those whom the emperor sought to shield were not to be trifled with, at least not openly. However, the emperor's next words plunged several hearts into despair. He cheerfully regarded Yang Wudi, as if making small talk, and remarked, "Isn't this Yang Qing? I heard that a dog from your household went missing a few days ago." Yang Wudi forced a smile, nodding indeed. "That dog has been with my family for many years, and we are quite attached, but we have yet to locate it." The emperor sighed. That must be an old dog by now. It likely sensed its impending demise and chose to spare its master the sorrow of witnessing its decline. It will be quite difficult to find. However, I have many dogs on my side, and I can send you a few pups when the time comes. Yang Wudi's lips twitched, yet he replied, "If I cannot find them, then so be it." The emperor nodded and then, with a curious expression, turned to the master of Wanbao Pavilion. "I heard that your esteemed establishment in Qingzhou has collapsed." Chang Tianshui's face also twitched as he responded, "I believe it was brought down by nefarious individuals. I have been seeking them these past few days." The emperor shook his head, visibly displeased, and remarked, "What do you mean by that, old sir? Do you believe in my governance of Daiyu? There still exists such malice?" Chang Tianshui fell silent. The emperor continued, "Surely, it was during construction that those people cut corners. Of course, this is also my responsibility. How about this? I shall assist you in rebuilding a grander establishment." The emperor offered ample courtesy, and Chang Tianshui found himself with little to say. Thus he replied, "Your Majesty speaks wisely. However, I still possess some modest wealth, so there is no need for your Majesty to exert yourself." The emperor smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze away from Hua Yaolao and looked at Xu Yuan, saying, "I have heard that you killed the leader of the Red Robe Society?" Xu Yuan had been silently observing, curious about the emperor's intentions, and was taken aback that his name was mentioned. Nevertheless, he affirmed, indeed. The emperor laughed. Well done, well done. I have long found the Red Robe Society to be quite disagreeable. Xu Yuan, you have rendered service. I must reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, Hua Yaolao's expression darkened like a bottomless pot. This was a veiled reference to her. Xu Yuan felt somewhat speechless. Why did the emperor always prefer to speak in riddles? The implications of his words would likely leave even those of lesser intellect pondering for quite some time. At that moment, the emperor tapped his head and declared, "Then I shall reward you with a residence. Do not think me stingy. Real estate in the imperial capital is quite expensive." After some contemplation, Xu Yuan ultimately decided to graciously accept the emperor's goodwill. "Thank you, your majesty." He did not bow, but merely expressed his gratitude verbally. Upon hearing this, the emperor inexplicably burst into hearty laughter. After laughing, he said no more, mounted his dragon carriage, and departed directly. Once the dragon carriage was no longer visible in the sky, Yang Wudi and the others let out a cold snort and left. There was no choice. His Majesty was no longer merely protecting individuals, but was now backing Xu Yuan. Under such circumstances, they dared not act recklessly. It was only then that Xu Xiaofan, with a shocked expression, pointed to the sky and asked, "Father, was that perverse individual just now the emperor?" Xu Yuan nodded. Xu Xiaofan's face fell into a state of disillusionment. Chapter 18. The Imperial Capital, the Xu family, the Empress's chamber. The emperor entered with a hearty laugh. At that moment, the dignified Empress Sun reclined lazily in a rocking chair, engrossed in her reading. Empress Sun, with her delicate features and fair, rosy complexion, possessed an enchanting beauty that could not be concealed even without the adornment of makeup. The emperor believed that the most esteemed individuals in the world ought to possess the most exquisite women, and he had indeed achieved this. Curiously, Empress Sun inquired, "What has brought you such joy?" She was the emperor's junior apprentice from his youth, and their bond was profound, allowing for open conversation. The emperor, not one to conceal his thoughts, replied with a smile, "Today, I discovered an exceptional vessel, merely 15 years of age, who has already broken into the innate realm." Empress Sun expressed mild surprise at the existence of such a prodigy. The emperor continued with a grin, "Indeed, should we utilize the sect's secret techniques to seize this vessel, we could certainly advance even further." He paused momentarily before adding, "However, there is a complication. This vessel's father is a swordsman." Upon hearing the term swordsman, Empress Sun was taken aback, sitting upright. Swordsmen are rare even in the Central Plains. Could he be from the sword sect? The mention of the sword sect caused her body to tremble once more. The sword sect, even in the Central Plains, it stood as one of the most formidable powers, far beyond their own capabilities. The emperor, however, shook his head. "No, I have investigated. He is merely a country bumpkin from a small place, and any sword cultivation he possesses is likely an accidental acquisition, with no substantial backing." With this revelation, Empress Sun breathed a sigh of relief. The emperor continued, "Yet the challenge lies in the fact that we cannot fabricate an identity. If we are to seize this vessel, it will be essential for that body to become my son and ascend to the throne." The emperor was unwilling to relinquish such a vast empire. Empress Sun reassured him, "There is no need to rush. We can first eliminate that swordsman and then employ some subtle means to obtain this son." The emperor pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there is no urgency, and I possess ample experience in such matters." Empress Sun shot a playful glance at the emperor. "At last, you have found a suitable outsider, sparing my sons from harm." The emperor chuckled. "Though your vessel is beautiful, the sons born from it may lack talent." Empress Sun pouted. "Then you must find me a better one this time." The emperor, while playfully roaming his hands, laughed heartily. "As you wish, as you wish." Meanwhile, on another front, it's time to leave. In a few days, it will be His Majesty's birthday celebration, and you have much to attend to. Upon hearing Ran Li's words, Li Bao could only nod helplessly. He approached the father and son, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Senior Xu, Brother Xiaofan, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Xu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, while Xu Xiaofan wore a look of astonishment. "How do you know my name is Xu Xiaofan?" he inquired, recalling the peculiar youth he had encountered in the cave, albeit under a different name at that time. Li Bao chuckled softly. I am Li Bao, the sixth prince of the Yu. In an instant, Xu Xiaofan grasped the situation. If the other party was indeed a prince, then their previous encounter could hardly be deemed coincidental. This was a blatant attempt at recruitment. In other words, upon his arrival in the imperial city, he had already been marked as the sixth prince's protege. Xu Xiaofan felt an involuntary urge to adjust his sleeves. However, Li Bao had already vanished like a whirlwind. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed nearby. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, prompting Xu Xiaofan to turn and look. To his astonishment, a burly man was lifting the plump figure of Zhang Hualong as if he were a mere chick. With his other hand, he relentlessly struck the ample flesh, producing sharp slaps that caused the fat to jiggle. Zhang Hualong pleaded for mercy. Father, I was wrong. I promised never to run away from home again. The burly man retorted, You won't get the chance. Today, I shall break your legs. The scene was indeed distressing. Finding that pleas for mercy were futile, Zhang Hualong shifted to cries for help. Su Laoshi, save me. Xu Xiaofan turned his head, choosing to ignore the commotion. The burly man, however, tossed Zhang Hualong aside and approached Su Yuan, patting his chest. I am Zhang Erniu. I heard my son speak of your kindness. Thank you for saving his life. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Su Yuan was somewhat taken aback. The man, aware of the multitude he had offended, still dared to speak thus, which spoke volumes of his character. Although Su Yuan might not require assistance from others, he smiled and replied, It is but a trivial matter. However, my son and I are newcomers. Our families could certainly look out for one another. Zhang Erniu nodded earnestly. That is only natural. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Erniu dragged Zhang Hualong away as if he were a lifeless dog. Witnessing this, Xu Xiaofan felt a sense of relief. I am fortunate to have such a good father. At that moment, Master Yuan, the fifth master of the Yuan family, arrived with Yuan Yaohua, the helm of the Yuan clan. The fifth master spoke first. Esteemed elder, this is my elder brother. Upon hearing the term esteemed elder, Yuan Yaohua appeared somewhat embarrassed. Su Yuan responded, There is no need for concern. Dear friend, we can discuss matters separately. Please do not feel awkward. With a smile, Yuan Yaohua handed over the deed to a property, stating, This is a residence recently bestowed by His Majesty, and I have been instructed to deliver it to you. Su Yuan accepted it with gratitude and departed with his son. The fifth master furrowed his brow, saying, Brother, we should seize this opportunity to establish a closer rapport. Shouldn't we? Su Yuan is a sword cultivator. I fear my brother is being short-sighted. Yet, Yuan Yaohua replied, Do not rush to make commitments. Let us observe further. After all, this father and son duo has offended far too many. Moreover, I believe that with Su Yuan's temperament, he is likely to provoke even greater troubles in the future. Xiao Wu, remember that in investment, it is not merely his current strength that matters, but the potential he may possess. The most crucial factor remains the individual's character. Therefore, for now, we should maintain a friendly relationship with him and avoid hostility. Upon hearing this, Master Yun Wu stroked his chin, appearing contemplative. In the imperial capital, outside a grand mansion spanning several acres, a eunuch awaited alongside a group of palace maidens. Upon noticing a young man clad in a blue robe approaching, accompanied by a handsome youth in white, the eunuch stepped forward, lifting his head high, and inquired in a sharp voice, Are you Su Yuan, the son of Xu Xiaofan? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan zipli hapfi maisi, the eunuch continued, These maidens are a gift from His Majesty, and from now on, they shall belong to the Su residence. The father and son exchanged puzzled glances. The eunuch pointed to a plaque above the vermilion gate, declaring, This plaque has been bestowed by His Majesty's own hand. They turned to observe the plaque, which was already emblazoned with the gilded characters Su Fu. Su Yuan nodded slightly, and then glanced at the striking maidens, addressing the eunuch. I do not require these maidens. Send them back. Upon hearing this, the eunuch, who had maintained a calm demeanor until then, was incredulous. His eyes widened in anger as he retorted, This is a gift from His Majesty. It is the imperial favor bestowed upon your Su family. Su Yuan, somewhat at a loss for words, replied, What he offers I do not want. Is that a problem? The eunuch exploded in outrage. You dare? This exclamation seemed to trigger a chain reaction, causing the maidens to kneel one after another. Xu Yuan responded with a swift slap, one that, although not forceful, was still beyond what a eunuch could withstand. The latter let out a cry, rolling sideways and landing on the ground, his teeth scattered about. As Xu Yuan and his son entered the Xu residence, a faint voice echoed from afar, "Clean the floor. Otherwise, you shall pay dearly." Subsequently, the doors of the Xu residence closed. The eunuch remained frozen in place for a long while, feeling a sense of grievance that nearly compelled him to weep. After serving as a eunuch for so many years, who had ever treated him with such disrespect? Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, kneeling and using his sleeve to wipe the blood from the ground, while cautiously collecting his fallen teeth. There was no way around it. Xu Yuan's final words had genuinely terrified him. He had no doubt that the man was capable of killing him. He had also heard tales of Xu Yuan's formidable reputation. Thus, he had even deviated from custom this time, refraining from asking for money. Yet, he never anticipated such an outcome. All he could do was embellish the events of the day when reporting to the emperor, silently wishing for the downfall of the Xu family. Upon entering the Xu residence, the entrance revealed a winding corridor, with pebbles adorning the path and artificial mountains standing tall, exuding an air of opulence. However, the father and son paid little attention to their surroundings as they busied themselves tidying up the courtyard and rooms. As Xu Xiaofan tidied his room, he pondered aloud, "Father, is it that you fear the palace maids might be the emperor's spies? But what about that eunuch you struck? What was the reason behind that?" "The eunuch was merely a target of my disdain," Xu Yuan replied, glancing in astonishment at his somewhat dim-witted son. Today, it seemed his intellect had sharpened a bit. After a prolonged silence, Xu Xiaofan decided to steer the conversation away from this topic. "Father, now that we have secured the emperor's protection, does that mean I need not join the hunting institute?" "Absolutely not," Xu Yuan responded earnestly. "Do you think they would easily let us off the hook? Do not harbor such naive thoughts. They merely hesitate to act overtly against us, but behind the scenes, they have countless methods to ensure that we meet our demise without a trace." Xu Xiaofan felt a twinge of confusion. How had his typically brash father become so cautious? He inquired, "But father, are you not a sword cultivator? I observed that they seemed quite intimidated by you today." Xu Yuan scoffed. "A sword cultivator? Do you think that is all there is to it? A sword cultivator is merely a practitioner of formidable strength. Strength does not equate to invincibility. If a conflict were to arise, I cannot guarantee victory. The only one I can see through is that individual from the Hua family. The other two may possess even greater prowess. Perhaps I could contend with one, but if all three were to unite, next year on this very day would mark the anniversary of our demise." He exaggerated for effect. Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan recognized the gravity of their situation and chose not to press the matter further. His enrollment in the Hunting Institute was no longer solely for his own sake. It was also for his father's. He understood that he was a burden. Only by securing the protection of the Hunting Institute could he allow his father to act freely without the constant worry for his safety. Chapter 19 Farewell, Shangguan Xiaoming. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. These have been the most tranquil days for Xu Xiaofan in a long while. No one had inexplicably harbored ill will towards him, nor had the Yang or Hua families come seeking vengeance. All he had to do was remain in his room, diligently practicing and await the arrival of the recruitment day for the Deer Institute. If possible, he wished such days could prolong a little longer. However, on the morning of the 3rd day, an unexpected visitor arrived. Indeed, it was that detestable 6th prince. If he were to compile a list of those he despised, Li Bao would undoubtedly occupy the top position. Thus, when he opened the door, Xu Xiaofan's expression was far from pleasant. He coldly inquired, "What do you want?" Li Bao, unfazed, wore a smile and replied, "Is Senior Xu available? I have a matter of great importance to discuss." Xu Xiaofan merely scoffed and said, "Follow me." Navigating through the winding corridor and stepping over the cobblestone path, they finally reached the courtyard, where Li Bao continued, "Brother Xiaofan, I did not intend to deceive you. I genuinely wished to save you at the time, but was unable to reach you in time." Xu Xiaofan retorted with a cold snort, "No need for further words. I have no desire to entangle myself with you. I simply wish to live a straightforward life, devoid of involvement in the struggles for imperial power. Li Bao, with a hint of resignation, responded, Brother Xiaofan, we are ultimately in the same boat. We share a common enemy in the Yang family. Even if our personal relationship is strained, it does not alter our positions. Stances do not change based on personal likes or dislikes. Xu Xiaofan's tone softened as he replied, I am well aware of that. There is no need for your reminder. I merely find you disagreeable. Li Bao fell into silence. In the midst of this prolonged quiet, they arrived at the front yard, where Xu Yuan sat beneath a large locust tree, meditating with his eyes closed. Li Bao remarked, Does the senior practice with such diligence every day? Xu Xiaofan answered, I forsake sleep and food, tirelessly day and night. Li Bao felt a twinge of shame, realizing that strength indeed comes with its reasons. At that moment, Xu Yuan opened his eyes and looked towards Li Bao, asking, What brings you here? Li Bao respectfully presented an invitation he had taken from his robe, saying, Senior, this is an invitation to His Majesty's 80th birthday celebration. If you're interested, you may take Brother Xiaofan along. Xu Xiaofan was somewhat taken aback. The emperor was already 80? Li Bao chuckled. He possesses the secret to longevity. Xu Xiaofan clicked his tongue. Wealth truly has its advantages. At that moment, Xu Yuan smiled and said, I shall not attend. Xiaofan, you should go. Xu Xiaofan quickly shook his head. No, I certainly will not. Xu Yuan's expression turned serious. Xiaofan, do you believe this to be merely an inconsequential banquet? Xu Xiaofan questioned in confusion. Is it not? Xu Yuan shook his head. It is certainly not. Xu Xiaofan pressed on. Then what is it? Xu Yuan replied earnestly. We have offended too many people, and quite severely at that. Yet we are but two individuals. We must rally some individuals to stand with us. At your Majesty's birthday banquet, all the dignitaries of the great you will surely gather. This presents a splendid opportunity. Your task is to cultivate relationships with these individuals. Even if you cannot win them over entirely, you must ensure they hold a favorable impression of the Xu family. Xu Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback by the words, and after a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. But father, wouldn't it be more effective for you to handle this? Xu Yuan unsheathed the Qingxian sword and plunged it into the ground, filling the air with an indomitable sword intent that was resolute and unyielding. He then pointed at the sword and declared, as a sword cultivator, engaging in such matters would compromise one's Dao heart. Xu Xiaofan's lips twitched at the remark. Xu Yuan had already risen, placed a hand on Xu Xiaofan's shoulder, and said earnestly, Xiaofan, our family relies on you now. With that, Xu Yuan sheathed his sword and retreated to his chamber. Xu Xiaofan fell into a contemplative silence. Beside him, Li Bao cautiously inquired, So, are you going or not? Xu Xiaofan sighed and asked, Where is it held, and when does it commence? Li Bao replied with delight, In the imperial city. At the hour of the dog. At the hour of the dog, Xu Xiaofan stood before the gates of the imperial city, suddenly confronted by a few lines of text. You have attended the emperor's birthday banquet. You have two choices. 1. Become the center of attention at this banquet. Reward, a card for experiencing the Sky Ascension realm. 2. Remain low-key until the banquet concludes. Reward, a long-distance teleportation talisman. Xu Xiaofan felt at this time he truly needed to bide his time. The long-distance teleportation talisman could serve as a vital safeguard. As for the first option, he was entirely unconcerned. The first option was utterly worthless. Moreover, he sensed that surviving this occasion would not pose a challenge, given the presence of so many prominent figures. For a mere nobody like himself to become the focal point was an insurmountable task. This was practically a reward handed to him without effort. With this thought, Xu Xiaofan produced the invitation and presented it to the guard at the entrance. The guard showed no signs of disdain despite Xu Xiaofan's plain attire. Instead, his face radiated with smiles. Who could be unaware that in this era, those who were true powerhouses, the real scions of influential families, often prefer to play the role of a humble pig to deceive the tiger? Thus, the more tattered the clothing, the more cautious the guard became. They even summoned palace maids to conduct the body search. Xu Xiaofan stretched out his arms, feeling the gentle touch of two delicate hands traversing his body, his face flushing slightly. Xu Xiaofan, you are still alive. However, at that moment, a furious roar echoed from a distance. Xu Xiaofan turned to look, momentarily speechless. The voice belonged to none other than Yang Feiyun. Xu Xiaofan had no intention of engaging with him and turned to leave. Yet at that instant, another voice rang out, commanding him to halt. This time, it was not Yang Feiyun, but Xu Xiaofan's former fiancé, Shangwan Chiyue. Sighing, Xu Xiaofan turned back, impatiently asking, "What do you both want?" Meanwhile, many onlookers had been drawn to the unfolding scene, pausing to observe. Shangwan Chu, disregarding everything, exclaimed with palpable fury, "Xu Xiaofan, I have made myself abundantly clear. Our engagement is no more. Why do you persist in this relentless pursuit? Is it truly amusing?" Xu Xiaofan was left utterly bewildered. How had he not previously discerned the depths of this woman's shamelessness? Consequently, he produced the invitation, declaring, "Do not misunderstand. I am not stalking you. I was invited here by the sixth prince." Shangwan Chiyue scoffed, "Xu Xiaofan, there is no need for such theatrics. You went so far as to forge an invitation just to follow me?" Xu Xiaofan fell into a profound silence. Yang Feiyun unleashed an imposing aura of innate power, his eyes glinting with menace. "Today marks the Emperor's birthday celebration, and I shall spare you for now. But mark my words, after today, your demise is inevitable." Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Was this the legendary Yang Feiyun of the Yang family? At such a young age, he had already reached innate realm. He was poised to become the next Yang Wudi. The Yang family was destined for another century of glory. Hearing this, Yang Feiyun smirked with satisfaction. Ever since his previous humiliation, he had secluded himself, fervently training with the vast resources of the Yang family until he broke through to the innate realm. Now, what capabilities did Xu Xiaofan possess to act so arrogantly before him? In terms of background, he could not compare to Yang Feiyun. In terms of strength, he was also inferior. "Even your fiancé, he belongs to me now." Yang Feiyun chuckled coldly to himself. He then took Shangwan Qiuyue's delicate hand, as if he were a triumphant general, and strode through the gates of the imperial city, basking in the astonished gazes of the crowd. At that moment, Shangwan Qiuyue glanced back at the composed Xu Xiaofan, standing amidst the throng, regarding him as a mere joke. Any lingering trace of regret within her heart evaporated. Xu Xiaofan, speechless, observed the retreating figures of the pair. After a brief pause, he blended into the crowd and entered the banquet. Chapter 20. The Old Father's Contentment. His son finally thrives. Strolling aimlessly through the secluded corners of the imperial city, Xu Xiaofan wandered across small bridges and flower-laden paths. He deliberately sought out less frequented areas, shunning the throngs of people. As for the task assigned by his father, it had long since slipped from his mind. The system's rewards were now his primary concern. Networking and forming friendships posed significant risks. As a diligent practitioner of the survivalist path, Xu Xiaofan naturally aimed to ensure his safety above all else. Moreover, if the Xu family were indeed in peril, possessing a teleportation talisman would be more advantageous than any other means of escape. In these times, one could never rely on mountains that may crumble or people who may flee. Suddenly, as he passed by a grove of trees, Xu Xiaofan heard a faint cry for help. Judging by the voice, it seemed to belong to a woman. Unmoved by her plight, he chose to turn a deaf ear and continued on his way, heroically rescuing a damsel in distress. Such notions were foreign to him. Only a fool would engage in such folly. However, before he could take more than a few steps, several imposing armored warriors emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. The leader, a particularly stout man, coldly inquired, "Young man, what did you just see or hear?" Feigning ignorance, Xu Xiaofan replied, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." The burly man regarded him with suspicion before instructing one of his companions, "Retrace the path that boy just walked." The armored soldier complied and returned shortly. The leader then asked, "What did you hear?" The soldier truthfully responded, "I heard cries for help." Xu Xiaofan's expression faltered. The burly man sneered, "Do you dare to deceive me?" Xu Xiaofan forced a sheepish smile and said, "Brother, I believe we can come to an understanding. Just pretend you never saw me. I assure you, I will not speak of this matter." The burly man shook his head resolutely, stating, "No, you must die today. If you live and any unforeseen events arise, it will be our lives at stake." With that, he and his men charged at Xu Xiaofan, weapons drawn. Military formation. Xu Xiaofan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He was aware that such formations were fearsome. The Xu family possessed a military formation capable of elevating even a few postnatal cultivators to formidable heights. The opponents before him were all at the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation, with their leader being a congenital master. Quite a predicament. Xu Xiaofan dared not underestimate them and unleashed all of his cultivation power. Upon activating his bull transformation, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his strength had doubled, a truly terrifying enhancement. He charged towards the stout leader, intending to confront the military formation head-on. With a single punch, the burly man was sent flying. The formation collapsed in an instant. The remaining postnatal cultivators were no match for him. In a matter of moments, he dispatched them with ease. Dusting off his hands, he prepared to leave. "Stop right there." Xu Xiaofan turned to see a disheveled man, his hair unkempt and his expression devoid of warmth. With an air of resignation, he inquired, "What do you want?" The man replied, "If you dare to speak of today's events, you shall meet your demise." Xu Xiaofan cast a disdainful glance at him and retorted, "Rest assured." He then turned to leave. However, the man, incensed by that look, drew a knife from his boot and lunged towards Xu Xiaofan's lower back. Swiftly, Xu Xiaofan pivoted and delivered a powerful kick, sending the man hurtling through the air. After a prolonged silence, the man lay motionless. Surprised, Xu Xiaofan approached him and sighed. "Is he dead?" Xu Xiaofan's mouth opened in disbelief. Based on his prior assessment, the man was at least a practitioner of the acquired realm. Xu Xiaofan had intentionally tempered the force of his kick, yet he had not anticipated that the man would be so easily incapacitated. Was it a matter of his inadequate cultivation, his frail physique, or perhaps a combination of both? At that moment, a disheveled woman emerged from the woods. She possessed a striking beauty, albeit marred by tear-streaked cheeks and bloodshot eyes, with prominent handprints evident on her face, lending a sense of fragility to her allure. Xu Xiaofan glanced at her before hastily averting his gaze, for she was clad in tattered rags that barely concealed her modesty. This sight profoundly shocked the still naive Xu Xiaofan. The woman, however, gazed in horror at the lifeless body on the ground, disbelief etched across her features. Sensing her distress, Xu Xiaofan's heart tightened as he asked, "Who is this man?" The woman's expression shifted dramatically before she finally replied, "It's nothing, merely a lecherous scoundrel." She then bowed slightly, saying, "I am Duanmu Ro. I am eternally grateful for your timely rescue. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan exhaled in relief, responding, "I am Su Laosher, a name I have carried since birth." "Su Laosher?" Duanmu Ro's expression turned peculiar, for the youth before her hardly seemed to embody the essence of honesty. Yet, her curiosity compelled her to ask, "I recall that there are no prominent families by the name of Su in the imperial capital." Xu Xiaofan rose and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Just a humble household." With that, he turned to depart. Once Xu Xiaofan had left, Duanmu Ro did not follow suit. Instead, she crushed a talisman in her hand and remained quietly in place. Moments later, a middle-aged man rushed towards her in a state of urgency. Upon arrival, he breathlessly exclaimed, "Sharo, what on earth are you doing here? What happened? Who did this?" Duanmu Ro replied plainly, "It was a failure." At her words, the concern in the man's face dissipated, replaced by a grim countenance. "What transpired?" he inquired. Duanmu Ro explained, "An unforeseen event occurred at a critical moment. A young man passed by and saved me. Damn it, that brat has thwarted our Duanmu family's plans." The middle-aged man's expression turned a deep shade of anger. After a long pause, he composed himself somewhat and asked, "Is your virginity intact?" Duanmu Ro lowered her head and replied, "It is no longer." The middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief, saying, "It is for the best that he is no longer with us. Even if we cannot catch him red-handed, there remains some room for maneuver. Rest assured, my dear Ro, I shall ensure your ascent to the position of the crown princess. I will even assist you in claiming the title of Empress. At that time, our Duanmu family shall rank as the 5th prominent family in the imperial capital." Duanmu Ro remained silent, her head lowered further. The man sensed something amiss and inquired, "Where's the crown prince?" Duanmu Ro stepped aside, revealing the lifeless body on the ground, causing the man to collapse in shock, trembling uncontrollably. "What? The crown prince is dead? Who in the world would dare to kill him? Am I mad? Or is it he who has lost his mind?" After an indeterminate amount of time, the middle-aged man rose again, his voice trembling as he asked, "Was it that passing youth who did this?" Duanmu Ro nodded. The man gasped for breath. "What is his name?" Duanmu Ro replied enigmatically, "Xu Laoshi." The middle-aged man sneered coldly. Yet Duanmu Ro pressed, "Father, what shall we do next?" The man glanced at his daughter, feeling a pang of regret. If she were not a woman, her composure alone would surely qualify her for the helm of the Duanmu family in the future. Yet alas, she was female, therefore she lacked the right to inherit the Duanmu estate. Such was the custom. With a heavy sigh, the middle-aged man declared, "This situation is exceedingly troublesome. The crown prince's death cannot be concealed. Soon, his majesty will undoubtedly launch an investigation. Should our family be implicated, the Duanmu clan will face annihilation. Even if we did not slay the crown prince, we would still be entangled in the aftermath of his demise. Even if his majesty were to spare us, the Yang family, loyal to the crown prince, would certainly not forgive us. Thus, we must ensure that this matter does not reach our family. We must find a scapegoat." Duanmu Ro pondered aloud. "Father, do you mean that youth?" The middle-aged man nodded affirmatively. "Precisely. He must be used as a scapegoat, and we must act swiftly to eliminate him. He must not be allowed to divulge any details." The two conspired quietly amidst the trees. At that moment, perched upon a towering tree, Xu Yuan listened with keen interest. He had been trailing Xu Xiaofan all along. With his current prowess, it was effortless for him to remain undetected. Originally, he had feared his son would falter and sought to seize an opportunity for some enterprise. Little did he expect that his son would take such decisive action, ultimately resulting in the crown prince's demise. The consequences of slaying a crown prince were all too clear. He would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from the entire Diyu dynasty. However, Xu Yuan remained unperturbed. This was precisely what he desired. With his feet resting upon the foliage, he gazed up at the exceptionally full moon, feeling quite satisfied. At last, his son had made a name for himself. Chapter 21. "So, you all bully honest people, do you?" Xu Xiaofan made his way to the palace where the birthday banquet was being held. The area was bustling with people, yet he wished to avoid any further unpleasant encounters. At this moment, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. The lives he had taken surely belonged to individuals of significance. Such connections would inevitably lead to investigation. And once that began, the visage of the beautiful woman named Duanmu Ro surfaced in his mind, prompting him to shake his head. It was unlikely she would expose him. After all, he had saved her life. A debt of gratitude, though not necessarily reciprocated with physical intimacy, should at the very least warrant her discretion, should it not? With this thought in mind, Xu Xiaofan soon stumbled upon a familiar face. However, their meeting under these circumstances felt rather awkward. In a corner of the palace, a rotund man was being assaulted by a group of similarly aged young aristocrats. Xu Xiaofan, at that moment, felt a twinge of relief. Had he agreed to associate with this individual previously, he would likely be sharing in the beating. After a brief hesitation and ensuring he would not jeopardize his mission, Xu Xiaofan resolved to lend a hand. After all, they shared a bond forged in life and death. With that determination, he strode forward, raising his voice, "Gentlemen, let's not act in haste." The richly attired youths turned to him, as did the beleaguered rotund man, whose eyes brimmed with tears. One young man, puzzled, inquired, "Who the hell are you?" Xu Xiaofan pointed towards Zhang Hualong and replied, "I am his friend. Perhaps you could show him some leniency?" "Show leniency?" The youths exchanged knowing glances, and one asked, "Which family do you belong to?" Xu Xiaofan clasped his hands in respect and replied, "The Xu family." The young men looked at one another in confusion. "Have you heard of the Xu family?" They collectively shook their heads. One of them scoffed, "What is the Xu family? Why should this young master grant you any favor?" Xu Xiaofan responded earnestly. Our Su family has only recently arrived in the imperial capital. At this, the crowd erupted in laughter, save for Zhang Hualong, who gazed at them with pity. The Su family. Could they be unaware of its reputation? In these times, to offend the Su family was to invite misfortune. The Su father and son were indeed formidable figures. Just then, the group of young aristocrats, having finished their mocking laughter, charged at Xu Xiaofan. Yet in the blink of an eye, they were sent hurtling back with even greater speed. Zhang Hualong sprang to his feet, grinning at Xu Xiaofan, and then unleashed his powerful feet upon each of the assailants, driving their heads into the hard earth until he was satisfied. He then embraced Xu Xiaofan. His voice choked with emotion as he said, "Thank goodness you arrived in time, or I might have been beaten to death." Xu Xiaofan forcibly extricated himself from the embrace, walking away while remarking, "Zhang, your situation is rather dire. Senti it? Aren't you a member of the Zhang family? One of the four great families of the capital? How could you be assaulted in broad daylight without anyone intervening?" Zhang Hualong followed, letting out a sigh. "My Zhang family is small in number, and I possess few friends. Naturally, no one comes to my aid. As for my father, he believes that youthful vigor leads to such occurrences and insists I focus on my cultivation." Xu Xiaofan felt a twinge of sympathy and remarked, "Fear not, brother Zhang. Should any troubles arise, you have me by your side." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hualong was somewhat moved, yet chose to refrain from further words. Sometimes, unspoken sentiments must be demonstrated through actions. Regardless, he had recognized Xu as his brother. The two meandered about for approximately half an hour before the banquet commenced in earnest. In an instant, melodious strains filled the air. Naturally, individuals of their standing, like Xu Xiaofan and Zhang Hualong, were not permitted entry into the hall. They were confined to the banquet outside, observing the performers on the open stage in synchrony with the court within. Shortly thereafter, the ceremonial gift-giving commenced, a cherished tradition of the royal family of Du. Regardless of whether it was a birthday celebration or a wedding feast, this segment was indispensable. Esteemed families of high status and great power presented their tributes on this day, signifying their allegiance and highlighting the royal grandeur. Within the royal court, the more distinguished the individual, the more influential the families presenting gifts. The emperor's stature, of course, was self-evident. Following customary protocol, the first to present gifts were the various princes and princesses, succeeded by the four prominent families, and thereafter by influential ministers and somewhat lesser clans. This segment, though lengthy, was typically the most captivating, for each item presented was a treasure of immeasurable worth. However, today, the proceedings encountered an unexpected halt at the outset. The eunuchs repeatedly called out, "We invite the crown prince to present his gift." They shouted several times, their voices hoarse. Yet the crown prince's figure remained conspicuously absent. At this moment, both the crowd inside and outside the hall began to stir restlessly. In such a formal setting, particularly involving the crown prince, any misstep would certainly result in severe repercussions. The entourage of the crown prince began to sweat profusely. Meanwhile, Zhang Hualong, casually munching on sunflower seeds, turned to Xu Xiaofan and remarked, "I reckon the crown prince is in for a severe reprimand shortly." Xu Xiaofan was also cracking seeds, but bore a demeanor that suggested a lack of interest in the unfolding drama. As far as the royal affairs were concerned, he preferred silence, for they held no relevance to him. His only desire was to remain composed and finish his meal. At that moment, Zhang Hualong suddenly pointed excitedly in a particular direction and exclaimed, "Look, Xu! Quickly take a look." Instinctively, Xu Xiaofan turned to glance. In the next instant, he stood frozen in place. There was a familiar figure, the very woman, Duanmu Rou, whom he had saved not long ago. The woman had not donned a new attire, but instead appeared even more disheveled, garbed in scanty fabric. As she moved, she inadvertently revealed glimpses of her form. This perhaps was the very reason for her striking presence. Duanmu Rou traversed the red carpet at the center of the banquet, barefoot, her delicate toes and fair instep exposed. With each step, she ascended the cold steps towards the brightly lit, ancient, and solemn hall. The gazes of the onlookers greedily swept over every inch of her exposed skin. Akin to ravenous wolves, Tears streamed down Duanmu Ro's face, yet her steps remained unwavering. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Is this not the cherished jewel of the Duanmu family? What has befallen her? It is evident that someone has violated her. She intends to seek imperial justice. Who among them, fearing for their life, would dare to lay hands on a maiden from the Duanmu family, especially in such a public setting? One would need 100 heads to pay for such an affront. It is akin to an old man consuming arsenic, courting death. As the whispers swirled, Duanmu Ro reached the entrance of the Grand Hall. She was halted by the armored guards. Instead of advancing, she knelt down. Her voice, frosty and resolute, proclaimed, I, Duanmu Ro, have urgent matters to discuss with His Majesty the Emperor. In the next moment, the melodious and jubilant music within the hall ceased. Following a commotion, the Emperor of Daiyu appeared at the Grand Hall's entrance. On this day of celebration, he donned not the dragon robe, but rather a loose, scholarly robe that exuded an air of intellectual elegance, though the partially open garment lent a hint of wildness to his appearance. At this moment, the Emperor squinted, looking down upon the kneeling Duanmu Ro, and instead of reproaching her, he inquired with mild curiosity, What is the matter? Duanmu Ro bowed deeply, unable to rise, her voice trembling as she began to narrate her tale. With each word she uttered, the vibrant atmosphere in the hall dwindled, descending into an oppressive silence. Ultimately, countless spectators gasped in horror. Some wept bitterly, others collapsed on the ground, while many stared in stunned disbelief. Even the esteemed figures, who usually held themselves high, exhibited drastic changes in countenance. In the end, even the current Prime Minister, Yang Wudi, could not contain his outrage, exclaiming, You shameless wretch! Have you gone mad to speak such nonsense here? You deserve death. Alas, Yang Qing, please remain calm. The Emperor smiled, gesturing dismissively as he addressed Duanmu Ro with an impassive demeanor. Are you suggesting that someone sought to harm you during my birthday banquet? And my dear son, the current crown prince, happened to pass by and intervened? Subsequently, he was overpowered and slain by that villain. Duanmu Ro trembled all over. Her forehead pressed firmly to the ground, struggling to utter two words. Indeed, indeed. Upon saying this, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, deceiving such a sovereign instills profound dread. Duanmu Ro observed that even upon revealing the prince's demise, the emperor remained composed, as though it were not his own son who had perished. This was evident from the emperor's earlier tone. At that moment, the emperor posed a crucial question. Then, according to your account, who is it that murdered my dear son? Duanmu Ro took a deep breath, summoning her courage once more to declare. He claimed his name is Xu Xiaofan, yet I suspect it is an alias. However, I recognize him. I vividly remember his face. Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would still identify him. Oh, the emperor gestured towards the crowd below, as well as the ministers behind him, and said, Then assist me in finding this murderer. I too wish to see who possesses the audacity to commit such a heinous act. Duanmu Ro rose, her gaze sweeping over the assembled ministers. All were filled with trepidation, yet her eyes did not linger. Instead, she turned to address those in the hall. Soon, her expression brightened. Pointing in a particular direction, she declared, It is he, indeed, Xu Xiaofan. The crowd collectively turned to look. Among the throng, Xu Xiaofan's eyes had lost their focus. He fixated on the extinguished second option in midair, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Could this truly lead to such unexpected turmoil? Chapter 22, I am curious to see who dares to harm my son. Damn it, Brother Xu, what have you done? Zhang Hualong was utterly astonished. According to the woman's earlier words, his brother not only violated a young lady, but also inadvertently eliminated the crown prince. That was the crown prince, the future ruler of Daiyu. Is it so easy to kill? At that moment, Xu Xiaofan was equally bewildered. Wait, did I kill the crown prince? How was I unaware of this? After a long pause, he forcefully steadied his emotions and said, Brother Zhang, would you believe me if I said things are not as they appear? Zhang Hualong's gaze flickered. Then he nodded. I trust you, Brother Xu. He pondered for a moment and added, But you must hold on for a while. I will call my father for assistance. He has important matters at the military camp outside the city today. With that, he dashed away in a flash. Xu Xiaofan watched his retreating figure, feeling a touch of gratitude. However, at that moment, he found himself encircled by a group of armored soldiers clad in golden armor. The emperor's personal guard, the Yuan Wei. Undoubtedly, this was the most elite force in Yu, with each member being a master at the Lingkong realm. When combined in formation, their power was exceedingly formidable. Faced with such an army, Xu Xiaofan found himself utterly powerless to resist. Any act of defiance would undoubtedly lead to death. Thus, he surrendered without a struggle. Soon, he was escorted before the emperor. A sudden wave of intense déjà vu washed over him. He glanced at the emperor, who inquired oddly, "Is your childhood name Su Laoshi?" Xu Xiaofan nodded. After uttering this phrase, the emperor fell silent, choosing not to speak further, but instead patiently awaited what would unfold. Xu Xiaofan turned to the side and asked the perplexed Duanmu Rou, "I saved your life. Why do you accuse me?" Duanmu Rou retorted venomously, "Shameless." Xu Xiaofan's breath involuntarily quickened. "Miss Duanmu, we should have no grievances between us, should we?" With a bitter smile, Duanmu Rou replied, "No grievances? You vile scoundrel, you have sullied me, and yet you claim there are no grievances? I wish nothing more than to devour your flesh and drink your blood." Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan furrowed his brow. He felt that the person before him was utterly different from the young lady he had just encountered. The disparity was too vast. Is this what women are like? Moreover, he could not fathom why she would act in such a manner, even if he truly had killed the crown prince. Why would she further label him as a scoundrel? It made no sense. To protect her honor? Yet, appearing here clad in such attire was clearly a self-destructive act. To preserve her own safety? Yet she was the one who had been wronged. Or was this all orchestrated by the emperor to maintain the royal dignity? From a personal perspective, contemplating from a conspiratorial angle, the more he thought, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Xu Xiaofan felt his mind was inadequate for the task. At that moment, several soldiers hurriedly brought forth a corpse before the emperor. The leader trembled as he stammered, "Your Majesty." His throat felt constricted, rendering him speechless. Yet, many had already discerned the identity of the lifeless body upon the ground. The crown prince. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. The emperor cast a casual glance and addressed Xu Xiaofan. "Was it you?" Xu Xiaofan felt a cold sweat drench his back. Regardless of the circumstances, the enmity of killing a son is irreconcilable. Even if it was justified, even if it was unintentional, the reality remains. Thus, he candidly admitted, "It was I." He understood that arguing would be futile. Others could investigate. Hence, it was better to simply confess. At that moment, his mind raced with thoughts of whether his teleportation talisman would suffice. Could he escape? Committing such a grave crime as killing the crown prince would undoubtedly lead to the annihilation of his entire family. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi, standing beside the emperor, was trembling, not from fear but from rage. The Yang family was ruined. The crown prince, cultivated over countless years of resources, was gone, and the Yang family would have to support another prince. This would require immense resources once more. Xu Xiaofan had not merely killed the crown prince. He had severed half of the Yang family's life. Yang Wudi glared at Xu Xiaofan with a gaze as cold as ice. "You little brat. Even if the heavenly king were to descend today, he could not save you." Nearby, the leaders of the Hua and Yun families remained silent, smiling to themselves. With the crown prince gone, the prince they supported would naturally have chance. Xu Xiaofan was destined to die. The emperor observed their expressions and waved his hand at Yang Wudi, saying, "Why does it seem that my son's death troubles you more than it troubles me?" Yang Wudi quickly stepped back, choosing silence. At such a moment, it was wise not to be a fence-sitter. Xu Xiaofan was surely to die, and the Xu family would be extinguished. The emperor retained his calm demeanor as he addressed Xu Xiaofan. "Do you understand the consequences of killing a prince?" Xu Xiaofan licked his dry lips and replied, "Annihilation of my entire family." The emperor inquired with interest, "Aren't you afraid?" Xu Xiaofan responded, "Naturally, I am afraid." The emperor narrowed his eyes. "Then why do you appear so unperturbed? Is it because of a good father?" Xu Xiaofan clarified, "It is not that. I know I am destined to die, and resistance is futile, so I await my end with resignation." The emperor's lips curled into a slight smile. How very honest of you. At that moment, the sixth prince, Li Bao, rushed forward and knelt before the emperor, saying, "Father, I believe there is something amiss with this matter. Please allow your son to investigate thoroughly before making a decision. 3 days. I only require 3 days." Li Bao was filled with regret. He had never anticipated that events would escalate to this point. Had he known, he would not have summoned Xu Xiaofan. Initially, upon hearing of the crown prince's demise, he felt a twinge of delight. Yet, he never imagined the culprit would be Xu Xiaofan. The emperor finally displayed a look of impatience, saying, "You wish to plead for someone who has slain his own kin?" Li Bao bowed deeply, declaring, "Not at all. Your Majesty, I merely believe this matter requires a thorough investigation. We cannot allow my brother to die in vain." The emperor snorted and said, "All evidence and witnesses are present. What more is there to investigate?" Li Bao retorted, "Testimonies are merely one-sided. How can one place faith in such biased accounts?" The emperor chuckled coldly. "You dare lecture me? Enough. I have no desire for further discourse. Be gone." Li Bao was promptly escorted away. The emperor then turned to Xu Xiaofan and said, "In that case, elucidate the events surrounding this matter." Xu Xiaofan nodded, acknowledging that the crown prince was indeed murdered. Yet he wished to assert that he was no lecherous criminal. "I can admit to my deeds, but I shall not be falsely accused for actions I did not commit." Just then, Duanmu Rose suddenly drew a hairpin from her hair and lunged it towards Xu Xiaofan's chest. All present were masters of combat. Had anyone wished to intervene, Duanmu Rose would not have moved an inch. Yet no one stopped her. Thus, the onlookers witnessed the silver hairpin pierce Xu Xiaofan's chest. However, after penetrating his garment, it halted abruptly. Duanmu Rose's expression froze. Despite her efforts, it would not penetrate further. Xu Xiaofan, restrained by 2 guards, was unable to move and turned pale with fright. Yet, upon realizing that the silver hairpin could not pierce his skin, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, marveling at the formidable prowess of the divine demon refinement technique. Of course, the primary reason was that Duanmu Rose's strength was not particularly formidable, merely at the 3rd level of the acquired realm. Observing her futile attempts to poke at his chest, Xu Xiaofan sighed. "Though this garment is somewhat worn, it is still quite valuable. Please do not ruin it." Before he could finish, another figure dashed from among the ministers behind the emperor. The crowd gasped. It was the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Duanmu Shan. He approached without a weapon, striking directly at Xu Xiaofan's face with a palm. The peak of the Void Realm unleashed its full power. The force of the strike was unmistakable. The gust from the blow stung Xu Xiaofan's cheeks. Yet again, no one intervened. Xu Xiaofan gritted his teeth, preparing to shatter the teleportation talisman hidden in his sleeve, when suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the horizon. "Who dares to harm my son?" Before the words could fade, a blood-red sword whizzed past Xu Xiaofan's face, instantaneously piercing through Duanmu Shan's body. He collapsed breathless. The sword then lodged itself firmly in the ground just a step away from the emperor. The crowd was astonished. The imperial guards swiftly surrounded the emperor, forming a defensive formation. Hua Yaolao's eyes brightened as she appeared before the blood sword, attempting to seize it. However, it would not budge. Her face contorted with rage. This sword was a treasured heirloom of her family, acquired through peril. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Look!" Everyone turned their gaze toward the distant horizon. There, a figure clad in a blue robe soared through the air on a sword, arriving in an instant. The majority of those present were awestruck. A sword cultivator? Who is this person? Yet Xu Xiaofan turned his head to glance, with a hint of concern in his gaze. This was the imperial palace, teeming with formidable experts. "Father, do you truly believe you can stride in here so boldly and prevail?" Chapter 23. The traitor Xu's conspiracy, deserving of death. The sword cultivator. Who is this person? Could he be from the central continent? Confusion enveloped the crowd. Thus far, apart from those who had interacted with the Xu family, no one in the imperial capital recognized this father and son duo. At that moment, Yang Wudi soared into the air, sneering. "Xu the traitor, your son has slain the crown prince. You have just murdered a high-ranking official. This is a grave act of treason. Today, both of you shall perish." It would be wise to surrender. Xu Yuan merely chuckled coldly. My son kills for his own reasons. As for my actions, it is because that old fool failed to recognize his place. Have you not heard the saying? Yang Wudi furrowed his brow. What saying? Su Yuan scoffed, stating, when the Son of Heaven commits a crime, he is equal to the commoners. Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted into chaos. The idea that the Son of Heaven is equal to the commoners is utterly outrageous. The Emperor is supreme. This world belongs to him. How could he be at fault? The Emperor's lips twitched as he regarded Xu Yuan suspended in the air, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Xu the traitor, you are exceedingly bold. Simultaneously, Hua Yaolao ascended into the sky, fixating her icy smile upon Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan glanced at the two and instinctively inquired, what about the other one? Yang Wudi, his robes billowing, coldly huffed. The old pavilion master has matters to attend to today and could not come. But within the imperial city, there are countless experts. Even in his absence, you shall still meet your end. As he spoke, he cast his gaze downward. Immediately, his brow furrowed. Apart from the experts of the Yang and Hua families, none of the others, be they from the imperial guards or various clans, showed any intent to intervene. It was clear to everyone that the Yang and Hua families bore a grudge against this mysterious sword cultivator. Therefore, why should they assist? Killing this sword cultivator would bring them no benefit. Instead, it would jeopardize their own interests. Most critically, the Emperor had not issued an order. Yang Wudi's expression darkened slightly as he discreetly glanced at the Emperor. After years of being by his side, he still could not discern the man's thoughts. Truly terrifying. Thus, it seemed their two families would have to join forces. However, at that moment, Hua Yaolao shifted her tone. Return my Hua family's treasure possession, and I shall withdraw today. You, Yang Wudi, pointing at the woman beside him, seethed. Foolish woman. If we join forces to eliminate this child, the treasure will still be yours. Yet Hua Yaolao retorted, without absolute certainty, I do not wish to engage with the sword cultivator. Then, she turned to Xu Yuan and asked, what say you? Xu Yuan smiled and replied, you may attack together. Hua Yaolao's expression turned frosty. How ungrateful! In the next moment, the blood slaughter sword and the azure profound sword to Xu Yuan's sides. Sword control technique. This was a sword technique that Xu Yuan had comprehended over the past few days. With sword control, he could strike without using his hands. Hua Yaolao ceased her chatter, exchanging a glance with Yang Wudi before charging towards Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan scanned the two of them. At the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm stood one, while the other had indeed cultivated to the legendary Purple Mansion realm. The Purple Mansion, within the depths of the divine concealment, the liquid essence of energy once again condensed, transforming into a grand edifice formed of this vital force. This mansion possessed the ability to commune with the powers of heaven and earth. Thus, upon transcending to the Purple Mansion, one would no longer need to worry about the reserves of energy. Every move and technique would draw upon the forces of the cosmos. This delineates the most fundamental disparity between great realms, a gap that only widens with progression. Yet, in this world, there always exist exceptions. Such is the case with sword cultivators. Two swords, imbued with indomitable sword intent, manifested as one red and one blue streak, hurtling towards the two individuals. Yang Wudi conjured the Purple Mansion to barely fend off the assault, while Hua Yaolao was injured in an instant. The aftermath of their clash sent both powerful figures reeling, bloodied and thrown back. In that moment, the superiority was unmistakable. The two exchanged glances mid-air, both sensing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. The sword cultivator was astonishingly formidable. Not only did he transcend realms, but he also faced two opponents simultaneously, and they were being overwhelmed. A feeling of indignation surged within them, a shared sentiment. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan, while engaged in battle, remained vigilant about his son's situation below. He could not afford to be unconcerned, for the royal city was teeming with experts, any one of whom could swiftly eliminate Xu Xiaofan. Even with the old grandpa's protection, Xu Yuan was still somewhat uneasy. It was primarily due to the inscrutable, smiling tiger of an emperor, whose presence offered little sense of security. However, the fact that the system had not escalated indicated that the emperor had yet to harbor any lethal intentions towards Xu Xiaofan. At that moment, Yang Wudi and Hua Yaolao were seething with rage. Their adversary was distracted. This was a blatant sign of disrespect towards them. In an instant, their offensive became even more ferocious. At the entrance of the Grand Hall, Duanmu Rou gazed at Xu Xiaofan with frenzied intensity, exclaiming in her mind why he was not killed. Yet, no one paid her any heed. Since the emperor had not issued a command, no one dared to act. The emperor despised those who took matters into their own hands. Thus, they were obliged merely to follow orders. Meanwhile, the emperor's attention was not on Xu Xiaofan, but rather on the unfolding battle high above his interest peak. Observing this, Duanmu Rou snatched a long sword from a nearby soldier and aimed a strike at Xu Xiaofan's neck. However, the blade merely grazed his neck, leaving behind a slight mark. Even so, Xu Xiaofan shivered in shock. How absurd! A practitioner of the survival path found himself in a position to offer his neck for a strike. How far he had come. Xu Xiaofan, unwilling to squander any more time with this madwoman, unleashed his void step. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. The two airborne feathered guards were left bewildered. Where had he gone? The emperor glanced down, his eyes narrowing into slits. No one could discern his thoughts. Only those close enough would notice the emperor's fingers fidgeting. It was a subconscious gesture that indicated his surprise, understood only by those sufficiently familiar with the emperor's demeanor. A few members of the imperial guards intended to recapture Xu Xiaofan, but the emperor declared, "Let him be." Without a moment's hesitation, they returned to their ranks. The emperor then contemplated for a moment and transmitted a message. No one from the old generation is to move. This command resonated with every cultivator above the Ling Kong realm within the imperial city, leaving them in a state of shock. The prince's faction, who harbored intense animosity towards Xu Xiaofan, could only remain obediently in place, too fearful to make a move. Despite the emperor's usual amiable demeanor and lack of imperial airs, should he become serious, disobedience would result in dire consequences. This was a lesson steeped in blood. When Xu Xiaofan reappeared, he found himself at the foot of the Grand Hall steps, several hundred meters away. He gasped for breath, feeling utterly exhausted. Upon further examination of his energy reserves, he discovered that his vast reservoir within was now more than half depleted. This revelation indicated that his maximum teleportation distance was merely 200 meters, a terrifyingly high consumption of spiritual energy. With this thought, Xu Xiaofan refocused, preparing to leave this place of turmoil. Given the current circumstances, his departure would alleviate pressure on his father. Little thief Xu, where do you think you're running? However, fate was not on his side. Soon, a group of individuals obstructed his path. The attire of these individuals revealed them to be young scions of noble families, with the leader being none other than the familiar Yang Feiyun. Xu Xiaofan's murderous intent surged as he fixed his gaze upon them and declared, "Step aside now, and you may yet preserve your lives." Chapter 24. Is Xu Xiaofan perhaps a bastard? At this moment, Xu Xiaofan harbored thoughts akin to those of a desperate fugitive. To him, the act of slaying a prince was no different from that of extinguishing the life of a young master from the Yang family. Both were mere acts of murder. Yang Feiyun, however, pointed at himself and laughed, exclaiming, "What? Kill me? Little Xu, have you lost your mind? What gives you the right to take my life?" The crowd behind him erupted into laughter. For Yang Feiyun was the pride of the Yang family and had only recently achieved a breakthrough into the innate realm. This news had sent shockwaves through the imperial capital. Such a young, innate master was indeed a rarity. Yet, in the next instant, Xu Xiaofan appeared before Yang Feiyun and delivered a swift kick to his chest. A sickening crack resounded. Yang Feiyun crumpled to the ground, his chest shattered, lifeless. He could not be more dead. A one-hit kill? The expressions of the gathered noble youths froze in disbelief. Their mouths twitched uncontrollably. Some even wet themselves in shock. After all, this was the young master of the Yang family, the heir of the foremost clan in the imperial capital, the sole son of Yang Wudi. He had just perished so easily. The crowd wore faces of utter incredulity, some even questioning their own reality. Most shockingly, Yang Feiyun was an innate master. How could he be so effortlessly dispatched? Xu Xiaofan, unfazed by their astonishment, charged into the crowd. He was not foolish. He understood that time was of the essence. Failure meant death. To his surprise, as he plunged into the throng, he found the noble youths already scattering in terror without him needing to lift a finger. This, in fact, made things easier for him. Ignoring the furious shouts of Shangwan Xiuyue, he sprinted towards the city gates. However, after only a few strides, he was intercepted. Li Bao. Xu Xiaofan furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you trying to stop me?" Li Bao shook his head and replied, "Brother Xu, even if I don't stop you, you won't be able to escape." Noticing the lack of hostility from Li Bao, Xu Xiaofan relaxed slightly, albeit still puzzled. "Why is that?" Li Bao sighed. "The entire imperial city has been surrounded by the feathered forest guards." Xu Xiaofan pondered for a moment and inquired, "How many feathered forest guards are there?" Understanding Xu Xiaofan's line of thought, Li Bao responded, "Brother Xu, each feathered forest guard possesses strength at the Ascendant Realm, and they're also trained in military formations. Most critically, there are 3,000 of them outside the city. Anyone who attempts to leave will meet their demise." 3,000. Xu Xiaofan gapet in shock. This meant that there were currently 3,000 trained experts at the Ascendant Realm outside the city. Was there truly no escape? Furthermore, he was uncertain whether the teleportation talisman in his possession could bypass the military formation's restrictions. In the face of such a formidable blockade, even the Zifu would struggle to flee. Xu Xiaofan instinctively glanced at his father, who stood aloof in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, a serene expression on his face. This sight brought him a measure of comfort. He then asked, "Is there any way out?" Li Bao sighed once more. "There is only one option available now. If we continue to dawdle, it will inevitably lead to disaster." Xu Xiaofan, speaking rapidly, urged, "Do not keep me in suspense." Li Bao Dao, "I know that Brother Xu would not kill without reason. Thus the only course of action is to explain myself to my father, the Emperor." Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan's expression darkened. Explain? He had slain the Emperor's beloved son. How could any reasonable person be inclined to hear his explanation? Xu Xiaofan retorted, "You cannot be serious. How could your father possibly listen to me? He must loathe me to the core." However, Li Bao suddenly chuckled to himself, saying, "Brother Xu, you seem to have jumped to conclusions. Have you not heard the saying?" Xu Xiaofan, puzzled, instinctively inquired, "What saying?" Li Bao, with an enigmatic tone, replied, "The imperial family is devoid of affection. In the realm of emperors, sentiment is a mere illusion. Only interests hold sway." Xu Xiaofan fell silent. Li Bao continued, "My father possesses unfathomable strength, surrounded by formidable talents. If he wished to eliminate you, you would never have reached this point. Of course, I cannot fathom why he has chosen not to do so. Perhaps it is due to your father, or some other reason altogether. In any case, as a son, I can sense a fragment of his thoughts. My father is waiting for you." Xu Xiaofan, bewildered, pondered, "Wait for me? For my explanation? Why would he wait for me? This seems illogical." Li Bao glanced toward the hall and urged, "Brother Xu, you should give it a try. This may be your only chance at survival." After a moment's hesitation, Xu Xiaofan ultimately turned and sprinted towards the Emperor. Before long, he was intercepted by several imperial guards. The Emperor cast a glance at Xu Xiaofan and commanded, "Let him approach." Xu Xiaofan, feeling a twinge of apprehension, stood before the Emperor. The Emperor wore a broad smile, which only heightened Xu Xiaofan's unease. Just an hour prior, he had taken the life of the Emperor's son. After a prolonged silence, as Xu Xiaofan remained mute, the Emperor prompted, "Please explain yourself." Xu Xiaofan exhaled deeply and began his narrative. Meanwhile, Duanmu Rou attempted to rush forward to silence him, but this time, she was ruthlessly restrained by several imperial guards. All she could do was watch in despair. As anticipated, the Emperor's countenance grew increasingly dark, and by the conclusion of Xu Xiaofan's account, he shot a sharp glare at Duanmu Rou. The Emperor remarked, "Your Duanmu family possesses quite the ambition, do they not? Crown Princess?" Duanmu Rou's complexion shifted dramatically, and she knelt, sobbing softly. With the emperor's keen perception, he instantly discerned the Duanmu family's ulterior motives. This revelation jolted Xu Xiaofan into clarity. Reflecting on past events, he finally untangled the inconsistencies. Duanmu Rou had deliberately sought to be humiliated by the crown prince, with the ultimate goal of ascending to the position of crown princess. Following the emperor's demise, the crown prince would naturally rise to power, and thus the crown princess would become the empress. The Duanmu family aimed to elevate themselves, even plotting against the emperor, seeking to use the Yang family as a stepping stone. For the crown prince had initially been supported by the Yang family. The Duanmu family sought to exploit the situation without consequence, and he, unwittingly, had stumbled into this intricate scheme, inadvertently appending the chessboard as an innocent bystander. Undoubtedly, the notions held by the Duanmu family are, in essence, quite naive. The consequence of such naivety is their inevitable downfall. It is merely a matter of time. Upon grasping these truths, Xu Xiaofan found himself at a loss, unsure whether to weep or to laugh. Regardless of whether this calamity was unwarranted, the ultimate outcome remains. The crown prince is dead. He was slain. A commoner, devoid of any noble lineage, has taken the life of the crown prince. And regardless of the motivations behind this act, he must face death. Even if the emperor before him is indifferent to emotions, the crown prince is, after all, his flesh and blood. Yet the emperor's furious voice rang out. The Duanmu family deserves death for daring to plot against my son. Humph, this ungrateful wretch must perish. How utterly foolish. While the emperor condemned the Duanmu family to death and called for the crown prince's demise, he did not utter a word against Xu Xiaofan. The courtiers behind him began to voice their opinions. Your Majesty speaks truly. The Duanmu family deserves punishment, yet the crown prince has fallen victim to a scheme. The emperor, however, scoffed. Victimized by a scheme? If that ungrateful wretch truly lacked such intentions, how could he have been ensnared? Since the sovereign is subject to the same laws as commoners, if I am guilty alongside them, then is it not just that the crown prince, having committed such a vile act, should also meet his end? The courtiers urged, Your Majesty, do not heed the ramblings of that rogue Xu. The dignity of the royal family must not be trifled with. Indeed, in my view, Xu the rogue ought to be torn apart by 5 horses for killing a minister of the court. As for this young rogue Xu, who has brazenly slain our crown prince, he should suffer death by 1,000 cuts. The emperor, once more, let out a cold laugh, an overwhelming aura enveloping the assembly. He spoke slowly. The dignity of the royal family? I embody that dignity. As long as I am here, the royal dignity remains intact. I declare this father and son blameless. Thus, they are blameless. Proclaim my edict. Xu Yuan has slain the treacherous Duanmu Shan and shall be rewarded with 10,000 gold. Xu Xiaofan's actions against the crown prince were justified. He shall not be held accountable. Upon his pronouncement, the entire assembly was left in shock. Such unprecedented favor. What is the true background of the Xu family? Could it be? A sudden realization occurred among the crowd as they glanced at Xu Xiaofan and then at the emperor, forming a conjecture. A bastardy. Could it be that Xu Xiaofan is the emperor's illegitimate son? If he were not, such favor would be inconceivable. With this thought, the courtiers fell into stunned silence. Just then, 2 figures suddenly fell from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating 2 large craters. As the crowd focused their gaze, they recoiled in astonishment. Yang Wudi and Hua Yaolao had both been defeated simultaneously. Before anyone could react, 2 streaks of red and blue sword light surged towards them with lethal intent. The piercing sound of swords rang through the heavens and earth. Chapter 25. A display of divine might. The emperor's eyes twitched slightly. He was truly taken aback. He never anticipated that these 2 would suffer defeat. The sword cultivators were indeed fearsome. Despite his astonishment, he acted swiftly, raising both hands to block the 2 swords. What a remarkable maneuver. In the next moment, Xu Yuan appeared a short distance in front of the emperor. The swords, Qing Xian and Blood Slaughter, stood guard beside Xu Xiaofan. Xu Yuan furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the emperor, still unable to discern the extent of his power. Consequently, he decided to abandon his inquiries. Nevertheless, he had an inkling that the emperor was far beyond imagination in strength. At that moment, the emperor spoke. "Did you hear my decree just now?" Xu Yuan nodded and replied, "Thank you." The emperor smiled and said, "No need for thanks. You have achieved merit once again." The courtiers were left speechless. Xu Yuan narrowed his eyes, uncertain of the emperor's true intentions. The two of them had caused a great uproar at the birthday banquet today. The son had slain the crown prince, and the father had killed the minister of revenue before the emperor. Logically, they should be subjected to relentless pursuit. Yet, the emperor's demeanor was quite peculiar. There must be something amiss. Xu Yuan vaguely sensed a hint of conspiracy. However, he could not yet decipher the emperor's specific plans. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Whatever challenges arose, he would meet them head-on. "Little thief, you killed my son. Today, he shall accompany you to the grave." At that moment, a furious roar echoed. Without hesitation, "Xu Xiaofan sweeply zetjet bein Xu Yuan." The crowd turned to see that the voice belonged to Yang Wudi, whose face was contorted with rage and despair. Then, everyone gazed at Xu Xiaofan in disbelief. To kill a crown prince was already an act of treason. How could this audacious individual dare to kill the young master of the Yang family? Had this little thief gone mad? Yang Wudi, heedless of the consequences, charged directly at Xu Xiaofan. Simultaneously, a smile graced Xu Yuan's lips, for before him appeared a line of text. "Ding. Detected that your son has offended a cultivator at the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Host cultivation level automatically elevates to the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm, rendering him invincible among peers." Xu Yuan looked at Yang Wudi, who was desperately igniting his Purple Mansion energy as he advanced towards him, and scoffed disdainfully. With a single strike, he slapped Yang Wudi across the face. In the next instant, Yang Wudi was sent flying, crashing in a hall. Moments later, the palace collapsed entirely. Yang Wudi was buried beneath the rubble, vanishing from sight. The crowd stood in stunned silence. What was happening? A momentary defeat? Hadn't they just been engaged in a fierce exchange? Not far away, the recently risen Hua, Yao Lao, fell once more. Alas, her legs had given way. The emperor glanced back at the ruins, his eyes twitching violently, his fingers incessantly tapping in Morse code. A cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm. This individual was indeed a sword cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm. No wonder he dared to act so brazenly, disregarding my authority. It turns out he had been playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Xu Yuan observed the expressions of the crowd, secretly reveling in their astonishment, yet he maintained a calm facade as he said, "Apologies, how much will it cost? I shall compensate you." The emperor donned a benevolent expression and remarked with a smile, "As for the words from Taoist Xu, it is merely a palace. It is hardly worth discussing, for speaking of money may harm our sentiments." Taoist Xu. The courtiers were taken aback. Although the emperor was generally amiable, he had never conversed in such a tone before. Was this the treatment afforded to the powerful? At that moment, Xu Yuan chuckled and replied, "Indeed, discussing finances can be detrimental to our feelings." The emperor's smile faltered slightly as he nodded in agreement. Xu Yuan continued, "By the way, regarding the Duanmu family." The emperor's expression darkened as he declared, "From this day forth, the Duanmu family shall no longer exist in Diyu." This statement was unequivocal. The emperor intended a complete annihilation. Xu Yuan nodded in satisfaction and then inquired, "Everything should be settled now, correct? If so, my son and I shall take our leave, as it is getting late." The emperor, still smiling, waved his hand and said, "You may go, Taoist friend. All is well here." Xu Yuan nodded and walked with his son toward the city gates. The courtiers watched the father and son recede into the distance, exchanging silent glances. They all felt as if they were in a dream. At that moment, the emperor, somewhat vexed, exclaimed, "You fools, what are you standing there for? Quickly, go and extract my prime minister." The courtiers finally came to their senses. Meanwhile, Xu Xiaofan followed closely behind Xu Yuan, puzzled. "Father, do you not know how to fly with your sword? Why are we walking?" Xu Yuan, naturally unwilling to reveal his intent to feign humility, replied, "Flying with a sword consumes a great deal of vitality. do you truly believe that your father possesses boundless energy? Xu Xiaofan fell silent for a moment. After a while, he asked, Father, when you battled Yang Wudi, it seemed quite taxing. How is it that you so easily struck him away just now? He had an inkling that his father was concealing his true strength. It appeared as if his father had activated an invincible mode. Each time he faced a formidable opponent, he effortlessly emerged victorious. Su Juan Juke. What I accomplished was a breakthrough in the heat of battle. Xu Xiaofan blinked in astonishment. You can achieve a breakthrough every time? Su Juan Zetponde. My path in swordsmanship is that of the invincible sword. I grow stronger with each battle. Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan felt a surge of excitement. Is it truly that powerful? Su Yuan doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality check. Indeed, it is powerful. However, should one suffer defeat, their heart may shatter in an instant, leading to the complete collapse of their cultivation. Xu Xiaofan gasped, contemplating before saying, then we can simply flee if we encounter an unbeatable opponent. Su Yuan shook his head. As a sword cultivator, one must advance unwaveringly. If faced with a strong enemy, and one chooses to flee or refrains from drawing their sword, the heart will similarly collapse. Su Xiaofan Mude. If I pursue sword cultivation in the future, I shall definitely avoid the invincible sword. As the father and son conversed, they arrived at the city gates. Those who approached would meet their demise. At the entrance, 3,000 feather guards formed a military formation, sealing off the entire royal city. Xu Xiaofan furrowed his brow and remarked, the emperor has permitted our departure. Why do they not let us pass? Someone responded, we have received no orders. Those who approach shall die. Xu Xiaofan's lips twitched. Everyone, clear the way. At this moment, two figures surged forth from the distant horizon, charging directly into the military formation. A resounding crash echoed as the formation trembled momentarily before quickly regaining its composure. The two figures halted just outside the imperial city. They were none other than Zhang Hualong and Zhang Erniu. At this juncture, Zhang Erniu, clad in a suit of black dragon armor, exuded an imposing presence. Upon spotting Xu Xiaofan, Zhang Hualong's eyes sparkled with recognition as he waved his hand, declaring, Brother Xu, do not fret. I have summoned my father to rescue you. Alas, Senior Xu is also here. At that moment, the military formation coalesced into a colossal golden-armored giant wielding a long sword. The giant's voice resonated deeply, inquiring, General, what is your command? Zhang Erniu, twisting his neck, replied, to save lives. He then turned to Su Yuan, who was a mere array away, and proposed, Brother Xu, shall we join forces to break the formation? Su Yuan smiled, but remained silent, one hand resting behind his back while the other formed a sword-like gesture, directing it towards the towering golden figure with a flourish. The blood slaughter soared forth, cleaving the giant in two with a single strike. In an instant, the military formation shattered, and 3,000 Feather Forest guards collapsed, spewing blood and suffering grievous injuries. Silence enveloped the gathering. Suddenly, Zhang Erniu turned to Zhang Hualong, striking his own forehead in frustration, exclaiming, Are you certain that it was necessary for me to intervene? Why summon me here? Zhang Hualong appeared aggrieved, but dared not retort. Meanwhile, Su Yuan and his son had approached, with Su Yuan expressing, Thank you, Brother Zhang. Zhang Erniu shook his head with a wry smile, saying, No need for thanks. My presence or absence would yield the same outcome. However, Su Yuan asserted, Regardless, I shall remember this kindness. Zhang Erniu could only nod in resignation. After a brief exchange of farewells, Su Yuan ascended into the sky on his sword, his son following closely. The two figures swiftly vanished into the night. In the air, Xu Xiaofan stood atop the blood-slaughter sword, a tinge of worry clouding his brow as he asked, Father, is this truly the end of the matter? An unsettling feeling lingered within him. After all, he had slain two of the most significant figures from a younger generation of the Great Yu today. The repercussions of such actions could hardly be confined to this mere semblance of destruction. To claim he felt no regret would be disingenuous. He prided himself on being a man of survival. Yet, in a twist of fate, he had engaged in acts that only a madman would commit. It was utterly absurd. Su Yuan glanced at his son, chuckling softly, "Of course not. Today's events are far from over. The Yang and Hua families have become our sworn enemies. This conflict is a matter of life and death. I shall shield you from the older generation, but the affairs of the younger must be resolved by you." Xu Xiaofan licked his parched lips, a dejected expression crossing his face as he lamented, "Father, I simply wish to be an honest man." "An honest man?" Su Yuan replied with a sardonic smile. "An honest man is the easiest target for bullying." Chapter 26. The calculations of the Zus and their crisis. The following day, the names of the Su thieves echoed throughout the imperial capital. Almost simultaneously, the Yang and Hua families jointly issued a bounty. Whoever slays the Su thieves shall be rewarded with a volume of celestial level martial arts. Celestial level. This martial arts classification consists of 4 tiers: Earth, Heaven, Profound, and Yellow. Even among the 4 prominent families of the imperial capital, the number of celestial level martial arts they possess is limited, primarily reserved for familial inheritance. Such celestial level techniques are undeniably precious. Both families have invested heavily. In no time, countless individuals responded to the call. Even some assassination organizations hastened to the imperial capital. In the depths of the night, within the Empress's palace, Emperor's son gazed at the Emperor's hands, marred with sword scars, and exclaimed in anger, "Who did this?" The Emperor withdrew his hand with a bitter smile, responding, "Sister, it seems we have underestimated our adversary. Su Yuan is not as simple as we imagined." Su Yuan. A flicker of murderous intent surfaced in Empress Sun's enchanting eyes as she declared, "A swordsman, no matter how formidable, cannot be invincible." The Emperor sighed. "Indeed, he is a swordsman, but a swordsman of the Purple Mansion realm." Empress Sun narrowed her eyes and remarked, "Even if he is of the Purple Mansion realm, brother, with the national fortune on your side, you should be able to eliminate this scoundrel." The Emperor replied, "While I can indeed contend with him, the situation has taken an unexpected turn. I originally believed that Yang Wudi would suffice, yet he proved to be utterly inept. It appears that obtaining Xu Xiaofan's vessel will not be easy." Emperor's son inquired, "If that is the case, should we contact our superiors?" The Emperor shook his head. "Such trivial matters need not concern them for now. The situation remains within our control. Besides, unless our position is threatened, they are unlikely to intervene. I believe that with the Su father and son's reckless behavior, they will ultimately bring about their own demise." Empress Sun queried, "Is there already a plan forming in your mind?" The Emperor nodded and smiled. "The Su father and son shall undoubtedly fall into my grasp. On the other side, in a dimly lit alley within the vast imperial capital, Qiu, Yang Shao is dead. From now on, you shall follow me. Rest assured, I will treat you well. Song Qingshan, give it up. There is no possibility for us." "Why, Qiu? Have you not forgotten Yang Feiyun? Or do you think I am inferior to him? Or perhaps you believe my backing cannot compare to the Yang family?" "No, I'm not the kind of woman you perceive me to be. It's just that, Qingshan, do you know someone named Xu Xiaofan?" "Xu Xiaofan? The one who killed the crown prince and Yang Feiyun?" "Indeed, that is him. He was my former fiancé. I do not love him, which is why I sought to break off our engagement. However, he has remained infatuated with me, pursuing me to the imperial capital, and has slain both the crown prince, who harbored affections for me, and Yang Feiyun. This, are you afraid? I knew it. You men never speak the truth. And no, Qiu, let me explain. I truly love you. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. Then, are you willing to kill Xu Xiaofan for me?" "Naturally I would." "Qingshan, I have always known that you love me. Once you have slain Xu Xiaofan, I shall become your bride. However, Qiu, I fear I lack the opportunity. If that scoundrel Su remains sheltered at home by old Su, I shall find it impossible to bring him down. Worry not, Qingshan. Xu Xiaofan is bound to participate in this upcoming assessment at the Hunting Institute. As the esteemed senior brother, you will undoubtedly have your chance. With that said, rest assured, Qiu, I shall indeed eliminate Xu Xiaofan, and then nothing shall hinder our union. Qingshan, I await your proposal." The man named Song Qingshan exited the alley with great enthusiasm, but a moment later, his expression turned cold. A few youths approached from nearby. One inquired, "Song's senior brother, do you truly intend to kill Xu Xiaofan for this woman?" Song Qingshan sneered. Certainly not for her. Such a woman is merely a fleeting dalliance. The youth pressed on. Then why target Xu Xiaofan? He is a formidable opponent. Song Qingshan scoffed. Precisely because he irks me. That little thief, Xu, has stolen my thunder these past few days. I am eager to uncover the truth. Days passed at the Xu residence. After instructing his son not to disturb him, Xu Yuan sat cross-legged beneath the great banyan tree, attuning himself to the essence of the purple mansion within. Immersed in tranquility, he discerned that it was merely an undeveloped plot of land. Nevertheless, the materials and stones were already prepared at the side. Typically, a practitioner breaking through to the purple mansion stage must first establish a foundation. They then condense bricks and stones until the purple mansion is fully constructed, resonating with the heavens, marking a complete breakthrough into the purple mansion realm. Among these stages, establishing the foundation is the most challenging, a critical juncture. The deeper the foundation is laid, the more stable the realm becomes. Once the foundation is established, one may be referred to as being half a step into the purple mansion realm. The subsequent process involves painstaking effort. The practitioner must use their vital energy to condense bricks, tiles, and timber to construct the purple mansion. This endeavor is inherently tied to the Tao, for this process is, in fact, the refinement of the Tao itself. The larger the purple mansion, the stronger the Tao. Of course, Xu Yuan need not worry about such complexities. His breakthrough was as effortless as eating or drinking. This is not mere metaphor, but a description of reality. With the foundation ready and the bricks provided, he need not even lift a finger to construct the purple mansion. He merely needs to direct the process. If all cultivators in this world are likened to self-sufficient farmers, then Xu Yuan is akin to a wealthy landlord, a nefarious capitalist, a foreman, a heartless and unscrupulous employer. When Xu Yuan toiled as a self-sufficient farmer, he despised the wealthy landlords. Yet, upon becoming one himself, he found it difficult to harbor disdain. Rather, he relished the experience. Perhaps this is what is meant by the adage that a dragon-slaying youth ultimately becomes a malevolent dragon. After savoring this thought, Xu Yuan did not hesitate to commence the construction of his purple mansion. Before him, bricks and timber soared into the air, steadily assembling upon the vacant ground. They transformed in accordance with Xu Yuan's intentions, the process fluid and without the slightest pause. For an ordinary person, it might take a month to scarcely construct a small wall, as their understanding was still not refined. Yet Xu Yuan's path was remarkably perfected, leading directly to the other shore, an invincible path. Thus, within a mere quarter of an hour, a courtyard emerged upon the vacant land. Xu Yuan had specifically excavated a spring within the yard, and as his spirit delved into the concentrated essence of the spring, he felt a wave of refreshing comfort. From this day forth, he was indeed a homeowner. At that moment, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. He wished to ignore it, remaining immersed in the spring's tranquility. However, the knocking persisted, growing increasingly urgent. Reluctantly, Xu Yuan rose to answer the door, revealing Zhang Erniu and his son, Zhang Hualong, standing outside. With a hint of curiosity, Xu Yuan inquired, "What brings you here?" Zhang Erniu, with a jubilant expression, replied, "Surely you haven't forgotten. Today marks the opening of the Zhu Lu Academy." At this, Xu Yuan recalled the event, nodding as he called out, "Xiaofan, come out quickly." After a brief moment, Xu Xiaofan emerged. The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances, for Xu Xiaofan was clad in coarse garments, with patches adorning his attire. Instantly, Zhang Erniu recalled a recent rumor, whispering, "Xu, my dear brother, do enlighten me. Could Xiaofan be the emperor's illegitimate child? Are you, in fact, the chosen protector of the path?" Xu Yuan appeared bewildered. What was this all about? After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly replied, "Xiaofan is undoubtedly my biological son, with both memory and system confirming this. How could there be any doubt?" Zhang Erniu remained somewhat skeptical, casting another glance at the impoverished-looking Xu Xiaofan, and, feeling a pang of compassion, said, "Very well. My brother, I shan't pry further. However, if you are in need, do let me know. No matter the hardship, the child must not suffer." Xu Yuan shot a glance at Xu Xiaofan before responding. "It's nothing. I am not lacking in funds. It's merely that the child prefers this attire, and I am powerless to change it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Erniu ceased discussing the matter, instead turning to Xu Xiaofan with a warm smile. "Xiaofan, you and my son share a bond of deep friendship. Once you enter the Zhu Lu Academy, do take care of each other." Xu Xiaofan replied earnestly, "Rest assured, Uncle Zhang." Zhang Erniu nodded with satisfaction, and then the two families set off towards the Zhu Lu Academy. Chapter 27. The Elder Strikes. The younger resolves on their own. The streets were bustling with a multitude of youthful individuals, all converging toward a singular destination. Lifting his gaze, Xu Yuan beheld a majestic mountain, towering amidst the heart of the imperial city, its lofty peaks seemingly touching the clouds. To be precise, the entire capital was constructed around this formidable mountain. Despite the considerable distance, Xu Yuan could still perceive the surging fluctuations of vitality in the atmosphere as he approached. Curiosity stirred within him, prompting him to inquire of his companion. "Zhang Erniu, such a place ought to be under royal dominion. Yet it serves as the entrance to the Hunting Institute. Why is that?" Zhang Erniu chuckled in response. "The Hunting Institute is far more intricate than one might envision." Xu Yuan, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean?" Zhang Erniu elaborated. "The Hunting Institute is on par with the Treasure Pavilion." Xu Yuan nodded, striving to maintain his composure, though he was somewhat unclear about the true stature of the Treasure Pavilion. After all, in a place like Xuanqing, information was exceedingly scarce, and such matters were beyond reach. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured, "Is it true that the Hunting Institute exists beyond just the Great Yu?" Zhang Erniu affirmed. "Indeed, it spans across various nations, and it seems to be much more than it appears. It is said that they originate from the Central Continent, but beyond that I know little." Central Continent? Xu Yuan suddenly felt a spark of intrigue for this place, declaring, "I shall certainly venture to the Central Continent someday." Zhang Erniu responded, "You have admirable aspirations." "Su Laozi," Xu Yuan, puzzled, retorted, "Do you not wish to go, Zhang brother?" Zhang Erniu shook his head. "I shall pass. Though the Central Continent is said to be vast, the competition is fiercely intense. I would not fare well there. It is better for me to remain here as a general." Xu Yuan pondered this, nodding in agreement. Indeed, each individual has their own ambitions. A life of ease is not necessarily a fault. Truth be told, I too yearn for a tranquil existence. However, upon reflecting on his son, an underachiever with a penchant for deception, appearing simple yet cunning, he abandoned such thoughts. His son embodied the quintessential protagonist archetype, while characters of his ilk typically met unfortunate ends. Thus, he resolved to become invincible. Only through invincibility could he secure his safety. As the two conversed, leading their younger kin towards the Hunting Institute, Xu Yuan suddenly furrowed his brow. A palpable sense of danger loomed. Instinctively, his gaze swept across the surroundings. The patrons on the second floor of the tavern admiring the view, street vendors selling candied hawthorn, and beggars beneath the eaves with their worn bowls. Xu Yuan scrutinized them all, a subtle smile playing upon his lips, yet he refrained from alerting anyone, revealing no signs of distress. Behind him, Xu Xiaofan seemed to sense something amiss, vigilantly surveying the area. Her eyes eventually fixated on the woman selling candied hawthorn, though they swiftly shifted away. At that moment, Zhang Hualong, seemingly oblivious, remarked, "Surely, Su Laoshi, you do not fancy such a woman?" He expressed his disdain. "She is far too old, nearly 40. Xu Xiaofan remained silent. Zhang Hualong continued, "Well, it's really not a big deal. Everyone has their preferences, don't they? I simply have a fondness for those younger than myself." Xu Xiaofan's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "Brother Zhang, I feel something is amiss." Zhang Hualong, intrigued, inquired, "What seems to be the problem?" Xu Xiaofan responded, "I sense that many are stealing glances at me." Zhang Hualong's expression darkened immediately as he retorted, "I must say, Xu, how can you be such a person? How can you be even more shameless than I am? Why would anyone be looking at you? Is it because of your striking good looks? Can you possibly compare to my charm?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Hualong was suddenly propelled backward, and in his place stood a woman. The woman cast a cruel smile at Xu Xiaofan, brandishing a short knife and lunging forward. Simultaneously, Several burly men leaped down from the inn, and a beggar by the roadside, cursing, discarded his broken bowl and charged at them. The crowd instantly dispersed. Among them, a young man surged forward, aiming for Xu Xiaofan. Xu Xiaofan first kicked the woman, attacking him to the ground. Then, with an elbow strike, he shattered the skull of the young man, approaching from behind before swiftly surveying his surroundings. Seeing the multitude charging towards him from all directions, his heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards Xu Yuan. As long as he remained by his father's side, he would undoubtedly be safe. However, just as he reached that direction, Xu Yuan had already teleported with Zhang Erniu to a location several dozen meters away. Xu Xiaofan was left bewildered. Invincible. Xu Yuan's voice drifted back to him. You can handle these small fry on your own. With a sigh, Xu Xiaofan pressed forward while fending off the attacks. Xu Yuan showed no intention of intervening. Zhang Erniu positioned himself protectively behind his son before frowning and asking, Brother Xu, what is happening? Xu Yuan ziplit gan li. He needs to be tempered. I can assist him in battle, but for this, he must handle it on his own. Zhang Erniu, somewhat disapproving, remarked, Isn't this a bit too harsh? He is still a child. Xu Yuan stated earnestly, Brother Zhang, I cannot always be by his side. He must learn to bear certain burdens himself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Erniu sighed and fell silent. Is it cruel? Indeed, it is quite harsh. But is it wrong? Not in the slightest. In fact, it is profoundly correct. No one can shield you indefinitely, not even a father. Reflecting on this, he glanced at Zhang Hualong, who was trembling in fear. At that moment, Xu Yuan furrowed his brow, vanishing from sight, only to reappear instantaneously. This time, however, he held a figure clad in black, a man of divine concealment, suspended by his neck, struggling helplessly as his legs flailed about. Yet he could not escape the iron grip that held him fast. Xu Yuan inquired coolly, Who are you? The man in black, feeling helpless, could only respond honestly, Senior, spare my life. I am the leader of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Erniu turned his gaze, realizing that this referred to the foremost assassin organization of the Great Yu. The man in black nodded affirmatively. However, Xu Yuan remained indifferent and inquired, Who sent you? The man in black struggled to articulate. The Yang and Hua families have placed a bounty on you and your son. Killing you both would grant the reward of a celestial level technique. Upon finishing his words, Xu Yuan casually tossed him aside, overjoyed at regaining his freedom. The man attempted to flee. Yet, before he could touch the ground, he was transformed into a mist of blood. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Erniu's robust figure trembled. To so effortlessly slay a peak expert of the divine concealment stage. As the rumor suggested, his brother Xu was indeed of the Purple Mansion realm. However, the bloodlust was rather excessive. He had presumed himself to be an old killer, only to discover that the man beside him was even more ruthless. After calming his emotions, he remarked, These people are truly reckless. They dare to come here to take action? Nonetheless, both families have indeed invested heavily, offering a celestial level technique. Xu Yuan let out a cold laugh, but remained silent. He then turned to glance at his son before the blood slaughter sword soared from within his purple mansion. In an instant, all assassins above the void realm in the vicinity were pierced through the forehead. The remaining ones fled in terror, akin to startled birds scattering in all directions. Xu Xiaofan, panting, arrived beside Xu Yuan, his attire now soaked in blood. Xu Yuan inquired, How do you feel? Xu Xiaofan replied with a hint of melancholy, I feel that I am still too weak. Nearby, Zhang Hualong, trembling in fear, could not help but roll his eyes. At 15, an innate realm? He had never heard of such a thing. Weak? What did he mean by that? Of course, these thoughts he dared not voice aloud. Xu Yuan replied calmly, Compared to your peers, you are already quite impressive. However, it is still insufficient. You must understand, your father cannot always be by your side. At these words, even Zhang Erniu fell silent. Insufficient? What level of cultivation could be deemed sufficient? Unexpectedly, Xu Xiaofan nodded earnestly and said, Father, I understand. Chapter 28, It's over, I've unintentionally broken a record. That is Xu Zhe. Why is he covered in blood? For heaven's sake, can't you keep your voice down? Do you wish to court death? Upon entering the territory of the Deer Hunting Academy, the last thing Xu Xiaofan wanted was to become the center of attention. Simultaneously, a few lines of new text appeared before his eyes. You are about to participate in the entrance examination of the Deer Hunting Academy. You have two options. 1. Join the Deer Hunting Academy with a first-place score, rewarded with ascension to a higher minor realm. 2. Join the Deer Hunting Academy with the last-place score, rewarded with Chaos Divine Body. Xu Xiaofan's gaze was entirely captivated by the second option. The Chaos Divine Body sounded extraordinary. It seemed to surpass the innate Tao body he had previously missed by a significant margin. After several prior failures, Xu Xiaofan, as a person of the survival path, had lost his confidence. But this time, his confidence was rekindled. If the system were to present another task about not becoming the focal point, there would undoubtedly be no chance. However, since the rankings were predetermined, there was ample room for maneuvering. Achieving first place might be challenging, as everyone present was among the most gifted youths of the Great Yu. But securing the last place? Surely that was achievable. With this thought, Xu Xiaofan's heart began to race once more. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan observed his son suddenly become enthusiastic, feeling somewhat perplexed. Previously, Xu Xiaofan had always expressed resistance towards this examination. The entrance examination was about to commence. Bystanders, please step aside. While lost in thought, a voice echoed from above, announcing the imminent start of the assessment. Consequently, he ceased pondering and turned to Xu Xiaofan, saying, "Xiaofan, your father will be waiting over here." Xu Xiaofan did not say much, merely nodding in agreement. "Fear not, father. I shall not disappoint you." Hearing this, Xu Yuan smiled with satisfaction before instantaneously moving to the side. Soon, the elder in the air spoke again. "I do not care who you are, what your identity is, or what background you come from. Today, you all share but one identity, that of examination candidates. Cast aside your arrogance. Here, talent, effort, opportunity, and strength dictate everything. Do you see the long staircase ascending before you? You have 1 hour. If you reach the summit within this time, you will pass the first round of the examination." Upon hearing this, the group of youths regarded the task with disdain. What? Merely climbing a mountain? Only Xu Xiaofan, gazing at the staircase stretching into the clouds, furrowed his brow. The assessment of the Deer Hunting Academy could not possibly be so simple. As expected, just 15 minutes into the ascent, Xu Xiaofan felt a subtle pressure weighing upon him. The source of this pressure seemed to be the great formation surrounding them. The higher he climbed, the greater the pressure became. He instinctively glanced back. The youths behind him were exerting considerable effort with each step they took. Some continued to ascend with great speed, while many others began to falter, unable to proceed any further. Those individuals are destined to be eliminated. Xu Xiaofan felt a tinge of melancholy, yet he continued to ascend steadily. His pace was neither too fast nor too slow, neither hurried nor languid. He aimed to hit the mark. He must be the last in the countdown. Thus, time passed by second. Xu Xiaofan deliberately controlled his speed, ultimately achieving his goal by hitting the mark at the very last second, stepping onto the final step. Only then did he exhale deeply. The first round was secured. At this moment, only around 100 individuals had successfully passed the initial assessment. The selection process of the Deer Hunting Academy was indeed stringent. Those who had passed the assessment now turned their gazes towards Xu Xiaofan. Is this the infamous Xu Xiaofan? He doesn't appear as extraordinary as the rumor suggested. The last one to arrive, nearly failing. Isn't he just a waste? It seems the rumors are untrustworthy. Do you think he resembles His Majesty? Well, he does bear some resemblance. But why is he covered in blood? Such a strong scent of iron. Could it be that he has a penchant for murder? Listening to their whispered remarks, Xu Xiaofan felt rather speechless. Silently, he approached the elder overseeing the assessment to register his name. This first round was merely a selection process. Only those who passed this initial phase would qualify to have their names recorded and their identities acknowledged. Of course, if they failed in subsequent assessments, those names would also be erased. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan had yet to announce his name when the elder responded, "Xu Xiaofan?" Xu Xiaofan paused for a moment before nodding. The elder continued, 15? Xu Xiaofan's expression turned to one of surprise, yet he nodded again. The elder pressed on. Did you just hit the mark? This time, Xu Xiaofan hurriedly shook his head, exclaiming, absolutely not. The elder furrowed his brow and scolded, do not feign ignorance. Others are drenched in sweat upon arrival, yet you show no signs of exertion. This is an assessment intended to gauge the true performance of the students, not to encourage deceit. Xu Xiaofan. The crowd, not far away, absorbed these words, falling into a momentary silence. Hit the mark? Absurd. Each step they took was arduous. How could he possibly hit the mark? Xu Xiaofan, taken aback by the reprimand, found himself at a loss for words. The elder's argument seemed somewhat valid. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Hualong remarked, my brother Xu is a good man. Hitting the mark was merely to alleviate the pressure on you all. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. The elder overseeing the assessment then pointed downwards, saying, go down and take the test again. This time do not hide your abilities. The crowd gasped in shock. A retest? Such a thing had never occurred at the Deer Hunting Academy. This was unprecedented. The elder glared at the crowd and declared, what? Do you have objections? If you're dissatisfied with your results, you may join him. The crowd dare not protest. Another attempt? Who possesses such capability? This path of ascent, known as the Road to Ascension, leads to the gates of the Deer Hunting Academy, also referred to as the Dragon Transformation Gate. It embodies the essence of ascending to the heavens and transforming into a dragon. Is it truly so simple to ascend? This long staircase comprises a total of 1,008 steps, and with each step taken, an additional burden is added. It tests one's talent, potential, temperament, endurance, and even physical strength. Those individuals may manage to reach the summit once, but they can hardly guarantee a second ascent. Moreover, they are now utterly exhausted. Observing the silence among the crowd, the examining elder found it rather dull. He turned his gaze to Xu Xiaofan and urged, do not squander my time. Hurry up. Xu Xiaofan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and sighed, compelled to descend. The journey downward was effortless, devoid of any pressure. He quickly reached the base of the mountain and commenced his climb once more. This time, after some contemplation, he resolved to quicken his pace, albeit without exerting his utmost effort. Half an hour later, drenched in sweat, he once again crossed the Dragon Gate. The examining elder glanced at the hourglass on the table, slammed his palm down, and abruptly stood up. The crowd was taken aback once more, only to hear the elder exclaim in astonishment, by heavens, you have shattered the record. The onlookers were left speechless. Has a record been so easily broken? Xu Xiaofan was equally bewildered. Shatter the record? He had not even exerted his full strength. How could he have accomplished such a feat? In the next moment, a chill ran through his heart. Could it be that the task was compromised? He hastily opened the system panel, and, upon seeing the still glimmering second option, he exhaled in relief. It seemed the system was not playing any more word games this time. The so-called first place must refer to the overall score. After all, entering the Deer Hunting Academy was merely the first assessment. It appeared that if he could just hold on through the subsequent trials, he would face no significant issues. With this thought, Xu Xiaofan cautiously inquired, Elder, what record have I broken? The elder composed himself and replied, you have broken the record that has stood for hundreds of years in our Deer Hunting Academy. The crowd collectively gasped, their astonishment palpable. How many prodigies has the Deer Hunting Academy nurtured over the years? Which one among them was not a peerless powerhouse? This individual has, in terms of talent, utterly overshadowed this assembly of geniuses. Meanwhile, not far behind the crowd, a commotion erupted from a grove of trees. Old dog, I want this disciple. Do not compete with me. You want him? Do you believe you are worthy? Can you cultivate such a genius? Silence. This person is mine. Simultaneously, at the base of the mountain, Xu Yuan gazed up at the location of the Deer Hunting Academy, his expression clouded with concern. Beside him, Zhang Erniu queried, what troubles you? Xu Yuan withdrew his gaze, gravely responding, my perception is obstructed by the formation of the Deer Hunting Academy. I cannot discern what is occurring within. Zhang Erniu remarked, that is to be expected. Are you worried about Xiaofan? Xu Yuan forced a smile. I cannot help but be concerned. My Xu family is at odds with the world. Zhang Erniu chuckled softly, Are you afraid that the Yang family and the Hua family will take action within the deer hunting academy? Su Yuan note that. Zhang Erniu replied. There is no need for concern. Regardless of their capabilities, the Yang and Hua families cannot possibly extend their influence into the Deer Hunting Institute. Su Yuan continued. What about the Wanbao Pavilion? My family has a long-standing grievance with them. Zhang Erniu waved his hand dismissively, saying, You need not worry about that either. The Wanbao Pavilion has been preoccupied with other matters of late. Su Yuan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, What do you mean by that? Zhang Erniu chuckled. The Wanbao Pavilion operates through divisions, each required to remit a fixed revenue to the main pavilion annually. As it ascends the hierarchy, the amounts only multiply. At this moment, Chang Tianshui is utterly overwhelmed. Hearing this, Su Yuan felt a measure of reassurance in his heart. Chapter 29. Alas, my son is in danger. The elder in charge of the assessment led the group to a verdant bamboo grove, where a young man stood poised, dressed in a flowing robe of moonlit white. He had his hands clasped behind him, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. Upon witnessing this scene, many young women felt their cheeks flush and their hearts race. Zhang Hualong sneered quietly, muttering under his breath, What a master of pretense. Meanwhile, Xu Xiaofan remained silent. The elder then gestured towards the young man, declaring, This is Song Qingshan, the current senior brother of the Zhulu Academy. He will preside over this round of assessments. The mention of Song Qingshan's name stirred a palpable excitement among the crowd. The title of senior brother at Zhulu Academy is not determined by age or the length of one's tenure. It is a position reserved for the most capable. In other words, only the strongest within the academy can lay claim to such an honor. Song Qingshan's name stands at the pinnacle among the younger generation of Dayu, a position of absolute supremacy. Xu Xiaofan, however, wore a look of confusion and turned to Zhang Hualong, asking, What is the background of this Song Qingshan? Zhang Hualong replied dismissively, He is merely the foremost among the youth of Dayu, a 21-year-old in the Void Realm. At this revelation, Xu Xiaofan felt a surge of astonishment. To achieve such a level of talent at the age of 21 was indeed formidable. At that moment, Song Qingshan turned to face the crowd and spoke in a calm manner. This round of assessment is quite simple. All you need to do is traverse this bamboo grove to complete the test. The expressions of the gathered individuals grew grave, for they recognized that this challenge was unlikely to be as straightforward as it sounded, especially after their initial mountain ascent. The names were soon called, and one by one, the participants entered the bamboo grove. Some were immediately flung back out, while others managed to resist for a brief period before being expelled. Only a select few remained within the grove, presumably those who had successfully passed the assessment. Those who had failed recounted that an array within the grove caused the bamboo to attack, leading to their ejection. Before long, it was Zhang Hualong's turn. Xu Xiaofan clapped a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, I believe in you, Brother Zhang. Zhang Hualong nodded and charged into the bamboo grove. As he continued to remain inside, Xu Xiaofan felt a sense of relief. After a brief wait, he heard Song Qingshan call out his name, the last one to be summoned. Approaching the bamboo grove, Xu Xiaofan nodded at Song Qingshan, signaling his readiness. However, Song Qingshan smiled and inquired, Are you the little thief, Xu? Xu Xiaofan felt a twinge of displeasure. How could one openly call another a thief? Nevertheless, he scratched his head innocently and replied, I am Xu Xiaofan, senior brother. He did not wish to stir trouble or offend anyone. Yet, Song Qingshan suddenly sneered, indeed, breaking the record. Your reputation as a prodigy is well-deserved. Xu Xiaofan was taken aback, sensing an odd tone in his voice, tinged with a hint of hostility. After a brief moment of silence, he, not wishing to engage further with the other party, gestured towards the bamboo grove and inquired, May I enter? Song Qingshan glanced behind him and replied, Go ahead. Xu Xiaofan nodded and stepped into the bamboo grove. Once he had entered, Song Qingshan turned and walked towards an elderly man clad in purple, stating he just mentioned wanting to challenge the Nine Heavens mystic formation. Upon hearing this, the purple-clad elder appeared astonished and asked, Are you certain? Song Qingshan, visibly displeased, responded, Of course, why would I deceive you? The elder chuckled awkwardly and shook his head. No, I merely find it surprising. It has been many years since anyone dared to confront this formation. Song Qingshan shrugged. There's nothing I can do. This young rogue is quite audacious, and I couldn't dissuade him. The elder seemed hesitant, recalling that the old rogue was very protective, if something were to happen. However, Song Qingshan asserted, the young rogue is determined to challenge it. If anything occurs, he will bear the consequences himself, and the old rogue will have no grounds for complaint. Hearing this, the purple-clad elder nodded. In the next moment, a symbol of the formation appeared in his hand, which he inscribed into a special black bamboo. Instantly, a beam of white light shot into the sky. Countless prominent figures in the imperial capital turned their gazes. The Nine Heavens mystic formation had not been challenged in many years. Meanwhile, down the mountain, Xu Yuan pointed at the white light, puzzled, and asked, "What is that?" Zhang Erniu, with a grave expression, replied, "That is the Nine Heavens mystic formation." Xu Yuan frowned and inquired, "What is the purpose of this formation?" Zhang Erniu explained, "This formation was left by a former director of the Deer Chasing Academy, intended to attract talent. Anyone under 20 who can break this formation, regardless of their talent or status, is guaranteed admission to the Deer Chasing Academy, along with its protection and full support for their development." Naturally, many aspiring individuals come seeking fame. A sense of unease lingered in Xu Yuan's heart, prompting him to ask, "Is this formation difficult?" Zhang Ernia nodded, "Very much so. To date, no one has succeeded in breaking it. There was once a fallen prince, opposed to the great Yu, with extraordinary talent. He attempted to break this formation to join the Deer Chasing Academy and receive its protection. However, he never emerged." Xu Yuan pressed further. "What was his age and cultivation level?" Zhang Erniu inhaled deeply and replied, 20 in the Lingkong realm." Xu Yuan's eyes narrowed, and his apprehension intensified. He asked, "Do you think it is possible that my son is the one challenging the formation?" Zhang Erniu shook his head decisively. "Impossible. That boy is too honest. And he is only 15 in the innate realm. Even with extraordinary talent, would he dare to challenge the formation?" "Brother Zhang," Xu Yuan furrowed his brow, "but my intuition is very strong at this moment." After a moment of silence, Zhang Erniu asked, "What do you intend to do?" Xu Yuan responded directly, "I will go in and take a look." Zhang Erniu frowned. The Deer Chasing Academy never allows outsiders to enter. Even if one wishes to go in, they must receive an invitation from someone of the rank of deputy director or higher. Xu Yuan inquired, "Brother Zhang, do you have any connections?" Zhang Erniu forced a smile and said, "Although I hold the title of general, I hail from a humble background and possess no connections." Xu Yuan nodded and soared into the sky. Startled, Zhang Erniu quickly followed, saying, "I believe we should first assess the situation. What if it is not that rascal Xiaofan?" Xu Yuan shook his head and replied, "It is not the multitude we fear, but the singular unexpected event." Zhang Erniu was taken aback. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Brother Xu, I shall accompany you." Yet, Xu Yuan shook his head once more, saying, "There is no need for you to join me. Old friend, for your strength may not suffice." This statement struck a chord, albeit a painful one, yet seemed to be the truth. Given the prowess of the Zhulu Academy, an additional figure of divine concealment would be utterly inconsequential. Zhang Erniu rubbed his forehead, contemplating before he stated, "In that case, I shall refrain from intervening for now. Brother Xu, do take care of yourself." Xu Yuan nodded affirmatively and promptly soared towards the Zhulu Academy. However, before he could draw near, an invisible force obstructed his path. The protective mountain formation. Without hesitation, Xu Yuan unleashed a powerful punch. The formation remained unyielding. How formidable! Xu Yuan found his hand somewhat numb from the recoil. Simultaneously, a voice of authority resonated. "Who are you? And why do you trespass upon my Zhulu Academy?" Xu Yuan clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask who dared to breach the Nine Heavens' mysterious evil formation?" The voice retorted with disdain. "What business is it of yours? Depart swiftly if you wish to avoid peril." Xu Yuan furrowed his brow. He was quite displeased with this manner. In the next moment, Bloodslaughter and Qing Xian swords flew forth from his spiritual abode. A formidable sword intent enveloped the entire mountain. Damn, a sword cultivator. The voice spoke rapidly. Please wait a moment. I shall investigate. After a brief interval, the voice returned. The intruder is named Xu Xiaofan. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why did he breach the formation?" The voice replied, "It was voluntary." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan let out a cold laugh. Voluntary? He knew his son too well. How could it possibly be voluntary? Unless something had transpired. Recalling Zhang Erniu's earlier words, Su Yuan spoke swiftly, "Let me in." The voice inquired, "Who are you?" Su Yuan, now tinged with impatience, replied, "I am his father." The voice hesitated for a moment before refusing. "No, the Zhulu Academy is not a place that just anyone can enter." Su Yuan nodded, and in the next instant, two swords surged towards the protective mountain formation. If that is the case, then he would not hesitate to respond with force. Boom! As the two spiritual swords struck, the formation quaked violently. Within a chamber of the Zhulu Academy, an elder suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Murmuring to himself, he said, "Where did this freak come from?" Chapter 30. Bullying the honest, are they? Upon entering the bamboo forest, Xu Xiaofan sensed an unsettling atmosphere. 9 individuals, identical in appearance to himself, were coldly staring him down. The aura they exuded enveloped him, inducing a sense of suffocation. They were all at the void realm. Xu Xiaofan felt a numbing shock. Was the entrance examination of the Deer Hunting Academy set at such an insurmountable difficulty? Wait, he suddenly recalled the descriptions of those who had traversed the array before him, and the situation he faced appeared entirely different. Were the supposedly aggressive bamboos? Clearly, something was amiss. The formation was an inanimate construct and could not target him. Only sentient beings would do so. In that instant, Xu Xiaofan's mind raced with thoughts. Ultimately, he focused his attention on the chief examiner of the second round, Song Qingshan. Yet, he could not fathom why he should bear any grudge against the man. It seemed he was being deliberately thrust into peril. This was an egregious bullying of the honest. Xu Xiaofan felt a surge of indignation. At that moment, the 9 figures lunged towards him in unison. Xu Xiaofan produced the cherished teleportation talisman, infused it with his energy, but to no avail. This indicated that the space had been sealed. He attempted to employ his void step fist, but his energy reserves were limited and the distance was insufficient for escape. Helpless, he activated his bull transformation and sprinted away. Taking on 9 foes alone was evidently unrealistic. However, it was merely a temporary measure, given the constricted space. He would be surrounded in less than a quarter of an hour. Resolutely, Xu Xiaofan gritted his teeth and activated the Void Realm experience card awarded by the system. Instantly, a formidable force erupted within him. To his delight, not only did his realm elevate, but his divine demon chi refinement technique also ascended to the 2nd tier. He felt his strength surge once more. Without hesitation, he turned and delivered a punch to one of the Void Realm duplicates, sending it hurtling back, disheveled and dazed. Xu Xiaofan felt a rush of exhilaration and activated the 2nd tier of the divine demon chi refinement technique, Tiger Transformation. The runes upon his body transformed into a soft yellow, coalescing atop his head into the character for King. In the next moment, the innate power of Tiger Transformation was unleashed, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A wave of invisible sound erupted from Xu Xiaofan, sending the 9 duplicates flying. He looked down, clenched his fist, and reveled in an unprecedented surge of power accumulating within him. Subsequently, he executed the Void Step Fist. His form shifted several meters, appearing before one duplicate, and with a single punch, he shattered the energy-formed body into fragments. With fierce determination, he lunged forward. A sweeping kick obliterated another duplicate, which offered no resistance. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. What was once a pack of wolves hunting a solitary prey transformed into a relentless slaughter by the hunter. Even Xu Xiaofan found himself momentarily astonished. Upon activating Tiger Transformation, his strength, perception, speed, and every aspect of his being had enhanced by more than tenfold. In a fleeting moment, several avatars of the Linkong realm were ruthlessly annihilated. Simultaneously, a narrow path emerged within the bamboo forest. Xu Xiaofan followed this path for a brief while before stepping out of the grove, revealing an open space where several students who had passed the assessment were taking a respite. Upon seeing Xu Xiaofan's current demeanor, they were momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming aura of murderous intent surrounding him. "Where's Song Qingshan?" he inquired, his voice laced with menace. "I have a score to settle with him. This time, it will not interfere with my task." Perhaps my father's words hold truth. Enduring a moment leads to a greater calamity, and taking a step back plunges one into irrevocable despair. This time, I refuse to endure. How can one bully the righteous so brazenly? At that moment, Song Qingshan emerged from the throng of female students, an expression of uncertainty clouding his features. "You're looking for me?" he asked, bewildered. Xu Xiaofan's cold voice sliced through the air. "Did you do this?" A flicker of panic crossed Song Qingshan's eyes as he vehemently denied. "No." Xu Xiaofan let out a derisive laugh. "You wretched cur. I have yet to declare what you did, and you already deny it." Song Qingshan's expression turned icy. "What did you just call me?" The surrounding female students glared at Xu Xiaofan, indignant. "How dare you insult our senior brother Song? Have you lost your mind?" One exclaimed. "Yes, indeed. You should kneel and apologize to senior brother Song." Another chimed in. "Xu Xiaofan, are you insane? What has our senior brother done to you?" Ignoring their outbursts, Xu Xiaofan fixed his gaze on Song Qingshan. "Did I insult you? Are you not a wretched cur?" Fury surged within Song Qingshan, a glimmer of deadly intent flashing in his eyes. "You seek death." Yet, before he could react, Xu Xiaofan had already materialized before him. With a resounding slap, Song Qingshan was sent spiraling like a whirlwind into the group of female students, crashing into them and leaving several of them with shattered bones and anguished cries. The onlooking disciples, still uninitiated, stood dumbfounded. Their revered senior brother of the Deer Hunt Academy had been utterly defenseless? What madness was this? At that moment, Song Qingshan staggered to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. "Linkong realm, how is this possible?" He seethed, glaring at Xu Xiaofan. "You used a secret technique to elevate your realm." Xu Xiaofan dismissed his words, channeling his energy as he surged forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. He unleashed a punch, his arm bulging with veins, the sound of wind slicing through the air, sending shivers down one's spine. Startled, Song Qingshan, unwilling to concede for the sake of his pride, countered with a punch of his own. The impact reverberated with a thunderous roar, followed by the sickening sounds of bones breaking and screams of agony. Song Qingshan was sent flying once more. When he finally regained his footing, one of his arms dangled limply by his side, devoid of strength. Pain marred his features as he glared at Xu Xiaofan. "You will surely die today, you wretched thief." Xu Xiaofan charged at him once again, this time aiming a decisive blow at his forehead. Just then, a commanding voice resonated from above. "You little beast, how dare you?" Xu Xiaofan paused momentarily in his place, and then, propelled by a swifter force than before, he was sent hurtling backwards. He crashed to the ground, sliding several meters before finally coming to a halt. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man clad in splendid attire appeared at the original spot. "Useless." The middle-aged man glanced back at Song Qingshan, his gaze fixating on the severed hand, his tone turning displeased. How could the illustrious elder brother of the Hunting Institute be bested by a mere novice disciple? Song Qingshan lowered his head, murmuring, "Father." At that moment, Xu Xiaofan slowly rose, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man and inquired, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man replied indifferently, "Vice Dean, Song Yuntai." "Song?" Xu Xiaofan immediately understood. Having dealt with the young, the elder had now arrived. Xu Xiaofan stared at Song Yuntai and asked, "Are you attempting to bully the weak?" Song Yuntai scoffed derisively. "Bully the weak? You dare reason with me, little beast? You, who have yet to enter the threshold, wish to discuss reason with me?" Xu Xiaofan couldn't help but chuckle in anger. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Song Yuntai's expression darkened instantly. The little beast was courting death. With a flick of his finger, a condensed surge of energy shot forth, aimed directly at Xu Xiaofan. Xu Xiaofan activated the void step technique, narrowly evading the attack. What kind of combat skill is this? Song Yuntai's expression shifted to one of greed. Little beast. I shall claim your combat skill. Subsequently, a massive hand of energy lunged towards Xu Xiaofan with astonishing speed. Xu Xiaofan attempted the void step again, only to realize that his internal energy had been depleted. At the crucial moment, a figure interposed itself before him. It was a middle-aged man in plain attire. With a single punch, he shattered the massive hand of energy. Xu Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief, then, filled with curiosity, asked, "Esteemed elder, why did you intervene?" The middle-aged man turned back with a smile and said, "Would you be willing to become my disciple?" Xu Xiaofan hesitated briefly, then shook his head, stating, "This is a significant matter. I must consult my father." The middle-aged man nodded with a smile, displaying no urgency. At that moment, Song Yuntai frowned and said, "Zhao Fengyan, what are you doing?" The man referred to as Zhao Fengyan replied playfully, "Yes." Song Yuntai's brow furrowed slightly, and in the next instant, the two vanished from sight. Xu Xiaofan's eyes widened in astonishment. He could only see two fleeting shadows weaving before him, followed by a flurry of flying debris. Is this the nature of combat within the divine concealment realm? Xu Xiaofan watched in awe. He had never witnessed such powerful warriors clashing. Of course, Xu Yuan was an exception. His battles were almost always instant kills or overwhelming victories, hardly leaving room for any spectacular display. As the duel commenced, several powerful auras surged toward the scene. Xu Xiaofan glanced around and deduced that these individuals were likely elders and mentors from the Hunting Institute. Upon their arrival, they appeared bewildered, unsure of the current situation. Moments later, the two figures suddenly separated, with Zhao Fengyan clutching his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Reappearing before Xu Xiaofan, defeated, Xu Xiaofan swiftly assessed the condition of the two individuals and realized that the elder Zhao, who intended to take him as a disciple, had suffered a crushing defeat. For Song Yuntai remained standing, his attire slightly disheveled, yet exhibiting no signs of injury whatsoever. After a moment's hesitation, Xu Xiaofan said, "Elder, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from intervening in this matter." Zhao Fengyan spat out a mouthful of blood and retorted, "Young man, I am quite determined to involve myself in this affair." Xu Xiaofan remained silent. At that moment, Song Yuntai addressed Zhao Fengyan with a menacing tone. "If you do not withdraw, you shall meet your demise." Zhao Fengyan scoffed, "And what if I refuse to retreat?" An elder nearby attempted to mediate, only to be silenced by a single glare from Song Yuntai. The deputy dean was not someone to be trifled with. Without further ado, Song Yuntai charged forward once more. However, just then, the ground began to tremble. Subsequently, the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief as they gazed into the sky. The protective array of the Hunting Deer Academy had been breached. Chapter 31. Who struck my son? Step forward. In the next moment, an elderly man clad in white appeared. It was the dean, Xiang Hua. He spoke rapidly. "The formation has been breached. Everyone prepare to defend against the enemy." At his words, the crowd was taken aback. How could anyone possibly breach the formidable formation of the Zhulu Academy? What kind of powerful being could achieve such a feat? Xiang Hua swept his gaze over the assembly before finally fixing his eyes on Song Yuntai, inquiring, "What transpired just now?" Song Yuntai casually replied, "It's nothing, merely a minor dispute among students." The crowd was left speechless. Song Yuntai then probed, "Who is the intruder bold enough to act so recklessly?" Xiang Hua's eyes twitched, and he reluctantly uttered a name, Xu Yuan. The crowd suddenly understood. It was no surprise that only this person would dare to act with such impunity. In recent days, who in the imperial capital had not heard of the notorious Xu? However, Song Yuntai's expression suddenly shifted. "Xu Duang, how dare he come here?" To claim indifference towards Xu would have been a falsehood. The only reason he had dared to provoke Xu previously was his belief that Xu would not dare to cause trouble at Zhulu Academy. But now, regret washed over Song Yuntai. Unbeknownst to Xiang Hua, he continued, "What has become of Xu Xiaofan? He is our little ancestor. If anything were to happen to him, it is likely that Zhulu Academy would have to engage in a fierce battle. The very existence of the academy could be at stake." a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm. Unless someone from a main academy in Central Land comes to suppress him, who could possibly restrain him? But that would require time. In that time, the Zhulu Academy of Diyu might very well cease to exist. At that moment, all eyes turned towards the blood-clad youth. Xianghua also looked over and asked, "Are you Xu Xiaofan?" "Xu Xiaofan instinquito, not that." Subsequently, Xianghua appeared beside him, scrutinizing him closely. Upon confirming that he was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. As long as he was alive, there was still room for negotiation. Then, as if realizing something, he gazed towards the bamboo forest, his eyes widening in disbelief. You, Xianghua stammered. "You broke the 9 heavens' mysterious killing formation?" Xu Xiaofan glanced at the bamboo grove, unsure of why the elder was so astonished. However, after pondering for a moment, he decided to keep the matter discreet and nodded affirmatively. Xianghua gasped, struggling to find words. The 9 heavens' mysterious killing formation. No one had ever breached it in many years. Those who entered the formation often lacked the strength to return the way they came. Suddenly, Xianghua's greed ignited as he asked, "Would you be willing to join my ranks?" Nearby, Zhao Fengyan's lips twitched. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. The crowd looked up to see a beam of sword light cascading down. The sword tip plunged into the ground, while a young man in a green robe stood upon the hilt. Su Juan. This was the first time the crowd had laid eyes upon this recently renowned, unparalleled swordsman. In an instant, they were engulfed by the invincible sword intent that filled the atmosphere. Many young disciples even spat blood and fainted on the spot. This was not a deliberate act by Su Yuan. Rather, it was an inadvertent display of his sword intent, a force beyond the capacity of these young individuals to withstand. However, Su Yuan paid little heed to this. Upon his arrival, his gaze immediately fell upon his son, noticing the distressed expression on his face. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he furrowed his brow. His attention then shifted to Xianghua, sensing that the latter exuded the most formidable presence among those present, leading him to deduce the identity of his opponent. He had previously inquired about Xianghua, the esteemed head of the Hunting Institute. Before he could utter a word, Xianghua spoke first. "Sir, your son is unharmed. Shall we consider this matter concluded for today?" Su Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a demeanor from his adversary. Xianghua's primary intention was to retain Xu Xiaofan. Thus he sought to avoid a public spectacle. Naturally, he was also aware that a confrontational stance might provoke Su Yuan, who was notorious for his fearlessness in the face of adversity. Su Yuan, accustomed to yielding to gentler approaches rather than aggression, refrained from immediately acquiescing to Xianghua's request, instead turning to his son and saying, "Relate the events as they transpired." Xu Xiaofan then recounted the incident in its entirety, without embellishment. Nevertheless, Su Yuan's expression darkened. Simultaneously, the tension among the onlookers escalated. He directed his gaze at Xianghua, demanding, "My son is the victim, and you wish to dismiss this matter so easily?" Xianghua shot a glare at Song Yuntai and his son, then fell silent for a moment before responding. "Once Xu Xiaofan joins the Hunting Institute, we shall spare no effort in his training." Su Yuan scoffed once more. "Are you suggesting that my son's admission to your institute is a favor to him? My son, Xu Xiaofan, possesses the demeanor of an emperor. His entry into your institute is a tremendous boon for you. Full effort in training? Is it not expected?" At these words, Xu Xiaofan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What the? Dad, you're betraying me." The expressions of the onlookers were equally riveting. "My son, Xu Xiaofan, possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Just listen to that audacity. What kind of arrogance must one possess to utter such words? Truly, he is worthy of the title Xu the Thief." After a prolonged silence, Xianghua finally replied, "What do you propose we do about this?" A peculiar smile graced Su Yuan's lips as he surveyed the crowd and declared, "Whoever inflicted harm on my son, step forward." All eyes swiftly turned to Song Yuntai and his son, who hung their heads in silence. Su Yuan cast a glance at them and addressed the crowd coolly, "Since no one dares to admit it, then let us confront them together." At this, the crowd hastily retreated, leaving only Song Yuntai and his son standing there. The duo trembled involuntarily, stripped of their earlier bravado. Yet, Song Yuntai maintained an angry countenance, defiantly demanding, "Su the thief, what do you intend to do?" Xu Yuan smiled slightly, ignoring Song Yuntai, and instead regarded Song Qingshan. "You may step down. I do not resort to bullying the weak." Suppressing his fury, Song Qingshan glanced at his father before taking several steps back. "Invincible," roared Song Yuntai. Song Qingshan lowered his head in shame. Simultaneously, a formidable sword intent enveloped Song Yuntai. The latter felt a chilling aura of death approaching him. However, Xu Yuan did not draw his sword. Instead, he vanished from his original position and delivered a resounding slap to Song Yuntai's face. The immense force caused him to stagger and fall to the ground, a tooth flying from his mouth in the process. Enraged, Song Yuntai, the vice president of the Deer Hunting Academy, had never endured such humiliation. Just as he contemplated a counterattack, he discovered that his divine reservoir was sealed by the sword energy, rendering him unable to summon any vital energy. Xu Yuan then delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air, his face scraping against the ground and leaving him bloodied and battered. The onlookers watched in horror. "Stop!" Xianghua, unable to bear the sight, interjected. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still the vice president of the Deer Hunting Academy. To be humiliated in front of so many people, what remained of the Academy's dignity? Yet, a blood-red sword was already poised at his brow the moment he spoke. Xu Yuan showed no mercy. Feeling the intense, murderous intent emanating from the sword, Xianghua could only sigh helplessly. At that moment, Song Yuntai finally found an opportunity to speak and bellowed, "Xu scoundrel! What kind of hero are you, bullying the weak with your strength?" Xu Yuan, with overwhelming force, brought his foot down hard on Song Yuntai's abdomen. A cracking sound resonated, reminiscent of something shattering. "No!" Song Yuntai was stunned, and then his body convulsed. His divine reservoir. It had been destroyed. "Father!" Song Qingshan's eyes widened with rage. The crowd fell silent, paralyzed with fear. For a cultivator, having one's cultivation destroyed was more terrifying than death itself. Xu Scoundrel was truly ruthless. At this moment, Xu Yuan finally ceased his assault, sneering, "What qualification do you have to accuse me of bullying the weak?" This time, Xu Yuan was genuinely enraged. He had nearly lost his son. Xu Yuan turned to Xianghua and said, "It's settled. Make arrangements for enrollment. By the way, I will stay to accompany him." Xianghua was somewhat vexed, but, upon glancing at the sword still pointed at his brow, fell into silence. After weighing the pros and cons for a long while, he finally nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem." Was it embarrassing? Indeed, it was disgraceful. The Deer Hunting Academy had lost all its face this time. Yet, it had come to this. Song Yuntai was now a cripple. Was it worth it to seek justice for such a person? To refuse a formidable sword cultivator and a peerless genius for the sake of this individual? What a joke. Chapter 32. Never Offend the Xu Family. In the imperial capital, at the Yang residence, Yang Wudi lay on his bed, surrounded by the core members of the Yang family. After an indeterminate period, he gradually awakened. Casting a glance at those around him, he closed his eyes once more to assess the injuries within his body. Delving into his mind, he beheld the severely damaged Purple Mansion, a sight that ignited a seething rage within him. A single blow had stripped him of half his cultivation. If he were to falter, the instability of his realm could lead to the collapse of his Purple Mansion, resulting in his utter demise. The thought still sent shivers down his spine. A sword cultivator at the Purple Mansion realm was simply unfathomable. After a lengthy pause, he reopened his eyes and inquired, "What is the current situation with the Xu family?" An elder stroked his beard, his expression somewhat peculiar as he replied, "The Xu father and son caused a tremendous uproar at the Stag Hunting Academy yesterday. Young Xu, the thief, breached the Nine Heavens' profound evil formation. And old Xu not only destroyed the Academy's protective grand formation, but also incapacitated a vice president." Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi's lips twitched in disbelief. The Nine Heavens' profound evil formation had claimed the lives of countless prodigies throughout history, yet it had been breached by a mere young thief. Furthermore, the legendary protective formation, said to withstand peak cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm, had been dismantled by old Xu. This father and son duo had indeed forsaken all sense of decency. Regaining his composure, he pressed, "What transpired thereafter?" "The father and son have thoroughly offended the Stag Hunting Academy. Even a sword cultivator would not escape unscathed." Yang Wudi thought to himself, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The elder remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding. Afterward, the young thief became a key disciple of the Stag Hunting Academy, and the Sioux thief moved in to study alongside. Yang Wudi trembled with fury at the mention of the academy. The Stag Hunting Academy? It is merely a name. The elder continued, the vice president is, after all, incapacitated. The academy has gained a monstrous talent in the form of a disciple, along with a Purple Mansion realm sword cultivator, a remarkable stroke of fortune. I am well aware. Yang Wudi shot a glare at the elder before sighing deeply and slowly sitting up. What has been the emperor's reaction? He inquired further. A ruckus caused by the Sioux thief at the banquet would surely provoke the emperor's wrath. The elder replied, after the banquet concluded. The emperor secretly dispatched someone to present gifts to the Sioux thief, claiming it was due to inadequate hospitality. Young Wudi felt utterly numb. After contemplating for a long while, he addressed the assembly, convey the order to cease the pursuit of the Sioux father and son, and prepare a generous gift to send to the Stag Hunting Academy for the Sioux thief. From this point forward, any member of the Yang family who encounters a member of the Sioux family shall retreat, and any who offend shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing these words, many of the older elders nodded slightly. This was indeed the most prudent course of action. As for hatred, in the face of the family's survival, it was insignificant. Yet, numerous individuals expressed dissent, struggling to comprehend. Among them, the most vehement was Yang Wudi's wife, Ding. At that moment, her beautiful visage was marred by hatred. Contorting as she exclaimed, "Why should you not seek vengeance for your son's blood feud?" Yang Wudi sighed, replying, "It is not that I will not seek revenge. The time is simply not right. Yes, the time is not yet right. Should one continue to offend Xu the thief, it is conceivable that he might come forth with reckless abandon, and who could possibly stand in his way? The Yang family would face annihilation in an instant. In these times, strength alone dictates truth." Meanwhile, the Hua family has reached a unanimous decision alongside the Yang family. They find themselves compelled by the dire circumstances. Previously, when Xu Yuan had not yet revealed his prowess at the Purple Mansion realm, they could still engage in some measure of conflict. However, now they must prudently diminish their presence. 3 days later, in a secluded courtyard atop the peak of the Zhulu Academy, Xu Xiaofan slowly exhaled a breath of stagnant air. After assessing his body's injuries, which had remarkably mended, a faint smile graced his lips. A few days prior, he had traversed a perilous formation and endured strikes from a cultivator of the divine concealment realm. Despite his robust constitution, he had sustained some injuries. Fortunately, they were not grievous, and thanks to the formidable restorative capabilities of the divine demon Qi refining technique, he had swiftly returned to his former state. At this juncture, Xu Xiaofan rubbed his hands together, preparing to access the system panel to claim his reward for the chaos body. Regardless of the outcome, he had managed to survive. Even if he hadn't completed the assessment, undoubtedly, he would rank at the bottom. However, upon glancing at the extinguished second option, he was rendered utterly numb. Xu Xiaofan rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the display remained unchanged. What on earth was happening? He inwardly called out to his senior, yet there was no response. This left Xu Xiaofan's heart plummeting into despair. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and opted to accept the reward from the first option, which elevated him by a minor realm. In an instant, his level surged to the pinnacle of the innate realm. Yet, this could hardly mend the wounds within his heart. After some contemplation, Xu Xiaofan resolved to step outside and seek answers. He could not accept the loss of the chaos body. As he exited the courtyard, he spotted a familiar figure, Zhao Fengyan, the very person who had once rescued him and sought to take him as a disciple. Xu Xiaofan approached and inquired, "Teacher Zhao, what brings you here?" He held a great fondness for this mentor, as he was the only one who had offered assistance during his time of isolation. Zhao Fengyan turned, silent, placing his hand upon Xu Xiaofan's shoulder. After a moment, he nodded and remarked, "Indeed, the method you employed to enhance your cultivation seems to have minimal side effects. Your injuries have fully healed. However, credit must also be given to your father for generously providing top-tier elixirs and herbs without concern for expense." Xu Xiaofan smiled and nodded. "Naturally, I am his only son. He will rely on me for his old age." Zhao Fengyan chuckled. "Previously, I was nearly swayed by a rumor, but it appears it was mistaken." Xu Xiaofan, puzzled, asked, "What rumor?" Zhao Fengyan replied, "It was said that you are the illegitimate son of the emperor." Xu Xiaofan, somewhat displeased, retorted, "How could I possibly be the emperor's illegitimate son? Who is spreading such baseless gossip?" Zhao Fengyan chuckled silently, but in the next moment, the hand resting on Xu Xiaofan's shoulder suddenly trembled. He exclaimed, "You have broken through?" Xu Xiaofan's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. Yet, given the circumstances, he could hardly feign ignorance and simply replied, "I have come to some realizations." Zhao Fengyan took a deep breath before inquiring, "How old are you this year? Be specific." Xu Xiaofan blinked and replied, 15. Zhao Fengyan marveled, "You are quite the prodigy." Xu Xiaofan, slightly displeased, retorted, "Teacher, why do you insult me? I am human, not a prodigy." Zhao Fengyan fell into a contemplative silence. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Xiaofan asked, "Director Zhao, what was my rank in the entrance assessment?" Zhao Fengyan gazed at Xu Xiaofan intently and declared, "First. You ranked first in the entrance assessment, or rather, the highest in the history of the Yuan." Xu Xiaofan's eyes widened in astonishment, a tingling sensation creeping over his scalp as he exclaimed, "How could I possibly be first? That's impossible." Zhao Fengyan clarified, "The nine heavens' mysterious array you dismantled has seen no one emerge victorious for centuries. If you're not first, then who could be?" Xu Xiaofan fell into complete silence. Zhao Fengyan then asked, "Have you given further thought to our previous discussion?" Xu Xiaofan, somewhat dazed, responded, "I need to consult my father on this matter. It is of great significance." In truth, Xu Xiaofan did not harbor any aversion to the idea of having this person as a mentor. Just as he finished speaking, Xu Yuan suddenly appeared beside them, startling both individuals. Chapter 33. The Arrogant Father and the Bewildered Son-Father. Xu Qianbei nodded and remarked, "If you have no objections, you should acknowledge this teacher." In truth, he wished to personally guide his son. However, his own cultivation was merely superficial, relying on the system for enhancement, and he was reluctant to make a fool of himself. Xu Xiaofan nodded and promptly paid his respects to Zhao Fengyan, addressing him as teacher. Zhao Fengyan responded with a smile. The greatest aspiration of a teacher is undoubtedly to nurture a formidable disciple, and here lay a promising seed. It was merely a matter of how Zhao Fengyan would refine him. Xu Yuan observed this scene with considerable satisfaction, although he harbored doubts about his son's intelligence. Possibly due to an elder's guidance, the significance of acknowledging this teacher extended beyond mere instruction in cultivation. It also meant that his son had officially become a part of the deer hunting academy. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, even in his absence, the academy would serve as a solid backing. Previously, Dean Xianghua had suggested accepting his son into the fold, but Xu Yuan had declined. Xianghua was excessively calculative, yet the current teacher exuded a profound sense of loyalty. With this thought in mind, Xu Yuan retrieved a burlap sack brimming with contents from his storage ring and handed it to Zhao Fengyan. "This is a token of my gratitude for accepting my son as your disciple." The sack rattled, producing the unmistakable sound of metal clinking, leaving no doubt as to its contents. Xu Xiaofan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Father, when did we become so wealthy? This sack must contain at least 10,000 gold." Xu Yuan replied, "The emperor sent some gifts a few days ago, and the Hua and Yang families have also contributed today. The Yuan family even delivered a cartload of elixirs." Xu Xiaofan was bewildered. "Father, are you jesting?" While it is understandable for the Yuan family to send money as a means of building relationships, the emperor and the Yang and Hua families doing the same is utterly perplexing. They are sworn enemies. Xu Yuan explained, "This is the advantage of strength. If I were to annihilate the power of those families with a mere gesture, they would never harbor resentment, no matter how egregious your actions might be. In this world, a fist can resolve 99% of issues. The remaining 1% that cannot be resolved signifies that your strength is insufficient. Xu Xiaofan nodded vigorously, completely in agreement. Thus, he resolved to pursue invincibility. Meanwhile, Zhao Fengyan stood in stunned silence, pondering the peculiar nature of Su's educational philosophy. At this moment, Xu Yuan had already pressed the money into Zhao Fengyan's hands. The latter, however, refused to accept it, stating, "There is no need for such courtesy. It is my duty." Xu Yuan, uninterested in further discussion, forcefully placed the sack into Zhao Fengyan's embrace before vanishing from sight. Zhao Fengyan remained speechless. Xu Xiaofan urged, "Please accept it, teacher. You ought to replace that old garment of yours." Zhao Fengyan chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "I will use this money to procure some items beneficial for your cultivation." Xu Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively, indicating he did not require anything. However, Zhao Fengyan pocketed the money and declared, "Let us proceed. I wish to witness your prowess." The following month was spent by Xu Xiaofan in a rigorous regimen of cultivation. With the Yang and Hua families having already softened their stance, and Yuan Beige preoccupied with numerous matters, he found this period less oppressive. He discovered that Zhao Fengyan possessed a profound and extensive understanding of the path of cultivation. Like a sponge, he eagerly absorbed this knowledge, assimilating it into his own practice. Although he had the advantage of a senior system to enhance his cultivation, it rendered his comprehension of the intricacies of training rather shallow. This was detrimental to maximizing the potential of any given realm. Moreover, he could not always rely on the senior system for random boosts in cultivation. After all, one cannot depend on mountains that may eventually crumble or on people who may abandon him. Many matters must ultimately be tackled with a sense of personal stability. Of course, these days were not devoid of vexations. For instance, Song Qingshan frequently came to provoke him, insisting on a duel on the life-and-death stage. A bitter tradition of the Zhulu Academy where outcomes are not determined by victory or defeat, but by life and death. Xu Xiaofan could only temporarily evade his challenges, as he was simply not a match for him. Strength and age were against him. Additionally, a woman named Shangwan Shuya had taken to visiting him daily, claiming she had forgiven him and intended to marry him in the future. Xu Xiaofan could only conclude that the woman was quite unhinged. One day, a knock resounded at the gate of his courtyard. He surmised it was likely that woman again. Reluctantly, he approached the door, knowing that if he did not open it, she would soon spread rumors that he had wronged her, which would incite public outrage, a scenario he wished to avoid. However, to his surprise, standing outside was a stout man. Xu Xiaofan expressed his astonishment. "Brother Zhang, I haven't seen you since the assessment day. What have you been up to?" Zhang Hualong replied with a wry smile. "I received a thrashing from my father." He then displayed his behind, noticeably swollen. "See, the swelling hasn't subsided yet." Xu Xiaofan covered his eyes, perplexed. "Why would Uncle Zhang beat you?" Zhang Hualong shot Xu Xiaofan an incredulous glance. "Isn't it because of you?" Xu Xiaofan pointed at himself, even more bewildered. "Because of me?" Zhang Hualong nodded. "Your reputation has skyrocketed recently. You shattered the 9 heavens mysterious killing array of the Zhulu Academy. They compared you to me, calling me a good-for-nothing. Consequently, my father was ridiculed in court, and in his fury, he struck me." Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan felt somewhat speechless. His mood instantly soured. A grand reputation was hardly a blessing. At this moment, Zhang Hualong continued, "This beating was all your doing. You owe me compensation." Xu Xiaofan in quit. "How am I to compensate you?" Zhang Hualong suggested. "Accompany me to the Bloodsword Ruins for a visit." Xu Xiaofan shook his head resolutely, stating, "I must continue my cultivation. You should go alone." Zhang Hualong sighed and replied, "If I venture forth alone, I may very well meet my demise. After all, we are brothers." Yet, Xu Xiaofan continued to shake his head, adamantly refusing. Zhang Hualong, now filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Are we not brothers anymore?" At that moment, several lines of text materialized before Xu Xiaofan. "To venture to the Bloodsword Ruins, you have 2 options. 1. Seize the opportunity amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Earning a life-saving talisman. 2. Forego all opportunities, prioritizing your safety, and participate in the Bloodsword ruins, earning a peerless talisman. Information regarding these two talismans flooded Xu Xiaofan's mind, igniting a wave of joy within him. The life-saving talisman could protect his last breath. Such a life-preserving item was always welcome in his eyes. However, the most astonishing was the peerless talisman. For a brief moment of 15 minutes, he would be rendered invulnerable. It was utterly outrageous. Taking a deep breath, Xu Xiaofan finally spoke. "Brother Zhang, I shall accompany you." Zhang Hualong beamed with happiness, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are truly a brother." Soon, the two exited the courtyard, making their way down the mountain. Meanwhile, atop the courtyard roof, two figures stood. One was robust and imposing, while the other donned a blue robe. They were none other than Zhang Erniu and Xu Yuan. At this juncture, Zhang Erniu remarked, "Brother Xu, you have devised an excellent plan." Xu Yuan smiled and replied, "There is no other choice. This child is reluctant to venture out. I fear that if he remains cooped up at home, it would not bode well for him." Zhang Erniu commented, "Brother Xu, your dedication to nurturing your son is truly commendable." Xu Yuan then inquired, "By the way, Brother Zhang, how much do you know about the Bloodsword ruins?" Zhang Erniu pondered for a moment before responding. "I have heard that this ruin is the cave of an unparalleled sword cultivator from 10,000 years ago, discovered by the ancestral figure of the Hua family, who subsequently claimed it as their own. It was through the opportunities within that the Hua family transformed from a mere bandit force into one of the four great families of today. However, the Hua family has always cherished this ruin. Why would they suddenly announce its opening? It is known that the founding emperor of Diyu employed countless methods to extract the precise location of this ruin from the Hua family, yet to no avail. Something is amiss. I have a feeling that the Hua family may be plotting something, and if the two of them go, I fear." Xu Yuan chuckled softly, gazing at the setting sun in the distance, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. "Brother Zhang, flowers nurtured in a greenhouse can never withstand the tempest." Chapter 34. Who gave you the courage to disturb the Xu family? In the Diyu dynasty, above the Shuejin ruins in the Tianyuan mountain range, numerous formidable auras swirled in the sky. Xu Yuan and Zhang Erniu, cloaked in black robes, concealed themselves within the crowd. Zhang Erniu, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Did you not say that flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storms, Brother Xu?" Xu Yuan nodded in affirmation. Zhang Erniu, puzzled, inquired, "Then why did you summon me here?" "Naturally, to safeguard the path," Xu Yuan replied, casting a curious glance at Zhang Erniu. "Brother Zhang, do you truly feel at ease leaving them here in such a perilous place? You are indeed a doting father." Zhang Erniu muttered under his breath, "I am undoubtedly a doting father. As for you, that remains uncertain." As their conversation unfolded, a powerful aura surged toward them, belonging to none other than Xu Yuan's old acquaintance, Hua Yaolao. Below in the crowd, Xu Xiaofan glanced upward, instinctively shrinking deeper into the throng. Zhang Hualong looked at Xu Xiaofan, who had disguised himself as a servant, with disdain. He held the utmost contempt for such individuals, thinking, "So, you wish to play the part of a pig to eat the tiger, do you?" Xu Xiaofan felt utterly wronged. He was not playing any tricks. He merely aspired to be a humble participant in this world. At that moment, Hua Yaolao's cold voice resonated, "Greetings, fellow Taoists. You may be unaware of the information regarding this Bloodsword ruins. This is the cave dwelling of an unparalleled sword cultivator from 10,000 years ago. An entire realm contained within. Although my Hua family has occupied this place for a considerable time, the level of its development remains minimal, with countless opportunities still concealed within. However, this realm has endured the ravages of time and is on the verge of collapse. Aware of our limitations, my Hua family has chosen to announce this widely, wishing to extend a friendly gesture and share this ruin with all of you." The crowd nodded in satisfaction, and someone inquired, "Do you know the level of the sword cultivator who owned this cave dwelling, Master Hua?" Hua Yaolao smiled alluringly, her crimson lips parting to utter 3 words, "Great Sword Immortal." At this declaration, the audience was taken aback. What is a great sword immortal? It is the pinnacle of sword cultivation, able to destroy cities and part seas based solely on sword intent, without reliance on cultivation level. Even in an era 10,000 years ago, when the sword path shone brilliantly and sword cultivators were invincible, a great sword immortal was among the most formidable of beings. Only the sword emperor could suppress them. Yet this was indeed the cave dwelling of a great sword immortal. However, Hua Yaolao's tone shifted as she continued. This cave dwelling has prohibitions. No one over the age of 25 may enter. Upon hearing this, many powerful figures furrowed their brows. A purple-robed expert from the Shunsong realm, displaying disdain, charged toward the entrance of the ruins, intent on forcibly breaching the restrictions. What of the great sword immortal? After 10,000 years, how much sword intent could possibly remain? Yet, in the next moment, a terrifying blood-red sword intent surged forth, cleaving the purple-robed expert's body to shreds. The assembled strongmen were filled with shock and hurriedly retreated. Amidst the throng, Xu Yuan sensed the overwhelming sword intent and the resounding echoes of the blood slaughter sword emanating from the purple chamber. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Truly, he was a grand sword immortal. Even after eons, the sword intent remained fearsome. The purity of this sword intent likely surpassed that of my invincible sword intent by several degrees. Yet if I cannot gain entry, I cannot ensure my son's safety. A sense of unease began to stir within Xu Yuan. Opportunities were scarce. Those without backgrounds or strength, seeking to profit from the chaos, should depart. Meanwhile, the younger generation of the great, he was preparing to pass through the spatial rift on the ground to enter the Bloodsword ruins, only to be intercepted by a host of formidable figures. Even if treasures abound within the ruins, they could not withstand the influx of many. Thus, with fewer individuals entering, a family's juniors might secure additional opportunities upon return. Bullying the weak? Without strength or backing, who else could they target? The expressions of some young individuals hailing from humble origins shifted dramatically, yet they could only swallow their indignation and depart in disgrace. Witnessing this scene, Xu Xiaofan felt a profound stir within. His father was indeed correct. In this world, strength is the ultimate truth. With that thought, he prepared to follow Zhang Hualong into the Bloodsword secret realm. Suddenly, a portly middle-aged man in brocade attire extended his hand to block him. Xu Xiaofan feigned utmost obedience, inquiring, "Senior, what is the matter?" The brocade-clad man frowned, responding coldly, "Which family do you belong to?" Xu Xiaofan hesitated, struggling to articulate his response. Zhang Hualong stood nearby, wearing a look of amusement, silently relishing the unfolding drama. Having learned from prior experiences, he refrained from speaking, feeling a twinge of envy. The Xu father and son duo were a sight to behold, putting on airs wherever they went. He too wished to act similarly, yet lacked the means. At that moment, the brocade-clad man admonished, "Impudent! Where did this wild brat come from, daring to fish in troubled waters? Depart at once." Xu Xiaofan's countenance darkened. "Senior, I am a friend of the Zhang family's young master." The man remained unmoved. "How can I trust your words are not mere fabrication?" Zhang Hualong interjected. "Esteemed senior, he is indeed my friend." The brocade-clad man replied, "And so what? Even if your Zhang family wields immense power, rules must be observed. Have you ever seen other noble families bringing friends along?" Nearby, a multitude of strong figures nodded in agreement. None were foolish. Fewer individuals entering was advantageous for them all. Who would dare oppose this? Zhang Hualong fell silent. Xu Xiaofan had no choice but to reveal, "Senior, I am of the Xu family." There was no alternative. He had to enter the Bloodsword ruins, else he would gain nothing. As his words escaped, many recognized the disguised Xu Xiaofan, and a flurry of hostile gazes was cast in his direction, particularly from the front of the crowd, where Song Qingshan stood, his eyes filled with a predatory hunger. Xu Xiaofan had numerous adversaries, yet none dared to act against him. His father, a sword cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, was a figure before whom even the emperor dared not show disdain. Yet, the rotund man in splendid robes before him belonged to a sect, and the notorious name of Su Zhe had yet to circulate within the sect's ranks. He was evidently unaware of the terrifying reputation of the Xu family. After pondering briefly and realizing he had never heard of this family, the robed man boldly proclaimed, "What is the Xu family? A mere nobody. To be worthy of entering the blood sword relic?" Such audacity. In that moment, the atmosphere grew tense, and one could almost hear a pin drop. Some even gasped in shock. The robed man remained oblivious to the peculiar shift around him, as a formidable pressure descended upon Xu Xiaofan like an overwhelming tide. Unfazed, Xu Xiaofan handled it with remarkable ease. The robed man, suddenly feeling humiliated, erupted in fury and swung his sword towards Xu Xiaofan with deadly intent. This strike bore no restraint, a lethal move indeed. Those present who were aware of Xu Xiaofan's background, regardless of their grievances, were left dumbfounded. Did he truly dare to act? Did he not know who his father was? Should this punch truly harm the young man, given Xu Zhe's notorious methods, his sect would likely face utter annihilation. Just as Xu Xiaofan prepared to evade with his skywalk fist, a figure unexpectedly appeared before him. The identity of the assailant took him by surprise. Chapter 35. If living is not for the sake of pretense, then it is better to be dead. This individual, Xu Xiaofan, has a faint recollection. He is none other than Yuan Miaohua, the head of the Yuan family, one of the 4 prominent families in the imperial city. But why has he chosen to intervene on my behalf? As Xu Xiaofan pondered, the middle-aged man in brocade, who had been halted, expressed his confusion. Yuan family head, why do you wish to save this wild brat? Yuan Miaohua, disinterested in conversing with such a trivial character, merely uttered a dismissive "get lost." The brocade-clad man trembled with rage. Yuan family head, this concerns my gathering spirit sect. It is not your place to interfere. Is that so? Yuan Miaohua sneered, delivering a powerful strike that reduced the man to a mere puddle of mud. Those present, whether the younger generation or the elder strong, were visibly astonished. The gathering spirit sect is the foremost sect of Dayu, on par with the Yang family in strength. Has Yuan Miaohua lost his mind to dare slay a member of the gathering spirit sect? Xu Xiaofan was equally taken aback. While it was indeed a fortunate thing for this elder to stand up for him, it seemed rather excessive. Elder this. Yuan Miaohua turned, displaying a benevolent smile. No need to worry. I simply find him displeasing. Xu Xiaofan, you bully too much, old dog. From the crowd emerged another formidable figure. Who else could it be but Qi Mu, the sect leader of the gathering spirit sect? Yuan Miaohua positioned himself protectively in front of Xu Xiaofan and coldly remarked, "Humph, failing to recognize a benefactor. If I had not intervened, your gathering spirit sect would likely face a severance of its lineage by tomorrow." Hearing this, sect leader Qi was momentarily taken aback. You kill my sect's elder and yet expect me to owe you a favor? Yuan Miaohua replied earnestly, "You indeed owe me a significant favor. Do you not realize he is from the Xu family?" The Xu family? Qi scoffed. I have never heard of such a family. Do not attempt to scare me with these insignificant names. Yuan Miaohua expressed his surprise. You are unaware of the Xu family? I advise you to inquire further before deciding to take action. Qi Mu chuckled derisively and retorted, I care not for your Xu family. Today, I shall annihilate you all. With that, the pressure of the Purple Mansion realm erupted. In the blink of an eye, a colossal finger shadow surged towards Yuan Miaohua. Several strong members of the Yuan family joined forces to barely intercept this attack. This was merely a casual strike from Qi Mu. The disparity in realms between the two factions was evident. In the crowd, Zhang Erniu observed this scene and remarked, Xu brother, the Yuan family is truly risking their lives to forge a connection with you. However, the Gathering Spirit sect is not to be trifled with. Xu Yuan replied nonchalantly, It matters not. A mere Gathering Spirit sect can be quelled with a mere snap of my fingers. Upon hearing this, even the honest Zhang Erniu could not help but exclaim, Xu brother, if you don't put on a show, will you perish? Xu Yuan declared earnestly, If living is not for the sake of pretense, then it is better to be dead. Zhang Erniu, Senior, might we let this matter rest? It is all just a misunderstanding. Xu Xiaofan furrowed his brow. In midair, Qi Mu scoffed disdainfully. Silence. What do you amount to? In his eyes, Xu Xiaofan was merely an insignificant insect. To converse with such a creature seemed beneath him. He raised his hand, intent on erasing Xu Xiaofan from existence. The weak, in the presence of the strong, lacked even the right to speak. Xu Xiaofan clenched his fists tightly. I shall see who dares to harm a member of the Xu family. Just then, a cold voice echoed from an unknown source, followed by a blood-red, long sword descending from the horizon. In an instant, it locked onto Qimu. Qimu was taken aback. A swordsman? How could a swordsman appear here? Feeling the overwhelming sword intent, his complexion changed drastically, and a shiver ran down his spine. The crowd erupted in chaos. It's Xu the thief. Hualing's gaze turned venomous. Yang Wudi's lips curled in irritation. Damn, why is this fellow everywhere? Qimu had already summoned his purple mansion, attempting to resist the overwhelming sword intent. However, the blood-killing sword surged forth without hindrance, directly piercing through the purple mansion. Boom! The purple mansion crumbled significantly. Blood streamed from Chimu's lips, his face drained of color, his eyes filled with sheer terror. A swordsman is exceedingly terrifying. With this strike, the purple mansion was on the verge of collapse. Even more frightening was the fact that the opponent had only unleashed a single strike. Should another follow, my life will be forfeit. Qimu disregarded all semblance of dignity, bowing toward the void, pleading for mercy. Spare my life, friend. Dignity? When life is at stake, what value does dignity hold? In the void, a man clad in a blue robe appeared. He looked down upon Qimu and spoke coolly. Did you not just say that my Xu family is of no consequence? Chimu's face turned awkward. I was merely jesting. The blue-robed man continued. You still wish to annihilate my Xu family? Qimu resembled a chastised grandson, wishing to bury his head in shame. I lacked the foresight to recognize a great mountain. I have offended you, esteemed friend. Please forgive my transgressions. The blue-robed man pointed at Xu Xiaofan and commanded, apologize to him. Qimu's expression darkened, his heart brimming with humiliation. A sect leader of his stature forced to apologize to a junior before so many witnesses? This was an inconceivable disgrace. Yet, with the sword mere inches from his brow, he could only bow to Xu Xiaofan, saying, young friend, indeed, I have failed to recognize greatness. Xu Xiaofan ignored him, instead looking at the blue-robed man and calling out, Father. At that moment, many of the younger generation gazed enviously at Xu Xiaofan, wishing to echo his call. Xu Yuan sheathed his sword and first nodded at Yun Miaohua. Yun Miaohua rejoiced. This beating was not in vain. The next moment, Xu Yuan appeared before Xu Xiaofan. Seeing that he was unharmed, he felt relieved. He then extended the blood-killing sword toward him. Xu Xiaofan, puzzled, remarked, Father, I do not know how to wield a sword. Xu Yuandao remarked, this sword is deeply intertwined with the blood sword relic and may prove useful. Within it, I have also sealed a strand of sword intent, which you may employ to safeguard your life in critical moments. Xu Xiaofan, filled with curiosity, inquired, Father, what is the level of this sword? Xu Yuan Zipli. It can sever the great perfection of the purple mansion. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were consumed with envy and jealousy, nearly driven to madness. So formidable, Xu Xiaofan gapet, tightly clutching the blood slaughter sword. Xu Yuan continued, Xiaofan, remember, fortune is inconsequential. Self-preservation is paramount. At these words, Xu Xiaofan felt a wave of emotion. A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. Though his father often insisted on self-reliance, his concern was unmistakable. Father, rest assured. Observing this tender moment between father and son, Zhang Hualong smacked his lips and turned to Zhang Erniu, who had just appeared before him, extending his hand. Old Deng, why don't you reveal something good as well? Zhang Erniu cheerfully lifted his large palm. In the air, Yang Wudi and Hua Yaolao exchanged glances. Hua Yaolao declared, that little thief, Xu, has arrived. Let us ensure he meets an untimely demise. Yang Wudi countered, are you not afraid of Xu's wrath? You witnessed his prowess. We could barely withstand a single strike. Hua Yaolao replied, I have my own methods to deal with him. This time, Xu shall certainly perish. Yang Wudi's expression turned contemplative. What schemes does your Hua family harbor? Hua Yaolao's gaze deepened, yet she offered no response. Chapter 36. What is the Xu family worth? A group of young individuals emerged upon a blood-soaked expanse. The pungent scent of blood assailed their senses, inducing a wave of nausea. Surrounding trees flourished in an unusually lush manner, while heaps of corpses lay scattered about like mountains. At the center of the throng stood Xu Xiaofan, encircled by hostile gazes that yearned for his demise. In the forefront, Song Qingshan sneered, "Little Xu thief, your father cannot enter this blood-sword ruins. Today, you shall perish." The crowd echoed his sentiment. The Xu thief must be eradicated. Zhang Hualong, trembling beside Xu Xiaofan, lamented his poor choice of companions. Xu Xiaofan's lips twitched, yet he remained unperturbed. Casually, he drew forth the blood-slaughter sword, stating nonchalantly, "This sword can slay those at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion." Though Xu Xiaofan wished to refrain from boasting, there were moments when pretense was unavoidable. The atmosphere fell into a hush, all eyes fixated on the crimson blade, engulfed in silence. In this era, no one was averse to clinging to life, especially since they were all still quite youthful. To put it bluntly, whoever dared to engage would meet their end. Zhang Hualong suddenly adopted a brazen demeanor, pointing to himself and taunting, "Come on if you dare, take a swing at me." The crowd fell silent. At that moment, a disciple from the Hua family, observing the standoff, stepped forward and declared, "Esteemed colleagues, these corpses are remnants from 10,000 years ago. Based on our knowledge, this blood-sword immortal, in his quest for mastery, offended the righteous forces of the world and was subsequently besieged by numerous factions. Though he annihilated his enemies, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned grave. Such a record of achievement was indeed formidable. Sword cultivators were undeniably powerful. The Hua disciple then gestured towards the distant mountains. "That is Bloodsword Valley, the site of the Bloodsword Immortal's demise, a resting place for countless formidable warriors, brimming with opportunities." The assembly gazed longingly at the canyon. Seemingly cleaved by a sword, their desires palpable. Within Bloodsword Valley lay not only the legacies of those who had perished, but also the potential for sword cultivation inheritances. Who would not wish to become an invincible sword cultivator? Look at how audacious that Xu thief is. While everyone loathed Xu, they secretly aspired to his prowess. In an instant, several energies surged forth, racing towards Bloodsword Valley. As for Xu Xiaofan, he was now disregarded by all. "When I obtain the sword cultivator's legacy, I shall surely slay both you and your father." Song Qingshan advanced, not forgetting to utter a harsh remark. Xu Xiaofan nearly retaliated with his sword, causing Song Qingshan to hastily retreat, terrified. "Curse it, a pack of wretched creatures." Zhang Hualong cursed, eager to drag Xu Xiaofan along. Yet, Xu Xiaofan maintained a leisurely demeanor. "Brother Zhang, do take a breath," he replied nonchalantly. Zhang Hualong, impatient, insisted, "We must move quickly. Opportunities are fleeting." Xu Xiaofan, adopting a relaxed posture, retorted, "One cannot rush to savor hot tofu. If the opportunity is yours, it will come to you. If it is not, it cannot be forced." Left with no option, Zhang Hualong could only stroll alongside Xu Xiaofan, for he had just provoked the crowd and could not afford to stray too far from him. He feared for his life. By the time the two entered Bloodsword Valley, a fierce battle had already commenced. Xu Xiaofan and Zhang Hualong headed straight into the depths of the gorge. Moments later, Zhang Hualong pointed to his skeletal remains and exclaimed, "Brother Xu, look, that is the corpse of a powerful figure from the divine concealment realm. His spatial pouch remains untouched. Hurry, what an opportunity." Before Zhang Hualong could act, a group of individuals charged forward. He attempted to seize the moment, but Xu Xiaofan swiftly restrained him. "Brother Zhang, hold on." In the blink of an eye, the pouch had fallen into another's grasp. Zhang Hualong watched in disbelief as the opportunity slipped away, confusion etched across his face. "Xu, what are you doing?" Xu Xiaofan replied earnestly, "Do not rush, Brother Zhang. I have my own plans." "Really?" Zhang Hualong questioned, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Xu Xiaofan suppressed his guilt and nodded. What plans could he possibly have? He merely wished to safely fulfill the second option presented by the system's predecessor. The two continued onward. A quarter of an hour later, in the valley, Xu Xiaofan encountered a familiar face, Shangguan Qiuyue. She was surrounded by a group of men, clutching a damaged magical artifact. Clearly, someone sought to seize her opportunity. Zhang Hualong was visibly excited. He was well-versed in this narrative, a hero saving a damsel in distress. He wished to be that hero. "Brother Xu, let us strike together." However, upon turning to his side, he found Xu Xiaofan had already begun to walk away, leaving him bewildered. At that moment, a man in white, leading the group, declared, "Wise one, hand over the item, and we shall not trouble you." Shangguan Che retorted angrily, "Qi Haoqing, as the holy son of the Gathering Spirit sect, you have no shame." Hearing this, Xu Xiaofan paused. The Gathering Spirit sect? Wasn't he that the sect that had just caused him trouble? Qi Haoqing sneered. Opportunities and treasures rightfully belong to the capable. Besides, what can a mere Shuiyun sect do to contest with this holy son? Suddenly, Shangguan Qiuyue flashed a cunning smile, saying, "My backing is not limited to the Shuiyun sect. I'm also the daughter-in-law of the Xu family. Do you dare to harm me?" Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan halted, and Zhang Hualong looked on in disbelief. "Damn, Brother Xu, when did you acquire such a beautiful fiancée?" Before Xu Xiaofan could clarify, Qi Haoqing chuckled. "What does the Xu family amount to? Do you truly think I fear them? If I encounter that rascal from the Xu family in this secret realm, I shall kill him without hesitation." At that moment, Shangguan Che suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette, her eyes lighting up. "Xu Xiaofan." Qi Haoqing scoffed dismissively. "Trying to deceive me?" But he still turned his head compliantly. Soon, the atmosphere grew tense. Xu Xiaofan sighed, ready to explain, but Qi Haoqing interjected, "Brother Xu, it's all a misunderstanding." At that moment, Qi Haoqing's heart raced. He had witnessed Xu Xiaofan single-handedly bring his father's purple mansion to its knees. Before Xu Xiaofan, his father was but an insect. Before he entered the ruins, a discreet message was sent to him, advising him to steer clear of the Xu family. Otherwise, the Gathering Spirit sect might face imminent peril. His earlier remarks were merely an attempt to feign bravado. Little did he expect such misfortune to encounter the very subject of his concerns. At that moment, Qi Haoqing cautiously inquired, "Is this young lady your?" Xu Xiaofan nodded, then shook his head. "Indeed, she is my fiancée, but our engagement has long since been annulled. Hence we are not well acquainted." Shangguan Qiuyue's expression shifted dramatically. She stepped forward to clasp Xu Xiaofan's hand, tears welling in her eyes. "Xu Xiaofan, are you truly this heartless?" Upon hearing her words, Xu Xiaofan's temper flared. The pent-up fury that had been simmering within him erupted at that instant. "You deem me heartless? On that day, you compelled the Xu family to withdraw the engagement with the young master of the Yang family. Did you not consider that to be rather callous? You also seduced Song Qingshan and conspired against me. Do you truly believe I would remain oblivious?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qiuyue was momentarily taken aback. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at Shangguan Qiuyue, their mouths agape. "You forced the Xu family to annul the engagement? How dare you?" Chapter 37. The Bloodsword Immortal is frustrated. "Xu Xiaofan, you have gone too far. Those matters are in the past. Why do you still cling to them? Are you not a man?" Shangguan Qiuyue thought anxiously, her demeanor exuding arrogance. Xu Xiaofan remained silent. His encounters with women were few, yet he could assert with certainty that, regardless of the many women he might meet in the future, Shangguan Qiuyue would undoubtedly be the most exasperating of them all. He roared, "Get lost!" and, with a swift kick, struck her in the abdomen. Her delicate form flew away like a cannonball. Xu Xiaofan was a man of principles. He never struck a woman, unless provoked beyond measure. He refused to glance back at her, turning and walking away. Zhang Hualong, regaining his senses, hurried to Shangguan Qiuyue's side. Assuming Zhang was there to offer assistance, she said, "Could you lend me a hand?" To her surprise, Zhang Hualong snatched the broken artifact from her grasp and coldly remarked, "You despise the former Xu Xiaofan, but now he is beyond your reach. 30 years of fortune and misfortune. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty." He spat at Shangwan Qiuyue before finally turning to leave. As he walked away, he felt light and buoyant, as if on air. Though this confrontation was on behalf of another, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Shangwan Qiuyue watched the two retreating figures, her face pale, tears streaming down her cheeks, her emotions a tumult of confusion. The blood sword valley narrowed further inward, the terrifying sword intent growing increasingly intense. After an indeterminate amount of time, the two finally reached the valley's end. At that moment, Song Qingshan was engaged in battle with several contemporaneous prodigies. Seated cross-legged upon a massive boulder was a skeletal figure, translucent and as exquisite as jade. Zhang Hualong pointed to the man and inquired, "Could this be the blood sword immortal?" Xu Xiaofan pondered for a moment before responding. Given the sword aura emanating from him, it must be. Zhang Hualong exclaimed. One can only wonder what realm this elder once inhabited. After 10,000 years, his bones have yet to decay. Xu Xiaofan remarked, "Brother Zhang, I find something peculiar." Zhang Hualong, puzzled, asked, "What seems odd?" Xu Xiaofan frowned. This place poses no apparent danger. Yet why has the Hua family, having controlled this relic for so many years, not thoroughly ransacked it? It is as if, upon hearing this, Zhang Hualong also felt a shiver of unease and pressed. As if what? Xu Xiaofan deeply Li, as if it were deliberately waiting for our arrival. A chill ran down Zhang Hualong's spine. Damn, we should not linger here. Meanwhile, Song Qingshan had subdued the other prodigies. He turned to Xu Xiaofan, coldly asking, "Do you wish to contend with me as well?" Xu Xiaofan shook his head without hesitation. "I have no interest." Song Qingshan, his white garments billowing, laughed maniacally. "At least you possess some self-awareness." Xu Xiaofan remained silent. In the next moment, Song Qingshan appeared before the corpse of the blood sword immortal, searching earnestly. Without a doubt, he sought the inheritance of the sword immortal. However, just as his hand grazed the remains, an unexpected transformation occurred. A formidable sword intent surged forth, sending Song Qingshan hurtling backward. From the vacant eye sockets of the corpse, two crimson flames ignited. Accompanied by a cacophony of creaks, the blood sword immortal's remains gradually rose to its feet. The gathered prodigies were left in bewilderment. What was happening? The atmosphere was tense. Xu Xiaofan sensed the ominous shift and instinctively grabbed Zhang Hualong, preparing to flee. The flames flickered within the corpse's eye sockets, and countless blood-red sword shadows surrounded them, sealing their escape. Xu Xiaofan unleashed the void step fist, propelling himself and Zhang Hualong through the sword net. The corpse emitted a soft utterance. Interesting. Subsequently, its finger bones formed a sword-like gesture, pointing towards Xu Xiaofan. An intangible hand of swords materialized, sending the two tumbling back. Junior Song Qingshan pays respects to the esteemed blood sword immortal. At this moment, a disheveled Song Qingshan knelt in midair, bowing in a sycophantic manner. The blood sword immortal did not even glance at him, instead focusing on Xu Xiaofan. Song Qingshan's heart burned with indignation. The blood sword immortal's gaze fell upon the blood sword in Xu Xiaofan's possession. "I recall lending this sword to that young girl from the Hua family. How does it come to be in your hands?" "No matter. It is of little consequence." "Young man, do you wish to take me as your master?" The onlookers were nearly driven to madness with envy. What an honor it was to be noticed by a great sword immortal. Xu Xiaofan felt somewhat dazed, and upon regaining his composure, he replied, "Senior, matters of apprenticeship require me to consult my father first." He dared to refuse a great sword immortal. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Even the blood sword immortal appeared somewhat astonished. "Do you know who I am?" Xu Xiaofan replied, "You are a great sword immortal." The blood sword immortal retorted, "Then do you still dare to decline my offer? Moreover, why must you consult your father about becoming my disciple?" Xu Xiaofan zet pone au set stili, "Because I am not yet of age." The crowd was left speechless. After a brief moment of silence, the blood sword immortal stated, "Since you do not desire this opportunity, so be it. I would not want rumors to spread that I am begging you to be my disciple." He then turned his attention to Song Qingshan, saying, "Though your innate talent may not match that of this young man, it is still commendable. Do you wish to take me as your master?" Upon hearing this, Song Qingshan's expression fluctuated. How could he, the foremost prodigy of the great Yu, be so undermined? He felt a mixture of anger and delight. Nevertheless, he instinctively bowed repeatedly, declaring, "Disciple Song Qingshan pays respects to master." The blood-sword immortal nodded in satisfaction, smiling. "The rest of you need not feel disheartened. You shall serve as nourishment for my revival." At this proclamation, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Someone dared to inquire, "Senior, what do you mean by that?" The blood-sword immortal flicked his finger, and a sword shadow shot towards the speaker. In an instant, that individual transformed into a mist of blood. The blood-sword immortal inhaled deeply, consuming the essence. From this moment on, everyone finally comprehended the true essence of what nourishment entails. Oh my! Zhang Hualong was utterly pale with fright. The calculations of the Hua family were indeed at play here. Xu Xiaofan lamented, "Had I known earlier, I should have sought a master." The blood-sword immortal chuckled. "Young man, you have no such opportunity now." "Very well. Return my sword." Hua Chun. In the next instant, the blood-sword remained motionless in Xu Xiaofan's embrace. The blood-sword immortal was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? The sword that had accompanied him through countless battles could not be wielded by him? The blood-sword immortal, refusing to accept this, called out again, "Hua Chun." Still, there was no response. Xu Xiaofan scratched his head and softly remarked, "Senior, it is called bloodkill." Upon uttering the name, the blood-sword trembled slightly. The blood-sword immortal was rendered speechless. "Who changed its name?" Xu Xiaofan confessed, "My father." A formidable aura of murder emanated from the blood-sword immortal. "What is your father's name?" "Su Yuan." "I shall kill Su Yuan." Xu Xiaofan sensed that he had unwittingly stirred up trouble. In the next moment, the blood-sword immortal reached out with a swift motion, forcefully seizing the sword. The blood-kill sword let out an incessant cry, as if expressing its disdain. And after a brief moment, it broke free once more. It then lunged directly at the blood-sword immortal. The blood-sword immortal was utterly stunned, his eyes flickering with an unsettling fire, betraying a hint of fear. My, what a terrifying sword intent. Chapter 38. The Great Sword Immortal? How many strikes can you endure? At the outskirts of the blood-sword ruins in the Tianyuan mountain range, Su Yuan felt a stirring sensation, his brows knitting together in concern. Zhang Erniu, standing beside him, urgently inquired, "What troubles you, Brother Su?" In a grave tone, Su Yuan replied, "The sword I bestowed upon Xiaofan has been activated." Zhang Erniu, growing anxious, pressed on, "Does that mean they're in danger inside?" Su Yuan affirmed, 99% certain. Otherwise, given Xiaofan's temperament, he would never resort to wielding that sword. Frantically scratching his head, Zhang Erniu lamented, "What shall we do then?" After a moment's contemplation, Su Yuan declared, "We must save them." Zhang Erniu, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "I understand the need for rescue, but how do we achieve that?" Su Yuan's gaze shifted towards the entrance of the blood-sword ruins, and he stated resolutely, "Naturally, we must enter." Zhang Erniu stomped his feet in frustration. "Isn't that obvious? The problem is, we cannot gain entry. This is a restriction set by the Great Sword Immortal." Su Yuan's eyes glimmered with unwavering confidence. In this world, there is no problem that cannot be resolved by a sword. And if one sword fails, then let be two. Zhang Erniu was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a figure clad in green appeared before the ruins barrier. The garment billowed in the wind like a battle flag, one hand resting behind him while the other clasped a sword. What was his intention? Witnessing this scene, the assembled formidable beings were momentarily stunned. Someone speculated, could he be attempting to break the formation? Upon uttering this, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Impossible. He cannot breach the formation. The array set by the Great Sword Immortal, reinforced by sword intent, is lethal to any who dare to approach. What is Su Yuan in comparison? He is not the Great Sword Immortal. Indeed, he was no such figure, despite Su Yuan's formidable prowess. In the presence of the Great Sword Immortal, he was but a trifling entity. The onlookers wore expressions of derision, their disdain for Su Yuan palpable. His arrogance had long since irked them, and now they yearned to witness his downfall. Hua Yaolao, too, wore a scornful expression, declaring, "He brings this humiliation upon himself." At this moment, consumed by the urgency to save his disciple, Xu Yuan focused on condensing his sword intent, oblivious to the jeers surrounding him. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have already struck with a single blow. Moments later, the sword intent took form. Xu Yuan raised his sword and struck downwards. The sword energy surged forward, aiming towards the ruin's barrier. Boom! Two invisible sword intents clashed midair, sending shivers down the spines of those present with the residual force. Yet, this strike did not shatter the barrier. The crowd's expressions twisted into even more mocking amusement. Huh? Did he truly believe himself invincible? Xu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder he is the great sword immortal. He possesses remarkable skill. However, Xu Yuan felt no trepidation. As a natural sword body who had cultivated the invincible sword, he understood that should he falter with his first strike, his resolve would surely waver, making it difficult to persevere along the path of the sword. Thus, the mantra remained, "If one sword fails, let it be two." Xu Yuan immediately unleashed another strike. This blow was more powerful than the last. Boom! With a resounding crash, a fissure appeared in the ruin's barrier. The expressions of the crowd suddenly froze. Xu Yuan swiftly executed a third strike. The barrier shattered with a thunderous roar. The audience stood in stunned silence. What was happening? Yet, that was a restriction set by the great sword immortal. He actually shattered it with 3 strikes? How could Xu Zhe be so formidable? Xu Yuan had no time to concern himself with these simpletons and charged directly into the blood sword ruins. Saving his son was paramount. A group of powerful beings quickly regained their senses and hurriedly followed suit. Meanwhile, Xu Xiaofan gazed at the fallen blood sword immortal, somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't it said that the great sword immortal was exceedingly powerful? How could he not withstand a single strike from my father? Could it be that my father surpasses the great sword immortal? Is he a sword emperor? Contemplating this, Xu Xiaofan felt a twinge of reluctance to strive any further. On the other side, Song Qingshan also witnessed this scene and was equally astonished. Is this truly the great sword immortal? He seems rather feeble. Was my decision to become his disciple a tad hasty? At that moment, the blood sword immortal staggered to his feet, seething with rage. He had inadvertently fallen for a trick. Had he truly committed to a strike, victory would have been assured. He could distinctly sense that the opponent's swordsmanship was a tier below his own, at most at the level of a sword immortal. However, the invincible sword intent embodied in that strike was indeed formidable. Even a millennium ago, in the era when swordsmanship reached its zenith, those who dared to cultivate such invincible sword arts were few and far between. As long as they survived, their eventual accomplishments would invariably begin at the level of a sword emperor. No wonder the companion sword he had wielded for so many years now refused to recognize him. In his fury, the blood sword immortal found himself intrigued by this individual. He turned to Xu Xiaofan and inquired, "Was this strike also concealed by your father?" Xu Xiaofan timidly replied, "Yes." The flames of fury within the blood sword immortal's eyes blazed fiercely. "Excellent. I have gained another reason to eliminate your father, Xu Xiaofan." With that, the blood sword immortal's forehead creased with a menacing look, as several young prodigies transformed into a mist of blood and were absorbed into him. Astonishingly, flesh began to slowly grow over the bones. In less than a moment, the previously skeletal figure had morphed into a striking young man clad in red, with flowing red hair. This left Xu Xiaofan's scalp tingling with unease. Such an eerie technique. At that moment, a blood-red sword shadow lunged directly at Xu Xiaofan. The force of this strike nearly robbed him of breath. He was being targeted. Xu Xiaofan gritted his teeth. How shameless of a senior to target a junior. He activated the void step technique and narrowly evaded the strike. Observing this, the blood sword immortal stroked his chin and remarked, "Youngster, your combat technique is rather intriguing. But what if my sword were to move even faster?" Once more, a strike was aimed at Xu Xiaofan. This time it was so swift that he could scarcely perceive it. There was no time to activate the void step again, so he had no choice but to brace himself in the bull transformation stance. Boom! Xu Xiaofan was sent flying, blood spewing forth. The overwhelming sword intent struck his body, causing the runes upon him to shatter. The great sword immortal strike was terrifying. Yet, Xu Xiaofan was not dead. The blood sword immortal was taken aback. Although that had merely been a casual strike, how could it fail to obliterate an ant of the innate realm? Young one, it appears you harbor numerous secrets. I find myself hesitant to take your life. Xu Xiaofan, staggering to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and inquired, "Has the elder had a change of heart?" At that moment, Xu Xiaofan was engulfed in panic. He could hardly withstand a fraction of the power possessed by such an ancient being. The previous strike had nearly rendered him incapacitated. Now, he held no trump cards as hand. If a true confrontation ensued, his demise was inevitable. His only recourse was to employ a tactic of delay. Perhaps there lay a glimmer of hope. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Song Qingshan interjected, "Master, do not waste words with him. He is merely stalling for reinforcements." Xu Xiaofan's complexion turned pale. The blood sword immortal abruptly turned to glare at Song Qingshan, rebuking him sternly. "Why must you dictate my actions?" Chastened by this reprimand, Song Qingshan lowered his head, rendered speechless, his expression one of utmost distress. The blood sword immortal then fixed his gaze upon Xu Xiaofan and continued, "Are you waiting for your father? Do not harbor such delusions. Given your father's prowess as a sword immortal, he would likely be incapable of breaching the restrictions I have imposed, let alone come to your rescue." No sooner had he spoken than a figure clad in azure garments approached, gliding upon a sword. Chapter 39. Has Xu Yuan been defeated? "Father!" Xu Xiaofan exclaimed with palpable excitement. The blood sword immortal was momentarily taken aback. How could it be possible that the barrier he had meticulously crafted was shattered by a mere sword immortal? Before he could articulate his thoughts, Xu Yuan cast a glance at his son, his expression darkening as he coldly inquired, "Did you do this?" The blood sword immortal-esque countenance also soured. How dare a lowly sword immortal address him in such a manner? Who granted him the audacity? He retorted, "Indeed, it was I who struck." Xu Yuan scoffed disdainfully. "You are the first to have the temerity to injure my son so gravely." The blood sword immortal replied, "And you are the first to speak to me in such a way." Without further ado, Xu Yuan brought his fingers together and pointed forward. The blood slaughter and azure xian swords surged forth in unison. Enraged, the blood sword immortal responded with his sword intent. Yet, despite his efforts, Xu Yuan remained at a disadvantage. In mere moments, he suffered multiple injuries. After all, the disparity in their swordsmanship was a significant realm apart. The blood sword immortal mocked, "Do you truly believe that as a mere sword immortal, you are invincible?" Xu Yuan huffed coldly, countering with a strike of his sword. In an instant, their sword intents clashed repeatedly, causing the very fabric of space to crack, as though this miniature world was on the verge of collapse. Amidst the fray, the blood sword immortal suddenly sensed something amiss. In shock, he exclaimed, "The innate sword body." Indeed, he could not be mistaken. It was the fabled innate sword body. Even a millennium ago, when the sword path had not yet waned, such a physique was capable of dominating an entire region. To think that, after 10,000 years, another had emerged. No wonder you possess such swordsmanship at such a young age. It is due to your innate sword body. Yet so what? Today, you shall surely perish. Xu Yuan chuckled coldly. "You will not be able to take me down." The two resumed their fierce combat. At this moment, numerous powerful figures had arrived, watching in awe and trepidation as the two sword cultivators clashed. Sword cultivators truly were a terrifying sight. Then, Hua Yaolao suddenly proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed guests, with the blood sword immortal taking action, this is the perfect opportunity to eliminate the Xu family." The eyes of those harboring grievances against the Xu family gleamed with anticipation. Eager to act, Xu Zai had become the object of widespread hatred. Witnessing this scene, Xu Xiaofan hurriedly interjected, "Esteemed seniors, do not be deceived. This is all a scheme of the Hua family." The Hua family deliberately disseminated this information, enticing everyone to send their younger generations into the ruins, only to have the blood sword immortal devour their lifeblood to resurrect himself through nefarious means. Only then did the crowd realize that their own young talents had all perished. A wave of sorrow and indignation swept through them. They glared at Hua Yaolao with palpable fury. Those were indeed the pride of their families, the hopes for the future. Do not listen to this little thief's fabrications. Hua Yaolao maintained her composure, declaring, he claims this is all a plot by the Hua family. Yet our own younger generation has also met the same tragic fate. Moreover, how could a dignified great sword immortal resort to such dark arts? In my view, this little thief is the one who has committed these acts, seeking to frame my Hua family, father and son, plotting to reap the benefits for themselves. Otherwise, how is it that everyone else has perished while you, Xu Xiaofan, remain alive and vibrant? And what of that boy from the Zhang family, who shares a close bond with the Xu clan? How is it he too has survived? Zhang Hualong. Is this even possible? Xu Xiaofan is taken aback by the audacity of his opponent. He retorts angrily, do not slander me with such baseless accusations. My continued existence is merely due to the timely arrival of my father. The crowd momentarily finds themselves puzzled, uncertain of who is truthful and who is deceitful. At that juncture, Song Qingshan stepped forward, his expression a mix of sorrow and indignation. Ladies and gentlemen, do not be deceived by the treachery of young Xu. This entire scenario is but a scheme devised by the Xu family. Who is Song Qingshan, you may ask? He is the pride of the great Yu dynasty. His words carry significant weight. Furthermore, both he and Xu Xiaofan are disciples of the Hunting Academy. Given his assertion, it appears that young Xu indeed seeks to mislead us. There is not a single good apple among the Xu clan. What a cunning family, attempting to ensnare us. The traitor Xu deserves to meet his end. The crowd, filled with righteous fury, charged towards Xu Yuan. Observing this, Zhang Erniu sighed and positioned himself in front of the oncoming attackers. Everyone, allow me to face you for a few exchanges first. The crowd scoffed. The Zhang and Xu families had conspired together, and their existence was no longer warranted. Preparing to take advantage of the chaos, Yin Yaohua gritted her teeth and joined Zhang Erniu's side with the Yun clan. There was no turning back now. Having chosen a side, they must stand firm. Yet, these individuals were evidently insufficient. Hua Yaolao wore a mocking expression. Just then, several formidable presences surged forth from the distance. Leading the charge were the dean of the Hunting Academy, Xiang Hua, and Zhao Fengyan. Hua Yaolao's expression shifted. The Hunting Academy is a behemoth, its branches scattered across the realm, and the main academy stands as a colossal entity on the central continent. Should the Hunting Academy choose to intervene, matters could become exceedingly complicated. Hua Yaolao, feigning bravado, declared, the Hunting Academy must not involve itself in the disputes of other factions. Has Dean Xiang forgotten this? Xiang Hua waved his sleeve, stating, Xu Xiaofan is a disciple of the Hunting Academy, and Xu Yuan is our esteemed honorary dean, should you seek to harm them. The Hunting Academy cannot simply stand by idly. Xu Yuan was taken aback. When had he become an honorary dean? Hua Yaolao sneered. In that case, there is no need for further discourse. The traitor Xu conspired to slay so many of my Hua family's youth. This enmity is irreconcilable. With that, she charged forward. The host of powerful warriors surged in behind her. As so many formidable beings clashed, this small world teetered on the brink of collapse. The air was rife with chaotic spatial currents. Below, Song Qingshan displayed a cruel smile as he gazed at Xu Xiaofan. Little Xu, today you shall meet your demise. Xu Xiaofan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face a mask of fury. Whether I live or die remains to be seen, but you, without a doubt, will perish. Forcing himself to suppress his injuries, he activated the divine demonic qi refinement technique once more. Xu Xiaofan stomped down, sending debris flying as he launched himself forward like a released arrow. Come at me, Song Qingshan bellowed, meeting him with a fist. Meanwhile, upon a concealed cliff, Li Bao observed the battle with immense anxiety. Beside him stood another figure, not the elderly Ranli who typically accompanied him, but the emperor himself, clad in plain clothes. After a moment of careful observation, Li Bao cautiously inquired, Father, when shall we make our move? As an outsider, He perceived the current situation with remarkable clarity. The Hua family scheme involved sacrificing the finest talents from various clans to resurrect the blood-sword immortal. Yet the ultimate purpose remained shrouded in mystery. The emperor replied coolly, "There is no rush. This conflict serves not only to probe Su Yuan's depths, but also to weaken the strength of the various families and sects. Why not seize the opportunity? The families and sects have grown increasingly formidable in recent years, posing an imminent threat to the royal family." Li Bao was profoundly shaken by these words. At that moment, the emperor's brow suddenly furrowed, and he exclaimed, "That Song Qingshan truly deserves death." Li Bao turned his gaze to see Xu Xiaofan in dire straits, being struck by Song Qingshan, causing him to cough up blood repeatedly. His expression shifted, alarmed. Yet, shortly after, a realization struck him. Something felt amiss. Why did his father show such concern for Xu Xiaofan? Could it be that the rumors were indeed true? With a timid voice, Li Bao asked, "Father, could it be that Brother Xiaofan is?" The emperor merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Bao, offering no response, which only solidified Li Bao's suspicions. At that moment, his expression abruptly changed as he beheld a massive blood-sword's phantom descending from the sky, cleaving through the figure clad in azure. Chapter 40. The system triggered, elevating one's cultivation to great sword immortal. It seemed only logical that Su Zhe would be defeated. Yet, the onlookers remained in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. "Father." Xu Xiaofan gazed in horror as the figure clad in green descended from the sky. His eyes widened with desperation. Channeling all his strength, he forcefully pushed aside Song Qingshan, who stood in his path, and raced towards the spot where the green figure had fallen. "Where do you think you're going?" Song Qingshan reappeared before him. "Get lost." Xu Xiaofan roared in fury, the chi of his demonic cultivation surging within him. His veins were torn asunder by the overwhelming force, leaving behind a myriad of minuscule fissures. A wave of excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Yet he gritted his teeth, resolute. Song Qingshan chuckled coldly. "You seek your own demise, daring to overexert your techniques." But before he could finish, he was taken aback as Xu Xiaofan's body erupted with a thunderous roar, akin to a tempest rising from the ground. The assembled powerhouses turned their attention to the commotion below, equally astonished. A breakthrough, and an impromptu one at that. The talent of this youth was utterly terrifying. The eyes of the powerful glimmered with murderous intent. If he survived this day, he could potentially become a significant threat in the future, perhaps even rivaling Su Yuan. However, Xu Xiaofan remained unfazed by the lethal gazes of the strong. He fixed his cold stare on Song Qingshan, declaring, "Step aside or perish." Unfazed by the threat, Song Qingshan laughed maniacally. "Even if you break through and soar, what does it matter? I, Song Qingshan, the foremost genius of Daiyu, shall not fear you." In the air, the director of the Deer Hunting Academy, Xiang Hua, watched in silence, choosing not to intervene. A battle to the death between the two was inevitable. Below, Xu Xiaofan unleashed the fierce tiger transformation. Song Qingshan's expression shifted. This overwhelming aura felt oddly familiar. Before he could react, Xu Xiaofan launched the Void Step Fist, a powerful strike aimed squarely at Song Qingshan's chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed simultaneously. Song Qingshan coughed up blood, gritting his teeth as he retaliated with a palm strike aimed at Xu Xiaofan's crown. The force behind this strike was immense, resonating through the air. Xu Xiaofan met the attack with his own fist. The collision sent a spray of blood mist into the air. Song Qingshan, witnessing the disappearance of his hand, was engulfed in terror, letting out a dreadful scream. Without hesitation, Xu Xiaofan thrust his knee forward, sending Song Qingshan hurtling backward. He then bent low, grasping Song Qingshan's head and pressing down with ferocity. Dust and debris erupted, carving a long trench into the ground. In that moment, Song Qingshan bore no resemblance to his former self, now a grotesque figure, bloodied and battered. Without a moment's pause, Xu Xiaofan raised his left hand, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Seeking death, the blood-sword immortal observed with a furrowed brow, pointing into the void, unleashing an inexhaustible sword intent towards Xu Xiaofan. In desperation, Xu Xiaofan activated the Void Step Fist, narrowly evading the deadly blade. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the relentless sword intent pursued him. At this juncture, Xu Xiaofan found himself bereft of the strength to execute a third Void Step Fist. In the distance, Li Bao was engulfed in anxiety. "Father, where are you?" He turned to look for his father, only to find the space beside him utterly vacant. Li Bao was perplexed. Meanwhile, before Xu Xiaofan, a figure suddenly materialized. Who else could it be but the Emperor of Dayu? With a mere wave of his sleeve, he dispelled the overwhelming sword intent. Xu Xiaofan was utterly bewildered. The Emperor turned back with a smile, reassuring. "With me here, no one can harm you." Xu Xiaofan was left in a state of complete confusion. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. Rumors had circulated that Xu Xiaofan was the Emperor's illegitimate son, and now, with the Emperor intervening to save him, it seemed those rumors were not without merit. However, if that were the case, killing Xu Xiaofan would become a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, in a vast pit on the ground, Xu Yuan lay still, feigning death, and let out a sigh of relief. He had nearly lost his composure moments ago. Now was not the time to act. The great sword immortal possessed terrifying combat prowess. Even with his innate sword body, the outcome would likely be a mere 50-50. He chose to bide his time, hoping his son would take the lead. "I only wish my son does not let me down." At that moment, the Bloodsword Immortal in midair wore an expression of displeasure and remarked, "You certainly have many powerful allies." He then glanced at the Emperor, saying, "Old man, if you wish to avoid death, refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Otherwise, even as a sovereign, I will not hesitate to strike you down." The Emperor stood his ground, cupping his hands in respect. "I implore you, esteemed elder, to enlighten me." Remarkably, the Blood Sword Immortal, having been offered respect, responded with disdain, cursing under his breath before launching a strike at the Emperor. With a grand gesture, the Emperor summoned the national seal. A surge of dragon energy soared into the sky, directly targeting the Blood Sword Immortal hovering aloft. The Blood Sword Immortal retaliated with a swing of his sword, and the clash of sword energy and dragon energy reverberated through the air, sending Xu Xiaofan hurtling backward from the immense force. The Emperor, having successfully intercepted one strike, felt a surge of confidence, declaring, "The Great Sword Immortal is nothing extraordinary." The Blood Sword Immortal furrowed his brow, retorting, had the previous sword cultivator made such a claim. "I could have borne it, for he indeed possessed that strength. But you—" He swung his sword once more. Boom! The national seal suddenly developed cracks that began to spread. Blood seeped from the corners of the Emperor's mouth, his expression one of shock. The national seal, which had consolidated the fortunes of Dayu for 5 centuries, could not withstand the might of the Great Sword Immortal's 2 strikes. The terror of the sword cultivator had exceeded his expectations. The Emperor hurriedly retracted the seal, his face contorting in pain. The damage to the national seal would require an immense amount of fortune to restore. Should it shatter, it could spell doom for Dayu itself. However, after unleashing those 2 strikes, the Blood Sword Immortal refrained from further action. The Emperor, prepared to retreat, was filled with confusion. At that moment, Hua Yaolao stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the Blood Sword Immortal. "Elder, why have you ceased your assault? Do not forget the promise you made to me." The Blood Sword Immortal responded with a swift strike, sending Hua Yaolao flying backward. With a cold snort, he declared, "I have merely agreed to temporarily act as your Hua family's protector. I never consented to assassinate the Emperor or assist your family in toppling a dynasty. Do you take me for a fool? To slay an emperor would invite the backlash of the human race's fortune. Those pitiful wretches you sent from the Hua family are hardly worthy of such an endeavor." Upon uttering these words, Hua Yaolao's expression transformed dramatically. The crowd erupted in confusion. What did this mean? Was it possible that what Feng Xiaofan had said earlier was indeed true? Was everything a scheme devised by the Hua family, leading to the slaughter of our kin, all to resurrect the Blood Sword Immortal? In an instant, the onlookers directed their ire towards the Hua family. Hua Yaolao found herself at a loss for words. Zhang Hualong, who had been cowering in the corner, suddenly regained his composure and mocked. "You fools. Being played for pawns without even realizing it." The crowd's faces darkened considerably. Zhang Erniu, his expression grim, swiftly appeared before the foolish son, landing a resounding slap. The blood-sword immortal had no interest in such trivial matters. His pride was of utmost importance. As for the hatred of these insignificant creatures, apologies, but he was utterly indifferent, as it was merely a matter of a single strike. At that moment, his gaze fixed upon Xu Xiaofan. This young man possessed extraordinary talent. He needed to be taken seriously to prevent him from becoming a future threat. With this thought, the blood-sword immortal casually swung his sword. Xu Xiaofan spat a mouthful of blood, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He crushed the teleportation talisman gifted to him by the system's predecessor, and his form vanished in an instant. The blood-sword immortal was taken aback. Where'd he go? Previously, that boy's combat skills could not teleport such a distance. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure appeared before him without any warning. Slap! A powerful blow landed squarely on the blood-sword immortal's face. The sound echoed sharply, delivered with precision and vigor, a gratifying strike. Xu Xiaofan reveled in the exhilaration. So this was the thrill of striking someone. No wonder his father enjoyed it so much. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the entire arena. The crowd stood in stunned disbelief. Zhang Hualong felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. This fellow had been holding back all along. Meanwhile, the seemingly lifeless Xu Yuan bore a subtle smile at the corner of his lips. Just moments ago, he had heard an electronic synthesized voice in his ear. Ding! Your son has offended the great sword immortal. The host's swordsmanship automatically elevates to that of the great sword immortal, becoming invincible within the same realm. Chapter 41. I shall strike with one sword. In the vastness of the heavens and earth, a ferocious sword intent surged forth, cleaving through the fabric of space itself. Those of lesser cultivation, upon even the slightest brush of this sword intent, were left gravely injured. The expressions of the onlookers darkened as they cast malevolent glances at Xu Xiaofan. It seemed that none bearing the surname Xu were to be trusted. It was infuriating. Why must he bear the burden alone when all suffered together? At that moment, the blood-sword immortal's face shifted between shades of green and white. As a renowned great sword immortal, he had never endured such a profound humiliation. Grasping Xu Xiaofan by the throat, he fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon him. His teeth clenched as he venomously articulated each word. You wretched boy, I have never desired to kill anyone as much as I do you. What an honor it is for you. Xu Xiaofan had reached a point of despair. After all, death was the only certainty that loomed ahead. When a person becomes unafraid of death, nothing in this world remains to be feared. The more the blood-sword immortal seethed with rage, the more he maintained his composure. With a mere wave of his hand, countless blood needles materialized around Xu Xiaofan. He spoke in a chilling tone. You think death will come easily? The most agonizing fate is to endure a life worse than death. Shortly, I shall sustain your breath with my vital energy and pierce your body with these blood needles, one by one, allowing you to experience the torment of 1,000 arrows piercing your heart. Xu Xiaofan's complexion paled, feeling the weight of impending doom. At that moment, he stood utterly alone, devoid of hidden trump cards or allies. No one could rescue him, for his adversary was a great sword immortal. In that instant, he gained a profound understanding of his father's oft-repeated adage. One must rely on oneself in all matters. Alas, relying on others can lead to betrayal, and ultimately, what belongs to others remains just that. In the end, relying on anyone is far less dependable than relying on oneself. Yet, what did it matter if he understood? He was on the brink of death, with no one left to grant him the time he needed to grow. Gazing at the enormous pit below, he let out a bitter laugh. Father, I am an unfilial son, unable to seek vengeance for you. I can only come to join you sooner. Father, wait for me on the road to the Yellow Springs. Unworthy child, do you await my demise with such eagerness? At that moment, Xu Xiaofan suddenly heard a familiar voice. He blinked in disbelief, thinking he had imagined it. As he surveyed the crowd, he noticed their expressions were peculiar. Even the blood sword immortal wore an expression of astonishment. Wait, could it be that my father? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a brilliant sword light erupted from the depths of the pit, soaring into the sky. In midair stood a figure clad in a green robe, hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of composure without a trace of disarray. Father! Xu Xiaofan was overwhelmed with joy. The crowd gasped in disbelief. This calamity has not perished yet? The blood sword immortal sneered. You withstood my full force strike, and yet still live. You truly possess great fortune. At that moment, the emperor bellowed, Xu Yuan, together we may yet possess the strength to fight. Then, a multitude of powerful figures who bore little grudge against the Xu family stepped forward in solidarity. The emperor confidently declared, no matter how formidable the great sword immortal may be, there are limits. I refuse to believe that you are truly invincible. The blood sword immortal scoffed, a mere swarm of ants. What does their number matter? I shall strike thrice. If any of you survive, I will grant you a chance at life. Xu Yuan felt somewhat speechless. Who did this blood sword immortal think he was, pretending to be so grand? He stepped forward, raised his hand, and commanded everyone step back. The crowd was taken aback. The emperor furrowed his brow, saying, Xu Yuan, what do you mean? This is not the time for bravado. You alone cannot match him. Others echoed his sentiment. Indeed, you, a mere sword immortal. How can you contend with a great sword immortal? You faced him before and were struck down with a single blow, left in utter disarray. Your arrogance is unfathomable. You stand no chance against the great sword immortal. I wager that within 10 strikes, Xu the thief will undoubtedly be defeated. Holding his Qing Xin sword, Xu Yuan cast a calm glance at the crowd behind him and chuckled softly, Do not gauge my strength by your own abilities. The crowd fell silent. Xu Yuan advanced a few steps further, his voice carrying once more, Because of your presence, you are simply unworthy. The crowd simmered with indignation. Such arrogance was intolerable. Even Xu Xiaofan felt that his father was pushing it this time. While we may indulge in bravado, it must be backed by real strength. Otherwise, it is not mere boasting, but an invitation to humiliation. At this moment, Xu Yuan stood before the blood sword immortal and said, Release my son. The blood sword immortal nodded and actually let him go. As a great sword immortal, he held in disdain the tactic of using family as hostages. The blood sword immortal retained a measure of pride. Xu Yuan continued, Before we engage in battle, I have a question for you. The blood sword immortal, intrigued, replied, Oh, a final inquiry before your demise? Speak, and I shall indulge you. Ignoring the mockery, Xu Yuan asked directly, Why has the sword path declined? What transpired 10,000 years ago? This had been a lingering question since he first encountered the sword path, and he seized the opportunity to inquire. The blood sword immortal pondered before responding. Because of one person. Xu Yuan's curiosity intensified. Who was this person? The blood sword immortal replied, I know little of that individual. As in that era, I was but a minor figure. All I know is that this person was exceptionally powerful. Xu Yuan pressed further. How powerful? Was it the Sword Emperor? The blood sword immortal scoffed. The Sword Emperor? What of him? The pinnacle of the sword path. Xu Yuan fell silent for a moment, then remarked, I understand. The blood sword immortal continued. This person sought to use the sword path to sever the great Tao, to transcend the heavens and traverse the myriad worlds. However, he was defeated. From that moment, the sword path was suppressed by the great Tao, making breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. And those who practice the sword path have a lifespan limited to merely 100 years. Once one surpasses the age of 100, divine retribution shall descend. If one cannot ascend beyond the Sword Emperor before reaching this age, death is inevitable. I too have employed cunning means to evade such punishment. After hearing this, Xu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. As for the so-called divine retribution, is it not merely the realm beyond the Sword Emperor? How difficult can it be? With this thought in mind, Xu Yuan spoke. One sword. The blood sword immortal displayed a mocking expression, asking, Do you intend to say that if you withstand my one sword, I shall spare your life? Xu Yuan shook his head, clarifying, No, you have misunderstood. What I mean is, I shall only unleash one sword, and if you can withstand it, I will let you live." His tone was calm, yet the words he uttered carried a hint of audacity that was truly astonishing. The onlookers deemed Xu Yuan to be mad. Could such a statement come from a rational mind? For heaven's sake, dear brother, before you speak, you ought to consider the disparity in strength. Even the blood-sword immortal found it amusing. He remarked, "What I detest most is this aspect of yours. Your arrogance knows no bounds." Xu Yuan spoke no further. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a single sword strike. In an instant, the heavens and the earth changed hues, and winds began to swirl. The crowd was left in utter disbelief. Chapter 42. From this moment forth, the imperial capital shall revere the Xu family. With the swing of this blade, the very fabric of space began to collapse. The entire miniature world trembled violently, on the brink of destruction. The mocking expressions of the onlookers suddenly froze. Though they lacked understanding of the sword art, they could sense the immense power contained within this strike. Yet, the blood-sword immortal comprehended the true terror of this sword. A look of dread began to manifest on his face. In a flash, he unleashed his most formidable sword strike with all his might. However, as the crimson sword energy collided with the pale azure sword energy, it disintegrated in an instant. The blood sword immortal stood in stunned disbelief. The invincible sword intent was indeed fearsome beyond measure. Before he could react, the azure sword energy swept past him. His body was reduced to mere powder, scattered by a gentle breeze. All that remained was a storage bag. Simultaneously, a blood-colored humanoid shadow fled into the distance. Not long after, the voice of the blood sword immortal echoed from afar. "Great sword immortal, you have actually transcended to the great sword immortal realm. By the heavens, I have never heard of a congenital sword body so monstrous throughout history." At this moment, the emperor exclaimed, "This fellow is actually at the Yuan Shun realm." Xu Yuan's gaze turned towards the horizon, his brow slightly raised. Yuan Shun realm? This was a level he had never encountered before. It must surely lie beyond the Purple Mansion. The emperor spoke urgently. "Xu Yuan, do not delay. If he escapes, the consequences may be dire. A Yuan Shun level expert, especially one who practices the sword, could wreak havoc if he seeks vengeance." Yet, Xu Yuan remained unmoved, calmly stating, "I have said I will only strike once." Of course, this was merely an excuse. Allowing the blood-sword immortal to escape served a greater purpose. His son, on the path to growth, how could one do without obstacles? The blood-sword immortal was to be a stumbling block left for Xu Xiaofan. The emperor retorted angrily, "Have you thought this through? If he recovers his Yuan Shun powers, you will not be able to suppress him." Xu Yuan smirked disdainfully. "If he dares to return, he shall meet his end." With that, he disregarded the furious emperor and instead reached out to seize the blood-sword immortal's storage bag. A sudden silence enveloped the crowd as their gazes greedily fixated on the storage bag. This was the possession of a great sword immortal. Humans de fauville, and birds perish for food. Eventually, one could no longer contain himself, and spoke up, "Xu Yuan, we also contributed earlier. The treasures within should be shared among us all." Xu Yuan's expression remained impassive, his eyes deep as an abyss, as he retorted mockingly, "Contributed? You mean ambushed me?" Someone argued defiantly. "That was all a misunderstanding. We did not intend any malice." Xu Yuan flicked his fingers, and the one who had spoken was instantly cleaved into dust by a sharp sword intent. Simultaneously, Xu Yuan remarked, "My apologies, I did not intend that either." The crowd gasped in horror, retreating several paces in fright. Xu Yuan's power had grown increasingly terrifying. "Is there anyone else who wishes to share this storage bag with the Xu family?" Xu Yuan gently held aloft the storage bag, surveying his surroundings. The crowd fell silent, their heads bowed, unwilling to meet his gaze. Finding the scene rather dull, Xu Yuan tossed the storage bag directly to Xu Xiaofan. "Open it and see." Xu Xiaofan was initially filled with joy, but his expression swiftly transformed. Suddenly, the second option in the air extinguished. A tumult of sorrow and indignation surged within him. "Father, you have betrayed me." After a long pause, Xu Xiaofan managed to calm himself and remarked, "Father, this is rather unfair. A commoner is innocent, yet possessing treasure invites suspicion." Su Yuan merely smiled faintly, responding, "With me here, who would dare to covet your treasures?" Reluctantly, Xu Xiaofan opened his storage bag. He retrieved a manual titled Blood Slaughter Sword Technique, which he regarded with disdain. "Father, this blood sword immortal is rather meager, just a tattered sword technique." Those present were seething with anger, wishing to flay him alive. How dare he belittle such a precious legacy of swordsmanship? Su Yuan said, "You have reached the Linkong realm. You should first cultivate this sword technique." Xu Xiaofan queried, "But father, are you not a sword cultivator? Can't you teach me your swordsmanship?" Su Yuan ziplid, "The invincible sword I practice is unsuitable for you. Teaching you would only hinder your progress." After some contemplation, Xu Xiaofan conceded, "That makes sense." At this moment, seeing no benefits to gain, the crowd began to disperse. Suddenly, a blood-red longsword blocked their path. "Su Yuan, what is the meaning of this?" Someone shouted. Su Yuan simply uttered 2 words, "Settling accounts." A portion of those who had just acted felt a weighty dread descend upon them. Seeing the grim situation, Hua Yaolao dropped to her knees. Escape was futile. Even if she fled, she would be hunted down by the various clans. The fate of the Hua family was already sealed. However, she might still grasp a sliver of hope. Kneeling on the ground, she adopted a beguiling demeanor and implored, "Su Daoyu, if you grant me a chance at life, I vow to serve you as a humble servant for the rest of my days." Seduction. A woman, in her attempts to manipulate a man, wields beauty and allure as her most potent weapons. Xu Xiaofan's expression darkened, anxiety creeping into his heart. He truly feared his father might falter. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Yuan did not even spare her a glance, merely stating, "You are not worthy." With a swift gesture, the blood slaughter sword shot forth, severing Hua Yaolao's head. This left the onlookers feeling a chill run down their spines. Such formidable power, capable of ruthless actions against beauty. Xu Xiaofan exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, Su Yuan turned his gaze toward Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi was drenched in cold sweat. Swallowing hard, he stammered, "Su Daoyu, shall we put our grievances to rest? Rest assured, my Yang family will no longer provoke the Su family." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. "I have given you a chance." Yang Wudi fell silent. The emperor, witnessing the scene, interjected, "What if we grant him another chance?" Su Yuan ignored him. In the next instant, a flying sword ascended, and Yang Wudi's head rolled away. The emperor's face turned dark with rage, yet he dared not utter another word. Fear loomed that Su Zai might become frenzied and recklessly slay him as well. After vanquishing another Purple Mansion cultivator, Su Yuan refrained from further violence, which prompted many to exhale in relief. Amidst the crowd, Yun Miaohong, however, wore a broad grin. His wager had paid off. Aligning with the Su family was indeed a wise choice. The Hua and Yang families had reached their end. Without formidable guardians, they would soon be devoured. At that moment, the imperial capital would belong to him, Yun. No, Yin Miaohong cautiously glanced at Su Yuan. From this day forth, the Su family would reign supreme in the imperial capital, followed by the Zhang family, with his Yun family taking 3rd place. This round was an unequivocal victory. Meanwhile, Su Yuan spoke to his son, "This matter is resolved. Let us depart." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xu Xiaofan violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Su Yuan swiftly supported him, channeling his vital energy to assess his injuries. After a moment, his expression darkened considerably. Xu Xiaofan's meridians were riddled with cracks, threatening to rupture at any moment. Should they break, his demise would be inevitable. Such grievous injuries could not be mended merely by consuming a few elixirs. Chapter 43. You call this a small beggar? In an instant, Zhao Fengyin appeared before Xu Xiaofan. After swiftly assessing the injuries, he remarked, "There exists a spiritual spring in the Zhulu Academy, renowned for its remarkable healing properties. It can temporarily stabilize Xiaofan's condition." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan seized both Xu Xiaofan and Zhao Fengyin, transforming into a streak of luminous light as they hurried towards the Zhulu Academy. In less than the time it takes for a cup of tea to brew, the group arrived near the sacred spring. Xu Xiaofan hesitated, stating, "We must await the dean. This spring is protected by enchantments." Yuan, unwilling to squander even a moment, unsheathed his sword and effortlessly dismantled the barrier. Xu Xiaofan was taken aback. After placing Xu Xiaofan into the spring, Yuan finally exhaled in relief and inquired, "Is there a way to mend Xiaofan's meridians?" Xu Xiaofan nodded, "Indeed, but it is exceedingly challenging." Yuan, that's elabos. Xu Xiaofan collected his thoughts and replied, "To my knowledge, there exists a medicinal pill known as the sky-replenishing pill, capable of resurrecting the dead. However, this elixir is exceedingly rare." Yuan directly asked, "Where can it be obtained?" Xu Xiaofan pondered for a moment before responding. "The Wanbao Pavilion might possess it. However, your relationship with them." Yuan scoffed, "If they refuse, I shall compel them to comply." He then turned his gaze towards the semi-unconscious Xu Xiaofan and declared, "Wait here. Father shall fetch the medicine for you." With that, he transformed into a beam of sword light and soared into the sky. In the imperial capital, at the headquarters of the Wanbao Pavilion, within a guest room, Chang Tianshui wore an awkward expression as he faced a stunning woman clad in white. "Elder 7, might I request a few more days? This year, our profits have been rather dismal." The woman furrowed her beautiful brows and replied, "You have uttered this line many times already." At that moment, someone outside reported, "Pavilion Master, there is someone who wishes to see you." Chang Tianshui's expression darkened. "Refuse them." The individual outside hesitated. "That person claims if you do not meet him, he will dismantle our Wanbao Pavilion." Chang Tianshui slammed the table in frustration. "Who dares to be so audacious? Do they truly believe our Wanbao Pavilion is easy to bully?" Even the woman in white frowned in concern. The messenger continued, "Elder is Yuan." Chang Tianshui's anger flared. "Damn it, I haven't sought him out yet. And he dares to come looking for trouble." At this point, the woman in white inquired, "Who is Yuan?" Chang Tianshui replied, "Just a fortunate fellow who acquired the legacy of a sword cultivator, albeit excessively arrogant." "A sword cultivator?" The woman in white expressed a hint of intrigue. "Then let us meet. I am curious to witness his arrogance." Chang Tianshui hesitated, then ultimately nodded in agreement. Soon, Yuan strode into the room and stated directly, "Do you have the sky-replenishing pill? Name your price." "The sky-replenishing pill?" Chang Tianshui retorted with irritation. "You truly have the audacity to ask. This item is exceedingly precious. You couldn't afford it even if you sold yourself." Yuan inquired, "Is there a possibility?" Chang Tianshui replied succinctly, "No." Yuan furrowed his brows. At that moment, the woman in the white dress interjected, "Although there isn't, it can be forged." Yuan's expression softened as he turned to her and said, "As long as you possess the celestial restoration pill, feel free to set any terms." The woman smiled gently and replied, "I desire your swordsmanship legacy." Yuan raised an eyebrow, bemused, for he possessed no such legacy. He relied entirely on the system's enlightenment. With a resigned shake of his head, he responded, "That may not be feasible." The woman queried, "Do you have any treasures to offer that could equate to the celestial restoration pill?" Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He was utterly impoverished, having nothing but 2 swords and lacking even a storage pouch. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "What about a personal favor? A personal favor?" The woman was momentarily stunned, and after a long pause, she asked, "What favor?" Yuan unabashedly declared, "Naturally, I owe your Wanbao Pavilion a favor." The woman was left somewhat dazed. In her lifetime, she had never encountered such audacity. Chang Tianshui immediately scoffed. "Your favor? How much do you think it's worth? Do you truly believe that sword cultivators are so remarkable? I tell you, there are sword cultivators in the Central Land as well." Yuan inquired curiously, "Are there many great sword immortals in the Central Land?" Chang Tianshui paused for a moment before responding. "What do you mean by that? Are you claiming to be a great sword immortal?" "Impossible. You, a great sword immortal? I doubt you could even be called a sword immortal. Do you think great sword immortals are as common as stray dogs?" Yuan replied, Isn't it simple to find out? Let's have a duel. Chang Tianxue dismissed him with a chuckle. I shall allow you to use one hand. Xu Yuan ignored him entirely, focusing instead on the woman in white. Not you. I mean her. You're not worthy. He sensed that the woman was stronger than Chang Tianxue. To demonstrate his prowess, he naturally wished to challenge the strongest. The woman, slightly taken aback, pointed to herself and asked, Are you certain? Su Juan not that apfi mai si, absolutin. The woman's expression turned playful. Just don't claim that I am oppressing the weak. As soon as she finished speaking, the two figures swiftly appeared above the clouds. The woman beckoned Xu Yuan. I'll give you 3 moves. Xu Yuan held his sword with one hand, a peculiar expression on his face, and shook his head. No need. You would not withstand a single strike from me. The woman's countenance darkened. You said it. With that, a long whip appeared in her hand, which she lashed out towards Xu Yuan. The strike sent ripples through the space, showcasing its terrifying power. Xu Yuan speculated that this woman was likely at the primordial spirit realm. After a moment's thought, he unleashed a strike with 7 parts of his strength. Boom! The azure sword energy instantly sent the woman's whip flying. The momentum did not wane as it surged towards her. The woman was taken aback, realizing she could not evade this attack, and summoned her vital energy to defend with all her might. Yet this sword, in an instant, shattered her defenses with overwhelming force. Just as the sword's aura was about to descend upon the woman in white, it unexpectedly dissipated into nothingness. The woman's face turned pale. This sword was truly terrifying. She felt utterly powerless to resist. Had her opponent not withdrawn in time, she would have surely been unable to withstand even a single strike. This individual was undoubtedly a great sword immortal, and not just any ordinary one. She had previously encountered great sword immortals, yet none had instilled such fear within her. After regaining her composure, the woman smiled and said, Indeed, my esteemed friend is a great sword immortal. This transaction shall be accepted by my Wanbao pavilion. Xu Yuan cupped his hands in gratitude, replying, Thank you. In the next moment, the two returned to the guest room. Chang Tianxue mocked, A great sword immortal? He couldn't even withstand a single strike from our elder. The woman's complexion fluctuated between red and pale as she retorted, Chang Tianxue, silence yourself. Chang Tianxue was taken aback by the reprimand. The woman continued, This esteemed friend is indeed a great sword immortal. I could not endure even a single strike from him. Chang Tianxue looked utterly astonished. The woman disregarded him and turned to Xu Yuan, saying, I can indeed concoct but I lack a crucial main ingredient. Xu Yuan immediately inquired, Where can I find it? I shall seek it out. The woman replied solemnly, In the Black Corner domain. Chapter 44. A Deterrent Before Departure. Xu Yuan returned to the hunting lodge and immediately checked on his son's condition. Noticing that although he remained in a deep slumber, his internal injuries had improved, he felt a slight sense of relief. At that moment, Zhao Fengnian looked at Xu Yuan with anticipation, inquiring, So, is there any hope of the celestial restoration pill? Xu Yuan shook his head. Disappointment washed over Zhao Fengnian's face. Xu Yuan continued, However, they have agreed to assist me in its refinement. Zhao Fengnian's expression shifted dramatically. Xu Yuan then added, But I must venture into the Black Corner domain to seek a primary ingredient for the celestial restoration pill. Do you know anything about the Black Corner domain? The Black Corner domain? Zhao Fengnian furrowed his brows, and after a long pause, he replied, It is located in the northeastern part of the continent, also known as the Dark Forbidden Zone. It is said to have been established by an extraordinarily powerful sect. There are no rules or morals there. Only strength is revered, and it serves as a refuge for many lawless individuals. Beyond that, I am not well informed. However, it seems that the primary ingredient for the celestial restoration pill can only be found there. Strength revered, is it? Xu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Zhao Fengnian asked, When shall we depart? Xu Yuan glanced at his son and asked, How long can Xiaofan hold on? Zhao Fengnian pondered for a moment and replied, Almost 3 months. 3 months later, if we cannot find the celestial restoration pill, even if he does not perish, Xiaofan's path to cultivation will be severely hindered. Xu Yuan nodded, saying, Then we shall depart in half a month. Zhao Fengnian expressed his dissatisfaction. Isn't that a bit late? Xu Yuan explained, in half a month, it will be Xiaofan's 16th birthday. I intend to invite all the sects and families of the great Yu. Zhao Fengyan was taken aback. You mean? Xu Yuan continued, if I leave, I cannot guarantee that ill-intentioned individuals won't target Xiaofan. Naturally, I must ensure they weigh their actions carefully. Zhao Fengyan hesitated. Isn't this approach a bit too? Xu Yuan turned away from Zhao Fengyan, his gaze fixed on the distant sunset, stating, too arrogant? Ah, Zhao, you are not me. You do not understand. I possess the capital to be audacious. Zhao Fengyan. The following day, the most prestigious sects and families of the Great Yu received an invitation from the Xu family. At this moment in the Yuan family's hall, Yuan Miaohai sat in a position of authority, his face brimming with joy. He addressed the elders, saying, upon hearing that the Xu family's young master is gravely injured, I intend to expend 1,000,000 gold to gather the finest medicinal herbs from across the land to present to him. Do any of you have objections? 1,000,000 gold. The elders gasped in astonishment. The Yuan family is wealthy, but 1,000,000 gold would likely deplete half of their family's fortune. This is excessive. Gifts should not be given in such a manner. After a long silence, one elder hesitantly spoke, Patriarch, 1,000,000 gold may be a bit much. I believe 100,000 gold would suffice. Yuan Miaohai's eyes widened in indignation. In a deep voice, he stated, given the relationship between the Yuan family and the Xu family, if we do not invest some capital, how can we demonstrate our sincerity? The crowd fell into an utter silence, casting peculiar glances at Yuan Miaohua. What relevance did the Yuan family have with the Xu family? Was it merely a desperate attempt to cling to them? Noticing the lack of response from the assembly, Yuan Miaohua waved his hand and declared, since there are no objections, let us proceed as planned. Fifth brother, go and open our storeroom. The crowd remained speechless. Meanwhile, at Wanbeige, Chang Tianshui looked at the woman in white, speaking cautiously. Elder 7, this invitation is addressed to me. The woman stood by the window, gazing into the distance, and replied coolly, the invitation bears no name. Chang Tianshui stammered, but... The woman's tone suddenly turned frigid. But what? Have we gathered the funds? Do we still have the leisure to attend a banquet? After a brief silence, Chang Tianshui timidly inquired, Elder 7, are you interested in Xu Yuan? The woman shot him a sidelong glance. Since when did you presume to fathom my thoughts? Chang Tianshui trembled in fear, hastily apologizing. Forgive me, Elder. The woman ignored him, continuing her distant gaze. In the imperial palace, the emperor scrutinized the invitation, his brow furrowed. The emperor's son, nestled in his arms, asked in confusion, Your Majesty, what troubles you? The emperor replied with indignation, This Xu rascal is simply outrageous. Inviting so many noble families, what is his aim? Is he so eager to announce the status of his Xu family? Emperor's son reassured him, It matters not. After all, there are only 2 members of the Xu family. They cannot stir up much turmoil. However, the emperor expressed his concerns, too. In such a short time, those 2 have turned the capital upside down. My prime minister is dead. The Yang family is destined for decline. The head of the Hua family is also gone. From now on, no one can keep the Xu family in check. 1 great sword immortal and 1 young prodigy. We are collectively no match for even a single finger of theirs. Emperor's son smiled alluringly. A mere great sword immortal. We have powerful allies. Moreover, I have heard that Xu Yuan is about to venture to the Black Corner domain. It is the perfect opportunity for you to seize Xu Xiaofan. The emperor was taken aback. Are you implying? Emperor's son's smile turned cold. Once Xu Yuan goes to the Black Corner domain, he shall never return. The emperor's eyes brightened, and he erupted into hearty laughter. Half a month later, on the eve of the banquet at the back mountain of the Zhulu Academy, Xu Xiaofan wielded his blood-slaughter sword, slicing through the air. A streak of crimson sword intent surged forth, severing several towering trees in succession. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Fengyan stood agape. How little time had passed, and this lad had already comprehended sword intent. This was true sword intent, not mere sword chi or sword light. Only by grasping sword intent can one be deemed a genuine sword cultivator. Sword chi and sword light can be produced by anyone who knows a couple of sword techniques. This is the fundamental distinction. Otherwise, the world would be teeming with sword cultivators. What, then, is a sword cultivator? Even in the absence of the most fundamental cultivation, one can still take life purely by the essence of sword intent. Just as Xu Yuan, relying solely on sword intent, can slay those of the Purple Mansion realm with ease, akin to chopping vegetables. The prowess of sword cultivators in matters of life and death is no jest. At this moment, Zhao Fengyan's mind incessantly echoed a phrase. My son Xu Xiaofan possesses the bearing of a great emperor. Perhaps this was not mere bravado. At this juncture, Xu Xiaofan sheathed his sword with a sense of triumph and inquired, "How was that last strike, master?" Zhao Fengyan's expression turned stern as he replied, "Do you believe your talent to be extraordinary? Your swift comprehension of sword intent is merely a result of your complete sword cultivation inheritance and the guidance of a grand sword immortal's teachings. Xiaofan, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. Remain humble and vigilant." The look of pride faded from Xu Xiaofan's face. Zhao Fengyan continued, "Moreover, your injuries have not yet healed. I have merely suppressed them temporarily. You may utilize sword intent, but under no circumstances should you exert your vital energy. Otherwise, even the deities would be unable to rescue you." Xu Xiaofan nodded earnestly, expressing his gratitude for his master's guidance. "I understand, master." Just then, a figure clad in a blue robe approached, descending upon his sword from afar. Observing this, Zhao Fengyan's lips twitched. Upon landing, Xu Yuan stated, "Let us proceed. Come with me to meet our esteemed guests." Chapter 45, The Elegance of That Sword. In the imperial capital, at the Xu residence, a throng of carriages approached the street, halting at the entrance of the Xu family estate. The onlookers were filled with confusion. From the leading carriage, Yuan Miaohua alighted, holding a thick scroll of gifts that he presented to the attendant at the door. Shortly thereafter, individuals began to unload gifts from the carriages, delivering them to the Xu residence. "Behold, that is 1,000-year-old ginseng. And the Ziyun grass, it is indeed Ziyun grass. It is said to be the primary ingredient for crafting fifth-grade elixirs." The crowd gazed at the array of precious offerings, utterly bewildered. Some even muttered under their breath, "This old dog Yin has no shame. Just a dog currying favor with the Xu family." Yuan Miaohua naturally overheard these remarks but felt no anger. Instead, he silently scoffed. "No shame? You understand nothing. Whether my Yuan family can thrive for another century hinges on today." At that moment, Xu Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Xu residence, surveying the gifts and addressing Yuan Miaohua. The head of the Yuan family is indeed thoughtful. Upon hearing this, Yuan Miaohua's aged visage nearly broke into a blossom of joy. He felt that all his efforts were absolutely worth it. The crowd stood in astonishment. Among them, Ranli's expression was complex as he remarked, "Indeed, times have changed." Beside him, Li Bao replied, "Who could have imagined that a father and son cast out from their family could reach such heights?" Ranli continued, "I believe this was inevitable." Li Bao, puzzled, asked, "Why do you say that, master?" Ranli explained, "Do you think that just anyone, given a few opportunities, could achieve this level of growth? Can anyone advance so swiftly?" Li Bao appeared even more perplexed. Ranli elaborated, "They have concealed their true capabilities. Both father and son have been hiding their strength. Reflect on Xu Yuan's battle achievements. Hasn't he always improved significantly? Even the most exceptional prodigies cannot ascend so rapidly." Upon hearing this, Li Bao's face registered shock. Does the master suspect that Senior Xu is still concealing his strength? Ranli nodded. "At first, I thought he was merely at the divine concealment stage. Later, I believed he had reached the Purple Mansion stage. And then, he became a great sword immortal. He may be even stronger than we imagine." Li Bao clenched his fists, his heart racing. Stronger than a great sword immortal? This surpassed his wildest expectations. "Master, it seems we have indeed placed our bets wisely." By noon, the guests were seated. The emperor strode purposefully toward the main seat, a movement that had become instinctual. After all, he was the emperor, the most esteemed figure of this dynasty. If he did not occupy the main position, who would dare to take a seat? At that moment, Yuan Miaohua intercepted the emperor, smiling as he said, "Your Majesty, please take a seat here." The emperor glanced at the position beside the main seat, his expression darkening. He was about to erupt in fury. After all, he was the ruler of a nation. To have him sit in a subordinate position, merely as an accompaniment to others, it was utterly outrageous. Several ministers attending the banquet were preparing to voice their grievances. At that moment, however, Xu Yuan turned to Xu Xiaofan and said, "Today, you are the birthday star. You shall take the seat of honor." The emperor immediately donned a cheerful expression and jovially settled into a secondary position. The loyal ministers swallowed their words, their discontent silenced in the presence of Xu Zhai. They could curse Xu Zhai in private, but in his presence, they dared not utter a word. To dare speak, ill could very well invite the sharp edge of his sword, and they knew that their necks would not withstand even a single blow from him. Thus, Xu Xiaofan sat in the place of honor, while the emperor, clad in dragon robes, became a mere backdrop. The formidable dominance of the Xu family was vividly on display at that moment. Soon, the banquet commenced. At the main table, Xu Yuan smiled as he served dishes to Xu Xiaofan. The younger generation, who had come along with their elders, looked on with envy. The grand sword immortal personally serving food. They yearned for such treatment. At this juncture, Xu Yuan gestured toward the crowd below and addressed Xu Xiaofan. "Do you know that many among them harbor enmity towards me, yet they still chose to attend your birthday celebration?" His words carried an unmistakable tone of instruction. Xu Xiaofan pondered for a moment before responding. "Because you are very powerful, father." Xu Yuan was quite pleased and continued. "Now you can directly perceive the significance of strength. Can't you?" Xu Xiaofan noted how sestili. The conversation between the two was not discreet, and thus everyone at the main table listened intently. A moment of bewilderment enveloped the guests. Zhang Erniu tugged at Zhao Fengyan's sleeve and whispered, "Is this how Xu treats his son? Is this how prodigies are nurtured?" Zhao Fengyan, unfazed, replied, "Xu Daoist calls it Xu-style education. There is no need for surprise. You know very well who Xu Daoist is." Zhang Erniu was taken aback, and then he recalled a phrase Xu Yuan had once uttered. "If living is not for showing off, then one might as well be dead." At once, he felt a sense of relief. An hour later, as the guests were sated and the banquet drew to a close, Xu father and son stepped outside to bid farewell to their guests. Those who had grievances against the Xu family finally exhaled a sigh of relief upon exiting the grand doors. At that moment, Xu Yuan gazed upward to the sky, his expression darkening. The heavens above were laden with ominous clouds, accompanied by incessant thunder, as if preparing for a torrential downpour. Zhang Erniu, puzzled, inquired, "What troubles you, Brother Xu?" Xu Yuan replied, "On my son's birthday, it should be a clear sky." Zhang Erniu remarked, "Weather is unpredictable. Who can say for certain?" Turning to Xu Xiaofan, Xu Yuan asked, "Would you like to see just how powerful the grand sword immortal truly is?" Xu Xiaofan was somewhat bewildered. What did his father mean? Was he addicted to showing off? Yet, there seemed to be no opportunity for such display. He hesitated. "I want to—" Xu Yuan smiled gently. "Then watch closely." With that, he donned a blue robe and brandished a 3-foot-long azure blade, manifesting in midair. The departing guests halted, perplexed by the unfolding scene. What was Xu Zhai planning to do? In midair, Xu Yuan exhaled deeply. With a surge of energy, he unleashed a powerful sword strike. Boom! A wave of sword energy soared, stretching towards the heavens. In the next moment, dark clouds were torn asunder, and a beam of sunlight pierced through the rift. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were nearly brought to their knees. To triumph over the forces of nature with mere human strength. Is this still humanity? By heavens, is the great sword immortal truly this formidable? Among the crowd, a woman in a flowing white dress gazed skyward, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The brilliance of this sword strike was unparalleled, rarely matched by any man across the realm. At that moment, Xu Yuan smiled faintly and returned to Xu Xiaofan's side, asking, "Did you see clearly?" Xu Xiaofan clenched his fists tightly and nodded. "By heavens, I, Xu Xiaofan, shall also become a sword immortal." Xu Yuan glanced at the expressions of the crowd, realizing that his purpose had been achieved. With this sword strike, should anyone dare to harm his son again, they would truly be courting death. Xu Yuan then turned to his son and said, "Follow me." Xu Xiaofan, so me wat puo, gom li. Xu Yuan strode towards the woman in white. This sword strike was merely a deterrent. One must always ensure additional layers of protection. The father and son approached the woman, who looked at them with curiosity. Xu Yuan inquired, "May I ask for your name, young lady?" The woman hesitated for a moment before responding, "Su Meng." Xu Yuan continued, "Might I request your assistance with a favor?" Su Meng replied, "Please go on." Xu Yuan stated, "When I depart, could you keep an eye on my son?" A glimmer of mischief flashed in Su Meng's eyes. "What will be my reward?" Xu Yuan responded, "How about a favor in return?" Su Meng frowned. "Anote favor?" Xu Yuan chuckled. The last was owed to Wanbao Pavilion. This, however, will be a debt to you. Su Meng's brow relaxed, and she promptly agreed, "No problem." Xu Yuan nodded, patting Xu Xiaofan's shoulder. He said, "Father will be back shortly." Xu Xiaofan earnestly replied, "Father, please be safe." Su Juan smiled, and in the next moment, he soared into the sky on his sword, heading towards the Black Horn Domain in the northeast. Chapter 46, Su Lao Si. Are you going to play the fool again? After Xu Yuan departed, Xu Xiaofan devoted himself to training diligently in the back mountain of the Zhulu Academy. With boundless resources at his disposal and the guidance of esteemed mentors, Xu Xiaofan's swordsmanship progressed remarkably. Presently, he felt capable of contending with Ling Kong based solely on his skills with the sword. Although his teacher often remarked on his mediocre talent, Xu Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride. On this day, Zhao Fengyin continued to instruct him in sword practice. While Zhao Fengyin was not a swordsman himself, his extensive teaching experience in techniques of force application proved immensely beneficial to Xu Xiaofan. Just after finishing his sword drills, Xu Xiaofan was summoned by Zhao Fengyin. Zhao Fengyin inquired, "Xiaofan, are you aware of the Genius Banquet of the Seven Kingdoms?" The Genius Banquet? Xu Xiaofan shook his head, then looked at Zhao Fengyin with suspicion. How vexing. He now bore a shadow of dread regarding gatherings. Zhao Fengyin proceeded to elucidate. The Genius Banquet is an event organized by several dynasties near Diyu, held once every 3 years. This year's venue is precisely in our Diyu imperial capital. Xiaofan, would you be interested in attending? Xu Xiaofan shook his head vigorously, as if it were a rattledrum. No, I won't go. Zhao Fengyin stroked his beard with a serious demeanor. Xiaofan, merely shutting yourself away is not beneficial. You must venture out and witness the true prodigies and geniuses. Xu Xiaofan's expression darkened. But every time I attend such occasions, I tend to be targeted. Zhao Fengyin's hand momentarily halted in its motion. After a brief cough, he continued, "This Genius Banquet is essentially just a gathering of talented individuals enjoying food and drink together. There is no reason for the previous incidents to recur. Moreover, Xiaofan, you are already 16. It is time to consider finding a partner. Do you not wish to seek someone special? With your father's temperament, he likely won't concern himself with this matter. So it is up to you to make an effort. This Genius Banquet presents a splendid opportunity." At that moment, a few lines of text materialized before Xu Xiaofan. Here we go again. You have received an invitation. You have 2 choices. 1. Attend the banquet and suppress the geniuses of the 7 kingdoms, demonstrating what true prodigies are. Reward: Essence Realm Experience Card. 2. Attend the banquet and participate discreetly. Reward: Cavern Realm Experience Card. The system remains as formidable as ever. It seems I must attend this time. However, given my teacher's reassurance, there should be no unexpected incidents, right? As for the strength of the Cavern Realm, after contemplating, Xu Xiaofan nodded and said, "All right, I will go." Zhao Fengyin smiled slightly. He had predicted that at this age, every youth yearned for love. Suddenly, Xu Xiaofan shifted the topic. "Teacher, I have a question to ask." Zhao Fengyin paused for a moment before responding. "What question?" Xu Xiaofan inquired. "How powerful is the Cavern Realm? You even know about it?" Zhao Fengyin was somewhat taken aback. Yet he spoke up. "The Dongshu realm is indeed above the Yuanshan realm. I have only heard of it. Its true strength remains unclear to me." Xu Xiaofan inquired further. "Can one traverse the 7 kingdoms with such power?" Zhao Fengyin replied. "Those in the Yuanshan realm can navigate the 7 kingdoms with ease, let alone those of the Dongshu realm. However, such formidable beings likely only exist in the central continent. Xu Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The greater the power of the Dongshu realm, the more exhilarated he became. The following day, Xu Xiaofan sought out Zhang Hualong, and together they proceeded to the Zhui Xianlu, the venue for the genius banquet. At that moment, Zhang Hualong wore an odd expression and remarked, "I say, Su brother, even if you wish to keep a low profile, there's no need to dress like that. You're putting immense pressure on me." Xu Xiaofan was clad in the garb of a servant, perpetually bowing his head, lagging half a pace behind Zhang Hualong. His face bore the marks of a simple disguise. His skin transformed from its original fair complexion to a dark, sallow hue, resembling a mere lackey. Could it be any less stressful for Zhang Hualong? Yet, truth be told, aside from feeling the pressure, he found a peculiar satisfaction in this situation. He could boast about it for the next 20 years. Xu Xiaofan sighed, "Brother Zhang, it's unavoidable. In such a grand imperial capital, I could not find a single person skilled in the art of disguise." Zhang Hualong touched his face and said, "Su brother, it's really unnecessary. It's just a banquet." Xu Xiaofan retorted, "You wouldn't understand." Suddenly, Zhang Hualong's expression darkened, and he exclaimed, "Su Laoshi, you're not planning to play the pig to eat the tiger again, are you? Don't you ever tire of such ruses?" Xu Xiaofan, with an aggrieved expression and a hint of a whimper in his voice, protested, "Am I such a person? I, Su Laoshi, have never pretended to be anything I'm not." Zhang Hualong chuckled, choosing to remain silent. "You've never pretended? What a jest." Soon, the two arrived at Zhui Xianlu, the most prestigious tavern in the imperial capital, where the prices of food and drink were exorbitant. A poor person might exhaust their entire fortune and still be unable to afford even a grain of rice here. Yet today, the establishment had been booked exclusively for the event. The elite prodigies from various nations were indifferent to such monetary concerns. With their invitation, the two entered Zhui Xianlu. Zhang Hualong found a seat at the far end of the second-floor hall, while Xu Xiaofan sat quietly to the side, wishing to remain inconspicuous. Alas, his notoriety was too great. Despite his disguise, he was recognized by the younger generation of Dayu. Instantly, a throng of youthful admirers approached, bowing respectfully and offering to toast him. Before Xu Xiaofan, they displayed an earnest demeanor, devoid of the usual arrogance associated with their gifted status. In contrast, a young man with red hair, seated at the head of the hall, merely cast a brief glance their way before turning his attention elsewhere, exhibiting no curiosity. For he was the most resplendent and extraordinary figure of this genius banquet. The others? Merely green leaves meant to accentuate his brilliance. The young man with crimson hair turned his head, casting a warm smile toward the nearby maiden adorned in a pale yellow dress, her face resembling that of an egg. With a grin, he remarked, "It has been 3 long years since we last met. I have truly missed you dearly." The egg-faced girl, her expression one of disgust, retorted, "Tang Chun, how shameless you are. In a public setting, you dare utter such vile words." The youth, known as Tang Chun, smiled faintly and said, "I find your temperament delightful, akin to a rose with thorns. I have already begun to anticipate our wedding day." The girl's complexion turned pale. Her pearly teeth clenched tightly. "Rest assured, I would rather die than marry you." Tang Chun replied, "That would be your misfortune. The women who wish to wed me could line up from my Tang kingdom to your Yu kingdom." The egg-faced girl spat disdainfully, exclaiming, "You are utterly shameless." After her outburst, she suddenly caught sight of Xu Xiaofan. Little Xu, she paused momentarily, her lively eyes darting around, before a smile graced her lips as she rose to approach Xu Xiaofan. Tang Chun watched this scene with confusion. Moments later, a fierce wave of murderous intent surged within his eyes. Who is this person, seeking death? Chapter 47. Kneel or perish. The girl with an oval face approached Xu Xiaofan, instantly capturing the attention of the multitude. Observing this, Xu Xiaofan turned to Zhao Hualong and inquired curiously, "Who is she?" Zhao Hualong cast a glance and found himself utterly captivated. "Brother Xu, I have urged you to venture out more often. How is it that you do not recognize her? This is none other than the 9th princess of Dayu." She is renowned as the most beautiful woman among the 7 nations. Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan scrutinized the girl more closely and could not help but remark, "The most beautiful woman among the 7 nations? Is this truly the case?" The senior Xu I encountered previously was certainly far superior. Zhao Hualong retorted, "Brother Xu, it seems you are incapable of appreciating beauty." At that moment, the oval-faced girl stood before Xu Xiaofan, smiling as she raised her wine glass. "I have long heard of your esteemed name, Master Xu. Today, upon seeing you, your grace indeed lives up to the tales." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. The 9th princess, known for her aloofness, had never been so forward before. Xu Xiaofan, now somewhat tipsy, felt a flush of color rise to his fair, youthful face. Faced with the 9th princess approaching him with admiration, he could only feel a sense of disbelief. How many times has this happened today? Damn it! Being too handsome is truly a burden. It invites envy. Reluctantly, Xu Xiaofan lifted his glass and clinked it with hers. He genuinely did not wish to drink, but he was not one to lose face in front of others. Observing this scene, Zhao Hualong felt that the exquisite wine he held suddenly lost its allure. To the younger generation of Diyu surrounding them, this was entirely normal. Young Xu was indeed the center of attention, and many noble women dreamt of marrying him. With the Xu family's protective nature, marrying into their clan promised a life of comfort. It seemed the 9th princess was no exception. As for the other prodigies from various nations, they gaped at the spectacle before them. The 9th princess, hailed as the most beautiful woman among the 7 nations, certainly possessed considerable fame. More importantly, her fiancé was not to be trifled with. At this juncture, the 9th princess spoke. "I have heard of Master Xu's unparalleled prowess. May I sit beside you to seek your counsel?" Xu Xiaofan resolutely declined. "Your Highness, I fear that is not possible." The 9th princess appeared somewhat bewildered. "Why is that? Is it that I am unworthy to sit with you?" Zhao Hualong, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, suddenly became more alert, retreating to a corner with keen awareness. From his experience, he recognized that Xu's characteristic straightforwardness was about to unfold. He was perhaps the most knowledgeable about the Xu family dynamics. Both father and son exhibited similar traits, albeit with differing styles. One was ostentatious while the other played the fool. Zhao Hualong understood this well and promptly distanced himself to avoid any collateral damage. As anticipated, several young prodigies rose, indignantly declaring, "Who do you think you are to sit alongside the 9th princess?" Until this moment, the other young talents of the great youth suddenly regained their senses. Hastily retreating from the crowd, their expressions transformed into one of anticipation. It was time for the other prodigies from the 6 nations to experience the dread instilled by the cunning of little Xu. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan furrowed his brow and turned to the 9th princess, saying earnestly, "It is not a matter of compatibility, but rather the principle of propriety between men and women." The 9th princess was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting a hint of remorse. However, this feeling was fleeting, as she quickly nodded and replied with a smile, "I was abrupt. Please forgive me, esteemed sir." With that, she gracefully departed. Xu Xiaofan suddenly realized that he had been outwitted. This marked the 3rd time a woman had ensnared him, yet, having no grievances or enmities with her, he pondered why the 9th princess would trick him. Before he could sort through his thoughts, several young prodigies fixated their predatory gazes upon him. Narrowing his eyes, Xu Xiaofan questioned, "What do you intend to do?" The young talents exchanged glances and declared, "What do you think? We are here to challenge you." Xu Xiaofan frowned and replied, "I bear no animosity towards you. Why must we fight?" They retorted with laughter, "We simply find you displeasing. That is our reason." "Bullying the honest?" "Indeed, I shall bully the honest. What will you do about it?" With that, they prepared to strike. Xu Xiaofan sighed, readying his sword, when suddenly a voice commanded, "Stop." The crowd paused, turning to the speaker. It was the red-haired youth at the forefront, Tang Chun, who stood up slowly. Xu Xiaofan cupped his hands and expressed gratitude. "Thank you, noble sir, for intervening." Before he could finish, Tang Chun sneered, "Listen, boy, I offer you 2 choices. First, kneel and apologize to me, bowing 10 times. Second, I will throw your corpse out of this drunken immortal tower." Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan frowned. Noble sir, have I offended you in any way? Tang Chen replied. The one who sought to consult you earlier is my fiancé. Xu Xiaofan felt utterly perplexed. I did not acquiesce to her request. Tang Chen coldly retorted. Yet her actions led me to believe you superior to me, which I find intolerable. Xu Xiaofan remained silent. Tang Chen, growing impatient, declared, You have 3 seconds. Choose. Xu Xiaofan boldly stated, I choose 3. Tang Chen was taken aback. When did a third option arise? Xu Xiaofan clarified, If I choose the first, I shall forever be unable to hold my head high in this life. Though I prefer to remain low-key, a man's knees should not bow except to his father. As for the second option, I must apologize. I greatly fear death. Tang Chen, perplexed, inquired, Then what is option 3? Xu Xiaofan replied, A fair duel with you. Since the elder system has suggested that I subdue the prodigies of the nations, then targeting just one should pose no issue, correct? At this moment, the 6 proud heroes of the nations could not help but feel a flicker of admiration for Xu Xiaofan. After all, he was challenging Tang Chen, the crown prince of the Tang kingdom and the foremost prodigy among the 7 nations. At merely 25 years of age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Ascendant realm, destined to become a formidable figure in the Purple Mansion realm. Such talent, and yet this young man dared to issue a challenge. One could only commend his audacity. Tang Chen, momentarily taken aback, soon responded with a mocking smile, saying, Even your esteemed prodigy, Song Qingshan of the Great Yu, dares not face me in battle. Yet you, an unknown, possess such courage. The younger generation of the Great Yu, upon hearing this, exchanged peculiar expressions, yet no one spoke to clarify. They simply observed in silence. Before long, a space was cleared in the center of the hall. With one hand resting behind his back, Tang Chen proclaimed, Today, I shall allow you the use of one hand, lest others accuse me of bullying you. Xu Xiaofan, undeterred by the taunt, withdrew the blood-slaughter sword from his storage pouch. With the sword in hand, he gazed calmly at Tang Chen. In that instant, the younger generation of the Great Yu was suddenly reminded of a figure clad in a blue robe, along with the breathtaking scene of a sword that split the heavens. The others, however, could not help but scoff, saying, Who do you think you are frightening? Do you believe that wielding a sword makes you a sword cultivator? At this moment, Tang Chen retorted, Even if you are a sword cultivator, what of it? To defeat you, I need but a single strike. Xu Xiaofan remained silent. Yet the sword in his hand suddenly slashed forth. A surge of intense bloodlust emanated from the sword intent, sweeping through the air. The 6 proud heroes of the nations were left in stunned disbelief. Chapter 48. Oh, shake it. The sword cultivator. Damn, he truly is a sword cultivator. At this moment, Tang Chen's expression abruptly froze. He felt an unprecedented sense of trepidation. A premonition washed over him. If he were to confront this sword head-on, he might very well meet his demise. With this thought, the swift sword had already appeared before him. Instinctively, Tang Chen unleashed all his primal instincts. Swiftly evading to the side, the blood-red sword aura, imbued with sword intent, continued its advance. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Half of the drunken, immortal pavilion subsequently collapsed. Xu Xiaofan's complexion suddenly paled. How much will this cost to repair? At that moment, the narrowly escaped Tang Chen glanced back, his face filled with horror. Is this what it means to be a sword cultivator? This is utterly terrifying. However, a proud smile returned to Tang Chen's face as he declared, A sword cultivator? Is that all? One can lose a fight, but one must never lose face. The crowd fell silent. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Tang. Young Master Tang, your hand. Tang Chen furrowed his brows and looked down. In the next instant, his eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. His right hand was completely empty, and blood was gushing from the wound on his arm. My hand. Tang Chen no longer bore the arrogant demeanor of before. Instead, he howled in anguish, disregarding all semblance of dignity. Xu Xiaofan blinked innocently and said, Didn't you say to let me use just one hand? Tang Chen glared fiercely at Xu Xiaofan, his gaze icy as he slowly inquired, Kid, what is your name? Xu Xiaofan replied directly, My name is Su Laoshi. The crowd, Tang Chun erupted in a fit of rage. I couldn't care less whether you are honest or not. Your surname is Xu, right? Xu Xiaofan looked somewhat puzzled, wondering why they were still discussing surnames amidst the fight. Nonetheless, he nodded. Very well. Tang Chun suddenly burst into a boisterous laugh, filled with arrogance. The Xu family? He had never even heard of them. Who knows which obscure little clan they sprang from? As long as the opponent was not from one of the four great families of the Yu, this matter could be easily resolved. Tang Chun coldly declared, Kid, I've changed my mind. Not only will you die today, but I shall also annihilate your entire Xu clan. A sword cultivator? So what if you are a sword cultivator? Without a background, without support, you are nothing. However, if you surrender the sword cultivator inheritance, I might spare your family. The prodigies of Yu country were momentarily stunned by these words. Annihilate the Xu clan? The little thief, Xu, has no background or support, and he wants to seize the sword cultivator inheritance? Damn, what a talent. Conversely, the prodigies from the other 6 countries looked at Xu Xiaofan with pity. What a pity. Why provoke anyone, but choose to provoke Tang Chun? Hearing these words, Xu Xiaofan was slightly taken aback. After a long pause, he finally spoke. In our Xu family, it is just my father and I. Where do the 10 clans come from? The crowd fell silent, and Tang Chun wore a look of disdain. Just as he had anticipated, this was merely a small fry without any backing. With a cold smirk, Tang Chun declared, I care not for how many people your Xu family has. I will leave not a single survivor. Should you fail to surrender the sword cultivation legacy, your father shall pay the price with his life. Xu Xiaofan remained silent. Tang Chun's fury ignited. Xu Xiaofan ceased to engage in further banter, unleashing his full strength with a single strike aimed at Tang Chun. Yet, Tang Chun stood unmoved, only sneering. In the next instant, a figure clad in black suddenly appeared before him. With a mere flick of his robe, the black-clad elder effortlessly deflected Xu Xiaofan's attack. A formidable being from the divine concealment realm. Xu Xiaofan frowned and exclaimed, What happened to a fair fight? You brought someone. Tang Chun revealed a sinister smile, retorting, What of it? You never said I couldn't bring help. If you have the ability, summon your own. Xu Xiaofan fell silent. Tang Chun addressed the black-robed elder, Tai Lao. Capture this youth alive. The elder nodded slightly, assuring him, Do not worry. In the next moment, he appeared instantaneously before Xu Xiaofan, striking down with an outstretched palm. Just then, an elderly figure with a stooped back interposed himself before Xu Xiaofan. Surprised, Xu Xiaofan thought, Senior Yin? Indeed, it was Yin Miaohong. Turning his head, Yin Miaohong smiled and nodded. Your father is not here, so I must look after you. Tang Chun frowned. Well done, Su Laoshi. It seems I have underestimated you. The Yin family of the imperial capital is willing to support you. Hearing his words, Xu Xiaofan felt a surge of irritation. Go to hell. In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. Alarmed, the black-robed elder turned back in shock. Simultaneously, Xu Xiaofan appeared right before Tang Chun, striking down with his sword. However, Tang Chun suddenly wore a strange smile. Xu Xiaofan's pupils constricted. Damn it, there's someone else. In the next instant, Xu Xiaofan's figure disappeared again. Where he had just stood, a middle-aged man clad in armor and wielding a spear now stood. The middle-aged man frowned at the reappeared Xu Xiaofan, asking, What kind of battle technique is this so bizarre? Xu Xiaofan stared intently at him, sensing an aura even more powerful than that of the black-robed elder. A Purple Mansion realm expert. There was no doubt about it. Xu Xiaofan frowned and said, You, sir, should not lose face by attacking a junior. The middle-aged man replied, Kid, don't think to provoke me with such words. I am a subject of the Tang Kingdom and must obey the commands of His Highness the Crown Prince. Tang Chun coldly interjected, Su Laoshi, you cannot compete with me in terms of support. General Su, enough with the chatter. Capture this youth immediately. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and charged towards Xu Xiaofan. However, at that moment, a towering figure appeared before Xu Xiaofan. The imposing figure unleashed a powerful punch. The middle-aged man staggered back. Xu Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, then shouted, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Ernie nodded in response and reassured, Do not worry, with Uncle Zhang here. No one shall lay a finger on you today. After saying this, he turned his gaze toward the middle-aged man and remarked, "It has been several years since we last met, General Xu." The middle-aged man replied, "In these past years, there have been no conflicts between the Tang and Yu nations. Hence our paths have not crossed." Zhang Erniu declared, "Today is the perfect occasion for us to clash." The middle-aged man retorted, "You are no match for me." With a cold chuckle, Zhang Erniu and the man suddenly appeared mid-air. At that moment, Tang Chun interjected, "I never anticipated that the Zhang family of the imperial capital would intervene, but what of it? Even if the heavenly king himself were to arrive, he cannot save you today." As he spoke, Tang Chun crushed a jade pendant. In the next instant, a formidable aura enveloped the entire area. Yin Miaohua's expression changed dramatically. "This is bad. The pendant is inscribed with a teleportation array. He intends to summon reinforcements." Tang Chun laughed heartily. "Su, in terms of backing, you simply cannot compete with me." No sooner had he spoken than an elderly man in purple robes appeared unexpectedly. Yin Miaohua seemed to recognize him. His face filled with disbelief. Xu Xiaofan frowned and asked, "Senior, who is this person?" Yin Miaohua replied, "The national master of the Tang kingdom. Xu Xiaofan Inguit. Is he powerful?" Yin Miaohua responded, "If your father does not return, we are likely doomed here." Xu Xiaofan calmly asserted, "Senior Yin, do not panic." Yin Miaohua exclaimed, "Xiaofan, we cannot win against him." Xu Xiaofan countered, "Does he have the ability to summon help? Yet I do not." Yin Miaohua replied, "Hmm?" At that moment, Tang Chun sneered, "Feel free to summon your allies. I shall be waiting. I am eager to see what kind of insignificant people a mere beggar like you can bring forth." Xu Xiaofan glared at Tang Chun, stating, "You have forced my hand." He truly did not wish to summon aid, but this individual was simply too infuriating. Chapter 49. Are you out of your mind to compete with him? It seems that that rascal Xu Xiaofan has stirred up trouble once again. In the Empress's chamber, Emperor's son remarked. The Emperor gazed out the window towards the direction of the drunken immortal pavilion, letting out a sigh. What is it with this scoundrel Xu? Why can he never find peace wherever he goes? Emperor's son replied, "Your Majesty, are you not going to protect him? If his body gets harmed, it will be you who suffers in the end." The Emperor responded, "There is no need for concern. Let them have their fun for now. Xu Xiaofan has powerful backing." Emperor's son, slightly puzzled, inquired, "Besides Xu Yuan, who else does he have behind him?" The Emperor stated, "The seventh elder of the Wanbao Pavilion." Emperor's son was taken aback. "That is quite a significant figure. Could this impact our plans?" The Emperor reassured her, "There is no need to worry. He is merely at the spirit transformation stage. This time, I have summoned several strong individuals from the sect. Barring any unforeseen events, Xu Xiaofan's corporeal form will undoubtedly be ours." Emperor's son expressed her doubts. "Those ancient ones? How did you manage to summon them?" The Emperor explained, "I reported the swordsmanship inheritance that these father and son possess." Emperor's son winced at the thought. The Emperor added, "This was a desperate measure. That rascal Xu is too formidable. He has become something we cannot easily contend with." At the drunken immortal pavilion, Yin Miaohua asked, "Nephew, whom are you shaking?" Xu Xiaofan looked around and then lowered his gaze to the jade tube given to him by Senior Xu, feeling somewhat bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I suppose they are still on their way. We must wait." Yin Miaohua remained silent. At that moment, Tang Chun, having lost his patience, declared, "National Master, please take action." The elderly figure in a purple robe cast a nonchalant glance around before snorting in displeasure. His face contorted with anger. He fixed his gaze on Tang Chun and said, "The jade pendant I gave you was for your self-protection. Do you even realize that it was obtained from an ancient relic and is exceedingly precious? Can you not manage such a trivial situation? How will you ascend to the throne in the future? Useless." Under normal circumstances, being scolded would render Tang Chun pale and silent. As a national master was his most formidable ally in his quest for the throne, and he dared not offend him. However, today, Tang Chun pointed at Xu Xiaofan and stated, "National Master, I summoned you not merely for this trivial matter. The crux of the issue is that this lad is a sword cultivator." The elderly figure in purple was momentarily stunned. He then turned his attention to Xu Xiaofan. Upon noticing the sword in Xu Xiaofan's hand, His eyes gleamed with excitement. Xu Xiaofan's complexion turned ashen. He felt a twinge of regret. Damn it! Had he known, he wouldn't have wielded a sword. This thing was akin to a delectable morsel. Anyone would want a bite of it. At that moment, the elderly figure in purple addressed Xu Xiaofan. Young man, I do not wish to make things difficult for you. Surrender the sword cultivation inheritance, and I assure you that I will not harm you in the slightest. If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to take it by force. Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan tightened his grip on bloodslaughter. The exchange was undoubtedly impossible. If all else fails, I shall have to resort to the sword intent left by my father within the bloodslaughter sword. Yet, I remain uncertain whether I can contend with my adversary. Xu Xiaofan turned to Yin Miaohua and inquired softly, how formidable is this so-called national master? Yin Miaohua replied, years ago, he was a peak cultivator of the Purple Mansion. After all this time, I wonder if he has ascended to the nascent soul realm. The mention of a nascent soul realm filled Xu Xiaofan with trepidation. He questioned whether his father's sword could indeed sever the powers of one at that level. Young man, my patience is limited, urged the elder in the purple robe. At that moment, Zhang Hualong's voice suddenly rang out. Su Laoshi, flee quickly. Only then did the others notice a plump figure brandishing a sharp blade, pressing it against Tang Chen's throat. Zhang Hualong continued, damn it, no one move. If anyone stirs, I will slay this fellow. The elder in the purple robe turned his gaze towards Zhang Hualong, but remained silent. Xu Xiaofan stood rooted in place, refusing to budge. Observing this, Zhang Hualong urged anxiously, what are you waiting for? Run. Yet Xu Xiaofan shook his head, declaring, Brother Zhang, we are comrades. As brothers, I cannot abandon you and flee alone. Zhang Hualong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Zhang Hualong felt an overwhelming force strike his chest, sending him hurtling backward. Xu Xiaofan was taken aback and swiftly moved to catch him. After spitting blood, Zhang Hualong fainted, evidently gravely injured. A surge of fury ignited within Xu Xiaofan. From the outset, Tang Chun had inexplicably sought to harm him, later resorting to deceit and intimidation, and now attempting to seize his sword cultivation heritage. This was intolerable. The honest man, too, had his limits. Xu Xiaofan turned, fixing a fierce gaze upon Tang Chun. An intense aura of blood and slaughter filled the atmosphere. At this juncture, the elder in the purple robe had completely lost his patience. Young man, you have exhausted my forbearance. I offer you two choices. 1. Surrender your sword cultivation legacy and meet your demise. 2. I shall capture you and beat you until you wish to yield. As soon as the elder's words fell, a crisp, cold feminine voice echoed from below. Old fool, I too present you with two options. Either you bow and apologize to this junior, or I shall toss your corpse from this drunken, immortal building. Upon hearing this voice, everyone turned to the staircase, witnessing a young woman in a white dress slowly ascending to the second floor. Xu Xiaofan's heart soared with joy. Finally, reinforcements had arrived. The elder in the purple robe fixed his gaze upon Su Meng and scoffed. Such a young girl, speaking so audaciously. Su Meng retorted, not half as audacious as you. Old man, parading about at your age and vying with the youth for treasures. The elder in the purple robe seethed with indignation at her words, his anger evident. Since this young lady lacks understanding, do not blame this old man for his lack of compassion. In the next moment, the two figures vanished, only to reappear in mid-air. At this juncture, Tang Chun mockingly remarked, is this the person you summoned? Is this the extent of their prowess? Xu Xiaofan chose silence. In the air, the elder in the purple robe ceased to suppress his aura, unleashing his full cultivation. The Yuan spirit realm, a terrifying oppressive force, swept across the heavens and the earth. Su Meng dismissed it with disdain, stating, to forcibly amass resources for such a paltry level of cultivation, you dare to flaunt it before me. The elder in the purple robe, enraged, declared, you seek death. He lightly pressed down with his palm, a colossal shadow of a hand suddenly manifesting above Su Meng. Obscuring the sky, the shadow descended, seemingly capable of annihilating the world. Yet, Su Meng merely curled her lip in contempt. In the next instant, She lashed out with a whip. The shadow disintegrated instantly. With another strike, she landed a blow upon the elder's aged visage. The elder staggered, unsteady from the impact. Before he could regain his composure, the second strike from the white-clad woman followed swiftly. The elder was directly sent plummeting from the sky. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment. Even Xu Xiaofan was somewhat taken aback. He was aware of the white-clad woman's strength, but never anticipated it would be to such an extent. After his surprise, Xu Xiaofan turned to Tang Chun, his voice icy now. "You may engage me in a fair duel." The arrogance that once characterized Tang Chun evaporated, replaced by sheer terror as he fled in panic. Xu Xiaofan smirked coldly and unleashed a strike with his sword. Tang Chun screamed, "I am the prince of Tang Kingdom. If you kill me, Tang Kingdom will not spare you." Xu Xiaofan remained unfazed, laughing coldly as he swung his sword once more. Tang Chun's body was obliterated by the sword's intent. The talents from the 6 kingdoms were utterly bewildered. This fellow truly dared to slay the prince of Tang Kingdom. Simultaneously, Xu Xiaofan suddenly sensed several hostile auras racing towards the Zue Xianlu. His brow furrowed in concern. Chapter 50. Is it that you relish in bullying the honest? At this moment, 3 figures clad in black robes descended from a void. Su Ming's expression suddenly grew gravely serious as she glanced at the now disheveled Grand Master of the Tang Kingdom, coldly stating, "1 at the Void Realm, and 2 at the Primordial Spirit Realm. Since when has your Tang Kingdom boasted such formidable powers?" Upon hearing her words, Xu Xiaofan's countenance darkened, and the others' faces shifted dramatically. Yuan Miaohong trembled in fear, his aged body nearly unable to withstand the onslaught of pressure. Damn it! 1 at the Void Realm, and 2 at the Primordial Spirit Realm. He had never witnessed such a scene in his lifetime. How could they possibly contend with this? Yuan Miaohong anxiously inquired, "Xiaofan, when will your father return?" Xu Xiaofan, with a grave expression, shook his head. "I am uncertain. He likely cannot return at this moment." "Cannot return." Yuan Miaohong slumped to the ground, his face ashen. Yet, Xu Xiaofan remained composed. Having been through so much, he had seen countless situations and had long grown accustomed to turmoil. At that moment, the Grand Master of the Tang Kingdom struggled to rise from the ground, his expression one of bewilderment. When did our Tang Kingdom become so powerful? Could it be that His Majesty has kept a hidden hand? Never mind, it matters not. We are all on the same side. With a sinister grin, the Grand Master pointed at Su Ming, commanding, "Quick, kill this woman." In midair, the leading black-robed man slowly removed his hood, revealing a gaunt and sinister visage. He coldly regarded the Grand Master of the Tang Kingdom and declared, "Who are you to dare issue commands to me?" Furious, the Grand Master retorted, "Do you wish to die? You do not even recognize me. The Grand Master of this kingdom. I now command you to kill this woman." The gaunt man suddenly frowned, clearly displeased. In the next instant, a black-robed figure appeared before the Grand Master of the Tang Kingdom. Before the latter could react, the black-robed figure unleashed a punch, instantly obliterating the Grand Master's body. In that moment, a fragment of his primordial spirit manifested, bearing an expression of terror, before swiftly attempting to flee northward. However, the black-robed man effortlessly grasped the fleeing spirit and, without hesitation, consumed it, chewing a couple of times before swallowing it whole. What an eerie method! Witnessing this, Xu Xiaofan was filled with astonishment and confusion. Since these individuals were not from the Tang Kingdom, where had they emerged from? At that moment, Su Ming stepped in front of him, fixing her gaze upon the black-robed man with hostility. "Sur devoring technique? Are you members of the Xianin sect?" The gaunt man chuckled indeed. Su Ming pressed, "Why have you forsaken the Central Plains to come to such a small place?" The gaunt man did not respond to her inquiry, but instead asked, "Who is Xu Xiaofan?" Startled, Xu Xiaofan hesitated. Were they seeking him? However, he did not recognize any members of the Xianin sect. He chose silence, subtly stepping back. In such a situation, admitting his identity would be foolish. Yet, seeing no one respond, the gaunt man produced a portrait, glancing at it a few times before locking his gaze directly onto Xu Xiaofan. Xu Xiaofan's lips twitched. A portrait? How absurd! In a moment of desperation, Xu Xiaofan stepped forward and inquired, "Esteemed elder, what business do you have with me?" The gaunt man replied, "Surrender the swordsmanship inheritance." Xu Xiaofan's eyes widened in realization. It was indeed for the swordsmanship legacy. He clasped his hands respectfully and stated, "Esteemed elder, I must first consult my father. He is currently away and may not return for several days." The gaunt man retorted, "You are not in a position to bargain with me. Whether you wish to or not, you will hand it over." Xu Xiaofan's expression darkened. There was no room for negotiation. At that moment, Su Ming, standing before him, remarked, "The Xianin sect has truly grown increasingly shameless. To travel such a distance to seize something from a mere child." The gaunt man replied, "Seventh elder, do not provoke me. While I do not dare to kill you, you shall not impede me today." Su Ming coldly responded, "Then let us see about that." In the next instant, she appeared before the gaunt man and struck with her whip. The gaunt man did not retaliate. Instead, a figure in a black robe from behind him stepped forward to engage her. The two clashed fiercely. Xu Xiaofan scanned the situation, his heart sinking. The opponent had a Yuanshan realm expert and a Dongshu realm fighter yet to make their move. They had no Yuanshan realm protectors on their side. Damn it! There was no way to stop them. Just then, two figures rushed in, Zhao Fengyan and Din Xiang. The two assessed Xu Xiaofan, relieved to find him unharmed, and then turned their attention to the gaunt man. Din Xiang asked, "Are you here for Xu Xiaofan?" The gaunt man nodded. Din Xiang continued, "He is a member of my Zhulu Academy. Might I ask you to show some leniency and spare this young one?" The gaunt man scoffed. "If he were from your main academy, I might consider granting some leeway. However, you are not worthy." Din Xiang's expression darkened. Zhao Fengyan exclaimed angrily, "Xu Xiaofan is the most exceptional genius of our Zhulu Academy. If you harm him, you will make a deadly enemy of our academy." The gaunt man replied, "I am indifferent to that." Just as Din Xiang was about to retort, the gaunt man suddenly commanded, "Get lost." In an instant, both Din Xiang and Zhao Fengyan were sent flying. Xu Xiaofan witnessed this scene, his face paling. However, upon realizing they were merely knocked back without grave injury, he breathed a sigh of relief. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated surrendering the swordsmanship inheritance. But such thoughts were ephemeral. What would surrendering achieve? Without value, he would still meet his demise. In the blink of an eye, Xu Xiaofan's mind raced. He gazed at the gaunt man, the bane of the Seven Nations prodigies, with a heart full of anguish. It was clear that waiting for the genius banquet to conclude was no longer an option. Therefore, he had no choice. Xu Xiaofan gripped his bloodied sword and turned to face the utterly stunned prodigies of the Seven Nations. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Who among you dares to battle me?" The crowd was taken aback. They then thought, has little Xu lost his wits? In such circumstances, who would dare to challenge him? After a long silence, no one spoke. Thus, under Xu Xiaofan's sorrowful gaze, the second option gradually dimmed. The first option erupted with dazzling brilliance. Xu Xiaofan felt his heart bleed. This time, it was a significant loss. At that moment, the gaunt man remarked indifferently, "Capture that brat, alive." Another man clad in black robes displayed a sinister grin as he approached Xu Xiaofan. Upon witnessing this, Xu Xiaofan's fury intensified. "Damn it, a pack of scoundrels. 1, 2, 3. They are all bullying an honest man to the brink of despair." Xu Xiaofan silently murmured, "Senior, activate the Soul Realm experience card." Activation successful. A semi-transparent panel of text materialized before him. In the next instant, Xu Xiaofan's aura began to surge. Boom! The divine concealment realm. The man in the black robe scoffed disdainfully. Is it a secret technique to elevate realms? So what? He remains merely an ant. In the blink of an eye, Xu Xiaofan's energy underwent a qualitative transformation. The purple mansion realm, and it continued to rise. The black-robed man displayed a look of astonishment. Such a terrifying secret technique. The others also wore expressions of incredulity. This little Xu thief actually has a trump card. However, he was facing a formidable figure of the soul realm. Boom! Xu Xiaofan's entire presence experienced another drastic transformation. An incomparably terrifying pressure enveloped the scene, stunning everyone, including the gaunt man observing from midair. all were left speechless. Damn it! The Soul Realm? Chapter 51. The Abyss? Merely ants. The man in the black robe forcibly steadied his mind and then let out a cold laugh. How could a forcibly elevated cultivation be a match for me? With a pointed finger, he unleashed a tremendous force that warped the very fabric of space. Xu Xiaofan, gripping his bloodied sword, fixed a gaze filled with murderous intent upon the man. He thrust his sword forward. Boom! The raging power caused the entire drunken immortal pavilion to collapse instantaneously into ruins. The two separated upon contact. In midair, the black-robed man's hand trembled slightly as he stared incredulously at Xu Xiaofan. Boy, what secret technique are you employing? Meanwhile, amidst the debris, the unconscious Zhang Hualong slowly regained consciousness. Struggling to lift his gaze, he beheld the standoff between Xu Xiaofan and the man in black. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan casually remarked, "Is this all you've got? I haven't even begun to exert myself." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hualong displayed an expression of realization. Just as I suspected. Damn it, this fellow is once again pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. This beating was entirely unnecessary at that instant. Xu Xiaofan's aura surged wildly once more. The fifth transformation of the divine demon Qi refinement art. Azure Dragon Transformation. Azure runes, resembling dragon scales, emerged upon Xu Xiaofan's skin. The esteemed system had rewarded him with this art, which comprised 9 transformations in total. With each transformation, his power increased exponentially. The fifth transformation, the Azure Dragon Transformation, was particularly fearsome. The expression of the black-robed man shifted to one of terror. Damn it, this kid must be toxic. How is he growing stronger again? Is there no limit? Xu Xiaofan coldly fixed his gaze upon the black-robed man and solemnly declared, "I am not like my father. I do not enjoy showing off. Yet you insist on forcing my hand. Very well, I shall demonstrate for you today." The onlookers were left speechless. At that moment, Zhao Fengnian, witnessing this scene, suddenly felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. The silhouette of a figure clad in azure flashed through his mind. He sighed. This child resembles his father. Zhang Erniu, rushing towards the scene, wore an envious expression. A son should be like Xu Xiaofan. Meanwhile, in the palace, the emperor and empress son had ascended to the highest structure within the palace. They gazed towards the direction of the drunken immortal pavilion, their lips twitching slightly. The emperor remarked, "This child is truly defying the heavens." Emperor's son, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Can those individuals handle this?" The emperor, brimming with confidence, replied, "Do you think it is only those individuals?" Emperor's son's mouth opened slightly in surprise. "Are there more?" The emperor asserted, "Naturally. With so many secrets surrounding this father and son, do you think the sect would only dispatch these people?" Emperor's son questioned, "Can the sect provide you with Xu Xiaofan's body?" The emperor reassured her, "Fear not. I have rendered great service to the sect this time. Those old geezers up top have already promised me. Furthermore, Xu Xiaofan is not of any special constitution. It is Xu Yuan's body that the sect is currently in need of. The innate sword body is the supreme constitution for cultivating the sword path. Moreover, with the inheritance of swordsmanship, should one seize control, the sect shall soon gain another formidable force." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Xu Xiaofan sprang into action. In an instant, he appeared before the man in black robes. Raising his hand, he struck with his sword. The enhancement of the sword cultivator's combat prowess, combined with the elevation of his techniques, rendered the might of this strike unimaginable. With just one blow, the body of the man in black disintegrated, leaving only the primordial spirit to escape. A single sword strike, and in this moment, Su Meng, who was engaged in combat with another man in black, suddenly turned her head. She witnessed the scene in its entirety, her expression one of astonishment. The image of that figure in the green robe departing on a sword, asking her to look after his son, flashed through her mind. She found herself at a loss for words. "Where are you going?" At that moment, Xu Xiaofan let out a furious roar, pursuing the fleeing primordial spirit. Suddenly, the leading gaunt figure stood in his path. "Xu Xiaofan, sculpt, are you in such a hurry to meet your demise?" The gaunt figure frowned and replied, "You are quite arrogant, aren't you? With that, he unleashed a kick, an unremarkable kick, yet it seemed to resonate with the principles of the cosmos. Was the void realm. Practitioners of this level can perceive the void and comprehend the essence of heaven and earth. They can even create their own void based on this understanding. At this stage, the manipulation of the forces of nature has reached an extraordinary pinnacle. Seeing the kick approaching, Xu Xiaofan did not use his sword. Instead, he grasped the opponent's ankle with a powerful hand and pulled forward. Then, with his sword horizontally positioned, he struck out. Crack! The gaunt figure was sent flying backward. Moments later, he barely stabilized his stance, a red mark appearing on his face. The gaunt figure was bewildered. What was happening? He was indeed a practitioner of the void realm. He had clearly utilized spatial power to negate all of Xu Xiaofan's force. Unless, the gaunt figure suddenly realized a terrifying possibility. Unless this young man's strength was sufficient to shatter the void. A singular force capable of overcoming myriad laws. But how could this be possible? Damn it, who exactly is this kid? The intelligence was wrong. At this moment, Xu Xiaofan smirked and remarked, "The void realm is nothing extraordinary." The gaunt figure's face contorted. Damn it, this kid is too monstrous. Moments later, he frowned at Xu Xiaofan and said, "I do not know how you have become so powerful, but I assure you, this state cannot last long. You are likely to suffer tremendous backlash. Why don't you hand over the sword cultivation inheritance to me, and we can each go our separate ways." Xu Xiaofan glanced at the semi-transparent virtual panel in front of him, noting that there was still half an hour remaining. He breathed a sigh of relief. That should suffice. He frowned and replied, "Are you negotiating with me?" The gaunt figure affirmed, "Indeed." Xu Xiaofan sneered, "I absolutely detest people like you. When I was unable to defeat you, you wouldn't even spare me a glance. As I pressed you down, you dare to negotiate? Individuals like you deserve nothing but contempt." The emaciated man, a formidable figure from the hollow ruins, could hardly endure such humiliation. Damn it, let us attack together. The other two figures cloaked in black, upon hearing this, instantly materialized beside the emaciated man. Come on. Noticing the two remained still, he urged them on. The remaining black-clad man declared, "You go first. I will hold the line." The emaciated man then turned to the other, who responded, "Brother, I will strike from the side. You engage head-on." The emaciated man was left speechless. Xu Xiaofan grew increasingly impatient. Enough with this dithering. In the end, death awaits us all. It matters not who meets their end first. With that, he charged directly at the trio. In an instant, they were engulfed in battle. Seeing this, Su Ming let out a cold huff and prepared to assist. However, Xu Xiaofan turned back and said, "Senior Su, you should rest." Su Ming was taken aback. At this moment, Xu Xiaofan was in the throes of exhilaration. Feeling the power to shatter space with each casual punch and kick, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Damn it, is this what it feels like to be powerful? Seconds ticked by. Xu Xiaofan relentlessly pounded the three adversaries. Yet, he found himself unable to eliminate them outright. The Hollow Ruins realm still possessed its might. Xu Xiaofan felt a surge of urgency. He could not afford to delay any longer. Resolutely, he exchanged injuries and obliterated the corporeal forms of the three. Just as he prepared to exert his strength to eradicate their souls, the countdown on the virtual panel before him suddenly reached 0. Damn it! Xu Xiaofan's expression shifted dramatically. His momentum plummeted. The emaciated man was elated. Just as he had surmised, the enhancement came with a time limit. He gazed at Xu Xiaofan and declared, "You are finished." Subsequently, the emaciated man reached out with a grasp. In midair, Xu Xiaofan felt an invisible hand seize him tightly, rendering him immobile. The expressions of the onlookers shifted. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan roared, "Behold my sword." He unleashed the sword intent left by his father within the blood slaughter sword. Boom! A wave of azure sword energy cleaved through the constraints of space. It surged toward the emaciated man. The emaciated man scoffed. Is that the sword of the great sword immortal? So what? He immediately confined the surrounding space. However, wherever the azure sword energy passed, the fabric of space shattered inch by inch. The emaciated man's expression changed drastically. The great sword immortal was indeed formidable beyond his imagination. As the sword energy approached, he hastily seized the souls of the two black-robed men beside him to shield himself. Boom! The sword energy struck. The two powerful souls disintegrated into nothingness. The emaciated man's own soul turned somewhat transparent. His face contorted with rage. A sense of dread enveloped him. The strength of the great sword immortal surpassed all expectations. According to intelligence, the opponent seemed to be merely at the Purple Mansion realm. Should they confront one another, he might not withstand even 3 strikes. Fortunately, the opponent was absent today. Contemplating this, the emaciated man arrogantly proclaimed, "The great sword immortal?" Merely that. Xu Xiaofan's complexion was pale as he gazed towards the horizon. Suddenly turning to Su Meng beside him and murmuring, "Senior Su, I find myself missing my father." In the Black Corner domain, amidst the vast expanse of the sky, a figure clad in a blue robe soared swiftly upon a sword. Moments later, he scrutinized the map, his brow furrowing in frustration. This wretched map lacks detail. After searching for some time, he was still unable to locate his destination. Just then, a massive airship soared past in the distance, eliciting great delight from Su Yuan. He resolved to inquire for directions, as he needed to procure medicine urgently. His son was waiting. He pursued the airship on his sword, landing directly on the ship's foredeck, where a throng of people stood densely packed. Su Yuan sensed an odd atmosphere aboard, yet he paid it little heed. He approached a burly middle-aged man with a scarred face standing at the bow and inquired, "Could you direct me to Tianxian City?" It was said to be the largest city in the Black Corner domain, so the locals should surely know the way. The scar man paused, turning to Su Yuan with a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am merely a passerby," Su Yuan replied. The scarred man retorted, "Do you intend to act as a vigilante and draw your sword in aid of the helpless?" Su Yuan furrowed his brow and glanced behind him, realizing the man's true identity as a bandit. However, he was unconcerned. After all, there were plenty of bandits in Dayu, not to mention the Black Corner domain. He shook his head and replied, "I am simply here to ask for directions." The scarred man responded, "Since you have come, you shall not leave." Su Yuan's brow knitted in confusion. "Are you attempting to rob me?" The scarred man declared, "And if I am, not only do I intend to rob you, but I also plan to sell you off, profiting in 2 ways. Su Yuan summoned his sword, Qing Xian, and stated, "You are welcome to try." The scarred man glanced at the sword in Su Yuan's hand and chuckled. "What? Are you a sword cultivator?" Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and affirmed, "Yes." The scarred man burst into laughter. "Youngster, do you take me for a fool? Do you think you could deceive me? Even if you are at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, you are no match for me." Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of peak Purple Mansion realm erupted from the scarred man. He coolly proclaimed, "Within the Purple Mansion realm, I am invincible." The crowd regarded Su Yuan with bemusement, as if he were a simpleton who had wandered in. Just then, a woman interjected, "Senior, I am a member of the Sun family. If you can save me, I shall reward you handsomely." Beside her, an elderly servant hastily restrained the woman, cautioning, "Miss, if you reveal your identity, our fate will be far worse, and it may even implicate our family." The woman retorted coldly, "Family, family. Everything revolves around the family. If my family truly regarded me as a lady, I would not find myself in this situation. Moreover, if I do not reveal my identity, do you think my fate would be any better?" The elder fell silent. In this world, and especially in the Black Corner domain, without someone to protect her, the woman could only resign herself to becoming a plaything for others. At this moment, the scar-faced man laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Well, well, you've actually brought forth a member of the Sun family. The Sun family is indeed affluent. Young man, you are quite impressive." Su Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the woman who had just spoken, remaining silent. He then turned his attention back to the scar-faced man and said, "You claim to be invincible in the Purple Mansion realm?" The scar-faced man replied confidently, "And what of it?" Su Yuan nodded and stated, "If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall acknowledge your invincibility within the same realm." At this, the other bandits erupted into raucous laughter. "Who do you think you are, daring to challenge our boss? Are you seeking death?" Yet in the next moment, Xu Yuan drew his sword. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a strike. The intent of the sword swept through like a gentle breeze. The scar-faced man felt a gust of wind brush past him, prompting him to cautiously examine himself from head to toe. Finding no harm done, he could not help but burst into laughter. Is this what sword cultivators are like? Young man, you must be here for a joke. The woman in the crowd turned pale as a ghost. Her servant then lamented, Miss, what did I tell you? It would have been better to keep your identity hidden. You are too trusting of others. However, just then, the entire spiritual ship began to tremble violently. Boom! The bow of a ship suddenly collapsed. Looking at the scar-faced man, his body was abruptly severed in two. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. At this moment, Xu Yuan stepped forward to the woman who had spoken earlier. She quickly bowed in gratitude, saying, Thank you, esteemed senior, for saving my life. I, Sun Qianqian, promise to repay you generously. Xu Yuan nodded slightly and asked, Where is Tianxian City? Sun Qianqian promptly replied, Tianxian City is several thousand miles from here. It would take some time to reach. My son family hails from Tianxian City. If you do not mind, we can travel together. Xu Yuan shook his head and said, I am in a hurry. You lead the way. Sun Qianqian was taken aback. In the next moment, Xu Yuan transformed with her into a streak of sword light. The speed of the sword light was astonishing, tearing through space. So fast, Sun Qianqian gasped in astonishment. At this pace, one could traverse thousands of miles in mere hours. After a while, Sun Qianqian managed to compose herself and inquired, Esteemed senior, what brings you to Tianxian City? Xu Yuan replied, I am attending the Tianxian auction to procure medicine. Sun Qianqian said, My son family possesses many precious medicinal herbs. If you require any, you are welcome to choose. Xu Yuan remarked, Your son family surely does not have it. Sun Qianqian, feeling indignant, asked what kind of medicine. Xu Yuan answered, The heaven-replenishing herb. Heaven-replenishing herb. Sun Qianqian exclaimed in shock. The rarity of this medicine was such that her entire family would likely be unable to afford it. She said, The price of this herb is rather exorbitant. Esteemed senior, do you have sufficient funds? Xu Yuan replied, I am without a single coin. Indeed, he possessed nothing but his sword. He pondered it should suffice. After a considerable time, Sun Qianqian gritted her teeth and said, If the esteemed elder lacks funds, my son family is willing to contribute some. Xu Yuan, however, replied, No need. I had no intention of spending any money. Sun Qianqian, somewhat perplexed, inquired, If you do not intend to spend money, then how will you procure it? Xu Yuan coolly uttered a single word, Seize. Sun Qianqian's mind momentarily faltered. Seize? The Tianxian auction house in Tianxian City is backed by the foremost sect of the Black Corner domain. Feeling it necessary to clarify, as this esteemed elder seemed rather agreeable, she explained, Elder, the Tianxian auction house is supported by the Tianxian sect. Xu Yuan responded, The Tianxian sect? Is it formidable? Sun Qianqian replied candidly, Terrifyingly strong. The Tianxian sect is guarded by the esteemed ancestor of the cave ruins. Even if you are a sword cultivator, I fear. Upon hearing this, Xu Yuan could not help but chuckle. Cave ruins? Merely ants. Sun Qianqian. Chapter 52. A sword ascends the rankings. Senior, the Tianxian auction is about to commence. Sun Qianqian exclaimed, pointing towards a towering pavilion in the city of Tianxian, located in the Black Corner domain. Xu Yuan nodded and strolled forward. Sun Qianqian hastily called out to him, Senior. Xu Yuan turned back, inquiring, What is it? Sun Qianqian replied, To attend the Tianxian auction, an invitation is required. Do you have one, Senior? Xu Yuan shook his head, responding, I do not. Sun Qianqian continued, Then please wait a moment. I can assist you in obtaining one. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that despite having been rescued, she had not been able to offer any meaningful assistance in return. However, Xu Yuan shook his head once more, stating, No need, I am pressed for time. With that, he resumed his path toward the Tianxian auction. Sun Qianqian called out again, Senior. Xu Yuan frowned, asking, What now? Timidly, Sun Qianqian inquired, May I ask your esteemed name? It would be remiss not to know the name of my savior. Xu Yuan replied calmly, My surname is Xu, with the given name simply Yuan. Having spoken, he did not linger further. As she watched the figure in the azure robe depart, Sun Qianqian's gaze was filled with complexity. If this Xu senior were to compete in the Tianxian auction, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Even if she could not recover his body, at the very least, a memorial should be erected in his honor. At that moment, Xu Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Tianxian auction. A servant barred his way, inquiring with a tone lacking any cordiality, "Where is your invitation?" Xu Yuan responded coolly, "I do not have one." The servant paused momentarily, then waved his hand dismissively. "Begone. Our Tianxian auction does not permit just anyone to enter." Xu Yuan frowned slightly, but refrained from resorting to violence. A gentleman ought to employ civility before force. He then queried, "What conditions must be met to gain entry?" The servant replied, "Naturally, one must possess connections or standing, or be listed among our Black Corner domain's 3 rankings." Xu Yuan inquired, "I possess neither connections nor standing. What are these 3 rankings?" The servant's patience began to wane. "Must you ask so many questions? If you lack an invitation, then be off." Xu Yuan subtly emanated an aura of pressure. The servant instantly became compliant. After all, he was merely a lowly attendant. If he offended a cultivator, the auction house would not protect him. The servant explained, "The 3 rankings refer to the lists compiled by the Tianxian sect. The Fengyun ranking, the Tianjiao list, and the Black list. The Fengyun ranking comprises the powerful, while the Tianjiao list features the prodigious talents of our Black Corner domain. As for the Black list, it consists of wanted individuals. Those on the Black list are pursued by the Tianxian sect. Hence, entry to the auction is strictly forbidden for those on the Black list." Xu Yuan noted that, indicating his understanding, and then asked, "What is the quickest way to be listed?" The young attendant remarked, "The intelligence network of the Tianxian sect is remarkably advanced. By merely creating a significant disturbance to showcase one's strength, one can swiftly ascend the rankings." Xu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. He then drew forth the Qingxian sword, startling the young attendant. However, Xu Yuan paid him no heed, instead gazing up at the sky, which was now shrouded in thick clouds. With a subtle concentration of sword intent, he swiftly unleashed a strike. The sword aura tore through the clouds, allowing a warm ray of sunlight to cascade down. At that moment, the guests entering and exiting stood in stunned silence, as if time itself had momentarily halted. Xu Yuan stood calmly with his sword, exuding an air of tranquility, awaiting the unfolding events as if nothing were amiss. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in chaos. Concurrently, several formidable presences surged towards the scene. Who dared to cause a commotion here? A burly figure clad in golden armor materialized in midair. The golden-armored giant surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately resting upon Xu Yuan. Upon noticing the sword in Xu Yuan's hand, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Xu Yuan spoke calmly, "This is not a disturbance. I merely wish to ascend the rankings." "Ascend the rankings?" The golden-armored giant initially exhaled in relief, but then his expression turned to one of bewilderment. He glanced at the clouds that had been cleaved apart by the sword and involuntarily twitched his lips. "By the heavens, I've never seen someone ascend the rankings in such a manner." The giant steadied himself and inquired, "May I know your name, esteemed sir?" "Xu Yuan Zipli." "My surname is Xu, with the given name Yuan." The golden-armored giant nodded and summoned a soldier to relay a message. After the soldier departed, Xu Yuan inquired, "How long until I ascend the rankings?" The giant responded, "Please wait a moment. I am currently assisting you with the ranking." Xu Yuan nodded, settling into a state of anticipation. Passers-by occasionally cast astonished glances in his direction. Moments later, the soldier returned. The golden-armored giant announced with a booming voice, "Xu Yuan, ranked 5th on the Fengyun list." At this proclamation, the crowd was left in shock. 5th. The Black Corner domain is home to countless powerful individuals. And yet this man had ascended to the 5th rank with a single strike. This was nothing short of unprecedented. Xu Yuan's name would likely soon echo throughout the Black Corner domain. At that moment, Xu Yuan furrowed his brow. "Only 5th?" He turned to the golden-armored giant and asked, "Is the 1st rank held by the ancestor of the Tianxian sect?" Upon mentioning the ancestor, The giant's expression turned respectful. Indeed it is, Xu Yuan mused. Then it is as I suspected. This ranking must be shrouded in secrecy. My strength cannot be merely measured by a single list. Shrouded in secrecy. The crowd gasped once more at his audacity to question the integrity of the Tianqian sect. Such insolence was unimaginable. The entire black corner domain belonged to the Tianqian sect. The golden-armored giant's countenance darkened immediately, and he exclaimed in anger, "How dare you question the ancestor? How dare you challenge the Tianqian sect? Su Juan Ziplit Guli." This is not a matter of doubt. It is simply the truth. If you do not believe me, summon your ancestor to withstand a strike from my sword. If he can endure this blow, I shall concede that your ranking holds no ulterior motives. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment, directly addressing the ancestor with exclamations of disbelief. Never in their lives had they encountered such audacity. At that moment, the armored giant angrily declared, "You impudent fool! Be careful lest you injure your tongue. Do you believe you are worthy of receiving my sword? Try to withstand my spear instead. I am eager to witness the source of your arrogance." Fueled by rage, the armored giant lunged forward, spear aimed at Xu Yuan. With a dismissive smile, Xu Yuan casually extended a single finger, which met the spear's tip in an instant. A powerful aura emanated from the space between them, spreading outward. The armored giant furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why do you not draw your sword?" Xu Yuan shook his head, responding, "You are not yet worthy." The armored giant felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He wielded a spear while his opponent merely extended a finger, a clear indication of his disdain. With a thunderous roar, he summoned his energy. Xu Yuan glanced at him and flicked his finger. Boom! The armored giant was sent flying, crashing through several buildings. Xu Yuan brushed off the dust from his sleeves and turned to the earlier attendant, asking, "May I enter now?" The attendant, nearly in tears from fear, nodded vigorously like a bobblehead. Xu Yuan chuckled softly and stepped into the Tianqian auction house. Meanwhile, in the crowd, as they watched the retreating figure clad in azure, Sun Qianqian's mouth fell agape. Suddenly, she recalled the words of this esteemed Xu. The cave ruins? Merely ants. Perhaps. In the presence of this esteemed figure, the cave ruins truly were no more significant than ants. Chapter 53. The Celestial Sect? I can obliterate it with ease. At the celestial auction, Xu Yuan casually selected a seat, and soon a captivating woman graced the stage. One item after another was auctioned off as Xu Yuan closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the next offering. The highlight of the evening was about to be unveiled, the legendary Butian grass. At the mention of this, Xu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The woman on stage unveiled a jade box, releasing a delicate fragrance into the air. Within lay a small, crimson plant, reminiscent of a four-leaf clover. With a gentle smile, the woman proclaimed, "The Butian grass is an extraordinary treasure. It is the principal ingredient for the 7th grade elixir, the Butian Dan. I trust you are all familiar with this remarkable potion, capable of resurrecting the deceased and restoring flesh to bone. Who wouldn't wish to carry a Butian Dan when venturing outside?" From the audience, someone shouted, "Enough chit-chat. We are well aware of the Butian grass. Let the bidding commence." The woman bore no sign of anger, recognizing that those present were either influential figures or individuals of exceptional prowess, and she could not afford to offend them. She called out loudly, "The Butian grass starts at 1,000 yuan stones. Each bid must increase by no less than 500 yuan stones. It is said that this item only appears in places rich with spiritual energy. Each piece worth a fortune." An opening bid of 1,000 yuan stones was already staggering. Nevertheless, the bidders were numerous. For possessing a Butian Dan was akin to having a second life. Who could resist such a lure? As the price soared, it quickly reached 3,000 yuan stones. Xu Yuan remained composed, waiting until the bids dwindled and the price climbed to 5,000 yuan stones before he calmly stated, 10,000 yuan stones. The bustling auction hall fell into an abrupt silence, every gaze fixated upon Xu Yuan. In the next moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment. 10,000 yuan stones. Who is this person? Which family possesses such wealth? After Xu Yuan's declaration, a long pause ensued with no one daring to counter. The woman on stage called out, 10,000 yuan stones. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Among the crowd, a middle-aged man gritted his teeth and announced, 10,500 yuan stones. Su Yuan, unfa, ziplit, 20,000 yuan stona. The audience stood in stunned silence. 20,000 yuan stones. An increase of 9,500 yuan stones in a single breath? Was this our yuan stones falling from the sky? The previously bidding middle-aged man nearly spat blood in disbelief. After a moment, he clenched his teeth and declared, 25,000 yuan stones. The crowd gasped once more. 25,000 yuan stones is no trifling sum. After calling out his bid, the middle-aged man turned to Xu Yuan and said, might I ask you to show our family some consideration and let the Butian grass go to us? We shall certainly reward you handsomely. Though his words were polite, they carried an unmistakable hint of threat. At this, the crowd suddenly understood. The Fong family, one of the foremost noble families in Tianxian City. Recently, rumors have surfaced that the esteemed ancestor of the Fong family, a powerful being of the Yuanshan realm, has been gravely wounded while attempting to breach the cave of the void. It appears that the whispers hold some truth. Otherwise, how could the Fong family justify the exorbitant expense of acquiring this celestial repair herb? At that moment, Xu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man from the Fong family and chuckled lightly, declaring, your Fong family is not worthy of my esteem. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback before instinctively inquiring, which family do you hail from? Xu Yuan replied, the Xu family. The Xu family? The middle-aged man searched his mind for any recollection of this family, but found none. Relieved, he thought to himself that he had initially feared he was dealing with someone of immense influence. Since that was not the case, the middle-aged man's tone grew arrogant. If you insist on acquiring this celestial repair herb, my Fong family will not take it lightly. Xu Yuan responded calmly. If your Fong family does not fear annihilation, feel free to proceed. The middle-aged man trembled with indignation. At that moment, Xu Yuan spoke again, 50,000 spirit stones. The instant those words left his lips, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, and even the woman on stage displayed surprise. It was her first encounter with someone who dared to raise the bid in such a manner. After a prolonged silence, the woman finally said, congratulations, fellow Taoist Xu, on acquiring this celestial repair herb. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man brought a jade box to Xu Yuan. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man from the Fong family narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of malice flashing within. Beside him, a young man anxiously exclaimed, what should we do now? The middle-aged man glared fiercely at Xu Yuan, proclaiming, if we cannot buy it, then we shall seize it. The young man protested, but the auction has rules. Once a buyer secures an item, there is a 7-day protection period. The middle-aged man sneered, this Xu must not be from Tianxian City. We need only wait until he leaves the city to act. At that moment, Xu Yuan collected the jade box and rose to leave. The elderly man hurriedly called after him, fellow Taoist, you have yet to pay. Xu Yuan continued to stroll towards the exit, casually remarking, since the Black Corner domain is a land devoid of rules, why must one pay for goods? Did not your Tianxian sect proclaim that here, strength is paramount, and all that is powerful belongs to you? Coincidentally, I am the one with the greatest strength. Surely, you have not forgotten the very rules you established. At these words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. What do you mean by this? An outright theft? Yet, the item in question belonged to the Tianxian sect. The elderly man was momentarily speechless, having never witnessed such an audacious act in his long life. After a long pause, the elder furrowed his brow and asked, do you not fear incurring the wrath of the Tianxian sect? Xu Yuan replied nonchalantly, the Tianxian sect? I could extinguish it at will. The crowd was left in disbelief. At that moment, the middle-aged man from the Fong family suddenly had a glimmer of hope. What an opportunity! If he could eliminate this youth and then spend some resources to obtain the celestial repair herb, not only has the ancestor been saved, but a favor can also be rendered to the Xuantiangong. A double triumph. Upon this realization, a middle-aged man abruptly positioned himself in front of Xu Yuan. With a derisive smirk, he proclaimed, kid, I cannot discern whether you are mad or foolish for daring to challenge the Xuantiangong. Today, you shall meet your demise." As he spoke, the middle-aged man unleashed the full extent of his prowess at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. The onlookers wore expressions of eager anticipation. Regardless of the outcome, offending the Xuantiangong meant certain death for this youth. Xu Yuan regarded the man obstructing his path with indifference and summoned the Qingxian sword. The middle-aged man scoffed. "Oh, young one, you can wield a sword?" Xu Yuan, pressed for time, refrained from further discourse. With a swift motion, he unleashed a decisive strike. The blow was executed with remarkable precision. The middle-aged man from the Fong family, caught off guard, found his head severed before he could react. The crowd? Meanwhile, amidst the swirling sword energy, the entire Zhantiang auction house collapsed with a resounding crash. Xu Yuan transformed into a beam of sword light, soaring into the heavens. At that moment, he suddenly sensed several formidable auras locking onto him instantaneously. Chapter 54. System Trigger. Extraordinary Rewards. In the next moment, 3 stooped figures barred the way before Xu Yuan. 3 beings of the Yuan Shun realm. The foremost, an elderly man with white hair, spoke. "You must be Xu Yuan, ranked 5th on the Fengyan list." Xu Yuan regarded him with mild surprise. The intelligence network of the Tianxin sect was indeed impressive. He then cast a casual glance at the trio, shaking his head as he replied, "There is a hidden agenda behind your Fengyan list. I should rightly be ranked first." The white-haired elder furrowed his brow slightly. "You are quite arrogant for one so young." Xu Yuan responded, "This isn't arrogance. It is merely the truth." The 3 Yuan Shun elders twitched their lips in disbelief. The white-haired elder continued, "I, lacking in talent, hold the 2nd position on the Fengyan list, and my companions here are ranked 3rd and 4th. If you believe there is a conspiracy, feel free to choose one of us for a duel." Xu Yuan merely shook his head. The elder, with a tone of derision, asked, "What? Are you afraid? I thought sword cultivators were something remarkable. You dare to challenge the Tianxin sect, yet you hesitate now?" Xu Yuan fixed his gaze upon the elder and calmly uttered, "You are not worthy." The 3 were momentarily taken aback, then erupted in fury. One exclaimed, "Even if you are a sword cultivator, what of it? The gap in our realms is vast. I could crush you with a single hand." Xu Yuan remained non-committal. After a moment, he declared, "I shall only wield a single sword. If the 3 of you can withstand it, I will submit to whatever punishment the Tianxian sect deems fit." Damn it, how brazen beyond measure. The 3 Yuan Shun experts cursed inwardly. The white-haired elder stepped forward with confidence, declaring, "No need for all 3. I alone am sufficient. If you can injure me, I shall allow you to leave." Xu Yuan cautioned, "With this sword, you will surely perish." The elder scoffed dismissively. Such boastful words. "Xu Yuan not that, sit that thing, and let it be as you wish." With that, he unleashed his sword, an unparalleled strike. At first, the white-haired elder appeared unfazed. Yet, as Xu Yuan executed the strike, his expression abruptly shifted. He sensed an overwhelming premonition of death. However, before he could flee, his body was obliterated by the sword intent. Even his Yuan Shun was utterly extinguished. In an instant, the other 2 elders stood frozen in shock. Damn it! Is a sword cultivator truly this formidable? Can they even annihilate their foes across realms? At that moment, Xu Yuan addressed them. "Would you 2 prefer to join forces?" The 2 elders quickly regained their composure, forcing smiles as they replied, "We shall refrain from intervening. Our old bones cannot compare to the vigor of youth." Xu Yuan nodded and inquired, "Is there nothing else?" They hastily responded, "Nothing at all." Xu Yuan asked, "May I take my leave then?" They nodded vigorously. "Young friend, travel safely." As they watched the figure in green robes depart, the 2 let out a long sigh of relief. Casting a glance at the void where the white-haired elder had perished, they were left with a lingering sense of dread. Moments later, a formidable aura tore through the fabric of space before the 2 individuals. The newcomer, clad in battle attire, possessed a robust physique, with a broad face and prominent eyes. Zhongzhu. Upon recognizing the visitor, the 2 elderly men hurriedly bowed in respect. The imposing figure nodded slightly, then furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where is the Grand Elder?" The two exchanged glances, their voices trembling as they replied, "The Grand Elder has perished." Fun. The man's eyes widened in shock. Was he slain by Xu Yuan? The duo nodded in affirmation. The man proclaimed, "What are you waiting for? After battling the Grand Elder, that boy must be gravely injured. If we do not pursue him now, when shall we?" The elder men hesitated slightly, one of them finally speaking, "Sword." The robust man frowned and asked, "What sword?" The elder continued, "Xu Yuan only unleashed a single sword strike. The Grand Elder was instantaneously defeated." The man was momentarily stunned. Instantly defeated? Wasn't he merely at the Purple Mansion realm? Damn it, how fortunate I was to arrive late. Otherwise, after a long pause, the robust man finally spoke, "Remove that boy from the Fengyan rankings and place him on the blacklist." One elder inquired, "Zhongzhu, where should Xu Yuan be ranked on the blacklist?" The man glared at the elder, exclaiming, "Is that even a question? Naturally, he deserves the top spot. The very top." The elder appeared somewhat astonished. When was the last time the blacklist had a top rank? The one who held the top position on the blacklist would be irreconcilable with the Tianxian sect. The sect would mobilize its entire strength to hunt him down. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan, having departed, assessed the time with a furrowed brow. At his current speed, if he were to return now, he feared he might arrive a tad late. After contemplating, he landed and inquired for directions, then soared off in a particular direction. In the outer district of Tianxian City, at the Sun family residence, Xu Yuan arrived at the entrance and stated, "I seek Sun Qianqian." The guard frowned and retorted, "Outsiders, be gone at once." Xu Yuan, et Bosin, released a modicum of his pressure. The two guards promptly collapsed to the ground. After a brief exploration, Xu Yuan swiftly reached a hall within the Sun residence. There, his gaze fell upon Sun Qianqian's figure. He strolled over, but soon his brow furrowed slightly. In the center of the hall, Sun Qianqian knelt, while an elderly woman wielding a ruler struck her palms mercilessly. Surrounding them, the elders observed with cold indifference. At that moment, a middle-aged man seated at the head of the assembly scolded, "Sun Qianqian, do you understand your crime?" Sun Qianqian, defiant, retorted, "What crime have I committed?" The man, spitting as he spoke, replied, "What crime? You lost a significant shipment belonging to our Sun family. Do you comprehend the financial loss we have incurred?" Upon hearing this, Sun Qianqian's face turned pale with rage. "All these goods were purchased with my own earnings from business. When did they become the Sun family's? Even in loss, it is the loss of my son Qianqian, not yours. These goods, you have not contributed a single penny." The middle-aged man at the forefront violently hurled his teacup to the ground. He then sneered coldly, saying, "What is yours and mine? As long as you bear the surname Sun, all of this belongs to the Sun family. The money you claim to have earned, is it not also reliant on the prestige of the Sun family? Without the reputation of the Sun family, do you think your business could flourish?" Sun Qianqian suddenly lifted her head, glaring intently at the middle-aged man at the forefront. "When has the Sun family ever invested a single penny, or contributed in any way to my business? Even so, you still demand to take away 70% of my profits. On what grounds?" The middle-aged man let out a cold laugh. "On what grounds? Simply because you are surnamed Sun." Upon hearing this, Sun Qianqian's eyes turned red with anger. Just then, a figure clad in a blue robe strolled in as if unperturbed. The crowd was taken aback. Sun Qianqian instinctively turned to glance, her lips parting slightly. "Forbear? Is it not you?" Xu Yuan nodded at her and said, "I have obtained what I sought." Sun Qianqian was taken aback. She noted that this esteemed figure had said obtained rather than purchased. Could it be that this esteemed person truly robbed the heavenly Xin sect? At this moment, Xu Yuan straightforwardly stated, "I have a matter to discuss with you." Meanwhile, the middle-aged man at the forefront frowned. "Who are you, daring to intrude upon the Sun family?" Xu Yuan did not even spare him a glance, instead asking, "Do you know if there exists a teleportation array leading to the southern continent in this Blackhorn domain?" DU does not have a teleportation array. However, it can facilitate transport to the southern continent, thereby saving time. Sun Qianqian pondered for a moment and replied, "There is indeed one. Although the Blackhorn domain is chaotic, it is simultaneously the most prosperous commercial hub in the northeast continent. Many teleportation arrays have been established. I have also utilized them during my business ventures. However, the cost is exceedingly exorbitant. Xu Yuan pressed on. Where is it located? Sun Qianqian responded. Heavenly Xian sect. Xu Yuan slightly nodded. It seemed he would need to pay a visit to the Heavenly Xian sect shortly. He then surveyed the current situation and inquired, "Do you require assistance?" The person had answered his question. Offering help would not be a bother. After all, it was merely a matter of convenience. Assistance? Sun Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. Xu Yuan continued, "If you wish, the Heavenly City can henceforth be devoid of the Sun family, including Sun Qianqian." All members of the Sun family were left in a state of bewilderment. The Heavenly City will be devoid of the Sun family? What does this person mean? Having interacted with Xu Yuan, Sun Qianqian quickly regained her composure and shook her head, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer, but the Sun family, after all." Xu Yuan nodded, understanding her concerns. Nevertheless, he remarked, "Sharing the same bloodline does not necessarily denote kinship. Those who treat you well are the true family. If someone were to exploit our blood relation to bully and torment me, I would not hesitate to sever ties with a single strike of my sword." Having uttered these words, Xu Yuan turned to leave. Sun Qianqian, upon hearing this, wore a contemplative expression. At that moment, a cold voice came from a middle-aged man in the forefront. "Do you truly believe that the Sun family is a place one can come and go as they please?" Simultaneously, several figures obstructed Xu Yuan's path. Xu Yuan calmly cautioned, "If your Sun family desires to continue its existence, it would be wise not to impede my passage." The middle-aged man scoffed, slowly rising to his feet. "Though my Sun family may not be the most prestigious clan in the Black Corner domain, we are certainly not a mere collection of insignificant entities that could be traversed at will." Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the middle-aged man, a manifestation of his spiritual essence. He coldly declared, "You dare intrude upon the Sun family? I acknowledge that you may possess some ability, but young man, you are exceedingly arrogant. You likely know little of my family. The head of our clan ranks 10th on the Storm and Cloud list." Xu Yuan cast a glance at the head of the Sun family and replied, "I indeed know little of you, but you may know even less of me. My disregard for you stems from the fact that you are but an insignificant insect. Your audacity to act so brazenly before me is the true definition of arrogance." The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Who is this person? What audacity he possesses to refer to the realm of spiritual essence as mere insects? Sun Qianqian, however, had grown accustomed to such attitudes. After all, even the cave dwellers were merely insects in the eyes of this elder. At that moment, the head of the Sun family gritted his teeth in fury. "How dare you? In all my years, I have never encountered such insolence. You seek your own demise." With a roar, the head of the Sun family lunged at Xu Yuan. In response, Xu Yuan unsheathed the Qingxian sword and casually slashed forward. Boom! A Suotoha, stretching over 100 feet, suddenly manifested. Everything in its path was reduced to mere dust. A sword cultivator. The members of the Sun family felt their pupils constrict. The sword energy swept past the head of the Sun family, leaving him trembling in fear. At that moment, he found himself right before Xu Yuan. In a flash, he made a decisive choice. The head of the Sun family dropped to his knees. He knelt before Xu Yuan, his demeanor respectful. "I apologize for my earlier transgressions. I beseech the elder for forgiveness." Xu Yuan looked down at the head of the Sun family, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He then remarked, "For your family to have endured for so long, you must possess some merit as its leader." Boom! At that instant, the very structure of the Sun residence began to collapse. Amidst the ruins, Sun Qianqian fixed her gaze intently on the departing figure clad in azure, her eyes growing brighter. In that moment, she suddenly comprehended much. Upon leaving the Sun family, Xu Yuan transformed into a beam of sword light, making his way directly to the gates of the Tianxian sect. Upon arriving above the Tianxian sect, a disciple stationed at the entrance shouted furiously, "Who dares to fly over the Tianxian sect? Are you unaware that flying within 100 miles of the Tianxian sect is strictly prohibited?" Xu Yuan, wielding the azure sword, gazed down upon the heavenly profound sect from his elevated position. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that utilizing the teleportation array required funds, which he lacked. Ultimately, a confrontation was inevitable, so he deemed it more prudent to strike directly, thereby saving time. Without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating blow with his sword, an invincible strike. The intent of his blade swept across the air, causing the protective mountain formation of the heavenly profound sect to tremble violently. Xu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Was the sect's protective formation truly that formidable? Meanwhile, Qin Shan, who had just returned to the sect with two elders, suddenly sensed the ground beneath him quaking. He paused momentarily, bewildered. An earthquake? The second elder behind him voiced his confusion. That shouldn't be possible. With the protective formation in place, an earthquake cannot occur here. Just then, a disciple rushed over, breathless, to report, "Not good, sect master. A swordsman in azure has breached our gates." Qin Shan was taken aback, then filled with rage. Damn it! Has our heavenly profound sect become so inconsequential that anyone dares to challenge us? He commanded, "Elders, follow me. I must see who possesses such audacity." In all the years since the establishment of our sect, no one has ever dared to assault our gates. Suddenly, the two elders behind him turned as pale as death. The azure-clad swordsman? It is Xu Yuan. Qin Shan halted, his expression shifting slightly, yet he feigned composure. This is fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of seeking him out. Simultaneously, he thought to himself, our heavenly profound sect boasts a protective formation, without the strength of the void realm. He shall never breach it. In the next moment, the three arrived at the gates of the heavenly profound sect, witnessing the azure figure in midair executing 3 successive sword strikes. The protective formation of the sect shook violently. Boom! Moments later, the formation shattered unexpectedly. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Qin Shan's lips twitched, his complexion turning ashen. Damn it! He possesses the power of the void realm. He urgently instructed the second elder, "Quick, fetch the ancestor to confront him." The ancestor is a seasoned void realm expert. If he intervenes, Xu Yuan shall not return. Meanwhile, in midair, Xu Yuan paused momentarily, as a series of long-forgotten system notifications chimed in his ears. Ding! Detected that your son has offended a beginner void realm expert. Host cultivation automatically elevated to the beginner void realm, rendering him invincible among peers. Ding! Detected that your son has offended 2 spirit realm experts. By slaying these 2, you may acquire a random external incarnation of your chosen profession. Ding! Host has slain 2 spirit realm experts. Rewards have been granted. Please claim your rewards immediately. In the air, Xu Yuan's aura surged dramatically. Peak Purple Mansion Realm. Peak Spirit Realm. Void Realm. Qin Shan. Chapter 55, Ancestor. I wish to live a few more years. As the system's notifications echoed in his ears, Xu Yuan was taken aback, soon feeling a profound sense of sentiment. My son is indeed becoming increasingly accomplished. But when did he slay 2 beings of a nascent soul realm? After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the sword intent he had imparted to Xu Xiaofan. However, it seemed that his son was currently in a predicament. If a cultivator of the cave abode realm intervened, even Miss Xu from the Wanbao Pavilion would be unable to withstand it. With this thought, Xu Yuan glanced at those present and inquired, "Who is in charge here?" Qin Shan instinctively took a step back, yet, for the sake of his dignity, he stepped forward and said, "I am." He then frowned and looked at Xu Yuan, questioning, "What exactly do you intend to do? Have you robbed my Tianxin sect, and now seek to annihilate us as well? Surely, you are being excessively domineering." Xu Yuan replied calmly, "I have no intention of destroying your Tianxin sect. I merely wish to make use of the teleportation array." Qin Shan was momentarily taken aback, almost laughing in disbelief. Borrow? Is there such a thing as borrowing? Forceful seizure would be more accurate. Xu Yuan shook his head slightly, smiling as he said, "If I were a weakling, you would not dare to speak in such a manner. Well then, if you believe I am being too oppressive, then I shall continue to impose until the end." As he spoke, Xu Yuan's tone turned icy. "If you refuse my previous request, I shall draw my sword." Qin Shan felt a flicker of panic, his peripheral vision darting towards the back mountain of the Tianxian sect. Damn it, where's the ancestor? Noticing Qin Shan's silence, Su Yuan's brows furrowed. Just then, an elderly voice echoed from afar. Oomph, who dares to act recklessly within my Tianxian sect? Qin Shan's heart leaped with joy. At the same moment, Su Yuan unsheathed his sword. Boom! In the next instant, the mountain where the Tianxian sect resided was cleaved in two by the sword strike. Qin Shan turned to witness the structures of the sect beginning to collapse. His eyes widened in disbelief. This is too much. The Tianxian sect has stood in the Black Corner domain for centuries. When have we ever suffered such humiliation? Qin Shan roared in fury. Today, my Tianxian sect shall surely annihilate you. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed. Moments later, Qin Shan appeared momentarily stunned. Where's the ancestor? Meanwhile, at the back mountain of the Tianxian sect, the ancestor had just stepped out of his cave dwelling when he beheld that earth-shattering sword strike, flattening the mountain of his sect. He was momentarily taken aback, then trembled with rage. Quickly retracting his foot, he sealed the cave's restrictions. After completing these actions and returning to the cave, the ancestor let out a long breath. He then cursed vehemently, "Damn it, a bunch of ungrateful disciples. Do they wish to bring about my demise? A cultivator of the cave abode realm, no less a grand sword immortal. Even if I were 10 ancestors, I will be no match. Well, it seems I shall have to abandon the Tianxian sect. At my age, I still wish to live a few more years." In front of the Tianxian sect's gate, Qin Shan began to feel anxious as the ancestor was delayed in arriving. He cast an anxious glance at the recently returned second elder and inquired, "Where is the ancestor?" The second elder's complexion turned ashen as he replied. The ancestor mentioned that he has suddenly gained some insights during his cultivation and instructed us to resolve matters on our own. Resolve matters on our own? Qin Shan glanced at the figure clad in azure suspended in the air, his face paling in an instant. At that moment, Su Yuan was preparing to unleash his second strike. Qin Shan trembled in fear. Should another sword strike occur, the Tianxian sect would likely face annihilation today. In a flash of lightning, Qin Shan gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Friend, please hold your hand. Is it merely a matter of borrowing the teleportation array? We can certainly come to an agreement." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan sheathed his sword and remarked, "It should have been this way from the start." Qin Shan's smile resembled more of a grimace than a grin as he said, "Please, follow me." Moments later, as Qin Shan watched Su Yuan being transported away by the teleportation array, he let out a long sigh of relief. Damn it! Finally, that killer has been sent away. At this juncture, the second elder behind him spoke, "Sect Master, are we truly going to let this matter rest? What the Grand Elder's vendetta?" Qin Shan abruptly turned to glare at the second elder and retorted, "Avenge? You go ahead. Do you dare?" The second elder fell silent. Qin Shan sighed and said, "This time, our Tianxian sect must concede defeat." Just then, the third elder timidly asked, "Sect Master, should we remove Su Yuan from the blacklist?" Qin Shan shot a furious glare at the third elder and enunciated each word. "Remove the list? Does our Tianxian sect have no dignity? Do you wish for the world to know that one individual has humiliated us at our mountain gates? Wouldn't he that tarnish the reputation we have built over centuries?" The third elder stammered, "But what if?" After much hesitation, he finally blurted out, "What if Su Yuan comes knocking again? What shall we do?" Qin Shan replied, "That is unlikely. Such a powerful individual would hardly find joy in a place as insignificant as ours. The Central Land is his true destination." The two elders exchanged complex expressions, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Meanwhile, in a secluded forest, several figures cloaked in black gazed at the mountain peak of the Tianxian sect that had been cleaved away by a single stroke, their lips twitching in disbelief. One of them cursed, "Damn it! The intelligence was flawed. This Su Yuan is actually at the Cave Ruin realm." Which fool claimed he was only at the Purple Mansion realm. Another patted his chest and said, "Thank goodness we Haven T made a move, otherwise." They pondered, "What are we to do now? Of course, we should retreat. Against a powerhouse of this caliber, how can we contend without several elders from our sect?" Yet another lamented, "But the task assigned by the elders." At this point, who cares about the task? Another interjected, I've shed tears and sweated for the sect. Now, do you expect me to bleed for it? On the other side, in a valley within the southern continent, a beam of sword light soared into the sky. It relentlessly tore through the void, racing swiftly toward the direction of the Yu. Mid-air, Xu Yuan conveniently collected the rewards from the system. He was rather intrigued by the external manifestation of rewards from this system. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Reward has been issued. Please check, host. In the next moment, a young man clad in mysterious robes appeared beside Xu Yuan, with striking sword-like brows and starry eyes. His features were chiseled with the precision of a sculptor. A red fire lotus mark adorned his forehead. Xu Yuan attempted to exert control over this manifestation, feeling as if it were an extension of himself, effortless and fluid. Simultaneously, a vague and inexplicable connection seemed to form between his consciousness and this body. Alongside this, information regarding the external manifestation surfaced in Xu Yuan's mind. He was somewhat astonished. There were 9 ranks of alchemists, yet this external manifestation was a 7th-rank alchemist? The system had indeed been generous this time. While it may not hold significant utility for him, it could certainly bolster his son's prowess with potent elixirs. If his son's strength were to rise, wouldn't that enhance his ability to navigate future troubles? This external manifestation was not merely an alchemist. Its combat prowess appeared formidable as well. A subtle smile crept across Xu Yuan's lips. Chapter 56, Uncle. Danyu, Imperial Capital. Xu Xiaofan gazed at the distant horizon, letting out a faint sigh. Su Ming remarked, "Your father is unlikely to return. Are you afraid of death?" Xu Xiaofan replied earnestly, "Yes, I am very afraid. Who in this world does not fear death? However, more than my own demise, I fear for my father's safety." Su Ming, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Your father? What could possibly happen to him? With his strength, the Xianin sect would find it difficult to harm him." Xu Xiaofan sighed again, saying, "I know my father well. If I were to encounter misfortune, he would undoubtedly confront the Xianin sect. I fear he might not prevail and would lose his life in vain." Su Ming suggested, "Your father could wait until he has sufficient strength before confronting them." Xu Xiaofan gave a wry smile. "My father is not that kind of person. He cannot abide by the notion of a gentleman seeking revenge after a decade. If he could endure, he would not be Xu Yuan." Su Ming contemplated for a moment before coming to terms with it. Indeed, given Xu Yuan's temperament, if his son were in danger, he would surely take up his sword against the Xianin sect. However, as one of the most powerful forces in the central continent, their strength and foundation were formidable. Certainly not something a mere grand sword immortal could shake. With this in mind, Su Ming declared earnestly, "I promise your father to protect you, and I shall not go back on my word. Rest assured, Xiaofan." With that, Su Ming positioned herself in front of Xu Xiaofan. He looked at the woman in the white dress, feeling a surge of emotion. He said, "Senior, there's truly no need to go this far." Su Ming turned back and shot him a glare. At such a moment, do not utter meaningless words. Then, she turned to the gaunt man and asserted, "Today Xu Xiaofan, will be protected." The gaunt man's brow furrowed slightly, his expression one of hesitation. This woman in white was not to be trifled with. Although merely an elder of the Wanbao Pavilion, her background was extraordinary. The Wanbao Pavilion's influence spanned the realm, and the Xianin sect could not afford to provoke them. After a moment of contemplation, the gaunt man advised, "Why must you go to such lengths for a mere boy? If you leave now, I will not hinder you." Su Ming retorted, "If you wish to kill him, you must first kill me." The gaunt man's gaze suddenly turned malevolent. "Do not be ungrateful." Su Ming coldly chuckled, remaining steadfast and refusing to retreat even an inch. At that moment, Zhang Erniu also stepped in front of Xu Xiaofan. Xu Xiaofan's eyes glistened with emotion. "Uncle Zhang, what are you doing?" Zhang Erniu turned back with a hearty smile. "Your father is my friend, and you and my son are brothers. How could I stand by and let others harm you?" Concurrently, Zhao Fengyan, Xianghua, and others joined them. Zhao Fengyan glared at the gaunt man, coldly stating, "My disciple is not someone you can touch." Xianghua added, "The disciples of my hunting academy are not to be trifled with either." Xu Xiaofan looked at the figures standing protectively in front of him, momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, the emaciated man sneered, "You think you can hinder me? How utterly ridiculous. Today, Xu Xiaofan. Before he could finish his words, a light laughter echoed from the horizon. The crowd paused momentarily and turned their gaze towards the source. They beheld a man clad in dark robes, descending upon them upon a cloud of fire. His features were strikingly handsome, and a fiery lotus mark adorned his forehead, unmistakably indicating he was no ordinary mortal. In the blink of an eye, the robed figure stood before the crowd. As they pondered his identity, the man's starry eyes were fixed intently on the emaciated man. He then spoke in a calm tone. "What did you just say?" The emaciated man was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the robed figure for a moment, unable to discern his depth. Growing wary, he inquired, "Who might you be?" The robed man replied, "My surname is Su, with the single character Xian." "Xu Xian? A surname of Su?" The crowd turned their questioning gazes towards Xu Xiaofan. Su Meng asked, "Who is this person to you?" Xu Xiaofan appeared somewhat bewildered. He shook his head, saying, "I do not recognize him. His surname being Su is likely a coincidence." The crowd nodded slightly in agreement, acknowledging the prevalence of the Su surname in the world. At that moment, the emaciated man frowned and asked, "What brings you here, sir?" Xu Xian disregarded the emaciated man and turned his gaze towards Xu Xiaofan. In an instant, his demeanor shifted to one of cold intensity. He appeared before Xu Xiaofan, surveying him closely before extending his hand to release his vital energy, meticulously probing within Xu Xiaofan's body. After a brief moment, his brow furrowed deeper. Xu Xiaofan made no attempt to resist, for he saw the concern reflected in Xu Xian's eyes. Such a gaze was familiar to him, and he could discern whether the man before him, Xu Xian, was genuine or feigning concern. At this juncture, Xu Xiaofan inquired, "Esteemed elder, may I ask who you are?" Xu Xian hesitated briefly before responding, "I am your second uncle." "Second uncle?" Xu Xiaofan was taken aback. The others familiar with the Xu family were equally astonished, having never heard of Xu Yuan having a brother. Xu Xiaofan quickly regained his composure and asked, "Esteemed elder, you claim to be my second uncle, yet I have never met you." Xu Xian smiled gently. "You have not, for I have been journeying far from home for quite some time." Xu Xiaofan felt a mix of belief and skepticism. Just then, Xu Xian pointed towards the emaciated man and asked, "Was that man responsible for your injuries?" Xu Xiaofan instinctively nodded. Xu Xian narrowed his eyes and then turned to the emaciated man, saying, "You dare to lay a hand on someone from the Xu family?" The emaciated man, feeling disregarded and then questioned, was incensed. He sneered, "What? Are your Xu family members untouchable?" Xu Xian replied firmly, "No one from the Xu family can be touched, not even by the king of heaven himself." The emaciated man provocatively retorted, "And if I have already done so, what then?" Xu Xian coldly declared, "Death." The emaciated man declared, "Death? Who do you think you are that you can command my demise? If Xu Yuan were here, I might harbor some trepidation. However, you, young man, are nothing of consequence. How dare you raise your voice against me? Even with but a mere finger, I could crush you." Boom! As soon as his words left his lips, he was sent hurtling backward. At that moment, Xu Xian slowly withdrew his palm. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was rendered utterly speechless. A single slap, and a formidable being from the cave abyss realm was sent flying. Was this man also of the same realm? Moreover, his prowess seemed far from ordinary. At this juncture, everyone turned their gaze towards Xu Xiaofan. Zhao Fengnian remarked softly, "Xiaofan, the circumstances of your birth." Chapter 57. How can one be so pretentious? In the imperial palace, the emperor found himself somewhat bewildered. What on earth is this Xu family? First there was Xu Yuan, and now another Xu Xian. Wasn't he, it said, that the Xu family was merely a minor clan? The Empress Dowager, Sun, wore a grim expression, lost in thought. After a moment, she inquired, could it be that the Xu family is, in fact, a prominent clan? The emperor shook his head. Impossible. I have conducted thorough investigations. There is no Xu family in the Central Lands. Frowning, the Empress Dowager mused, could it possibly be a hidden family? Otherwise, how could a small clan produce so many prodigies? Setting aside Xu Yuan, even this Xu Xian is frightfully formidable. The emperor contemplated this and replied, "That is indeed a possibility." The Empress Dowager then asked, "Do you think we might have kicked a hornet's nest?" The emperor chuckled coldly. A hornet's nest? What could be more formidable than the Xianin sect? The empress dowager gasped. Could there be someone else? The emperor smiled. This time, the sect is quite invested in the Xu family and their 2 members, so there are surely more than just these individuals involved. The empress dowager inquired. Is it possible that an elder has come? The emperor grinned confidently, deliberately leaving a hint of suspense. Meanwhile, a gaunt man slowly rose to his feet. At this moment, his primordial spirit became increasingly transparent. Covering his face, he stared in shock at the figure clad in dark robes. Immediately, his gaze shifted to Xu Xiaofan, filled with rage. You wretched brat, why didn't you reveal your formidable background sooner? Damn it, the intelligence was flawed. This Xu family is no insignificant clan. How can a minor family produce a grand sword immortal? How can a small family nurture a powerful being in the cave abode realm? How can they cultivate so many prodigies? At this moment, Xu Xiaofan was also somewhat dazed. He then lamented, I truly know nothing. He was simply an honest, straightforward person. Damn it, you are still pretending. The gaunt man felt even more wronged. He had already endured 2 beatings today, both of which had struck him in the face. Is it a pastime for your Xu family to slap faces? After a moment of silence, the gaunt man addressed the figure in dark robes. I am a member of the Xianin sect. You must know of the Xianin sect, right? I concede this time. May I be granted a chance to live? Xu Xian chuckled softly. Then I shall grant you an opportunity. Hearing this, the gaunt man was filled with joy. Xu Xian casually remarked, call for assistance. The gaunt man was taken aback. Call for assistance? He felt as though he had misheard. On the other side, the others were also momentarily stunned. Su Meng furrowed her brow and said, if this Xu Xian allows him to call for help, I fear we shall all perish today. Xu Xian glanced at Su Meng and replied coolly, no matter, I am invincible. Let him call as he pleases. In fact, I have been feeling rather displeased with the Xianin sect. The others were left speechless. Zhang Erniu, witnessing this scene, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of DJVU. He suddenly turned his head and said to Xu Xiaofan, Xiaofan, there is no need for doubt. This is undoubtedly your true uncle. Xu Xiaofan felt a twinge of confusion and inquired, Uncle Zhang, what do you mean by that? Zhang Erniu replied, because I have noticed that all members of the Xu family love to show off, whether it be that father of yours or you, my dear second uncle. Xu Xiaofan felt slightly offended and earnestly defended himself. Uncle Zhang, although I am a member of the Xu family, I do not indulge in pretentiousness. Zhang Erniu responded, Indeed. You prefer to play the fool while devouring the tiger. Xu Xiaofan. At that moment, a gaunt man gritted his teeth and declared, Let me shaken. In the next instant, he produced a jade slip. Su Meng's expression shifted dramatically. She attempted to intervene, but was halted by a figure clad in dark robes. Let him shake it. Su Meng's countenance darkened as she said, If he summons a Nirvana realm expert, we will all perish. Su Xian was slightly taken aback. Nirvana realm? It was the first time he had heard of such a concept. His understanding of the cultivation realms in this world was, in truth, rather limited. Yet, what did it matter? Su Suan Gan Li In Gui. Do you consider the Nirvana realm to be formidable? Su Meng furrowed her brow and responded, The Nirvana realm and the Cave Abyss realm are entirely different concepts. A Nirvana realm expert can effortlessly destroy cities and obliterate mountains with a mere snap of their fingers. They can shatter spatial dimensions with a single punch. The Nirvana golden body they forge is nearly indestructible, allowing them to traverse the void at will. They can traverse thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Tell me, is that not strong? Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. A Nirvana realm expert is indeed terrifying. However, Su Xian chuckled lightly and remarked, You think that is strength? Su Meng retorted, Isn't that strength? Su Xian gently shook his head and said, My friend, your perspective is too limited. You have yet to witness what true power entails. Nirvana is but a mere insect. The crowd was left bewildered, particularly Su Meng. Others might not grasp the true might of the Nirvana realm, but she was fully aware. She had witnessed a Nirvana realm expert in action before. They were no longer human. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan suddenly asserted, This is undeniably my uncle, my true uncle. Goodness, The resemblance is uncanny. Even the mannerisms are strikingly similar. Simultaneously, Su Ming, somewhat irked, remarked, "You fail to recognize the kindness of others. Even if your elder brother, Xu Xian, were here, it would likely be even more ostentatious." At this point, Su Ming's words faltered. If Xu Xian were present, would he not be more pretentious? Contemplating this, Su Ming fell silent for a moment before angrily stating, "If he truly summons a nirvana expert, then we might as well await our demise." The figure in dark robes ceased speaking and turned away, presenting the crowd with his back. He then addressed the gaunt man in a detached manner. "Summon them, swiftly." A hint of mockery flashed in the gaunt man's eyes. This individual must be out of his mind. He truly dares to ask me to summon someone. If that is the case, then let us await death. With this thought, the gaunt man crushed the jade slip in his hand. In the next moment, the heavens and earth changed color. The originally clear sky was suddenly shrouded by a layer of ominous clouds. Soon, the clouds roiled and gradually coalesced into a gigantic skull. Inside the imperial palace, Empress Sun's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her eyes wide with shock. The emperor smiled faintly, exuding an air of confidence as he proclaimed, "This game is a sure victory." In the ruins of the drunken immortal tower, Su Ming's expression shifted dramatically. "Why is he here?" she gasped. "Xu Xiaofan suddenly inquired." Who is this person? The crowd turned to Su Ming, their anxiety palpable. Could it truly be a figure from the Nirvana realm? Su Ming replied, "It is the master of withered bones from the Xianyin sect." The master of withered bones? Xu Xiaofan questioned. "Is he formidable?" Su Ming responded, "Exceedingly so." Xu Xiaofan frowned. "From the Nirvana realm?" Su Ming nodded, affirming, "Indeed." A moment of silence enveloped them, until Xu Xiaofan broke it. "Perhaps my second uncle can transcend the boundaries." He recalled, "My father often overcame opponents of higher realms." Su Ming sighed, looking at Xu Xiaofan with concern. "Xiaofan, you remain too naive." Chapter 58. Have you cowered? At that moment, Su Ming's face was ashen. She spoke softly. "The reason your father was able to transcend boundaries is that he is a grand sword immortal. The prowess of a grand sword immortal is unparalleled. Even in the central continent, a grand sword immortal stands among the most formidable of warriors. Moreover, even if your father were present, he would likely be unable to prevail. The Nirvana realm and the primordial spirit, the cave void, are entirely different concepts. Unless your father's cultivation reaches the cave void, or his mastery of the sword ascends to that of a sword emperor, it will be impossible for him to slay a Nirvana warrior across realms. Otherwise, it is futile to even consider. But how could that be possible? Even if your father were here, he could not save us. Instead, he would likely lose his own life." Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he clung to hope, saying, "My second uncle has already reached the cave void. Perhaps he might." Su Ming interrupted decisively, "Absolutely not." Xu Xiaofan, puzzled, inquired, "Why not?" Su Ming explained, "I spoke of sword cultivators being able to transcend boundaries because their combat strength is invincible. However, your second uncle is not a sword cultivator." Xu Xiaofan countered, "Must one be a sword cultivator to transcend boundaries?" Su Ming replied, "To my knowledge, historically, there has been no instance of a cave void warrior slaying a Nirvana realm opponent. Not even a draw has been recorded. Furthermore, this skeletal figure is by no means an ordinary Nirvana warrior. It is a seasoned powerhouse of the Nirvana realm." Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd turned pale. At that moment, Zhang Erniu suddenly turned his gaze, fixating intently on Xu Xiaofan. Xu Xiaofan felt a twinge of fear under his scrutiny. "Zhang, uncle, you." Zhang Hualong said, "Xiaofan, since the Xianyin sect is recruiting, why don't you recruit as well?" Upon hearing this, the crowd appeared to seize a glimmer of hope, all looking at Xu Xiaofan. Indeed, is it permissible for only the Xianyin sect to recruit while they are barred from doing so? Xu Xiaofan, however, looked momentarily stunned, bewildered as he replied, "Uncle Zhang, where am I supposed to find people for you? I, Xu Xiaofan, am merely an honest person and do not know any powerful figures. Moreover, I lack any backing, aside from my father and a suddenly emerging second uncle. I cannot recruit anyone. Zhao Fanyan suddenly interjected softly, Xiaofan. One must be honest in life. Xu Xiaofan, with a face full of grievance, retorted, Teacher, I am speaking the absolute truth. Honest people never deceive. I come from a small place, without any support. If I had backing, would I have been beaten so badly upon stepping out? The crowd was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. Being beaten? Was it not because you were pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Furthermore, do we not know whether you have been beaten or not? Those who sought to harm you have all been eliminated by your father. You, Xu Xiaofan, are no honest man. All the honest people in the world have perished. You, Xu Xiaofan, cannot even qualify as one. Have you ever seen an honest person who enjoys playing tricks? Which honest person spends their days showing off? Which honest person constantly cries out about lacking connections and support, yet possesses an invincible background? Moreover, your Xu family is merely a trifling clan. Such statements lack sincerity. Can a small family produce so many pretentious individuals? Does every random member of a small family turn out to be an unparalleled powerhouse? At this moment, Xiang Hua's face turned stern, and he said gravely, Xu Xiaofan. Xu Xiaofan was taken aback. What is it, Dean? Xiang Hua, with a look of disappointment, admonished, At this point, can you please refrain from playing the role of a naive fool? We are all tired of this routine. Hurry up and bring over a few more surnamed Xu. If you could just fetch a few more from the Xu clan, wouldn't this matter be resolved? We wouldn't have to stay here in constant fear. Ideally, summon an elder from the Xu family to eradicate the Xian'in sect directly for convenience. Xu Xiaofan felt a wave of grievance wash over him, almost to the point of tears. Damn it, when did it come to this? He, Xu Xiaofan, merely wished to be an honest person. At that moment, the emaciated man, shedding his earlier timidity, interjected, What nonsense about the Xu family? They're all worthless. Eradicate my Xian'in sect? One of our elders could wipe out the Xu family entirely. The crowd's expressions darkened upon hearing this. Damn it, what a boastful statement, relying solely on power. At this moment, the emaciated man's grin widened. Ignoring the crowd, he glared menacingly at the figure clad in dark robes, laughing maniacally. I've summoned my men. Can you stand against them? Keep being arrogant. Xu Xian, with one hand behind his back, gazed calmly at the skull in the sky, his expression unchanged. Seeing this, the emaciated man became even more brazen. What is the matter? Are you dumbfounded? Young man, don't let a bit of strength go to your head. Some pretentious fools easily play dead. Xu Xian furrowed his brow and, suddenly, turned his gaze towards the emaciated man. Damn it! He detested being disturbed during his display of prowess. How irritating! In the next moment, Xu Xian flicked his finger. Immediately, a plume of dark flame shot forth, hurtling towards the emaciated man. The emaciated man scoffed disdainfully. What is this? Do you intend to incinerate me with such a trivial flame? Are you jesting? As he spoke, the emaciated man prepared to wave his hand to dismiss the flame. However, the moment the dark fire made contact, it latched onto his primordial spirit and began to blaze. The emaciated man cried out in pain. He then attempted to summon the cosmic energy to extinguish the flame. Yet, the dark fire only intensified, rapidly engulfing his entire being. The emaciated man was utterly panicked, urgently shouting, Elder, help me. But as soon as he uttered those words, he suddenly dissolved into nothingness. His primordial spirit had been utterly consumed by the flames. Su Ming, witnessing this, felt her pupils constrict. What a terrifying flame! It can burn the primordial spirit. Meanwhile, amidst the swirling clouds, a skeletal visage formed from the darkened mists emitted a chilling voice. Umph. To dare act against the disciples of the Xian'in sect in my presence is to court death. In the next instant, a young man clad in black abruptly materialized above the skull. This individual was none other than the Bone Elder. With a cold smirk, the Bone Elder subtly gestured toward a gaunt figure. Dozens of human-shaped skeletons surged forth, advancing toward the one in dark robes. The latter responded with a slight smile, followed by a swift strike of his palm. A colossal hand of flame erupted, instantly reducing the skeletons to mere ashes. Without losing momentum, the attack continued toward the Bone Elder. The Bone Elder's brow furrowed slightly. What terrifying flames! He waved his sleeve, unleashing a multitude of bones to meet the assault. To his astonishment, these bones were also obliterated into dust. Fortunately, they managed to dissipate much of the palm's force. Narrowing his eyes, the Bone Elder refrained from further aggression, instead fixing his gaze on the figure in dark robes and inquiring, "Who exactly are you?" The man replied, "A member of the Xu family." "The Xu family?" The Bone Elder pondered, struggling to recall any prominent family by that name in the Central Plains. Nevertheless, he dared not underestimate the man before him. Although they had exchanged but a single blow, the opponent's strength appeared unfathomable, particularly given his confident demeanor. "Very well, I shall retreat for the moment. Once I ascertain the origins of the Xu family, I shall act." The Bone Elder had traversed the Central Plains for centuries. He would not allow himself to stumble into a trap. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Humph, you'd best wait, young man. I have urgent matters to attend to and will not linger here." With that, he turned to leave. The onlookers erupted in joy, exclaiming, "Damn it, we're not going to die today." However, at that moment, the figure in dark robes scoffed. "Have you faltered?" Upon hearing this, the Bone Elder paused, and the exultation on the faces of the crowd suddenly froze. Chapter 59. I am invincible. You may do as you please. At this moment, the Emperor's expression froze upon witnessing the departure of the Elder of the Withered Bones. Is he truly leaving? What could possibly require such haste? As a formidable being of the Nirvana realm, could he not have effortlessly dispatched that Xu Xian? Empress Sun speculated, did they not just exchange blows? Could it be that the Elder has realized he is at a disadvantage? Is he afraid of Xu Xian? The Emperor shook his head firmly, declaring, "That is utterly impossible. The Elder of the Withered Bones is an unparalleled powerhouse of the Nirvana realm, dominating the Central Plains for centuries. How could he struggle against a mere Dongshu? Even if Xu Xian's combat prowess is exceptional, he is not a sword cultivator. He lacks the ability to transcend realms. Perhaps there is indeed a pressing matter." Empress Sun hesitated. What about that young rogue Xu's physical form? The Emperor sighed. "We shall have to seek another opportunity." However, just then, a voice clad in dark robes interjected, "Have you lost your nerve?" At these words, the Emperor's body trembled with surprise. Meanwhile, on the other side, the crowd's gaze shifted towards Xu Xiaofan. Zhang Erniu suddenly inquired, "When will your father return?" Xu Xiaofan, somewhat puzzled, replied, "It shouldn't be too soon." The crowd nodded slightly in understanding. Zhang Erniu then turned to Zhao Fengyan, asking, "May I engage your precious disciple?" Zhao Fengyan nodded. "Be gentle. Do not let it be noticed, or you might find yourself in trouble." Zhang Erniu agreed. "That is sound advice." Xu Xiaofan, bewildered, quickly retreated behind Su Meng. To his astonishment, Su Meng stepped back a few paces. Xu Xiaofan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Elder Su, did you not promise to protect me?" Su Meng shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "Do not speak to me. I have no desire to converse with anyone bearing the surname Su at this moment." Xu Xiaofan, filled with sorrow and indignation, lamented, "Dear uncles and elders, why this treatment?" Zhang Erniu rubbed his hands together, smirking, "You feign ignorance." Xu Xiaofan felt tears welling up, choking out, "This has nothing to do with me." Zhang Erniu replied, "He is your second uncle. A debt owed by a nephew must be repaid by his uncle." Xu Xiaofan protested, "It is not yet certain. Just because he claims to be my second uncle does not make it so." Zhang Erniu sneered, "You said it yourself." Xu Xiaofan fell silent. Suddenly, a violent tremor reverberated through the ground. The crowd turned towards the source of the commotion, only to witness the Elder of the Withered Bones being forcefully thrust into the earth by the figure in dark robes. In an instant, a massive pit formed in the ground. The onlookers rubbed their eyes in disbelief. A Nirvana powerhouse, so fearsome indeed. The crowd's gaze shifted towards Su Meng. Xu Xiaofan sighed in relief, then asked, "Is this what the Nirvana realm entails?" Su Meng's cheeks flushed. She felt as if Xu Xian was not merely striking the Elder of the Withered Bones, but her as well. Reflecting on her previous words and the tone in which they were spoken, she felt a surge of embarrassment. Su Meng felt an overwhelming desire to find a crevice to hide herself in. That wretched skeleton was truly a menace. After a brief silence, she remarked, "This skeletal figure may not be as the rumors suggest." Zhang Erniu's expression softened, and he replied, "It appears this skeleton is merely a figure of empty renown." Xu Xiaofan was taken aback. "Uncle Zhang, you are educated?" Zhang Erniu proudly declared, "Your Uncle Zhang is proficient in both literature and martial arts." Xu Xiaofan hesitita. "What about that saying, uncle's debt is repaid by the nephew?" Zhang Erniu retorted, "I coined that." "What? Don't you understand?" Xu Xiaofan. At that moment, he turned to Su Ming and asked, "Is it possible that my second uncle is just too formidable?" Su Ming fell silent. She did not wish to utter another word. Zhang Erniu shot Xu Xiaofan a glare, saying, "Did you not just express uncertainty about whether he is truly your uncle?" Xu Xiaofan zipped. "When did I ever say such a thing? You must have misheard, Uncle Zhang." Zhang Erniu. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the skeletal figure shot into the sky. Clutching its bared, ivory visage, it glared at the figure clad in black. "I intended to show you mercy, yet you proved to be utterly ungrateful. Do not blame me for what comes next." The figure in black stood with arms crossed, its robe billowing fiercely in the wind. From its elevated stance, it gazed down upon the skeleton, lips parting slightly to utter a few words. "I am invincible. You may act as you wish." The crowd. Zhang Erniu turned to Xu Xiaofan, exclaiming, "Damn, your second uncle seems even more pretentious than your father." Xu Xiaofan remained silent. At that moment, the skeletal figure let out a chilling laugh. "Kid, I admit you possess some skill. At your age, even in the Central Earth continent, you would be regarded as one of the most exceptional prodigies. However, you are still merely a novice. If granted another 20 years, slaying me would be effortless for you." But the skeletal figure paused momentarily before coldly declaring, "Today, you shall die. If Su Xian does not perish today, will I save face?" Damn it. Did he truly believe he could slap the skeleton's face without facing repercussions? At this juncture, the figure in black furrowed its brow and said, "Do not dare to label me a genius. A weakling who has yet to mature is what you call a genius." With that, the figure in black clearly exhibited signs of impatience. Damn it, it prided itself on being decisive. This fellow was dragging his feet. In the next instant, the skeletal figure let out a cold laugh. Following that, the flesh on its body began to vanish, gradually revealing a faint golden skeletal frame. Below, Su Ming frowned and remarked, "This skeletal figure has actually mastered the true form of nirvana." Xu Xiaofan, puzzled and somewhat concerned, asked, "What exactly is this true form of nirvana? Is it powerful?" Su Ming explained, "The true form of nirvana is the perfect fusion achieved after refining both the primordial spirit and the physical body to their utmost limits. A practitioner of the nirvana realm possesses strength far beyond that of others in the same realm." Upon this remark, Su Ming sighed, expressing that even with Su Xian's formidable nirvana combat prowess, it appeared to be of little consequence. At her words, the expressions of those present, which had just relaxed, suddenly grew solemn once more. At that moment, Su Xian fixed his gaze upon the pale, golden skeleton before him, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, the fiery mark upon his brow erupted into a brilliant radiance, and dark flames surged forth from his being with fervent intensity. Wherever the flames danced, the very fabric of space warped and twisted in their wake. The skeletal figure was struck with profound dread, exclaiming, "What manner of flame is this, with such overwhelming power?" Though well-versed in many wonders, he had never encountered such a terrifying fire in all his days. Su Xian replied with a hint of indifference, "Imperial flame." Imperial flame? Such a domineering name. Su Ming lamented from below, yet, what does it matter how strong the flames may be? Ultimately, just then, the dark fire transformed into a blazing lotus, hurtling towards the skeletal figure with astonishing speed. The skeletal figure, evidently brimming with confidence in his own strength, let out a cold laugh and launched a powerful punch towards the fire lotus. Boom! In the next instant, the lotus burst forth in a magnificent display. A colossal shockwave radiated outward from its center, rendering all in its path into mere nothingness. Then, a cry of anguish from the skeletal figure resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. An instant, the onlookers were left in utter bewilderment, turning their gazes back towards Su Ming. Sumengriman Saident. P.S. Apologies, dear readers, for the slight delay in updates. The author is currently experiencing some writer's block. There may only be one chapter today, but rest assured that the author will return with more once the break begins. Following this will be the storyline concerning the external incarnation, which has sparked quite a bit of debate. This segment is indeed a prelude to the content of the second volume. I wonder if all of you will be able to accept it? Chapter 60. The Xu family is a trivial clan. Upon witnessing this scene, Xu Xiaofan felt an urge to jest. Dear uncles, do you wish to strike me still? Zhang Erniu instinctively raised his hand, but, after a moment of contemplation, opted merely to pat Xu Xiaofan on the shoulder. Damn it, the Xu family is not to be trifled with. There are far too many bloody examples. Who knows how many prodigies lie within the Xu clan? The Zhang family certainly cannot afford to offend them. At that moment, Xu Xian gestured with his hand, effortlessly capturing the escaping bone spirit. The bone spirit struggled with all its might, but to no avail. Thus, it spoke. If you wish to avoid the pursuit of a Xianin sect, it would be best to release me. Otherwise, the Xianin sect will not spare you. Xu Xian chuckled lightly, replying, The Xianin sect? Do you truly believe I regard them with any seriousness? A mere Xianin sect dares to lay hands on a member of the Xu family? Preposterous. He then inquired, Tell me, does your Xianin sect still have others? Xu Xiaofan had been wronged by the Xianin sect, and he was eager to exact vengeance on them. The bone spirit fell silent for a moment before responding, If I divulge this information, will you let me go? You lack the standing to negotiate terms with me. Su Suan Vito. With a bitter smile, the bone spirit continued, Both the Emperor and Empress of Yu are members of my Xianin sect. Your information was relayed to us by the great Yu Emperor himself. He even intends to seize your nephew's physical form. As it spoke, a malicious glint flickered in the bone spirit's eyes. Damn it, my current plight is all due to the erroneous intelligence provided by that accursed emperor. That wretched scoundrel deserves death. Upon hearing this, the countenance of everyone present shifted dramatically, and Xu Xiaofan's expression darkened as well. Xu Xian erupted with a murderous intent, immediately directing his gaze towards the imperial city. In the imperial city, the emperor felt his legs weaken and collapse to the ground. The emperor's son's complexion was equally as pale. What shall we do? She exclaimed anxiously. Run, the emperor commanded. The empress nodded in agreement. You escape. I will delay them. The emperor urged hastily. The empress paused, stunned. You, quickly, or none of us shall escape. He insisted, his tone urgent. Tears welled in the empress's eyes. Touched by his words, with a firm resolve, she soared northward. A faint smile crept across the emperor's lips as he watched the direction in which the empress fled, murmuring to himself, Husband and wife are but birds of a feather. In times of peril, they take flight separately. Do not blame me. He then made his way towards the palace. Upon reaching the inner sanctum, he opened a concealed chamber. If Su Yuan were present, he would recognize it as a teleportation array. Meanwhile, Xu Xian gazed towards the direction of the fleeing empress. His eyes turned icy as he flicked his fingers. In an instant, the emperor's son was consumed in flames, reduced to ashes from a great distance. Everyone involuntarily twitched at the corners of their mouths. In the Xu family, there was no one to show compassion. His father was thus. Xu Xiaofan was thus. Even his second uncle was no different. Is this trait hereditary? At that moment, Xu Xian furrowed his brows. He suddenly sensed a force of spatial power. Turning his gaze towards the palace, he sneered, trying to escape. At that moment, the emperor had already activated the teleportation array. His eyes turned cold. What a fine Xu family. Just wait for me. In the next instant, the emperor's vision blurred. When clarity returned, he found himself in a desolate ruin. Before him stood a young man in dark robes, coldly staring at him. The young man held the remnants of a withered soul in his hand. The emperor thought, what is happening? Wasn't he supposed to activate the teleportation array? The withered soul suddenly sneered. You fool. Do you not know that the cave can seal off space? The emperor was still in a daze. Meanwhile, Xu Xian narrowed his eyes at the emperor and said lightly, "You wish to seize my nephew's body? What? Is the emperor tired of ruling and wants to be my brother's son instead?" The emperor was taken aback, then quickly realized. Thud! He knelt before everyone, exclaiming, "Spare me, esteemed one." He bowed repeatedly, his head striking the ground with such force that it cracked, blood flowing profusely. As he bowed, he continued, "If you do not disdain me, I am willing to take you as my adoptive father." The onlookers were equally bewildered. How had they not noticed this shamelessness before? The emperor suddenly turned to Zhang Erniu, saying, "Zhang Qing, why aren't you coming to plead for me?" Zhang Erniu, speechless, turned away, pretending he saw nothing and knew nothing. His family had achieved their current status through his own blood and sweat on the battlefield. They had not received a single grain from the royal family. At that moment, Xu Xian looked at the emperor with disdain and coldly snorted, "You are not worthy." The emperor had lost all sense of dignity. "I can still serve you." Xu Xian's expression darkened, and with a flick of his finger, a dark flame shot forth, incinerating the emperor's body to ashes. In the next instant, a plump middle-aged man's spirit appeared in the same spot. The crowd was taken aback. Xu Xian, however, sneered and said, "Seizing the body, are we?" Meanwhile, from a distant pavilion, the sixth princely Bao's complexion changed drastically upon witnessing this scene. "What is happening?" Beside him, Ranli said, "Your father has been possessed." To my knowledge, the practitioners of the Xian Yin sect possess unique techniques with formidable souls and are exceptionally skilled at body snatching. Li Bao gritted his teeth. Xian Yin sect. At the same time, all resentment he held towards the Su family evaporated completely. After a moment of silence, Li Bao instructed a soldier behind him, "Let the black armored guards return." Seeing this, Ranli let out a long sigh of relief. If Li Bao had truly acted against the Su family, given their temperament, the entire nation might have faced annihilation. Now he finally saw clearly. The Su family was merely a trifling clan. Judging by the 3 Su family members he had encountered thus far, their strength was beyond his imagination. Not to mention Xu Yuan and Xu Xian. Even the younger generation, represented by Xu Xiaofan, possesses the formidable prowess to vanquish the depths of Dongxiu. Though this strength is augmented by secret methods, the ability to revert to a state of nonchalance afterward speaks volumes of the terror inherent in such techniques. At this moment on the battlefield, Xu Xian had just extinguished the emperor's soul with a mere flick of his fingers when a sudden roar echoed from afar. "Who dares to harm my son?" The crowd turned toward the source of the voice and beheld a middle-aged man adorned in a resplendent crimson dragon robe, with fiery red hair and brows, descending upon them upon a cloud of flames. A moment of astonishment swept over the assembly. Had they just dispatched one emperor, only to be confronted by another? In an instant, the onlookers shifted their gazes toward Xu Xiaofan, their expressions morphing into one of intrigue. Xu Xian, however, regarded the red-haired man with calm intensity and inquired, "Who might you be?" The red-haired man surveyed the battlefield with a hint of confusion before proclaiming, "I am the Emperor of Dian." After revealing his identity, he immediately demanded, "Where is Xu Xiaofan?" Xu Xiaofan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he swiftly retreated behind the crowd. The red-haired man, catching sight of his movement, swiftly deduced that the individual he sought was most likely this young man. With a furious shout, he unleashed the oppressive aura of the Purple Mansion realm and charged directly towards Xu Xiaofan. At this moment, Xu Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 61 Father. The crimson-haired middle-aged man lunged towards Xu Xiaofan, prompting the crowd to step back, some even feeling a sense of illicit glee. "Damn it, this brat deserves a beating." However, Xu Xian did not allow the crowd their wish. In an instant, the oppressive force of the cave ruins realm surged forth. The crimson-haired man suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, far surpassing his own strength, crash upon him. Alarmed, he thought, "Damn it, the cave ruins." Without hesitation, he knelt to the ground with a thud. Reputation? What does that matter? If kneeling could ensure his safety, he would gladly remain on his knees indefinitely. Simultaneously, the crimson-haired man cursed inwardly. "I truly have a wonderful son, Why provoke anyone else but this formidable being? Does he really think his father is invincible? At that moment, Xu Xian spoke indifferently. You intend to strike my nephew? The crimson-haired man chuckled awkwardly. Not at all, just a friendly greeting. The crowd fell into silence, observing the man kneeling before them. Xu Xian nodded, noticing the man's respectful demeanor, and chose not to take action. He then turned his gaze to the withered bones. Come on, continue summoning. Upon hearing this, the smiles on everyone's faces abruptly froze. Xu Xiaofan wore a bewildered expression. What the hell? Summoning again? Are you insane? Su Meng was rendered speechless. Suddenly, she turned to Xu Xiaofan, giving him a knowing look. He instantly understood. He looked towards the figure clad in dark robes, which, second, uncle. The robed figure turned back, looking at him with confusion. What is it? After contemplating the possibility of being hit, Xu Xiaofan gritted his teeth. Second uncle. Let us know our limits. We've already done enough. If we continue, we might go too far. Xu Xiaofan was genuinely frightened. Damn it! Summoning a nirvana from the cave ruins. What if an even stronger one appears? What does my second uncle intend to do? Annihilate the Xian sect single-handedly? Xu Xian glanced at Xu Xiaofan, feeling an unusual urge to give him a good thrashing. Yet, he ultimately refrained. With a puzzled expression, he remarked, What are you pretending for? I have never liked showing off. I have never pretended. I simply find the Xian sect displeasing. The crowd was left utterly baffled. At that moment, the spirit of the withered bones weakly inquired, Shall we truly summon? Xu Xian replied, Stop dawdling. The withered bones twitched at the corners of their mouth. It was the first time he had encountered such a request. After hesitating for a moment, he slightly closed his eyes and said, All right. Xu Xian did not comprehend how he was to summon. However, he no longer cared. As long as he could bring someone over, that was all that mattered. This was merely the beginning. He had yet to revel in it. He had prepared for so long, merely to put on a grand show. Otherwise, he would have acted himself much earlier. At that moment, Su Meng, gritting her teeth, suddenly exclaimed, Does your Su family still have others? Xu Xian cast a glance at her, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Su Meng had learned her lesson this time and refrained from jumping to conclusions too early. Instead, she remarked, What emerges from the withered bones must surely be an existence beyond nirvana. Are you confident? Su Yuan, controlling Xu Xian's body, replied calmly, I am invincible. Su Meng fid silent. Suddenly, Xu Xiaofan inquired, Second uncle, just how powerful is our Su family? How do we compare to the Xian sect? Xu Xian shot a glance at Xu Xiaofan and frowned, saying, Xiaofan, your perspective is still too narrow. Xu Xiaofan's lips twitched. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, What about in comparison to the Wanbao Pavilion? Xu Xian sighed, still too small. Xu Xiaofan appeared bewildered. Then he tentatively asked, Are you suggesting that our Su family is stronger than the Wanbao Pavilion? Xu Xian glanced at Xu Xiaofan and declared, Our Su family is invincible. The crowd was taken aback. It was already difficult to fathom just how powerful the Su family truly was. Su Meng slightly furrowed her brow. No matter how she pondered, she simply could not recall a family named Su in the Central Earth continent. Even historically, it seemed there was none. At this moment, Xu Xiaofan asked, Second uncle, what is the extent of our Su family's invincibility? Xu Xian looked at Xu Xiaofan with appreciation before replying, You don't need to know the details. Xiaofan, you only need to remember that our Su family is invincible, so feel free to act freely. The crowd gasped in awe, growing even more reverent towards the Su family. However, Xu Xiaofan questioned, But second uncle, why has my father never mentioned the matters of the Su family to me? Su Suan et Lai, your father wants to raise you in a humble manner. Humble upbringing? Xu Xiaofan was taken aback. He then said, Second uncle, since our Su family is so powerful, can I simply take it easy in the future? Xu Xian frowned, fearing the worst. If Xu Xiaofan truly took it easy, the Su family would be in dire straits. He quickly admonished, Our Su family's strength has little to do with you. We can assist you in battles, but many troubles must ultimately be resolved by yourself. Have you not understood this by now? The strength of others is ultimately illusory. Only your own might is genuine. If you wish to take it easy, then I shall ask your father to let you fend for yourself. Fend for myself? Xu Xiaofan was puzzled. What does that mean? Xu Xian replied, literally, let you go and not care. Xu Xiaofan was taken aback and said, then I shall strive on. Just then, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped the entire area. This force was stronger than any previous encounter. The crowd found it difficult to breathe. Su Meng was struck with alarm. Could it be? Before she could finish her thought, she turned to the figure clad in black and urged, if the Su family still has people, call them out quickly. Otherwise, this time it will truly be over. Even if your flames are strong, they are no match for this person. It is no longer a matter of merely transcending boundaries. Clad in dark robes, he gazed serenely towards the distant horizon, his expression tranquil, seemingly unfazed. Su Meng, filled with anxiety, inquired, are you not afraid? The figure in dark attire turned his head and replied calmly, afraid? The members of the Su family have never known fear. You are Su Daoist, are you not? You simply do not comprehend. Su Meng felt a twinge of confusion. Not comprehend? What was there to not understand? The corners of the dark-clad figure's lips curled slightly as he remarked, the unparalleled powerhouse you perceive is, to me, merely an insect. Your perspective is still lacking. Su Meng felt a surge of indignation. Lacking perspective? She was the seventh elder of the Wanbao Pavilion, who dared to claim her vision was insufficient. At that moment, an ominous aura drew nearer. The crowd became as frantic as ants on a hot pan, scurrying about in desperation. The skeletal figure, with a chilling demeanor, remarked, once or twice one might excuse it. Do you not know that things rarely happen thrice? Now, have you finally met your match? Just then, from another corner of the sky, a streak of azure sword light shattered the void. In the next instant, a figure clad in azure suddenly appeared before the crowd. Xu Xiaofan's face lit up with excitement. Father! The figure in azure turned and said, Father has arrived late. Su Meng sighed and replied, it is futile. At that moment, Su Yuan's entire aura surged dramatically. The crowd's pupils constricted in astonishment. This presence. Chapter 62. I am invincible, destined to suppress all enemies in the world. The atmosphere was thick with astonishment as the crowd stood frozen in disbelief. How could the Su family cultivate to such heights? After a moment of shock, Su Meng sighed and remarked, even in the face of this cave void, it seems. At that instant, a hoarse voice echoed from a great distance. You are Su Yuan? At such a young age, possessing such formidable cultivation, I must admit, you are truly fearsome. Yet, the more impressive you are, the less my Xianyin sect can afford to let you go. Unlike others, I shall not grant you time to develop. Since I have made my move, I will pay any price to ensure your demise. In midair, a figure clad in a blue robe held a sword of azure hue, gazing into the distance in silence. Xu Xiaofan, filled with concern, turned to his uncle in a state of anxiety. Uncle, is there anyone left in our Su family? Su Xian smiled gently and reassured him, worry not. Any one of our Su family members is invincible. Xu Xiaofan fell into a contemplative silence, then turned to the figure in blue. Father. The figure did not turn but spoke calmly. Do not fret. As your father dares to wield the invincible sword, I possess the strength to suppress all enemies in this world. Suppress all enemies in the world? The crowd twitched at the corners of their mouths. Indeed, Su Yuan remained the same audacious Su Yuan. His arrogance knew no bounds. At that moment, Su Meng gazed at the towering figure in blue, her eyes filled with complexity. After a brief silence, she urged, Su Yuan, run. With the speed of sword cultivator, you might escape. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan turned back to look at Su Meng and suddenly asked, Miss Su, do you think I am overly arrogant? Su Meng paused in surprise before nodding. Indeed, you are excessively arrogant. Su Yuan replied, Miss Su, you have misunderstood. Misunderstood? Su Meng inquired, puzzled. What have I misunderstood? Su Yuan clarified, I'm not arrogant. I am merely strong. Su Meng was momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, she earnestly asked, from where does your confidence stem? Su Yuan glanced at his son, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. He offered no explanation, merely tightening his grip on the sword in his hand, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Finally, he spoke in a calm voice, Miss Su, Yes? Su Ming responded, her attention captured. Xu Yuan disdainfully fixed his gaze upon the horizon, his eyes piercing through the void at a young man clad in black who was approaching. With a light chuckle, he declared, I shall only strike once. Su Ming's mouth fell open in disbelief. Only strike once? What a jest. Can a sword cultivator of such caliber be vanquished by a single strike from a cave-void swordsman? Sword cultivators are the pinnacle of offense, unrivaled within their realm, even capable of transcending levels. Yet, how many levels must one transcend? The newcomer is an existence beyond nirvana. To claim he shall only strike once? This is beyond arrogance. Su Ming found herself at a loss for words to convey her astonishment. At this moment, Su Ming furrowed her brow and said, Xu Yuan, do notiest. Sword cultivators are powerful, but they are not invincible. Simultaneously, a cold laugh echoed from afar. Only one sword? You truly are audacious. Xu Yuan, however, chuckled lightly and suddenly turned to his son, saying, Xiaofan, watch closely. Xu Xiaofan appeared utterly bewildered. Watch what? Xu Yuan smiled, but remained silent. What else was there to observe? Naturally, it was to witness how his father would perform. With that thought, Xu Yuan drew his sword. Where the formless sword intent passed, the very fabric of space shattered. In the void, a long fissure was cleaved. This sword strike traversed 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye, vanishing before the eyes of the onlookers in an instant. After executing this strike, Xu Yuan calmly sheathed his sword and turned to walk towards Xu Xiaofan. The crowd was left in a state of confusion. Xu Xiaofan inquired, Father, is that all it takes? The adversary is a being beyond nirvana. Xu Yuan deeply. Xiaofan, you cannot yet fathom the extent of my strength. Xu Xiaofan was taken aback, sensing a familiarity in those words. At that moment, Su Ming interjected, Xu Yuan, take your son and flee. I shall hold them off. I am from the Wanbao Pavilion. They dare not harm me. Xu Yuan turned back to Su Ming and smiled, saying, Miss Su, I appreciate your kindness. However, the word run does not exist in my vocabulary. At that instant, Zhang Erniu stepped forward, urging Brother Su, you should heed Miss Su's advice. That being is indeed beyond nirvana. Xu Yuan remained silent, gazing into the distant horizon. Just then, a furious roar echoed from afar. Xu Yuan, you will pay for this. As the words fell, the terrifying pressure abruptly vanished without a trace. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then looked at Xu Yuan in utter horror. A faint blush crept on his Su Ming's delicate face. She yearned to find a crack in the ground to hide in. How many times had it been today? She felt that the one most severely slapped in the face today was not the Xianin sect, but rather herself. Su Ming, meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, a young man in dark attire gazed down at the wound on his arm, his lips twitching. It had been a long time since he had felt such a brush with death. Damn it, I have never encountered such an outrageous sword cultivator. Just then, a white-haired man suddenly appeared beside him. Is it resolved? The young man in dark clothes shook his head, saying, until we ascertain the Su family's background. We must not provoke them. The white-haired man furrowed his brow and asked why. The young man replied, the Su family's background is likely quite formidable. The white-haired man inquired, how can you tell? The young man retorted, the Su surname is incredibly adept at pretense. Just then, he suddenly felt a chill run through his body, as if some dreadful entity was fixating upon him. He hastily tore through space and fled, leaving behind the white-haired man, who stood in bewilderment in the imperial capital, amidst a landscape of ruins. The crowd anxiously turned their gaze towards Su Xian. He glanced at the bewildered spirit of the skeletal elder in his hand. At that moment, the skeletal elder weakly inquired, must I still summon others? Su Xian pondered for a moment before replying, no need. The skeletal elder's face turned pale. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, his spirit was abruptly crushed by Su Xian. The onlookers finally exhaled in relief. Had Su Xian insisted on the skeletal elder summoning others, they would have truly been driven to despair. At that instant, Xu Xiaofan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The crowd's expressions shifted alarmingly. Xu Yuan instantly appeared before Xu Xiaofan to assess his son's injuries. His brow furrowed sharply. and his gaze turned towards the distance. This Xian insect truly deserved retribution. Just then, Zhao Fengyan spoke up. This is dire. All of Xiaofan's meridians have ruptured. If he does not consume the healing pill soon, I fear. Xu Yuan's countenance turned icy. An aura unintentionally emanated from him, suffocating those around him. Xu Yuan inquired, how much time remains? Zhao Fengyan replied, 1 hour. If he cannot take the healing pill within that hour, it will be beyond remedy. Xu Yuan suddenly turned to Su Meng, speaking rapidly. Miss Su, is 1 hour sufficient? Su Meng's face paled. The healing pill is a 7th grade elixir. 1 hour may not suffice. Chapter 63. Su only desires invincibility. Is 1 hour insufficient? Su Juan inquit an Xiao Li. Su Meng hesitated, responding, it may not be enough. The success rate of alchemy varies. I possess only a 10% chance of successfully refining the celestial restoration pill within an hour. At that moment, Xu Yuan suddenly recalled his external incarnation. He promptly handed the celestial restoration grass to Su Xian and then turned to Su Meng, asking, do you possess the formula for the celestial restoration pill? Su Meng, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and produced the recipe. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This young lady Su was exceedingly generous. After all, the celestial restoration pill was a 7th grade elixir, and the value of this formula was incalculable. Xu Yuan nodded slightly and said, thank you. I shall remember this favor. A hush fell over the assembly. A favor exchanged for a 7th grade formula was indeed a priceless transaction. At that moment, Su Xian glanced at the formula and, without a word, summoned a dark flame, settling down cross-legged upon the ground. The onlookers were taken aback. Zhao Fengyan queried, esteemed Taoist Su, are you also an alchemist? Xu Yuan nodded affirmatively. Zhao Fengyan continued, what grade? Xu Yuan replied, 7th grade. The crowd was astounded. Zhao Fengyan remarked, your Su family certainly harbors no ordinary talents. He then hesitated, adding yet, the success rate of alchemy. Xu Yuan interjected, 99%. The expressions of the crowd reflected skepticism. Zhang Erniu sighed, saying, Brother Su, please refrain from boasting at this juncture. Such matters are no laughing matter. Xu Yuan fell silent. At that moment, he truly lacked the spirit to boast. His words were sincere. The system had assigned him a success rate of 99%. What could he do? Suddenly, an enchanting aroma of elixirs wafted into the nostrils of the assembly. The crowd was bewildered. The Central Academy selection? I shall not attend, absolutely not. I, Xu Xiaofan, would rather starve at home, languishing in bed, than venture out to be beaten. A month later, at the Deer Chase Academy, in a guest room, Xu Xiaofan gazed resolutely at Xiang Hua and Zhao Fengyan before him. Damn it, he was genuinely frightened. The beating he endured last time had yet to heal completely. He had barely managed to put on a brave facade for 3 seconds before it all fell apart. And now they wanted him to go out again? Was this a jest? Why venture out? To seek another beating? Xu Xiaofan was not itching for trouble. At that moment, Xiang Hua earnestly implored, Xiaofan, you are the strongest prodigy of our division. If you do not go, who will? Our division has not had anyone enter the Central Academy for many years. If this continues, the resources allocated to us by the Central Academy will gradually diminish, and our division may fall into utter decline. Xu Xiaofan instinctito ziplit. Isn't there still song? But he abruptly fell silent. Xiang Hua gazed at him, an amused expression on his face, and remarked, Song Qingshan was driven away by you. You must take responsibility. Xu Xiaofan remained silent. Zhao Fengyan also advised Xiaofan, as a young person, you should venture out more. It is unwise to remain cooped up at home, engrossed in solitary pursuits. A journey would do you good. There is no compulsion to return with a distinguished position. Do not burden yourself with expectations. Xu Xiaofan felt somewhat conflicted. He truly did not wish to go. Yet considering the substantial resources he had consumed from the Deer Institute, a sense of guilt began to creep in. While he hesitated, the voice of the system's predecessor suddenly echoed in his mind. You are invited to travel to the Central Continent to participate in the selection of the Deer Institute. You have 2 options. First, achieve the top rank in the assessment, and receive the reward of advancing one major realm. Second, take part as an unnoticed participant and be successfully eliminated, earning the reward of enhancing your swordsmanship to the level of a great sword immortal. Upon seeing the rewards associated with these choices, Xu Xiaofan gasped. Both options appear to be remarkably advantageous. However, the second reward seemed even more enticing. Xu Xiaofan felt a stirring within him. Nevertheless, uncertainty lingered. He pondered aloud. How often is this election held? Xianghua, somewhat puzzled, replied, once every 10 years. Xu Xiaofan inquired further. Are there any restrictions? Xianghua answered. This election is exclusive to prodigies under the age of 25. Xu Xiaofan sighed. A deadlock. He had initially intended to lay low and participate in the next round. To his dismay, there was an age limitation. After a long silence, Xu Xiaofan finally relented. I can manage to go, but I cannot guarantee any particular ranking. Upon hearing this, Xianghua and Zhao Fengyan exchanged knowing glances, their amusement barely concealed. Surely, they were well aware of Xu Xiaofan's penchant for feigning ignorance while cleverly outsmarting others. His knack for stirring up excitement was unmatched. If Xu Xiaofan participated in the selection, it would be difficult for their branch to remain inconspicuous. As for rankings? As long as the Central Institute was not blind. Even if Xu Xiaofan did not secure a top position, his entrance into the Central Institute was a foregone conclusion. Xianghua said, then you should quickly gather your belongings. We depart tomorrow. Xu Xiaofan, somewhat perplexed, asked so soon? Xianghua hesitated, contemplating his words before responding. The distance is considerable, hence the urgency. Xu Xiaofan did not notice the expression on Xianghua's face and merely nodded in understanding. Watching the two depart, Xu Xiaofan felt a peculiar sensation. As the pair exited Xu Xiaofan's room, Zhao Fengyan frowned and whispered, Director, do we not have a direct teleportation array? Why? Xianghua shook his head. It is what his father desires. Zhao Fengyan queried, what does Su Yuan mean by this? Xianghua pondered for a moment. I am not entirely certain. But he often says that reading 1,000 books is not as valuable as traveling 1,000 miles. It is likely the unique educational approach of the Su family. Zhao Fengyan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This Su family's pedagogy warrants thorough contemplation. Perhaps we could cultivate a few prodigies akin to Xu Xiaofan for the hunting academy. Upon hearing this, Xianghua's expression darkened. He retorted, if you wish to prevent the annihilation of our hunting academy, it would be prudent to abandon this notion. To nurture more prodigies, like Xu Xiaofan, what ist? Our academy cannot bear such a burden. Do you suppose every disciple has a father with the surname Su? Meanwhile, on the cliffs of the hunting academy's rear mountain, Su Yuan and Su Meng stood, allowing the wind to tousle their hair. Su Yuan inquit, Miss Su, your visit to me is. Su Meng replied, I am here to offer you a warning. A warning? Su Yuan expressed his confusion. Su Meng continued, while I am unaware of the full extent of your family's power, you must remain vigilant against the Xianyin sect. Their true expertise lies in deception. The Xianyin sect's cultivation methods are peculiar, and their influence permeates nearly the entire continent. Even our Wanbao pavilion cannot ascertain how many of our members are affiliated with the Xianyin sect. With that, Su Meng turned to leave, waving her hand as she said to Su Yuan, we shall meet again in the Central Plains. Su Yuan did not turn back nor respond. He was not oblivious to emotions, and sensed that Miss Su likely harbored feelings for him. Indeed, she was exceptional. Alas, amidst the myriad of words in this world, the word of love is the most lethal. Su Yuan gazed towards the distant setting sun, murmuring to himself, I, Su, aspire only to be invincible. Chapter 64. Following little Su, expect 9 beatings in 3 days. Aboard a swiftly moving spaceship, Xu Xiaofan, donned in simple attire, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distant horizon, lost in contemplation. At this moment, Su Yuan approached his side and inquired, what are you pondering? Naturally, Xu Xiaofan refrained from sharing his thoughts with his father, fearing a reprimand for lacking ambition. Thus, he offered a hearty smile and replied, I was just wondering where Uncle has gone. I have not seen him since awakening. Su Yuan chuckled softly. Your uncle has gone to the central continent. With a hint of confusion, Xu Xiaofan asked, what purpose does he have there? Su Yuan smiled enigmatically, choosing not to divulge the answer. His gaze shifted towards the horizon, the direction of the Black Horn domain. Although he had already penetrated the Black Horn domain, perhaps sending his son and could yield some remarkable treasures from a system. Of course, such considerations were secondary. His son was soon to participate in the selection for the Deer Institute's main academy, where numerous top-tier prodigies would vie for only a handful of spots. Given his son's current strength at the floating realm, he would likely fall short in facing such formidable competitors. Thus, rigorous training was imperative. Su Yuan looked towards the sky, silently reflecting, Xiaofan, I truly worry for you. After a moment of silence, Su Yuan suddenly declared, Xiaofan, I must step out for a while. Step out? Su Xiaofan inquit, pulled out. Father, do you have business? When will you return? Su Yuan replied, I need to procure a few items. I shall return shortly. Hearing this, Xu Xiaofan felt a slight sense of relief. Without his father nearby, he felt a lack of security. In the next instant, Su Yuan vanished from sight. Xu Xiaofan returned to his thoughts. Moments later, the spaceship jolted violently. Xu Xiaofan Fidao. Just then, Zhang Hualong hurriedly ascended from below deck to the deck. Brother Zhang, what troubles you? Xu Xiaofan asked. Zhang Hualong, with urgency in his voice, replied, the energy stones powering the ship are depleted. Xu Xiaofan exhaled slightly. Can't we just replace them? After a brief silence, Zhang Hualong responded, the remaining energy stones were taken by Uncle Su. Xu Xiaofan. After a moment of silence, he hesitantly asked, then we. Zhang Hualong sighed. We can only make an emergency landing. As he spoke, a sense of foreboding suddenly washed over him. Xu Xiaofan's sense of foreboding was even more acute. He inquired, where are we headed? A bittersweet expression appeared on Zhang Hualong's round face. The Black Horn domain. At this revelation, Xu Xiaofan's expression darkened considerably. Meanwhile, along a narrow mountain path, a grand caravan was progressing steadily. In the midst of the caravan, a luxurious carriage housed a stunningly beautiful woman, fair-skinned and devoid of makeup, clad in purple attire, her face marred by a hint of concern. Beside her, a dapper young man in splendid attire remarked, Sister, there is no need for your worry. We did not take the desolate path. Our destination remains ambiguous. Moreover, this secluded trail is seldom traversed, thus we are unlikely to encounter any malefactors. Upon hearing this, the woman replied sternly, Do not be careless until the goods have been delivered. The elegantly attired young man retorted, Sister, what if we do encounter wrongdoers? Are we to fear them? Our family has enlisted a formidable expert from the divine concealment realm to safeguard us. Besides, I, your brother, have now attained the sky ascension realm. If a rogue appears, we shall vanquish him. The woman in purple sighed and responded, Do you truly believe that an expert from the divine concealment realm is so remarkable? Do you think that breaking through to the sky ascension realm at 25 makes you a genius? Little Hung, remember that there are always those more capable than you, in realms beyond your comprehension. Fong Hung scoffed. At least I have never encountered anyone with greater talent than mine. Fong Xiaoqian sighed deeply. This brother of hers had indeed been spoiled by their parents. Just then, the convoy came to an abrupt halt. A burly man approached to report, Miss, there's a situation. Fong Xiaoqian furrowed her brow and inquired, What is it? Fong Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it bandits? The burly man replied, It seems they are not bandits, but two young boys. Young boys? Fong Hung immediately lost interest. Fong Xiaoqian, however, asked cautiously what kind of boys. The burly man pondered for a moment. One is somewhat handsome, and the other is a chubby fellow. Fong Xiaoqian nodded and asked, What do they want? The burly man answered, They said they wished to borrow money. Fong Xiaoqian nodded. It must be that unfortunate young master. As she spoke, she retrieved several gold coins from her bosom and handed them to the burly man, instructing, Tell them they need not return it. The burly man shook his head, Miss. They wish to borrow Yuan stones. Fong Xiaoqian's brow creased slightly. The Fong family is not a prominent clan and can hardly survive in this treacherous region without relying on others. Yuan stones are exceedingly precious. It is likely the entire Fong family could scarcely provide a significant amount. And yet, these two boys dare to request Yuan stones? After a moment's contemplation, Fong Xiaoqian declared, "Let's go and see for ourselves." With that, she led Fong Hung towards the front of the convoy. Meanwhile, on a higher hillside, a group of men in black lay in wait. The leader, a towering figure standing 9 feet tall, was clearly a formidable warrior, his muscles rippling with strength. At that moment, his gaze was fixed hungrily upon Fong Xiaoqian as he drooled with anticipation. Beside him, the second-in-command remarked, "Boss, it seems the information provided by that wench from the Fong family is accurate." The leader scoffed. "These families are truly disgusting, always plotting against their own. But in the end, we shall be the ones to benefit." The second-in-command then asked, "When should we make our move?" The leader, his eyes still locked on Fong Xiaoqian, replied, "Now." At this moment, Fong Xiaoqian had already arrived at the front of the convoy. Her gaze first settled on Xu Xiaofan. Although Xu Xiaofan's attire was not as refined as that of the stout man beside him, he undeniably possessed an appealing charm. Fong Xiaoqian then addressed Xu Xiaofan, inquiring, "Sir, do you require a loan of?" Xu Xiaofan replied, "Indeed, our spaceship has nearly exhausted its energy reserves, and we seek to borrow some for emergency purposes." However, Fong Xiaoqian shook her head and responded, "I'm afraid that is not feasible. It is exceedingly precious, and we currently possess none. My apologies." The refusal was not unexpected for either party, as they were strangers to one another. It was indeed a valuable commodity. Why should they be obliged to lend simply because of Xu Xiaofan's handsome appearance? Good looks often attract trouble, yet borrowing money remains a formidable challenge. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan clasped his hands in apology, saying, "I'm sorry for the disturbance," and prepared to leave with Zhang Hualong. Just then, a group of individuals clad in black appeared on the narrow path, encircling them completely. Fong Xiaoqian's expression suddenly turned cold. She then glanced at the two gentlemen from earlier, her eyes reflecting a hint of regret. After a moment's contemplation, Fong Xiaoqian said, "Might you allow these two gentlemen to depart? They possess no money." The burly leader scrutinized Xu Xiaofan for a moment before stating, "With such striking features, he could fetch a handsome price." Zhang Hualong fiercely rubbed his face, regretting his choices profoundly. Had he known this would transpire, he would have stubbornly endured the scolding from his elder. He vowed never to accompany Xu Xiaofan again. Curse it. Following young, Xu meant facing inevitable beatings. P.S. My heartfelt gratitude to Tianqing Color Smoke, Rain, Poetry, and Zhonggu. A special thanks to the season of Liking Swallowtail, Fish, and the Tranquil Master of Heilongjiang. My appreciation extends to all for your generous contributions and unwavering support, leaving me utterly astonished. A scholar is willing to sacrifice for a true friend. Further updates will follow. Chapter 65. Su Chue. Xu Xiaofan twitched his lips and promptly pulled Zhang Hualong aside. Zhang Hualong, perplexed, asked, "Not lending a hand?" Xu Xiaofan replied, "Let's bide our time for a moment." Suddenly, Zhang Hualong comprehended something, his expression turning solemn. After a brief pause, he said, "Su, please, change your strategy. This one's outdated." Xu Xiaofan sighed. "I genuinely do not intend to play the fool to catch the wise. I merely wish to observe the situation first. If they cannot prevail, I shall be compelled to intervene. This is called prudence." Zhang Hualong scoffed, choosing not to respond further. "Prudence, my foot. Do not elevate pretentiousness to such grandiose heights." At that moment, Fong Xiaoqian addressed the bandit leader. "I advise you to depart swiftly, otherwise." The bandit leader sneered, "Otherwise? What will happen?" Fong Xiaoqian abruptly turned and commanded, "Go, summon elderly." The bandit leader squinted, intrigued by the unfolding scene. In the next instant, an elderly man clad in gray appeared. The elder first nodded to Fong Xiaoqian, then disdainfully glanced at the bandit leader. "Be wise and depart. I am of advanced age and wish to avoid unnecessary bloodshed." "Huh!" The bandit leader scoffed. "Old man, at your age, do not pretend. Do not provoke me, or I shall slap you. I loathe pretentiousness above all else." The gray-robed elder snorted coldly, seeking death. He charged at the bandit leader. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Fang Xiaoqian's lips twitched, elderly this. The gray-robed elder, clutching his face, staggered to his feet. He gritted his teeth. No harm done. I merely allowed him a moment. I did not anticipate he possessed some skill. With that, the gray-robed elder produced a sword from thin air. The crowd gasped. Even Xu Xiaofan watched this spectacle with keen interest. Indeed, the dark corner of this realm harbored hidden talents. There was even a sword cultivator. This marked the third sword cultivator he had encountered. He wondered what level of swordsmanship this elder had attained. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the gray-robed elder unleashed his blade. A wave of sword energy sliced through the air. The bandit leader felt a twinge of anxiety. However, the strike was not swift. He swiftly evaded the blow. The sword energy cleaved through a massive tree before coming to a halt. The crowd stared in bewilderment. Is this what a sword cultivator is? Xu Xiaofan blinked, instantly discerning that this gray-robed individual was not a true sword cultivator. It was merely infused energy manifesting as a blade. A genuine sword cultivator must comprehend the essence of the sword. At that moment, the bandit leader mocked. This is what a sword cultivator is? No wonder they're nearly extinct. With that, he kicked out. The gray-robed elder was sent flying once more. Instantly, he fell into a deep unconsciousness. The siblings of the Fang family turned pale in an instant. At that moment, Zhang Hualong suddenly stepped forward. He proclaimed, 100 Yuan stones, and we shall take action. Fang Heng retorted angrily, take action? With you lot? And you demand 100 Yuan stones? Have you lost your mind in poverty? Zhang Hualong ignored him and instead directed his gaze toward Fang Xiaoqian. He believed she was a person of discernment. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Xiaoqian finally nodded. Very well, it's worth a shot. Zhang Hualong smiled slightly and addressed Xu Xiaofan. Brother Xu, please commence your performance. Xu Xiaofan's expression darkened. Damn it, my choice of friends is unfortunate. Yet, under the pressure of the situation, he let out a resigned sigh and took a few steps forward. The bandit leader was taken aback, staring at Xu Xiaofan, then burst into laughter. Kid, you haven't even grown all your hair yet. You look handsome, so I won't hit you. If I ruin that, I can't sell you for a good price. At that moment, Zhang Hualong interjected, my brother Xu here is unrivaled at the same level. Fang Heng frowned and replied, unrivaled at the same level? What use is being unrivaled in the innate realm? Just then, Xu Xiaofan's aura suddenly surged. The crowd gasped. A soaring presence. How young to possess such a level of might. Fang Heng was equally astonished. This Xu fellow seemed excessively youthful. However, he quickly countered, but what good is that? Can you truly defeat others at this level? Zhang Hualong asserted, not only is my brother Xu unrivaled at the same level, but he can also surpass levels. The crowd stared at Zhang Hualong as if he were mad. You must be joking. Surpassing levels? Do you know how difficult that is? Let alone being unrivaled. Just then, Xu Xiaofan summoned the blood-slaughter sword. The crowd's disdain deepened. What? Another sword cultivator? One was just defeated. Zhang Hualong, with an enigmatic expression, stated, the previous one was a mere imitation. You have yet to witness the true strength of a sword cultivator. The crowd shook their heads slightly, and someone remarked, kid, don't act all wise and worldly, as if you've seen so much. Zhang Hualong pondered for a moment and replied, I have encountered far more than you can imagine. At the very least, I know that sword cultivators are formidable. No, the Xu family is formidable. The Xu family? The bandit leader's eyes widened suddenly. He turned to Xu Xiaofan and asked, what is your relation to Xu Yuan? Xu Yuan? Xu Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. With an abundance of experience in enduring beatings, Xu Xiaofan finally learned to be clever. He replied, I do not know any Xu Yuan. Upon hearing this, the bandit leader sighed in relief. It's good you don't know him. I cannot afford to offend Xu Yuan. I witnessed him wield a sword in that green robe aboard the ship. At that time, I was merely his second in command. If this person before me has any connection to him, I dare not act recklessly. Yet, since it matters not, the leader of the bandits revealed a cruel smile at the corners of his mouth, saying, in that case, young lad, do not blame me. With that, he stomped heavily on the ground. In the next moment, Fragments of stone flew into the air. The imposing figure of the bandit leader instantly appeared before Xu Xiaofan. At this juncture, Zhang Hualong calmly stated, "Only one sword." The crowd was momentarily stunned. Zhang Hualong merely smiled in silence, offering no further explanation. In the next instant, Xu Xiaofan unleashed a single strike. The head of the bandit leader rolled to the ground. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Instantaneous defeat? An ascendant moment of annihilation? It was then that the crowd finally comprehended the true meaning of only one sword. Zhang Hualong then cast a glance at the spectators before turning away, presenting his back to them, an air of inscrutable profundity about him. Shen Song? Before my brother Su. Merely an insect. He then swept his gaze over the remaining bandits, declaring, "My brother Su is invincible. You may act as you wish." Suddenly, Xu Xiaofan turned around and shot Zhang Hualong a glare. He felt an urge to strike. Forcing himself to suppress his anger, he said, "Brother Zhang, refrain from boasting. Let us maintain a low profile." Zhang Hualong remained silent, responding, "Su, do not feign modesty. With a brother like me, you should take delight in secrecy." Xu Xiaofan. Zhang Hualong then turned his head, flamboyantly stating, "My lady, the matter has been settled for you. When shall the payment of 200 spirit stones be made?" At this, Fang Xiaoqian quickly responded, "I left without any spirit stones. Would you two accompany me back? I shall pay you 200 spirit stones then." Upon hearing this, the eyes of both men suddenly brightened. However, Fang Xiaoqian hesitated for a moment before adding, "By the way, I actually have one more humble request." Chapter 66. Yet another deception. What? Pretending to be betrothed, forcing my fiancé to break off the engagement? Fang Xiaoqian nodded and replied, "Indeed, for I do not harbor any affection for him. I refuse to spend my life with someone devoid of emotional foundation." Inside the carriage, Zhang Hualong wore a look of astonishment. Soon, he fell into deep contemplation. Such matters seemed to invite trouble. However, this exquisite beauty, with her pitiful plea, made him contemplate agreeing immediately. After a prolonged silence, he spoke with gravity. "Miss Fang, I can indeed acquiesce to your request. But let us agree that this is merely a charade and must never be taken seriously." Zhang Hualong felt a twinge of fear. With his charm, should Miss Fang become attached to him, the situation could become quite troublesome. He, Zhang Hualong, devoted to his path, could not allow himself to be ensnared by the entanglements of romantic feelings. At that moment, Fang Xiaoqian paused, then said, "Actually, I wish to." Zhang Hualong waved his hand decisively. "Miss Fang, I have but one stipulation. If you do not comply, this matter shall end here." Fang Xiaoqian remained silent for a moment, then gritted her teeth and declared, "Then I must thank young Master Zhang for your assistance. Regardless of whether this endeavor succeeds, I shall surely reward you handsomely." Meanwhile, Xu Xiaofan had intended to offer some counsel. However, seeing Zhang Hualong's demeanor, he realized his words would likely fall on deaf ears. Thus, he resigned himself to silence. At that juncture, Zhang Hualong suddenly whispered, "Su, are you not envious?" Xu Xiaofan, perplexed, responded, "Envious of what?" Zhang Hualong remarked, "Envious of my superior looks." Xu Xiaofan. 3 days later, the group arrived at Xuanwu City at the Fang residence. Fang Xiaoqian promptly produced 200 Yuan stones and stated, "This is for your agreement. The wedding date is still a few days away, so I must trouble you both to stay at the Fang residence for the time being." After a moment of consideration, they agreed, as they were indeed weary from their long journey. On the eve of the grand wedding, within the Fang household, in a study, a captivating matron gazed at the flickering candlelight on her desk, a slight smile gracing her lips. She spoke with amusement. "I initially thought this plan had failed, and that I would have no chance to eliminate her. Yet, I did not anticipate that the eldest daughter would bring a wild man back right before the wedding. In this case, even if the family head spares her, the Sun family would undoubtedly seek retribution. My child, your opportunity has arrived. With the eldest house in turmoil, the Fang family shall henceforth be governed by our branch." At that moment, a young man seated across from the matron expressed concern. "Father is particularly fond of the eldest sister and brother. Do you think he would stand against the Sun family?" The matron shook her head. No, I understand your father all too well. When it comes to the survival of the family versus familial affection, he will always choose the former. After all, this is the Sun family. While they may not be the foremost clan in the Black Corner domain, they certainly rank among the top 10. With a slight move, our Fong family cannot withstand it. The youth continued. Our ancestor has some connections with the sword sect. What if the ancestor offers protection? The beautiful woman shook her head once more. The ancestor has been away from the sword sect for many years and is not a prominent figure. He has long severed ties with them. We can only rely on the sword sect's reputation to intimidate others. Upon hearing this, the youth couldn't help but smirk slightly. The following day, on the day of the grand wedding, Xu Xiaofan remained indoors, feeling somewhat restless. Thus, he practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard. A terrifying blood-red sword intent enveloped the air. However, Xu Xiaofan maintained exquisite control, ensuring not a trace leaked outside. An hour later, just as he was about to take a break, he suddenly spotted an elderly man in white standing atop the courtyard wall. Xu Xiaofan was startled and cautiously regarded the old man. The elder smiled kindly and asked, "Are you a sword cultivator?" After a moment's hesitation, Xu Xiaofan nodded, realizing there was no point in denying it since the other party had already seen him. The elder nodded in satisfaction and introduced himself. "I'm the ancestor of the Fong family. Young man, since you're a sword cultivator, would you be willing to join the sword sect?" The sword sect? Xu Xiaofan felt puzzled. What kind of power was the sword sect? And why had he never heard of it? Could it be a sect for sword cultivators? But weren't sword cultivators nearly extinct? How could there still be a legacy? Seeing Xu Xiaofan's confusion, the elder explained, "The sword sect is the most prestigious sect on the Central Land and the only holy ground in the world that still preserves the complete legacy of the sword Tao." Xu Xiaofan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "How does this sword sect compare with the Xianin sect?" The elder scoffed. "What is the Xianin sect? How can it be compared to the sword sect?" Xu Xiaofan pondered and asked, "Does the sword sect have a great sword immortal?" The elder replied proudly, "The sect leader of the sword sect is a sword emperor." A sword emperor? Xu Xiaofan was somewhat taken aback. His father was already terrifying. A sword emperor must be even more formidable. At this moment, the elder spoke again. "So, young man, do you wish to join the sword sect? With your talent, you could certainly become a direct disciple of the sect leader." Xu Xiaofan felt perplexed. This elder seemed to hold the sword sect in high regard. However, his father was already so powerful, and he felt no pressing need to join this sword sect. Moreover, he was not keen on the intrigues within sects. So he shook his head. After some thought, Xu Xiaofan curiously asked, "What sword Tao does the sect leader practice?" The elder, slightly disappointed, replied, "The gentleman's sword Tao." Xu Xiaofan inquired further, "How does the gentleman's sword Tao compare to the invincible sword Tao?" The elder hesitated before saying, "You even know of the invincible sword Tao?" Although I am reluctant to admit it, among the 3,000 sword Taos, the invincible sword Tao ranks first. However, in this day and age, no one dares to practice the invincible sword Tao anymore. Xu Xiaofan instinctively inquired why. The elder replied, "Because the path of the invincible sword is the most arduous. First, you must possess an indomitable sword heart, a confidence that even if I am the greatest under heaven, a single strike from my sword can bring down the myriad gods and Buddhas. For those who cultivate the invincible sword, if they face defeat, their resolve will shatter in an instant." Xu Xiaofan could not help but envision the silhouette clad in azure robes. He then asked, "What if one is crushed by a higher realm?" The elder shook his head, saying, "Once defeated, one's spirit will inevitably be damaged. At best, their swordsmanship will falter, forever unable to ascend. At worst, they may never wield a sword again. Thus, it is the mightiest path of the sword." Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan felt a deeper admiration for the elder. At that moment, the elder, somewhat unwilling to relent, asked, "Young man, do you truly not wish to join the sword sect?" Xu Xiaofan queried, "If the sword sect is indeed so formidable, can a single word from you grant me entry?" The elder smiled slightly, brimming with pride, and stated, "I was once one of the 12 sword bearers, the leaders of the sword sect." The 12 sword bearers? Xu Xiaofan imagined a scene where the leader of the sword sect ventured forth accompanied by 12 young disciples, and suddenly felt the elder was somewhat boastful. He then glanced at the elder's wrinkled face and fell silent. The elder seemed to perceive his thoughts and remarked, "That was in my youth. I am now aged and retired." Xu Xiaofan nodded slightly and continued, "I apologize, esteemed elder, but I truly have no desire to join the sword sect." After a moment of hesitation, Xu Xiaofan gathered his courage and added, "By the way, esteemed elder, I have a few questions that I hope you might clarify." The elder in white smiled gently and said, "Since you address me as esteemed elder, feel free to ask." Xu Xiaofan first bowed respectfully, then inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, if sword cultivators are indeed so powerful, why are there so few of them? I have heard it is due to the retribution of the heavenly Tao, but I know little beyond that." The elder in white looked at Xu Xiaofan with surprise and said, "You are quite knowledgeable for your age." He then continued, "Indeed, it is due to the punishment of the heavenly Tao that makes it exceedingly difficult for successors to comprehend the essence of the sword. This is the primary reason for the scarcity of sword cultivators. I could find anyone at random, bestow upon them the teachings of the sword, and provide them with boundless resources, yet they would still fail to grasp it. Thus, every sword cultivator is a peerless genius, a rarity among millions." Xu Xiaofan nodded slightly at this revelation. However, he was still perplexed and asked, "If that is the case, why doesn't the heavenly Tao simply eradicate the path of the sword?" The elder in white gently shook his head and replied, "The reasons behind this elude my understanding as well. Perhaps it is because the heavenly Tao possesses a benevolent nature, thus leaving a glimmer of hope." Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan once again bowed to the elder, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder." Just then, from the direction of the grand hall where a wedding was taking place, a sudden cacophony of fighting erupted. Xu Xiaofan's expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the source of the commotion. The elder in white also furrowed his brow. In a swift motion, Xu Xiaofan burst into the grand hall where the wedding was taking place. There, he witnessed a young man clad in ceremonial attire delivering a forceful kick that sent Zhang Hualong sprawling. Xu Xiaofan furrowed his brow. In the next instant, he appeared behind Zhang Hualong, catching him securely. Casting a glance at the assailant, he sighed and said, "Brother Zhang, you've been deceived." Zhang Hualong spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice weak as he replied, "Su, what do you mean by that?" Xu Xiaofan pointed at the young man who had just attacked and inquired, "Who is this person?" Zhang Hualong, somewhat perplexed, responded, "He is Feng Xiaoqian's fiancé." Xu Xiaofan regarded Zhang Hualong, who seemed momentarily stunned, and remarked, "Brother Zhang, you are usually so astute. How is it that you have been so thoroughly played by a woman?" Zhang Hualong looked even more bewildered. Xu Xiaofan continued, "This man possesses strength, at least at the ascendant level. Moreover, those behind him are no slouches either, with even a purple mansion expert safeguarding him. Clearly, he hails from a prominent family. And what about us?" This Miss Feng, fully aware of their formidable background, still had you masquerade as her lover. What a malicious scheme. Zhang Hualong gasped in realization. "You mean to say that this Miss Feng intentionally used us as shields?" Xu Xiaofan nodded, saying, "Brother Zhang, you are not as foolish as I thought." At that moment, Feng Xiaoqian hurriedly interjected, "Gentlemen, I assure you I did not intend to use you as shields." Xu Xiaofan scoffed, "No need for explanations. Your actions speak louder than words. I have encountered many women of your ilk." Feng Xiaoqian felt cornered by his words. Standing nearby, Feng Heng angrily objected, "You shall not speak of my sister that way." Xu Xiaofan shot him a glance, prompting Feng Heng to fall silent. Xu Xiaofan then turned his attention to the young man in ceremonial garb and asked, "Sir, did you hear everything we just discussed?" The young man nodded slightly, replying, "I did." Xu Xiaofan continued, "In that case, you should direct your ire at Feng Xiaoqian, not us." The young man nodded in agreement. "You are quite correct." However, he abruptly shifted his tone, declaring, "Nevertheless, I have no intention of sparing either the Feng family or you." At this moment, Zhang Hualong gradually rose to his feet and stated, "If this is all a misunderstanding, What more do you want? I want to hold you accountable for that kick. Would it not be better to let this matter rest? The young man sneered. Rest? On what ground should I let it go? The Fong family is merely a minor clan. It is an honor for them to have my son family marry her. And yet, they dare to employ 2 clowns to mock me. They are simply courting death. Zhang Hualong retorted angrily. We are also victims. The young man coldly replied. And what of it? In the realm of the Blackhorn, the unyielding law dictates that the strong act at their whim, while the weak must grovel in desperation. I am superior to you. Thus, your lives and deaths hinge solely upon my whims. Zhang Hualong found himself at a loss for words. He turned to Xu Xiaofan, who nodded slightly and remarked, I find no fault in this statement. Zhang Hualong. At that moment, the elder of the Fong family stepped forward, furrowing his brow in dismay. How can a mere son family be so audacious? He questioned. The young man retorted, Old fool, cease this charade. You are but a minor figure, and the sword sect will not concern itself with your fate. The corners of the Fong elder's mouth twitched in irritation. He then turned to Xu Xiaofan and his companion, expressing sincere apologies. Please, esteemed guests, take your leave. This matter is indeed the fault of the Fong family. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will ensure your safety. Xu Xiaofan inclined his head respectfully to the Fong elder and replied, Then, senior, we shall take our leave. With that, they began to make their way toward the exit. Just then, the young man let out a cold laugh and declared, You think you can leave just like that? As his words faded, a figure cloaked in black appeared before them. Shinzong? The Fong elder's brow furrowed in concern. Just as he contemplated intervening, a formidable presence from the Purple Mansion realm materialized before him. Reluctantly, the Fong elder urged, Young friend, hold on, I shall be there shortly. Yet before he could finish, Xu Xiaofan brandished a long sword, entirely crimson and suffused with a potent aura of bloodlust. Casting a glance at the figure blocking their path, he calmly uttered a single word, Begone. In the next instant, a scarlet sword energy cleaved through the air, bisecting the Shenzong realm expert before them in an instant. Blood and flesh erupted in a gruesome display. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Chapter 67. Brother, you've provoked the wrong person. Zhang Hualong wore a look of disdain. He provocatively gazed at the young man and said, A mere figure in the divine concealment realm dares to embarrass himself in public? Do you know who my brother is? The crowd was taken aback, turning their attention to Xu Xiaofan. Could it be that this young man possessed an extraordinary background? Xu Xiaofan's lips twitched slightly as he whispered, Brother Zhang. What are you doing? Zhang Hualong replied, Brother Xu, this is a necessary strategy. We certainly cannot be low-key now. The more discreet we are, the harsher the consequences we face. Outside, while strength is crucial, having a powerful backing is equally advantageous. Xu Xiaofan intended to suggest a more modest approach. But at that moment, the young man squinted his eyes and hesitantly inquired, Which family do you belong to? In these times, one must tread carefully. If one inadvertently offends someone formidable, the repercussions could be dire. Zhang Hualong's voice rang out clearly, The Xu family. The Xu family? The crowd was momentarily stunned. They had not heard of this family in the Blackhorn domain. Could it be a prominent family from afar? Meanwhile, in the grand hall at the dining table, a young woman with an oval face abruptly halted her actions of serving food. The Xu family? Could it be that this young man has some connection to that esteemed predecessor? Upon realizing this, she shook her head. Such coincidences were hardly plausible. The young man pressed further, Which Xu family? Zhang Hualong answered, The Xu family from the imperial capital of Dayu Kingdom in the southern continent. At this, the crowd turned to Xu Xiaofan, surprised. The young man suddenly scoffed. Damn it, what a ridiculous Xu family. A small family from the southern continent dares to present itself as a backing? Fat fool, are you here to amuse us? In the hall, the young woman with the oval face dropped her chopsticks in shock. Simultaneously, from the shadows, Xu Yuan furrowed his brow. A small family? This Sun family certainly had a large mouth. It seemed a visit to the Sun family for tea was in order. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a middle-aged man in plain clothing suddenly appeared. Fong Xiaoqian, upon seeing him, softly called out, Father. The middle-aged man cast a glance at Feng Xiaoqian and coldly snorted, "Wretched child, look at the trouble you've caused." Feng Xiaoqian protested, "Father, I simply do not wish to marry someone I do not like." The plain-clothed man sneered, "What? Even the Sun family is beneath you?" Feng Xiaoqian replied, "Father, that's not what I meant. The plain-clothed man abruptly roared, "Silence." He then bowed respectfully to the young man from the Sun family, saying, "Young master Sun, I sincerely apologize. There is no need for you to take action. I shall handle this matter myself." He then glanced at Xu Xiaofan and his companion, adding, "These two shall also be dealt with by me." The young man cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man in plain attire and remarked, "You are quite astute in recognizing the times." The middle-aged man nodded slightly and proceeded towards Xu Xiaofan. Xu Xiaofan furrowed his brows. Zhang Hualong erupted in a tirade, exclaiming, "What kind of nonsense is this Feng family? Each one more absurd than the last." At that moment, a melodious female voice resonated through the hall. "Master Feng, you need not trouble yourself with this matter." Upon hearing this, the plain-clothed man paused in his steps and respectfully inclined his body towards the direction of the hall. "Yes, Miss Five." Xu Xiaofan glanced in the direction of the hall, puzzled. "Miss Five? Who is this person? Why do they wish to assist me?" Unfortunately, his position did not afford him a clear view of the scene within the hall. Meanwhile, the young man cast a disapproving look towards the hall. "Mind your own business." After a brief moment, he stepped forward, coldly regarding Xu Xiaofan, and inquired, "So, you're a sword cultivator?" Xu Xiaofan nodded slightly. The young man smiled faintly and remarked, "I have heard much about sword cultivators, and today, indeed, you are formidable. But what of it? No matter how strong you are, can you contend with those of the Purple Mansion? In this world, strength is secondary. It is the support behind you that truly matters." Xu Xiaofan shook his head dismissively, replying, "I concede your support is considerable, but it is undermined by your limited perspective. Do you not realize that mountains may crumble and people may flee? There are times when no one can be relied upon, only oneself. While I have once relied on support, that was merely the larger oppressing the smaller. Among peers, I have never competed for support." The young man scoffed, "Rely on oneself? Can you truly depend on yourself?" Xu Xiaofan retorted, "If I cannot rely on myself, then I shall forcefully do so. That is far better than being a second-generation heir who constantly leans on others." At this, the young man's breath quickened. "Second-generation heir? Very well, then I shall challenge you directly. Is being a sword cultivator so impressive? Today, I shall show you the might of a spear cultivator." With that, the young man suddenly brandished a long spear. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Behind the young man, an elder from the Purple Mansion stepped forward, saying, "Young master, allow me to handle this." The man referred to as the second young master shook his head slightly. "No need, I can manage it myself." The elder fell silent, glancing at Xu Xiaofan and the sword in his hand, then sighed. One could only hope that if circumstances shifted, he would be able to intervene in time with his strength. In the next moment, the young man wasted no time and charged directly at Xu Xiaofan. The intent of the spear surged like a dragon, exuding a chilling, murderous aura. Xu Xiaofan shook his head slightly, and then he drew his sword. The crimson sword intent swept through, causing the very space to ripple. The Purple Mansion expert from the Sun family furrowed his brow. Though he was not a sword cultivator, he could discern some nuances. This young man, despite his youth, indeed possessed formidable swordsmanship. The second young master is unlikely to withstand 3 moves. However, in the next moment, the expression of the elder from the Purple Mansion shifted dramatically. The hand of the second young master, which held the gun, suddenly soared high into the air. The spectators were equally bewildered. Is the sword cultivator truly this formidable? At this juncture, Xu Xiaofan inquired, "Do you submit?" Damn it, the opponent has persistently exerted pressure. He had long desired to strike. The young man, pale as a ghost, retorted angrily, "I do not submit." In the next instant, his other hand also flew out. Xu Xiaofan reiterated, "Do you submit? The next strike will be aimed at your head." The young man stammered, "I." Just as he was about to utter a word of defiance, an elder from the Purple Mansion appeared before him. The elder coldly glared at Xu Xiaofan and said, "Kid, you're courting death. Damn it." With the young master in such a state, upon returning, he would likely be punished by the family head. How could he not be furious? In the next moment, the elder made his move. Secretly, Su Yuan's brow furrowed suddenly. Courting death. Just as he was about to act, a woman with an oval face dashed out. It was Sun Qianqian. She furiously shouted, "Stop!" The elder from the purple mansion halted his assault, then turned to Sun Qianqian with confusion. "Fifth Miss, what is this?" Sun Qianqian coldly replied, "If you dare to lay a finger on him, I will surely kill you." Upon hearing this, the elder finally withdrew. Sun Qianqian had long since transformed. After that swordsman with the surname, Su visited the Sun family. No one dared to provoke her. Her status within the Sun family had soared. Even the clan leader treated her with respect. At this moment, the young man bellowed, "Sun Qianqian, what are you doing?" Sun Qianqian shot him a glance and retorted, "Having already been outclassed, do you still resort to bullying? You have brought shame upon the Sun family." The young man seethed with rage, momentarily at a loss for words. At this time, Sun Qianqian turned and smiled at Xu Xiaofan, saying, "This gentleman, Su Gongdi, I sincerely apologize. This incident is a mistake on my Sun family's part." Xu Xiaofan felt the voice was somewhat familiar and deduced it must be from the person who had just intervened on his behalf. Thus, he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, miss, for your assistance." Sun Qianqian smiled slightly and replied, "No need for thanks, it is only right." "Only right?" Xu Xiaofan was somewhat perplexed. Sun Qianqian suddenly leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Su Yuan Sr., what is your relation to him?" Xu Xiaofan hesitated for a moment before responding. "He is my father." Sun Qianqian nodded and said, "Then that is settled. Senior Su has bestowed upon me a life-saving grace, so assisting you is only proper." At this point, Sun Qianqian's voice suddenly rose in volume. "Su Gongzi, do you wish to deal with the Fong family? If you desire, just a word, and I will ensure the annihilation of the Fong clan." Upon hearing this, the members of the Fong family turned ashen. The middle-aged man in plain clothing looked particularly grim and asked, "Fifth Miss, what is the meaning of this?" Sun Qianqian replied, "Because you have offended this esteemed Su Gongzi." The crowd gasped in shock and turned their gazes towards Xu Xiaofan. Could it be that this young man possesses some extraordinary backing? Even the fifth young lady of the Sun family stands in his support. At this moment, Xu Xiaofan remarked, "Thank you, but there is no need for annihilation. I have no fondness for bullying others through power." Upon hearing this, the members of the Fong family collectively exhaled in relief. However, Xu Xiaofan swiftly shifted his tone, saying, "Nevertheless, I do have a request, and I would like Miss Sun's assistance." Sun Qianqian responded directly, "Feel free to speak." Xu Xiaofan continued, "Please help me intercept any formidable beings above the Purple Mansion realm." Sun Qianqian appeared somewhat puzzled, but nodded affirmatively, stating, "No problem." However, after some contemplation, she added, "Should we not also intercept those in the divine concealment realm?" Xu Xiaofan candidly replied, "Below the Purple Mansion, I can handle them with a single sword." His blunt honesty caused the corners of the onlookers' mouths to twitch uncontrollably. Zhang Hualong suddenly interjected, "Su, my friend." Xu Xiaofan turned to him with a look of confusion, asking, "What is it?" Zhang Hualong remarked, "This time, you have truly made a show." Xu Xiaofan sighed, stating, "I dislike putting on airs. I rarely do so. What I say is merely the truth." Upon hearing this, the audience's expressions contorted even more. In the shadows, Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. The efforts of all this time have not been in vain. His son has finally begun to show some promise. Though he still exudes a certain naivety, there is room for growth." At that moment, Xu Xiaofan glanced at Fang Xiaoqian. Fang Xiaoqian, terrified, stumbled backward. Xu Xiaofan then addressed the elder of the Fang family, saying, "Elder, your answer to my query will be a favor. Today, I intend to slay members of your family. You may choose to stop me. All it takes is a single word from you." The elder of the Fang family chuckled bitterly, then shook his head slightly, seemingly utterly disappointed in the younger generation. He replied, "I no longer wish to involve myself in the affairs of the Fang family." With that, The elder gracefully departed. Fang Xiaoqian, sensing something amiss, hurriedly called out, "Elder." The elder of the Fang family snorted coldly without turning back. Soon, he vanished from the sight of the crowd. Xu Xiaofan, wielding his bloodthirsty blade, slowly approached Fang Xiaoqian. Fang Xiaoqian gasped in shock, exclaiming, "What are you planning to do?" Xu Xiaofan calmly reassured her, "Do not worry. I adhere to my principles. I never strike women." Upon hearing this, Fang Xiaoqian breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Xu Xiaofan drew his sword with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the blade had already grazed Fang Xiaoqian's neck. She clutched her throat tightly, struggling to speak. "You deceive me." Xu Xiaofan, with an earnest expression, declared, "An honest person never lies. I truly do not strike women, unless provoked beyond endurance. Furthermore, a woman like you is a calamity to the living. I am merely ridding the world of a threat." A profound silence enveloped the arena. What an honest man! What a benefactor of the people! At this moment, Zhang Hualong scoffed, "Deservedly so. Did you really think my friend, Su, earned his nickname without merit?" Sun Qianqian curiously inquired. "What nickname does young Master Su possess?" Zhang Hualong remarked, "Little Su is a rogue." Sun Qianqian paused momentarily, contemplating before she responded. Did he not claim to be an honest person? Such a nickname carries a hint of villainy. Zhang Hualong chuckled softly. Honest person? He is no more an honest man than a shadow is to light. Let me put it this way. His surname, Su, has nothing to do with honesty. All the honest people in the world have perished. It is not his turn to assume that mantle. My dear lady, his notion of being an honest person is far from what you envision. Remember, there are only misnamed titles, not misnamed nicknames. Sun Qianqian glanced at Xu Xiaofan and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan approached, glaring at Zhang Hualong. Brother Zhang, why do you tarnish my reputation for no reason? Zhang Hualong replied languidly, Brother Su, if you were truly an honest man, why would you fear my slander? Xu Xiaofan scoffed. Naturally, I am unafraid. My conduct is above reproach. The others fell silent. Sun Qianqian then inquired, Is the matter resolved? Are there still grievances? Xu Xiaofan shook his head. I do not relish killing. Thus, one death suffices. Sun Qianqian fell into a brief silence before asking, By the way, why are you alone here? Where is Elder Su? Xu Xiaofan answered, We were originally headed to Zhongzhou, but my father stopped midway to procure supplies. Our spirit vessel is also out of energy stones, so we are temporarily stationed here. Sun Qianqian nodded. I understand. You have become separated. Xu Xiaofan replied. That is one way to interpret it. Sun Qianqian pondered for a moment. How about this? Accompany me to the Sun residence, and I shall assist you in locating Elder Su. It would be too perilous for you to wander aimlessly outside. Xu Xiaofan looked puzzled. What danger? Although the Black Corner domain is chaotic, I possess sufficient means to protect myself. Sun Qianqian shook her head. This place is not suitable for a detailed discussion. First, come with me to the carriage. Their eyes met, and they followed Sun Qianqian to the carriage outside. The second son of the Sun family nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, he recalled that Xu Xiaofan bore the surname Su. A glimmer of realization flickered in his mind. Immediately, a ruthless gleam crossed his eyes. Since he could not outplay them openly, he would resort to underhanded tactics. Regardless of whether you are that man's son, as long as you share the surname Su, I shall turn the false into truth. At that moment, inside the carriage, Xu Xiaofan wore a bewildered expression. What did you say? My father is the top of the blacklist? Now the entire Black Corner domain is pursuing him? Sun Qianqian nodded. Thus, you're in grave danger. If they discover you are Elder Su's son, they will undoubtedly capture you to force Elder Su to reveal himself. When that happens, if the Tianxian sect calls upon its ancestors, your father will likely find it difficult to cope. As Sun Qianqian's words fell, suddenly, everyone sensed several formidable presences swiftly approaching their direction. Xu Xiaofan's lips twitched slightly. Damn it! Why is it that whatever is said, it manifests? Chapter 68. Junior, I stand here for you to strike. In the grand hall of the Tianxian sect, the esteemed members and elders gathered in solemn assembly. The sect leader, Qin Shan, bore an expression of complexity. After a prolonged silence, he spoke slowly. We have just received news that the son of the old demon, Xu, has appeared near Xuanwu City. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present drastically changed. Someone inquired, "Sect leader, what shall we do?" Qin Shan fell silent, contemplating the ramifications. What if Xu Yuan came knocking again? They had managed to conceal the initial news with great difficulty. Should it happen once more? Qin Shan subtly raised his gaze to the remaining half of Tianxian Mountain. Indeed, should it occur again, it would likely render further concealment unnecessary. At that moment, a disciple hurriedly approached Qin Shan, whispering urgently. Qin Shan's eyes suddenly brightened, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot. The assembly was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, Qin Shan appeared atop a cliff where a man clad in white stood. With utmost respect, Qin Shan bowed and inquired elderby, "What brings you here personally?" The white-clad man, hands clasped behind his back, fixed his gaze on the distant clouds and remarked, "It seems this year, the Tianxian sect has remitted only half of the required Yuan stones." Pausing for effect, he continued, "What is this? Has the Tianxian sect gained some audacity?" Qin Shan, taken aback, replied, "Elderby, you jest. The Tianxian sect is but a servant of the Bai family in life, and a ghost of the Bai family in death." With a slight sigh, Qin Shan elaborated, "It is not that we wish to withhold. Rather, a month ago, a sword cultivator in a green robe assaulted our sect, destroying our mountain gate and shattering the protective array we painstakingly constructed. Thus, we have been unable to remit the full amount of Yuan stones. As we are focused on repairs and reconstruction, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." The white-clad man turned slightly, revealing a youthful face with sharp features. "A sword cultivator?" Qin Shan nodded vigorously. A flicker of enigmatic light sparkled in the elder's eyes as he pondered. "Where is this green-robed sword cultivator now?" Shaking his head, Qin Shan replied, "I am unsure, but it is said that his son has appeared near Xuanwu City." The white-clad man remarked, "In that case, find a way to lure him to the Tianxian sect." Qin Shan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. It seemed that elderby harbored ulterior motives regarding the sword cultivator's lineage and intended to take action against the old demon Xu. This was precisely to his advantage. At that moment, a disciple rushed in to report, "Sect leader, the ancestor has emerged from seclusion." Qin Shan was taken aback. The next instant, a voice, tinged with age, resonated from afar. "This is utterly outrageous. A mere sword cultivator dares to strike against my Tianxian sect. Had I not been in seclusion, I would make certain that he returned empty-handed." Qin Shan, meanwhile, a figure clad in a green robe, hands behind his back, slightly raised his gaze towards a powerful aura approaching the Sun family's convoy, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Within the carriage, Sun Qianqian and Zhang Hualong were both in a state of panic, while Xu Xiaofan remained utterly composed. Zhang Hualong, perplexed, inquired, "Su Laoshi, why are you not worried?" Xu Xiaofan replied nonchalantly, "I am accustomed to it." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hualong suddenly regained his calm and remarked, "Indeed, you have grown accustomed to it. I suppose I must learn to adapt as well." "Accustomed to it?" Sun Qianqian was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Hualong sighed. Gesturing towards his injured face, he said, "Every time I venture out with him, I end up getting beaten. This time, it's merely a small skirmish." Sun Qianqian queried, "Is there an even larger confrontation?" "I sense several powerful figures of the Purple Mansion realm." Zhang Hualong replied, "Purple Mansion? Merely cannon fodder." Xu Xiaofan suddenly cast a glance at Zhang Hualong and said, "This sentiment sounds oddly familiar." Zhang Hualong smiled without responding. After a brief silence, he asked, "Xu, do you have a trump card?" Xu Xiaofan, puzzled, replied, "How did you know I possess a trump card?" Zhang Hualong stated, "Am I not familiar with you? Under normal circumstances, you would have fled by now. The fact that you haven tea is telling." Xu Xiaofan chuckled wryly, "Brother Zhang, if I reveal my trump card, it ceases to be a trump card." At that moment, the carriage jolted suddenly and came to a halt. They all hurriedly disembarked. In the air above, several figures loomed. Purple Mansion realm. So many powerful figures of the Purple Mansion realm. Damn, there's even a formidable being of a nascent soul realm. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. At this juncture, a voice from the sky inquired, "Who is the son of Xu Yuan?" Silence enveloped the crowd. Then, the second young master of the Sun family stepped forward. Lacking hands, he desperately gestured with his head towards Xu Xiaofan, proclaiming he is the son of Xu Yuan. Xu Xiaofan's expression darkened. He regretted not having dispatched this fool with a single sword strike earlier. Clearly, this buffoon had leaked his identity, for how else could such news spread so swiftly? In the air, the gazes of the powerful figures were now fixated on Xu Xiaofan. Subsequently, a heated debate erupted among them. "I want Xu Xiaofan. Where are you? Do you even qualify? Huh? Can you handle it?" It is said that Xu Yuan is a swordsman of the Purple Mansion realm. At that moment, the nascent soul realm expert waved his hand and commanded, "Silence. The reward for the blacklist top position is so generous. Is it not enough for you all to share?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Meanwhile, below, Zhang Hualong remarked, "Brother Xu, it seems these individuals do not regard you highly." Xu Xiaofan replied, "Brother Zhang, if you were in the nascent soul realm, would you even consider a mere insignificant person like me?" Zhang Hualong pondered for a moment and conceded, "That is indeed a valid point." Suddenly, Xu Xiaofan called out to the figures in the sky, "Esteemed elders, it would be wise for you to withdraw. If I were to take action, I fear you all would meet your demise." In the air, all the powerful figures fixed their gazes upon Xu Xiaofan, momentarily taken aback. "What is this little ant saying?" A powerful figure from the Purple Mansion scoffed, "Kid, have you been frightened in his silence?" Following this, a wave of laughter erupted among the crowd. Xu Xiaofan sighed, wielding his blood-killing sword, and earnestly declared, "Esteemed seniors, I speak the truth. If you do not withdraw, I shall indeed take a life." Upon hearing this, even Zhang Hualong was taken aback. "What has gotten into this fellow Xu?" At that moment, a mocking voice from the Purple Mansion remarked, "Take a life? Why don't you try and slay me?" Xu Xiaofan shook his head slightly. The sword intent left by his father within the blade was only sufficient for one final strike. If he were to expend it now, he would feel quite reluctant. Yet, none of these seniors were inclined to heed his warnings. This rendered Xu Xiaofan somewhat speechless. In this day and age, even the words of honest men go untrusted. With a resigned sigh, Xu Xiaofan proclaimed, "Then I shall draw my sword." Amidst the crowd, a formidable figure at the nascent soul stage chuckled, "Kid, I know you wish to put on one last act before your demise. If that is the case, I shall indulge you. Go ahead and strike. I shall stand here for you to cut. If you manage to injure me, I shall let you depart today." Chapter 69. After half a year of departure, returning as an honest man. Upon hearing the words, Xu Xiaofan did not hesitate. He drew his sword instantly. The longer he delayed, the more perilous his situation would become. In the next moment, a wave of azure sword energy was unleashed by Xu Xiaofan, collapsing the space around it into nothingness. The powerful beings suspended in the air were taken aback, their expressions filled with shock. One of the formidable experts from the nascent soul realm bellowed, "You young rascal! You dare to deceive me!" In an instant, all sounds ceased, leaving the arena in a deathly silence. With a single strike, all was vanquished. At that moment, Sun Qianqian twitched the corner of her mouth and remarked to Zhang Hualong, "Indeed, Mr. Zhang, you were right. Su Gongzi is certainly no simple man." As she spoke, Xu Xiaofan happened to walk by, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. "Damn it, my persona has crumbled once more." Sun Qianqian, realizing her faux pas, offered an apologetic smile and continued, "Let us proceed to the Sun family, Mr. Xu." However, Xu Xiaofan shook his head. Sun Qianqian looked puzzled, prompting Xu Xiaofan to inquire, "May I ask, Miss Sun, what is the strength of the Sun family?" Without a moment's thought, Sun Qianqian replied, "Though the Sun family is not at the pinnacle of power, we are still formidable." Xu Xiaofan then asked, "How does it compare to the Tianxin sect?" Sun Qianqian, unwavering, stated, "The Tianxin sect reigns as the overlord of the Black Corner region. The Sun family cannot be mentioned in the same breath." Xu Xiaofan concluded, "Thus, I cannot go to the Sun family." Sun Qianqian, taken aback, queried, "Why is that?" Xu Xiaofan explained, "If I were to go to the Sun family, it would be akin to presenting myself as a target. I would surely meet my demise." Therefore, it is wiser for me to flee. After pondering for a moment, Sun Qianqian nodded, conceding, your reasoning is sound. Xu Xiaofan continued, however, I must request a favor from you, Miss Sunday. What is it? She asked. Please help me locate my father. If I can find him, no one in the Black Corner region would dare to lay a finger on me. Sun Qianqian nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I will certainly find the elder. Xu Xiaofan expressed his gratitude. Thank you. He then shifted the conversation slightly, asking, what is your relationship with that second brother of yours? Sun Qianqian seemed to understand Xu Xiaofan's intentions and responded, he is not worthy of being called my brother. Simultaneously, the image of a figure in a blue robe flashed through her mind. Blood relations do not necessarily equate to kinship. Those who treat you well are the true family. If anyone were to exploit our blood ties to bully or torment me, I would strike them down without hesitation. At this moment, Xu Xiaofan smiled faintly, I understand. Without sparing a glance at the second son of the Sun family, he casually unleashed another strike with his sword. In the next instant, a head soared into the sky. The expressions of the Sun family members were exceedingly complex, yet none dared to utter a word of reprimand. Having completed his task, Xu Xiaofan turned to leave. Zhang Hualong immediately declared, Brother Su, I shall accompany you. Xu Xiaofan did not turn back. He simply said, Brother Zhang, just wait for me at the Sun family. Zhang Hualong hesitated, but Xu Xiaofan quickened his pace and resolutely replied, there are no buts. Damn it, only a fool would take this guy along on the run. Without Zhang Hualong around, no one can tarnish his reputation anymore. Xu Xiaofan, after half a year away, returns as the same honest man. What did you say? The youth named Xu Xiaofan had slain a formidable figure at the Essence Spirit Realm along with several strong practitioners at the Purple Mansion Realm. Qin Shan's expression turned grave. How could this Xu be so extraordinarily gifted? At this moment, the reporting disciple speculated, Sect Master, I observed that Xu Xiaofan is merely at the Skyward Realm. Could it be that he has utilized some sort of life-preserving trump card? Upon hearing this, Qin Shan nodded slightly. The disciple continued, however, Sect Master, that youth's single strike has seemingly instilled a sense of trepidation in many onlookers. Qin Shan pondered for a moment before declaring, let S do this. Increase the reward for the top of the blacklist tenfold and add Xu Xiaofan's name to the second position on the blacklist. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. I refuse to believe they can resist. Furthermore, summon the second elder and the third elder to take action, as well the disciple was taken aback. 2 blacklists for 1 sect. In all these years, it had never happened before. Moreover, the involvement of both the second and third elders was unprecedented. Yet, this was merely to capture a young man at the Skyward Realm. Such a grand display. However, upon reflecting on the actions of that old demon Su, the disciple quickly reconciled with the situation. A person of such ferocity might only be encountered once in a lifetime. At that moment, Qin Shan inquired, where is Xu Xiaofan now? The disciple's expression turned peculiar as he replied, in the Black Death Forest. Qin Shan furrowed his brow. Had Xu Xiaofan lost his mind to dare enter the Black Death Forest? The disciple added, perhaps he was left with no other choice. Qin Shan contemplated and then suggested, let our people wait outside the Black Death Forest. The disciple hesitated, saying, but Xu Xiaofan. Qin Shan sighed in resignation. Let us see how lucky he is. The Black Death Forest is a forbidden zone of our Blackhorn domain. If the beings within discover him, he will surely perish. Our people need not accompany him to death. If he dies inside, given Su Yuan's character, he will undoubtedly venture into that Black Death Forest. We can wait for the opportunity. Just the same meanwhile. On another front, Xu Xiaofan transformed into a beam of sword light, swiftly darting into the depths of the forest. Feeling the relentless pursuit of several auras behind him, he felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, he was a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators not only possess unparalleled combat prowess, but their speed and evasion is unmatched as well. It suited him perfectly. In no time, Xu Xiaofan had traversed over 100 miles. The next moment, he found himself engulfed in a dense forest shrouded in black mist. Ignoring everything, he continued to fly forward. It was only when he sensed that no one was pursuing him that he finally let out a sigh of relief. Slowing his speed, Xu Xiaofan shifted to walking. The consumption of vital energy for sword cultivators is immense, and he was beginning to feel the strain. After walking for a while, Xu Xiaofan suddenly furrowed his brow. He noticed a gash in the ground, seemingly carved by some unknown force. Beside this gash, 4 large characters were scrawled in a crooked manner. Enter and die. Xu Xiaofan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, with a firm resolve, he stepped over it. He had no backup left. If he did not press forward and those pursuing him caught up, he would surely perish. Given this predicament, he might as well take a gamble. Upon crossing the chasm, the surrounding darkness thickened, rendering visibility to a mere 5 meters. Xu Xiaofan proceeded cautiously. In the next instant, he halted, then swiftly unleashed a strike with his sword. A piercing wail echoed through the air. Turning back, he beheld a large insect with a single horn atop, its head collapsing to the ground. Xu Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. A demon beast? He then wiped away the drool that nearly escaped his lips. It was said that such creatures were delectable. With that thought in mind, Xu Xiaofan began to dissect the horned insect, soon lighting a campfire to roast the meat. Just as the meat was nearing completion, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the thick fog. Xu Xiaofan's expression sharpened instantaneously. Chapter 70. Are you truly honest? Xu Xiaofan gazed warily at the unexpected appearance of a man and a woman. The woman, clad in a flowing dress, seemed quite familiar. Suddenly, she laughed and inquired, "What meat are you roasting, sir?" Xu Xiaofan replied, "It is the meat of a beast." The woman continued, "May we partake in your meal? Together?" Xu Xiaofan's brows furrowed slightly. The woman quickly added, "We will pay." Xu Xiaofan's expression relaxed, of course. The impeccably dressed man beside her twitched his lips at this. The woman boldly sat down and began to feast with abandon. While eating, she asked, "How did you end up here, young master? This place is quite perilous." Xu Xiaofan, who sat at a considerable distance from the pair, frowned and inquired, "Is it truly dangerous here?" The woman, surprised, replied, "You are not aware?" Xu Xiaofan shook his head. She elaborated, "This area is known as the Forbidden Zone of the Black Corner Domain, the Black Death Forest. The woods are shrouded in dense black mist, making it exceedingly difficult to discern direction. Moreover, a terrifying beast lurks here. It is said that 9 out of 10 who enter do not emerge." At her words, Xu Xiaofan's expression shifted. The woman then stated, "We do have a way to exit, but we have matters to attend to before we leave. If you're not afraid of danger, you may join us." Xu Xiaofan hesitated, his trust in the woman's words wavering, especially given her striking beauty. However, after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Then I thank you, miss." The woman wiped the grease from her lips and said, "No need for thanks. Consider it a token of appreciation for your meal." Suddenly, Xu Xiaofan interjected, "You mentioned payment." The two fell momentarily silent. After a brief pause, the impeccably dressed man handed Xu Xiaofan a storage bag. Xu Xiaofan opened it to take a glance, and his eyes brightened instantly. Goodness! It appeared he had encountered a wealthy heir. A casual offering contained thousands of Yuan stones. Xu Xiaofan pomtidi et galim. Should you wish for roasted meat again, feel free to call on me. The two stared in disbelief. At that moment, the woman stated, "I am Su Yuan, and this is Nangong Xingji. What is your name, young master?" Xu Xiaofan pondered for a moment and, with an innocent expression, replied, "I am Zhang Laoshi." "Zhang Laoshi," murmured Nangong Xingji, "from a small place?" Su Yun's brow furrowed slightly, sensing a hint of rudeness. Xu Xiaofan, however, remained unfazed. "Indeed, I am from a small place." Su Yun suddenly covered her mouth, laughing. "The name Zhang Laoshi is quite amusing." Xu Xiaofan scratched his head. "I rather like this name. It suits me." Su Yun scrutinized Xu Xiaofan for a few moments and remarked seriously, "Suiting you may not necessarily be the case." Xu Xiaofan was taken aback, suddenly feeling a pang of insecurity. Could it be that he, Xu Xiaofan, was not truly an honest person? Xu Xiaofan urgently inquired, "Why?" He sought to understand the reason. Once he grasped it, he could mend his ways. Su Yin replied, "Because you are too handsome." Xu Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. Nangong Xingji narrowed his eyes, clearly dissatisfied. Su Yun continued, "You appear to be a fickle-hearted scoundrel." Xu Xiaofan felt a sense of helplessness. Damn it. It turned out that being excessively handsome was the greatest obstacle to his being a sincere person. After a brief silence, Xu Xiaofan earnestly stated, "Though I may not look like an honest man, at my core, I am indeed a genuine one." Su Yun queried, "Are you truly sincere?" Xu Xiaofan affirmed, "Absolutely." At that moment, Nangong Xingji rose and declared, "It's getting late. Let us depart." Xu Xiaofan nodded slightly, saying, "I may be a bit slow, so I will stay back to cover your retreat." He then positioned himself behind the two, ready to shield them from any impending threats. Ahead, Nangong Xingji wielded a long blade, carving a path through the fray. Occasionally, beasts would charge forth, only to be swiftly dispatched by his blade. Observing this, Xu Xiaofan turned to Su Yun and asked, "Is this Nangong gentleman a blade cultivator?" Su Yun nodded in affirmation. Xu Xiaofan pondered for a moment and inquired, "How does a blade cultivator compare to a sword cultivator?" Su Yun replied matter-of-factly, "Naturally, blade cultivators reign supreme." Xu Xiaofan was somewhat astonished. He pressed, "Why is that?" Su Yun elaborated, "The path of the sword has long waned, and those who can master it are exceedingly rare. However, the number of prodigies who can wield the blade is in the tens of thousands. Moreover, throughout history, it has always been blade cultivators who have held the destiny." Destiny? Xu Xiaofan was perplexed and asked, "What exactly is this destiny?" Su Yun explained, "Destiny is not a tangible object. Rather, it refers to those favored by the heavens. Each generation's destined individuals are invariably blessed with unparalleled luck and exceptional talent. To put it simply, they can dominate their realm effortlessly, transcending boundaries as easily as one breathes, and can stumble upon extraordinary treasures at will. As the ancient saying goes, destiny is invincible." Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan felt a pang of envy. He too wished to possess such destiny. He promptly asked, "How does one attain destiny?" Su Yun, with a tone of longing yet resignation, replied, "Destiny must be contested. One must vie against the heavens and against others. The path to destiny is inevitably paved with bones." At this, Xu Xiaofan suddenly reconsidered his desire for destiny. Just then, Nangong Xingji at the forefront suddenly announced, "We have arrived." Xu Xiaofan looked up and beheld a cavern ahead. At that moment, Nangong Xingji exchanged a glance with Su Yun and nodded. Following this, Su Yun addressed Xu Xiaofan, "Master Zhang, please wait here for us. If we do not return within a quarter of an hour, you must flee." Xu Xiaofan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two consumed a pill that seemed to conceal their presence and rushed into the cavern. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, just as Xu Xiaofan was preparing to escape, the two hurriedly emerged. Su Yun whispered, "Run quickly." In the next moment, Xu Xiaofan transformed into a beam of sword light, vanishing instantaneously before the crowd. The two were left bewildered. Just then, a ferocious roar of a beast erupted from behind them. The sound resonated like thunder, reverberating through the forest and leaving their ears ringing. A sense of foreboding washed over them as their expressions shifted. They hurried in the direction Xu Xiaofan had departed. Before long, they caught up with him. Su Yun inquired, "Zhang Laoshi, are you a sword cultivator?" Xu Xiaofan nodded in affirmation. Su Yun continued, "Zhang Laoshi, you are far from honest. You have concealed your talents." Xu Xiaofan protested, "I did not hide anything. You simply did not ask." Su Yun fell silent. After a brief pause, Xu Xiaofan urgently questioned, "What have you done?" Su Yun responded, "There is a dragon clan in that cave. We managed to incapacitate it and drew some blood." As she spoke, she tossed a porcelain vial. Inside was the blood of a Nirvana Realm dragon, a truly valuable item. Nirvana Realm. Xu Xiaofan's lips twitched, and he suddenly felt that the dragon blood in his possession had lost its allure. At that moment, Su Yun reassured him, "Do not worry. This Black Death Forest is protected by a powerful being's restrictions, and that old dragon cannot escape this place. As long as we exit, we'll be safe." Suddenly, they sensed that the formidable presence behind them had come to an abrupt halt, leaving them somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, this was ultimately a good sign. Gritting their teeth, they quickened their pace once more. Soon, they burst forth from the Black Death Forest. Just as the trio exhaled a sigh of relief, they abruptly noticed numerous powerful auras above them, all exuding a murderous intent directed at them. Su Yun and Nangong Xingji stood in stunned silence, while Xu Xiaofan let out a resigned sigh. The two promptly turned their gaze towards him. Su Yun asked in bewilderment, "What is happening?" Xu Xiaofan replied, "It does not concern you. They are after me." Su Yun blinked in confusion. "Did you not claim to be an honest person? An honest person would not attract so many powerful foes." Xu Xiaofan sighed in exasperation. "Miss Su, you do not understand. In these times, honest people are the most vulnerable to bullying." Chapter 71. The Invincible Xu Family? The Black Death Forest. A colossal black dragon, its body stretching 100 feet long, glared furiously at the man who had suddenly appeared before it. The man, clad in a flowing azure robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, hovering in mid-air, his gaze profound and unfathomable. His attention was not directed at the black dragon, but rather beyond the confines of the Black Death Forest, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Ants, perish!" With a sudden roar, the black dragon lunged forward, its enormous claw aimed at the figure in azure. Beneath the massive claw, the man appeared diminutive, akin to an insect. In the next moment, the man slightly raised his hand, and in an instant, a blade of sword energy pierced through the dragon's giant claw. The dragon howled in agony, swiftly retracting its claw. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, the man in azure coolly remarked, "Do not scream. Speak like a human." In the blink of an eye, the man materialized before the dragon, swiftly delivering a slap imbued with sword intent. Boom! The dragon's massive form was sent hurtling backward. With a gravelly voice, the dragon exclaimed in shock, "By the heavens, you are a grand sword immortal." The man in azure furrowed his brow and delivered another slap. The dragon collided with several towering mountains. Only then did the man state, "Be civilized." Instantly, the black dragon subdued, bowing its great head and pleading for mercy. Please spare me, esteemed senior." The man in azure nodded slightly. "Very well, but I happen to be in need of a mount. Would you be willing?" "A mount?" The dragon was momentarily taken aback. Then fury surged within it. "How dare you, a mere dragon of the Nirvana realm, be reduced to a mount? And you ask if I will be willing? This is an affront to dragons." Yet, considering the formidable presence before it, the black dragon fell silent. After a moment's thought, a glint of cunning flashed in its eyes. "That is not out of the question, but..." The man in azure cast a dismissive glance at the dragon and inquired, "What?" Unwilling. In an instant, a powerful sword intent locked onto the dragon. The creature trembled in fear and quickly responded, "I am willing, of course. However, there is a restriction set here that prevents my departure." The man in azure scoffed. "A trivial matter." The dragon blinked in surprise. This restriction was laid by a transcendent being of the tribulation realm. "I fear that even if the esteemed..." Before it could finish, the man in azure brandished a long sword of a pale blue hue that had suddenly appeared in his hand. With a casual sweep of the sword, a silent and invisible blade of energy shattered the restrictions in an instant. The black dragon stood agape. Meanwhile, in the central land, within the Bai family, an elder abruptly opened his eyes, frowning. "Who dares to be so audacious as to break the restrictions I have set?" He then snorted coldly, "Were it not for the critical juncture of my breakthrough, I would confront this individual." On the other side, outside the Black Death Forest, as the crowd gazed intently towards the direction of the Black Death Forest, a sense of confusion enveloped them. What had just transpired? Su Yun speculated. Could it be that the Dragon Clan, unable to pursue us, is venting its anger? Nangong Xingji nodded slightly in agreement. At that moment, the second elder of the Tianxian sect withdrew his gaze and looked down at the three individuals below, inquiring, "Who is Xu Xiaofan?" With a sigh, Xu Xiaofan responded, "I am he." He then added, "They were merely passing by and have no connection to me. Might I request their release?" The second elder scoffed. "I do not concern myself with whether they were merely passing through. You must come with me, and as for them, death awaits." Xu Xiaofan furrowed his brow and turned to Su Yun and Nangong Xingji, saying, "I am truly sorry. I never intended to put you in jeopardy." Su Yun's lips twitched slightly as she remarked, Did you not go by the name Zhang Lao, sure? Xu Xiaofan chuckled. That is merely my nickname. Su Yun fell silent. After a moment, she shook her head slightly and said, It matters not, really. She then calmly inquired, What faction have you offended to provoke such arrogance? Xu Xiaofan replied, The ruler of the Black Horn domain, the Tianxian sect. Nangong Xingji scoffed dismissively. A mere small sect from an insignificant place dares to threaten me? How laughable! Xu Xiaofan exclaimed in astonishment. Can you handle this situation, Nangong brother? Nangong Xingji stepped forward, leaving the two with his back turned. Su Yun sighed. He has fallen into his old habits again. Xu Xiaofan asked in confusion, What habits? Pretentiousness. Su Yun replied. At this, Xu Xiaofan nodded, familiar with this behavior. However, it was the first time he had witnessed someone else, aside from his father, act in such a manner. It was rather intriguing. At that moment, Nangong Xingji addressed the second elder in the air with a calm demeanor. Do you intend to kill me? The second elder nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Nangong Xingji suddenly let out a cold laugh. Do you know who I am? At his words, the second elder's heart skipped a beat. Could this individual possess a significant background? He cautiously inquired. May I ask your name, sir? With pride, Nangong Xingji declared, I am of the Nangong family. Nangong? The second elder's demeanor transformed instantly, smiling as he said, Ah, so you are the young master of the Nangong family. I retract my previous statement. You may both leave. Nangong Xingji cast a triumphant glance at Xu Xiaofan. What does being handsome matter when he possesses a powerful background? With this thought, he turned back and frowned, saying, This person is my friend, and he must accompany us. The second elder shook his head slightly. Nangong Xingji's expression darkened. What? Does the Tianxian sect disregard the Nangong family's reputation? The second elder's smile faded. We certainly respect the Nangong family's standing. However, this individual must be taken with us. Nangong Xingji felt a sting of humiliation and retorted angrily. What? Does the Tianxian sect wish to provoke the annihilation of your own sect? The second elder gently shook his head and remarked, The Nangong family is indeed formidable in the central continent. Yet, Nangong Xingji puzzled inquire, Yet what? The second elder replied, Yet when compared to the Bai family, they are but a small fish in a vast ocean. The mention of the Bai family caused Nangong Xing's expression to shift subtly, plunging him into a momentary silence. He then turned to Xu Xiaofan and asked, Have you offended the Bai family? Xu Xiaofan shook his head, responding, I do not know, perhaps. Observing Xu Xiaofan's calm demeanor, Nangong Xingji furrowed his brow and said, Are you aware of the significance of the Bai family? Xu Xiaofan shook his head again, replying, I am not. Nangong Xingji suddenly let out a bitter laugh and explained, The Bai family is one of the most elite families in the central continent. Compared to the Bai family, our Nangong family is on an entirely different plane. Xu Xiaofan nodded slightly, acknowledging, Then the Bai family is indeed quite powerful. Nangong Xingji, somewhat perplexed, then asked, Aren't you afraid? Xu Xiaofan answered calmly, Why should I be afraid? Nangong Xingji remarked, To offend the Bai family is to nearly eliminate any hope of survival. Xu Xiaofan ziplit. I have heard that sentiment many times before. Nangong Xingji suddenly questioned, Do you have a more formidable backing than the Bai family? Xu Xiaofan pondered for a moment and responded, It seems so. He did not wish to rely on his backing, yet sometimes circumstances left him no choice. The enemy was simply too powerful to confront alone. At that moment, Su Yun interjected with a question. How powerful is the backing you have? Xu Xiaofan considered her question and replied, I'm not quite certain, but my father once said that our Su family is invincible. Su Yun and Nangong Xingji exchanged glances, both wearing expressions filled with curiosity. Chapter 72. Ascending to the Heavenly Xian Sect. The Su family? The two individuals meticulously searched their minds for any recollection of this lineage, yet found none. At that moment, the second elder, growing impatient, remarked, Have you finished your chatter? Xu Xiaofan glanced at him and replied, Are you certain you wish for me to accompany you? The second elder sneered, What is the matter? Are you afraid? Xu Xiaofan shook his head. Not at all. I merely fear for the safety of your Heavenly Xian sect. Upon hearing this, The second elder nearly erupted in anger. However, after contemplating the fearsome figure clad in azure, he suppressed his fury and retorted, "Fear for what? Do you truly believe your father is invincible? Can our heavenly Xian sect not contend with him?" Xu Xiaofan inquired, "Are members of the Bai family present in the heavenly Xian sect?" The second elder narrowed his eyes. Impressed, "You are quite astute." He continued, "Indeed, thus, should your father arrive, he shall surely meet his demise." Xu Xiaofan Vobet, could it be that a Nirvana realm expert has come? The second elder grinned with pride. Exactly. Xu Xiaofan felt a slight relief within. The Nirvana realm, after all, posed no threat. His father could swiftly defeat those in the Nirvana realm and seemingly surpass even that level. With this thought, Xu Xiaofan dusted off his clothes and said nonchalantly, "Let us depart." The second elder was taken aback. Xu Xiaofan approached him and asked, "Esteemed elder, are we not to leave?" The second elder snorted, "Let us go." He then tore through the fabric of space, heading towards the heavenly Xian sect with Xu Xiaofan in tow. Below, Su Yun appeared helpless. What could be done? The Bai family stood behind them. The two young ones had no chance of contending. Nan Gongxing understood. Alas, we have done our utmost. If blame is to be assigned, it is for his audacity to offend the Bai family without any backing. Su Yun remarked, "Didn't he claim that he was supported by the Su family?" Nan Gongxing replied, "Have you ever heard of this Su family?" Su Yun shook her head, "Never." Nan Gongxing mused, "I suspect he fabricated it to instill fear." At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened ominously. Was it about to rain? The two instinctively looked up, only to be frozen in place. Above them loomed a gigantic dragon, 100 feet long, glaring down at them with menacing vertical pupils. They were petrified with fear. Su Yun exclaimed in confusion, "What is happening? Wasn't he it said that this black dragon could not leave the Black Death Forest?" Nan Gongxing's lips twitched. "I do not know either." Su Yun's face turned ashen. "It's over." Just then, a steady voice resonated in their ears. "Where is Xu Xiaofan?" They both paused momentarily. It was only then that they noticed, atop the black dragon's head, stood a man in azure robes, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Their mouths fell agape, utterly speechless in astonishment. What on earth? How could there be someone on the black dragon's head? Could it be that this person has tamed the black dragon? How is that even possible? This dragon is a Nirvana realm powerhouse. The combat prowess of this being surpasses that of an ordinary Nirvana realm warrior. How could it possibly be subdued by mere mortals? At that moment, the black dragon unexpectedly spoke. "Humph, you two juniors, it is one thing to steal my dragon's blood, but to ignore the inquiries of my master is tantamount to seeking death." The two swallowed hard. Nan Gongxing stammered, "Senior, Xu Xiaofan has been taken away by the Tianxian sect." The figure in the azure robe nodded slightly, poised to depart. Just then, Su Yun interjected, "May I inquire, Senior, what is your connection to young Master Su?" The azure-robed figure replied, "He is his father." Upon saying this, both the black dragon and the azure-robed figure vanished in an instant, leaving the two bewildered in the wind. Within the void tunnel, a dragon and a man traversed the expanse. The black dragon suddenly remarked, "Master, the Tianxian sect is not to be trifled with." Su Yuan questioned, "Why is that?" The black dragon replied, "While the Tianxian sect itself may not be formidable, the Bai family backing them is not to be underestimated." The Bai family? Su Zhuang Yin Guit Popa. Are they so powerful? The black dragon's tone turned resentful as he spoke of the Bai family. The Bai family is among the most elite clans of the Central Land, exceedingly powerful. It was a strong member of the Bai family who imprisoned me in the Black Death Forest. Su Yuan nodded, showing little reaction. Instead, he asked, "What was their motive for imprisoning you? With your wealth of treasures, wouldn't it be simpler to strip you of your skin and bones?" The black dragon's jaw quivered. After a moment of silence, he replied vehemently, "They sought to obtain my dragon's blood. Our dragon blood is an exceptional elixir for refining the body. They use it to soak the flesh of children just beginning their cultivation journey." Su Yuan remarked, "How extravagant of the Bai family. Fear not. If they are foolish enough to provoke me, I shall extinguish them effortlessly. Consider it a vengeance for you." The black dragon paused, "Master, The Bai family possesses tribulation realm experts. Xu Yuan replied nonchalantly, Little Black, your vision is limited. Do you truly believe tribulation realm is all that powerful? Meanwhile, at the Tianqian sect, in the Grand Hall, the senior members scrutinized Xu Xiaofan. At this moment, he bore a relaxed expression, his demeanor composed, entirely devoid of awareness of his predicament as a captive. He surveyed the hall and innocently asked, Is your Tianqian sect rather impoverished? The expressions of the assembly turned cold. The foremost figure, Qin Shan, appeared ready to lash out. Impoverished? Damn it. Isn't it your father's fault? At this moment, an elder interjected, Sect Master. Since we have captured Xu Xiaofan, he is of no further use. Shall we eliminate him? Xu Xiaofan's lips twitched. Is there truly any need for such haste? Qin Shan stroked his chin, genuinely contemplating the suggestion. Just then, a youth clad in white gracefully entered the Grand Hall. Elder Bai. The demeanor of the assembly shifted to one of reverence. Qin Shan also stood up, offering a slight bow as he relinquished the seat of honor. The young man in white promptly sat down in the prominent position, propping his chin on one hand as he scrutinized Xu Xiaofan. After a brief moment, he remarked nonchalantly, Your talent is indeed commendable. Xu Xiaofan's heart began to conjecture the identity of this individual. The man in white paused briefly before continuing. Are you also a swordsman? Xu Xiaofan felt a twinge of confusion as the other seemed to discern his true nature at a glance. Reluctantly, he nodded. He then inquired, Do you seek the legacy of swordsmanship, senior? The man in white did not respond directly, but rather stated, I once aspired to wield the sword, yet alas, I lack the requisite talent. Although the swordsmanship legacy would be of no use to me, it could benefit my family. One day, the Bai clan shall produce a swordsman. Xu Xiaofan, perplexed, questioned, Is that truly necessary? Did you not say that blade masters are the mightiest? The man in white lightly shook his head, saying, Blade masters merely reap the rewards of others' toil. In truth, swordsmen are the strongest. Otherwise, why would the heavenly Tao impose such stringent limitations? At that moment, Qin Shan interjected, Elder Bai, how shall we deal with Xu Xiaofan? The man in white replied, Naturally, he must be killed. What purpose does his existence serve? However, I must first probe his soul before he meets his end. Xu Xiaofan's expression shifted. How reckless! He had anticipated that the other would at least extract the swordsmanship legacy from him before taking action. To his astonishment, the individual displayed no hesitation and was prepared to overturn the table. Just then, a violent tremor shook Tianqian Mountain. Qin Shan's expression changed dramatically. Damn it! The recently restored protective formation is gone again. The man in white raised an eyebrow, remarking, Indeed audacious. Knowing there is an ambush, he still dares to come alone. He then stood and turned to Xu Xiaofan, saying, Your father arrives just in time. A father and son meeting their demise together makes for a poignant tale. Xu Xiaofan sighed deeply, his gaze lingering on the retreating figure of the man in white. Chapter 73. You are unworthy. Outside the heavenly profound sect, a figure clad in a blue robe stood with hands clasped behind his back, his feet resting upon a black dragon. The moment the crowd emerged from the grand hall of the sect, they were momentarily frozen in astonishment. Was this not the very dragon imprisoned in the Black Death Forest? This was a true dragon of the Nirvana realm. How had it become a steed? Qin Shan immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. He hastily turned to the second elder behind him and said, This spectacle seems a bit too much for Elder Bai to manage. Hasn't the ancestor exited his seclusion? We must summon him swiftly. The second elder nodded in agreement. A short while later, the second elder returned alone. Qin Shan, perplexed, inquired, Where's the ancestor? The second elder replied, The ancestor mentioned he is in the midst of alchemy and will soon achieve his goal. He will arrive shortly. Alchemy? Qin Shan was puzzled. When did the ancestor take up alchemy again? At that moment, the young man in white suddenly furrowed his brow as he gazed intently at the black dragon. He then turned his attention to the figure in blue, declaring, You possess great audacity to dare touch the belongings of the Bai family. Upon hearing this, Xu Yuan had yet to speak, but the black dragon sneered, When did I, Lord Dragon, become your Bai family's possession? The youth in white retorted, "If I claim it, then it is so." Xu Xiaofan clicked his tongue, thinking how domineering the Bai family was. At that moment, a spear materialized in the young man's hand, its tip aimed at Su Yuan. With fervor, he proclaimed, "So you are a sword cultivator. Draw your sword." Su Yuan merely cast a disdainful glance at the young man. Slowly shaking his head, he replied, "You are not worthy of me drawing my sword." Contempt. Utter, unabashed contempt. The young man in white seethed with anger. It was the first time he had been so belittled. "You seek death," he scoffed, charging directly at Su Yuan. Su Yuan glanced at the black dragon and said, "You take this one." The black dragon roared with excitement, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord. I've long desired to deal with the Bai family." With that, it lunged at the young man in white. In the next instant, Su Yuan appeared before Xu Xiaofan. Qin Shan and the others trembled with fear. Su Yuan paid them no mind and turned to Xu Xiaofan, asking, "Are you unharmed?" Xu Xiaofan shook his head, indicating he was fine. He then asked, "Father, where have you been these past few days?" Su Yuan replied, "I have been searching for you." Xu Xiaofan pointed at the black dragon and asked, "Who is this?" Su Yuan casually responded, "I went to the Black Death Forest to find you and fortuitously encountered this dragon, which I then claimed as my steed." Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan realized that this must be the formidable entity spoken of by Miss Su. He then questioned, "Does this senior seem to have a grudge against the Bai family?" Su Yuan nodded, saying, "The Bai family imprisoned him, extracting his dragon blood to strengthen their descendants. Naturally, he harbors a deep-seated hatred for them." At this revelation, Xu Xiaofan suddenly felt that the vial of dragon blood in his storage bag had lost its allure. Meanwhile, Su Yuan turned his gaze towards Qin Shan, who shivered in fright. Elder Bai was currently restrained by that black dragon, and now the ancestor was absent. Su Yuan could undoubtedly kill him. At that moment, however, Su Yuan said, "Bring 2 chairs." Qin Shan was taken aback. In the next instant, his figure vanished. Moments later, a magnificent chair, reserved solely for the sect leader, was brought forth. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Shan, with a flattering expression, said, "Senior, please take a seat." Su Yuan nodded slightly and settled comfortably into the chair. He then inquired, "I have heard that your ancestor is quite formidable?" Qin Shan hurriedly replied, "If my ancestor were to be compared to you, Senior, he would amount to nothing." Su Yuan cast a sidelong glance in another direction. Meanwhile, in the distant forest, an elder shuddered in fear. At that moment, Su Yuan nodded and said, "By the way, I have heard that your Tianxin sect intends to kill me." Qin Shan, with a face full of indignation, exclaimed, "Senior, that is absolutely untrue. I do not know which scoundrel is spreading such rumors. It is simply detestable." The crowd remained silent. Just then, Xu Xiaofan suddenly interjected, "Did you not just say you wanted to kill me?" The atmosphere in the room instantly turned frigid. Qin Shan appeared quite embarrassed. He quickly responded, "Young friend, that was all a misunderstanding." Xu Xiaofan, with a simple, honest smile, replied, "Perhaps I indeed misunderstood." Just as Qin Shan let out a sigh of relief, Su Yuan's gaze, half smiling yet piercing, remained fixed upon him. Qin Shan felt as though he were ensnared by a terrifying presence, his legs trembling in fear. He inwardly cursed, "Damn, this kid is truly sinister." Boom! At that moment, in midair, the man in white was sent flying by the black dragon's claw. The man in white tumbled backwards. The structures of the Tianxin sect began to collapse. Qin Shan felt a surge of tears welling up. Meanwhile, the black dragon laughed maniacally. "You dog, keep being arrogant." However, in the next instant, the disheveled man in white reappeared in the air. His face was contorted. He then produced a talisman. The black dragon seemed to sense something, and its expression changed drastically. "Damn, the thunder talisman." Su Yuan was puzzled upon hearing this. What exactly was this thunder talisman? Yet, he could not inquire further. If he did, his reputation would surely shatter to pieces. That was somewhat disheartening. Fortunately, Xu Xiaofan asked, "What is this thunder talisman?" Qin Shan's face brightened, and he instinctively replied, "The thunder talisman is exceedingly precious. It can summon heavenly lightning, with power rivaling a blow from a crossing tribulation expert." Xu Xiaofan swallowed hard, feeling a pang of envy. At that moment, the man in white had already crushed the thunder talisman. In the next instant, the world transformed and the skies darkened. Following that, a terrifying aura began to coalesce above the firmament. The members of the Tianqian sect displayed expressions of joy, as expected of an elder from the Bai family. They possessed numerous trump cards. At this moment, the man in white laughed maniacally. Damn it, continue being arrogant. Xu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly and summoned the Qingxian sword. In the next moment, the Qingxian sword transformed into a beam of sword light, soaring skyward. Upon seeing this, the man in white scoffed. Who do you think you are? What a great sword immortal. This is heavenly lightning. Do you still wish to eradicate the heavens with a single strike? Before the man in white could finish his words, the Qingxian sword was unsheathed with a swift motion. In an instant, a towering sword energy erupted forth, cleaving directly towards the firmament. The dark clouds were instantly torn asunder, and the gathering thunderbolts dissipated into nothingness. Within the rift in the sky, a gentle beam of sunlight cascaded down. The man in white was momentarily taken aback, his smile frozen in place. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Xu Yuan sheathed his sword, his expression nonchalant. The black dragon, however, let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "What nonsense about thunder! It cannot withstand even a single strike from my master." The corners of the man in white's mouth twitched. Following that, the enormous claw of the black dragon lunged toward him. A quarter of an hour later, the man in white lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. The black dragon turned to Xu Yuan, inquiring, "Master, how shall we proceed?" The members of Tianqian's sect were ashen-faced. The second elder murmured, "It is over." Qin Shan took a deep breath, feigning calmness as he said, "Do not worry. Even in his madness, Xu Yuan would not dare to harm those of the Bai family. And we, backed by the Bai family, shall surely be safe." At that moment, Xu Yuan coolly remarked, "Kill him." The crowd. Chapter 74. The Sun family has already found a path to death. The man in white suddenly exclaimed with fury, "Do you dare to kill members of the Bai family?" Xu Yuan replied, "What of it?" The man in white retorted, "Are you truly unafraid of retaliation from the Bai family?" Xu Yuan asserted, "If the Bai family dares to retaliate, I shall annihilate them." Annihilate the Bai family? The crowd's lips twitched violently. Goodness, how arrogant! The man in white scoffed. Such boastful words. Xu Yuan responded, "I speak with sincerity, and you, I fear, shall not witness that day." With that, Xu Yuan commanded the black dragon strike. The black dragon hesitated momentarily. Although he harbored resentment towards the Bai family, he was equally filled with trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled himself and struck down with a claw. Boom! A tremendous pit appeared in the ground, and the body of the man in white was reduced to a puddle of flesh. A wisp of primordial spirit instantly surged forth, fleeing into the distance. "Xu family, await me. Today's grudge shall be repaid." Before he could finish his words, a colossal figure materialized before him. The black dragon sneered, "Wait for your mother." With a flick of his tail, he scattered the primordial spirit of the man in white. Meanwhile, within a wooden house of the Bai family, an oil lamp suddenly extinguished. Immediately, a roar of fury erupted from within the secret chamber. Who dares to kill a member of the Bai family? Investigate, find out. At Tianqian sect, the crowd was in shock. If the Bai family had been slain, what then for Tianqian sect? Just then, an elderly man with white hair appeared out of nowhere. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Shan was overjoyed. "Ancestor!" Smack! In the next moment, the Tianqian ancestor delivered a slap that sent Qin Shan flying. Slowly, Qin Shan crawled out from the ruins, spitting a mouthful of blood, bewildered. "Ancestor, you struck the wrong person." The Tianqian ancestor snorted coldly, cursing, "I struck precisely you. You insolent wretch. How could I have a descendant like you? I told you to keep a low profile, yet you refused to listen. Now look where we are." Qin Shan, taken aback, wore a look of grievance. "Ancestor, when did you?" Before he could finish, the Tianqian ancestor reappeared before him, delivering another kick to his face. Qin Shan was sent flying once more. The Tianqian ancestor coldly remarked, "Do you still wish to argue?" After this, he turned to Xu Yuan with a beaming smile. "Esteemed elder, our Tianqian sect has wronged you greatly. Please accept my apologies." With that, he presented a storage ring, saying, "Esteemed elder, this contains 99% of our Tianqian sect savings. Consider it a small token of compensation. If you remain dissatisfied and wish to vent your frustrations, feel free. I shall not raise any objections." Xu Yuan glanced at the storage ring and remarked, "You are indeed one who understands the times." He then took the storage ring and tossed it directly to Xu Xiaofan, who was overjoyed. He has now become a wealthy individual. Damn it, relying on one's family is indeed gratifying. Forget about hard work. With this thought in mind, he swiftly tucked the storage ring into his bosom, instinctively surveying his surroundings with caution. The crowd was rendered speechless. At that moment, Xu Yuan remarked, "Releasing the heavenly Xian sect is not out of the question." The ancestor of the heavenly Xian sect beamed with joy and inquired, "What are your demands, esteemed elder?" Xu Yuan glanced at Xu Xiaofan and continued, "For 1 year, you shall serve as my son's protector." Without a moment's hesitation, the ancestor readily agreed. After all, being a protector for a junior was a trivial task for someone of his caliber. Observing this, Xu Yuan nodded slightly and then stood up, saying, "Let us depart." On the broad head of the black dragon, Xu Yuan gazed silently at the distant horizon. He vowed never to return to this wretched place, known as the Black Horn Domain. He had initially hoped for some rewards, but to his dismay, after exerting so much effort, he had gained nothing. After a prolonged silence, Xu Yuan turned his gaze to Xu Xiaofan, who was grinning foolishly. He instantly surmised what thoughts were occupying his son's mind. Suddenly, he spoke. "What is the matter? Have you decided against putting in effort?" Xu Xiaofan was taken aback and honestly nodded, saying, "I feel that in this life, relying on my father is sufficient." Xu Yuan's lips twitched. Rely on what father? If Xu Xiaofan were to encounter a strong adversary in the future, would he simply drag his father into the fray to attract their ire? How then could he cultivate his son? Young people must endure some trials and tribulations to truly grow. Therefore, Xu Yuan solemnly advised, "Xiaofan, relying on your father is acceptable, but you cannot depend on it for everything. I want to always be by your side. Unexpected events will inevitably arise. Moreover, the future of the Xu family depends on you." Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Sun Xianqian had just returned to the Sun family with Zhang Hualong when they were suddenly apprehended by a powerful individual. The two were bewildered. Zhang Hualong asked, "Miss Sun, did you perhaps take a wrong turn?" Sun Xianqian, equally perplexed, surveyed the familiar faces around her and replied, "This is indeed the Sun family." Zhang Hualong continued, "But why are they trying to capture us?" Sun Xianqian sank into thought. After a moment, she exclaimed, "This is bad. Xu Xiaofan has been captured." Zhang Hualong was taken aback. He quickly inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Sun Xianqian explained, "I have leveraged my relationship with Senior Xu to gain a foothold in the Sun family. If Xu Xiaofan is captured, Senior Xu will undoubtedly head to the heavenly Xian sect. The Sun family will naturally believe that his fate is sealed. This means they think I no longer have a protector. Therefore, they will seek to dispose of me." Zhang Hualong's face was filled with indignation. Damn it, one misstep can lead to eternal regret. After a moment, recalling something, Zhang Hualong asked, "Does the heavenly Xian sect possess any Nirvana realm experts?" Sun Qianqian shook her head. "Studying, no." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hualong suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Sun Qianqian remarked, "Yet behind them stands a Bai family, one of the most prestigious clans in Zhongzhou, as they are backing." Zhang Hualong scoffed. "Rest assured, the Bai family is but a trifling matter." Sun Qianqian, perplexed, inquired, "Why is that?" Zhang Hualong smiled slightly and replied, "Because the Xu family is composed entirely of aberrations." At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged, Sun Gang, the head of the Sun family. He coldly fixed his gaze upon Sun Qianqian and stated, "Xu Yuan's fate at the Celestial Profound Sect is sealed. Regrettably, I cannot be the one to end his life." He then directed a chilling smile towards her, leaving his words hanging in the air. Sun Qianqian's expression darkened. The head of the family certainly changes his demeanor with remarkable swiftness. Sun Gang huffed dismissively and turned his attention to Zhang Hualong. Are you a friend of that Su lad? Zhang Hualong nodded. Sun Gang casually waved his hand. Take him away and feed him to the dogs, chopped into pieces. As Zhang Hualong was being dragged backwards by two men, he sneered, your Sun family has already paved the path to demise. Observing this, Sun Gang's brow furrowed slightly. How dare you speak such words when death is imminent? Are you not afraid? Zhang Hualong replied, certainly, I fear death. Yet, contemplating the fate of your Sun family brings me amusement. Sun Gang, puzzled, queried, do you still believe that the Su father and son could possibly emerge from the celestial profound sect? Such folly. Just then, a formidable aura suddenly manifested above the Sun family estate. The crowd instinctively looked up, momentarily frozen in place. In the sky, a colossal dragon, spanning 100 feet in length, appeared. Upon its head stood several figures, with one clad in a striking green robe, capturing everyone's attention. Sun Gang's pupils abruptly constricted. Su Yuan. Chapter 75. I, Xu Xiaofan, bear the aura of an emperor. Sun Qianqian watched as the figure in the azure robe departed. She turned back to glance at the ruins of the Sun family behind her, her eyes devoid of emotion, filled solely with indifference. Within the void tunnel, Xu Xiaofan expressed his concern. Father, you annihilated the Sun family with a single strike. What about Miss Sunday? Su Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Xu Xiaofan and replied, what? Do you have feelings for that young lady? Xu Xiaofan shook his head, not at all. She merely saved my life. Su Yuan reassured him, do not worry, she will be fine. Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly asked, Father, if I fail to enter the Grand Academy this time, would you be disappointed? He sought to prepare his father psychologically, as he did not intend to enter the Grand Academy, at least not for the next few years. The Grand Academy was filled with prodigies and formidable beings, making it quite perilous. He planned to return to the southern continent and bide his time for another decade before attempting to return to the central continent. Even if he could not join the Grand Academy as a student, securing a position as an elder would not pose a problem, provided he possessed sufficient strength. This was a pragmatic choice, as he needed to trigger events to gain guidance from the elder system. At that moment, Su Yuan smiled slightly, exuding confidence. My son possesses the bearing of an emperor. Joining the Grand Academy would be more than sufficient. Xu Xiaofan fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, he responded, Father, could we refrain from saying that in the future? Su Yuan, puzzled, inquired why. Xu Xiaofan replied, I fear getting beaten. Su Yuan reassured him, not to worry, for I am here. Xu Xiaofan countered, but you cannot intervene with the younger generation. Su Yuan asserted, as long as you bear the Su surname, the younger generation shall be invincible. Xu Xiaofan sighed, Father, I merely wish to be an honest person. Su Yuan cast a casual glance at him and remarked, an honest person would never declare themselves as such. Xu Xiaofan fell silent, nearly losing his composure. At that juncture, Zhang Hualong approached Xu Xiaofan, excitement radiating from him. Su brother, do you not feel a surge of adrenaline? Xu Xiaofan looked at him disdainfully. Brother Zhang, can you not dwell on such base thoughts? Zhang Hualong replied, what are you thinking? I am speaking of the Grand Academy selection. It occurs once every decade, accepting only 100 candidates each time. Just imagine, to compete with those unparalleled geniuses from all quarters, to step upon their heads and ascend to the pinnacle. How exhilarating would that be? Xu Xiaofan sighed, Brother Zhang, why do you not favor something more noble? Why must you revel in pretentiousness? What if you were to feign death? The Zhang family has only you as its sole heir. Zhang Hualong was left utterly bewildered. Wait, Xu Xiaofan, are you turning the world upside down? Who exactly is the one enamored with pretense? Xu Xiaofan duka sopti. Choosing to ignore him. Was it he who relished in pretense? It was all a result of being forced into it, indeed. Time passed unmeasured. The group arrived before an ancient city. Upon their appearance, the scene unfolded. This spectacle drew considerable attention from the crowd. After all, most people were merely on foot, and those with better means were only traveling by spacecraft. However, witnessing someone arriving on the back of a true dragon was indeed a rare occurrence. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Xu Xiaofan felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that an imbecile might suddenly emerge and take a disliking to him. In these times, an honest individual like him was a rarity among millions, yet the number of fools was beyond counting. Xu Xiaofan could not help but murmur, "Father, perhaps we should let the esteemed black dragon wait outside while we enter the city on foot." Su Yuan sighed softly. His son's disposition was indeed somewhat difficult to alter. Even though he displayed an invincible demeanor and established a mysterious family, his son did not seek to create conflict or show off, but rather wished to remain at ease. It appeared that his path to invincibility remained long and arduous. With this thought, Su Yuan replied nonchalantly, "No matter, I possess a sword that can summon the city." Upon hearing this, the crowd broke into a cold sweat. At that moment, a guard shouted, "Impudence! This is Xianyang City. Beasts are not permitted to enter." Just as Su Yuan frowned, he witnessed the guard being kicked aside. Subsequently, a figure in simple clothing appeared in his stead. It was none other than an old acquaintance, Zhao Fengyan. Xu Xiaofan blinked in confusion. "Teacher?" Zhao Fengyan then smiled and waved at him. Soon, the crowd gathered before Zhao Fengyan. Xu Xiaofan, puzzled, inquired, "Teacher, what brings you here?" Zhao Fengyan first nodded towards Su Yuan before smiling faintly. "This Xianyang city is the territory of my Zhao family." The revelation startled Zhang Hualong. "Teacher Zhao, you are from the central continent?" Zhao Fengyan nodded lightly. Xu Xiaofan asked, "Teacher, is the main academy selection taking place in Xianyang City?" Zhao Fengyan shook his head. "Of course not. The main academy selection occurs in a special secret realm." While the teacher and student conversed, a man in scholar's robes approached, accompanied by a dapper young gentleman wielding a folding fan. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Fengyan's brow furrowed sharply. The scholar stepped before Zhao Fengyan and said with a smile, "Zhao Fengyan, after all these years, you have finally returned. So, are you here on behalf of your branch of Daiyu?" He continued, "To be honest, your branch is resource poor, and your teaching merits are indeed difficult to assess. It seems you might return empty-handed once again." Zhao Fengyan's expression darkened at these words, while Xu Xiaofan narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. At that moment, the crowd began to murmur upon hearing Zhao Fengyan's name. Was this not the once great prodigy of Xianyang City, Zhao Fengyan? It was said that he had been exceptionally recruited by the main academy, possessing terrifying talent. Yet, why was he now only at the concealed spirit realm? Little did they know, years ago, Zhao Fengyan had been deceived by the very man before him, Lu Suo of the Lu family, into a secret realm. Though he returned safely, he was gravely injured. Thus, a once great prodigy fell into obscurity and voluntarily accepted a position as a mentor in a remote branch. Thereafter, there was no further news. Alas, it seems inconceivable. With the Zhao family being so formidable, should not the Lu family be the target of scrutiny? It goes without saying that Zhao Fengyan has been rendered ineffective. Although Lu Suo's innate talent may not match his, he possesses a measure of potential nonetheless. At that time, Lu Suo's mentor intervened to quell the matter. Naturally, Lu Suo faced repercussions and was relegated to a branch academy. As these words registered, the murderous intent in Xu Xiaofan's eyes was nearly impossible to conceal. At that moment, Zhao Fengyan coldly remarked, "So, you claim your teaching skills are exceptional?" Lu Suo, with an air of arrogance, retorted, "At the very least, I surpass you. My previous disciples have all gained admission to the main academy." He then gestured towards the dashing young man behind him, saying, "This is my 7th disciple. Though still young, he has already reached the pinnacle of the Sky Ascension realm. He is sure to be on the list for this election." The mention of the pinnacle of Sky Ascension elicited a mocking smile from Zhao Fengyan. He then glanced at Xu Xiaofan and addressed Lu Suo. "You dare to claim that a mere pinnacle of Sky Ascension can gain entry to the main academy? How laughable!" Lu Suo scoffed in response. "What? Is Zhao's disciple any more formidable?" Zhao Fengyan replied nonchalantly, "My disciple, Xu Xiaofan, embodies the essence of an emperor." The declaration of the essence of an emperor prompted a ripple of barely suppressed laughter among the onlookers. Chapter 76. The bottom line of the honest man. Do not cross it. Lu Suo wiped away tears of laughter and remarked, "Zhao Fengyan, "Oh, Zhao Fengyan, after all these years, you've truly mastered the art of boasting. What nonsense about being a great emperor. Does he even deserve such a title? My disciple could defeat him with one hand. I wager." Suddenly, Xu Xiaofan became eerily calm, a tranquility that was almost terrifying. Indeed, Xu Xiaofan, was an honest man, always on the receiving end of blows, always the target of mockery. Yet, none of this mattered, for even an honest man has his limits, just as a dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them and face death. His boundaries were quite simple. He could be provoked, but one must not touch his friends, family, or those dear to him. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan took 2 steps forward, standing before Zhao Fengyan. The crowd looked on in astonishment. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with understanding, and even his gaze towards Lu Suo softened somewhat. Zhang Hualong smacked his lips, puzzled. Had Su Laosher finally heeded advice? Was he ready to change his approach? Simultaneously, Zhao Fengyan came to his senses, bewildered. "Xiaofan, what are you doing?" Xu Xiaofan pointed at Lu Suo and said, "He seems a bit displeased." Lu Suo's expression turned icy. Being scolded by a junior like this was rather hard to swallow. Yet, before he could speak, Xu Xiaofan took the initiative and asked, "Your disciple is quite strong, isn't he?" Lu Suo replied coldly, "Naturally." Xu Xiaofan then beckoned towards the dapper young man behind Lu Suo. "Dare you engage in a duel?" Lu Suo was taken aback, then revealed a mocking glare. The dapper young man smirked and stepped forward, saying, "Kid, confidence is admirable, but overconfidence can lead to demise. I won't bully you. I'll even give you one hand. After all, your teacher's teaching methods." Before he could finish his sentence, Xu Xiaofan appeared before him in an instant, delivering a swift slap. The speed was astonishing, leaving the young man no time to react. And he was sent flying. "What the?" The young man was utterly stunned. Xu Xiaofan's form flickered again, and he kicked the young man squarely in the face. Bang! The young man's body was embedded into the city wall. When the crowd looked at him again, his face was swollen like that of a pig's head. A large shoe print marred the left side of his face, while a palm print decorated the right. The crowd was filled with astonishment. At that moment, the dapper young man protested, "You little sneak. That was an ambush." Xu Xiaofan chuckled coldly. "Very well, let's have another round." The young man crawled out from the wall, his face twisted in rage. "Very well, you shall surely meet your end today." He then brandished a folding fan and charged at Xu Xiaofan. Just as he was about to reach Xu Xiaofan, he suddenly opened the fan. A cloud of white powder wafted into the air. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Using underhanded tactics, Zhao Fengyan inhaled sharply, his expression changing drastically. "Oh no, it's broken Yuan grass." Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly wore expressions of disdain. Broken Yuan grass, though non-toxic. However, its efficacy lies in temporarily obstructing the flow of vital energy within the cultivator's body. Just as Zhao Fengyan was about to make his move, a surge of sword intent erupted from Xu Xiaofan's being. Vital energy? He need not rely on it. He could easily overpower the individual before him. With another swift strike, he delivered a resounding slap. The dashing young man was momentarily stunned by the blow. Yet this was not the end. Xu Xiaofan seized the young man's hair and unleashed a flurry of sword-infused punches and kicks upon his face. Moments later, the dashing young man lay there like a lifeless dog, dragged before Zhao Fengyan by Xu Xiaofan. Xu Xiaofan leaned down and inquired, "What are you saying about my teacher's teaching abilities?" The dashing young man, choked with emotion, retorted, "You dare to humiliate me like this? You seek." Before he could finish, Xu Xiaofan struck him again. A series of slaps followed, rendering the young man as docile as a child. Through his tears, he gasped, "Incredible! Your teacher's teaching ability is truly remarkable, far superior to mine." Xu Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction, tossing the dashing young man at Lu Suo's feet, declaring, "Did you hear that? He is better than you." Lu Suo's face twitched with anger, yet he forced himself to endure it. In Xianyang City, the Zhao family held the utmost power. The Lu family could not compare. He could only muster the courage to speak out. "You wait for me." After delivering his threat, Lu Suo dragged his defeated disciple away. Vanishing from sight, Witnessing this, Xu Xiaofan turned back to Zhao Fengyan, offering a hearty smile. Zhao Fengyan looked on with a face full of pride. Addressing Su Yuan beside him, "Su Daoist, you have a fine son." Su Yuan responded, "Are you envious?" Zhao Fengyan nodded. Su Yuan chuckled, "You don't." Zhao Fengyan fell silent. In Xianyang City, within the Zhao family, Zhao Fengyan boasted exuberantly about his disciple. Xu Xiaofan, with his head bowed, sat quietly in the corner, lost in thought. As the wine flowed, Xu Xiaofan suddenly rose, addressing the crowd. "I am feeling a bit weary. I shall retire for the night." With that, he took his leave. Su Yuan watched his son's retreating figure, his gaze contemplative. He sighed softly, muttering to himself, "There is indeed some progress. But he remains overly timid in his actions." With that, he followed his son out. However, Xu Xiaofan did not return to his room. Instead, he exited the Zhao residence and purchased a set of black garments from a street vendor. After inquiring about Lu's family location, he set off towards the Lu residence under the cover of night. Along the way, a figure clad in a green robe suddenly appeared atop a nearby rooftop. Xu Xiaofan paused, scratching his head in a naive manner. "Father, it seems you anticipated this." Su Yuan inquired, "Why do you wish to kill Lu Suo?" Xu Xiaofan replied, "He threatened me. Moreover, he has enmity with my teacher." Su Yuan cautioned, "What if he was merely trying to intimidate you, and truly does not dare to act? What if your teacher intends to deal with him personally?" Xu Xiaofan stated, "Even if there is merely a 1 in a million chance, I must eliminate him. Otherwise, I find it difficult to find rest. Moreover, I'm avenging my master. The blood I spill will be as if my teacher has done it himself." Su Yuan shook his head slightly. "You could simply tell me, and I could obliterate the Lu family in an instant." Xu Xiaofan's my Li. "Father, you once said that many things must rely on oneself." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he was not particularly fond of his son's method of assassination, he continued to inquire, "What is your level of confidence?" Xu Xiaofan replied, 10%. Su Yuan's brow furrowed. "Can't you be a bit more confident?" Xu Xiaofan shook his head with a smile. "Father, one must always prepare for the worst." Su Yuan shook his head slightly and said, "Very well, off you go." With that, the figure clad in green vanished from sight. Xu Xiaofan, his gaze resolute, proceeded once more towards the Lu family. His actions were driven by yet another compelling reason. That was the two choices presented by the system's predecessor, one of survival and one of confrontation. This time he chose survival. Since leaving Xuanqing, though he had encountered numerous trials and tribulations, he had ascended to a new level of understanding regarding the path of survival. The essence of survival is cautious bravery. It is not merely about enduring humiliation or maintaining a low profile, but also involves meticulous planning and strategizing from afar. The Lu family has numerous disciples. Within the main academy, they undoubtedly wield some influence. Attempting to undermine him during the selection process would be effortless for them. Yet, should he inadvertently find himself in a prominent position again, the repercussions would be significant. Thus, he must preemptively eliminate any potential threats. With these thoughts in mind, Xu Xiaofan quickened his pace. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Su Yuan did not depart. With a knowing smile, he observed Xu Xiaofan's retreating figure. "Foolish boy, if I were any more foolish, you might truly deceive me." Chapter 77. Am I really that kind of person? In the dead of night, Xu Xiaofan stealthily departed from the Lu family estate, transforming into a streak of sword light as he sped towards the outskirts of Xianyang City. Moments later, an enraged roar erupted from within the Lu residence. "Damn it! Who dares to assassinate a member of the Lu family?" Hearing the distant shouts behind him, Xu Xiaofan gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. After flying for over 100 miles, he finally dared to remove his night attire, disguising himself once more before returning to Xianyang City. The following morning, the patriarch of the Lu family stormed into the Zhao family, brimming with fury, ready for confrontation. The Zhao family members were equally furious, setting aside the long-standing blood feud between the Zhao and Lu families. Who could remain calm after being ambushed at their doorstep so early in the morning? The crux of the matter was that the Lu family had always been under the Zhao family's thumb. What was their intention today? Were they staging a rebellion? As tensions mounted, Zhao Fengnian stepped forward, helplessly addressing the patriarch of the Lu family with a frown. What do you intend to do? Are you declaring war on the Zhao family? The Lu patriarch, infuriated, huffed and glared. What do I intend to do? I want to know what your precious disciple intends to do. Zhao Fengnian, perplexed, inquired, What do you mean? Unable to contain his rage, the Lu patriarch snapped, Damn it, are you still pretending? Don't you have a clue what your disciple has done? Zhao Fengnian replied, Is this about the incident with Lu Suo? The Lu patriarch sneered. Don't divert the topic. Last night, a swordsman infiltrated my Lu family and brutally murdered Lu Suo. The perpetrator is none other than your dear student. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengnian felt a mix of confusion and elation. The good news was that Lu Suo was dead, avenging a long-held grudge. The bad news was that Xu Xiaofan seemed to have become the murderer. Contemplating this, Zhao Fengnian stated, Stop throwing baseless accusations. My disciple is merely an honest child. At the mention of the word honest, the Lu patriarch trembled with fury. He is no honest person. Don't think I'm unaware of your disciple's notorious reputation across the southern continent and the Black Corner domain. Zhao Fengnian was taken aback. When did the Lu family become so well informed? It had only been a brief time, yet they had thoroughly investigated Xu Xiaofan's background. However, regardless of whether Xu Xiaofan was guilty or not, he could not acknowledge it. Although Lu Suo was not particularly powerful, he was the dean of the branch academy. This was still the central continent. The murder of a branch academy dean was no trivial matter. The main academy would undoubtedly pursue the matter with vigor. If Xu Xiaofan were to be identified as the murderer, it would lead to significant trouble. While the hunting academy did not involve itself in worldly disputes, it did not imply a lack of power. On the contrary, the strength of the hunting academy was genuinely formidable. Having stood on the central continent for a millennium, it had nurtured countless formidable warriors. With a fervent call, countless formidable warriors could be summoned. Even Su Yuan would likely find it challenging to cope. Contemplating this, Zhao Fengnian asserted, You claim my disciple is the murderer. Where is the evidence? Evidence? The elder of the Lu family scoffed, then gestured with his hand. Soon, a grotesquely mutilated corpse, unrecognizable in its state, was brought forth. The elder pointed at the body and declared, These wounds are inflicted by a swordsman. Your disciple, Xu Xiaofan, is indeed a swordsman. If he confronts this matter directly and distinguishes the sword intent, the truth will undoubtedly emerge. Zhao Fengnian furrowed his brow and retorted, There are other swordsmen in the world besides my disciple. This is a frame-up. The elder of the Lu family suddenly asked, You refuse to surrender him? Zhao Fengnian flicked his sleeve and replied, I will not. The elder nodded with a cold smile. Very well. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, and the formidable warriors of the Lu family surged forward. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Fengnian's expression tightened. Although the Zhao family possessed significantly greater overall strength than the Lu family, their patriarch had recently entered seclusion to break through to the nascent soul realm, leaving no one to suppress the elder of the Lu family. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cold snort echoed from within the Zhao residence. In the next moment, an overwhelming sword intent enveloped the entire area. Following this, severed heads soared into the sky, creating a truly spectacular scene. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, a calm voice resonated from within the Zhao residence. Those who dare to cross this line shall die. As the words fell, the ground was suddenly cleaved by an invisible sword chi, creating a chasm that extended deep into the earth and spread towards the end of the street. The members of the Lu family were left aghast. After a moment of silence, they decisively turned to leave, not daring to utter another threatening word. Once outside the Zhao family's territory, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow and remarked, Patriarch, the one who just acted seems to be Xu Xiaofan's father, as per the intelligence. The elder of the Lu family nodded. Indeed, it must be him. The middle-aged man expressed admiration. Fortunately, you retreated swiftly, avoiding a direct confrontation with him. The elder of the Lu family suddenly cast a glance at the middle-aged man, remaining silent. The man felt a bit awkward and after a moment of quietude, inquired, But who was the informant that tipped us off? The elder replied, Whoever it is, it matters not. As long as they are not aligned with the Xu father and son, they shall be our ally. The middle-aged man nodded and continued, Patriarch, what shall we do next? The elder of the Lu family pondered for a moment. We cannot contend with Xu Yuan, but we can act against his son. The selection for the main academy is just days away. Spread the word. Whoever can eliminate Xu Xiaofan shall be generously rewarded by the Lu family. The middle-aged man reflected for a moment and said, such a move may only attract some low-born disciples, but given Xu Xiaofan's talent, it may be. The elder of the Lu family interjected with a cold laugh. Low-born disciples? Anything, once it reaches a critical mass, can produce a transformative change. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was suddenly enlightened, his face reflecting admiration. Truly, the elder was a master of strategy. Just as the ancestor of the Lu family was about to laugh heartily, his expression abruptly turned cold. Meanwhile, Zhao Fengyan arrived at Xu Xiaofan's courtyard and found him practicing swordplay, his countenance remaining unaffected. Master, Xu Xiaofan sheathed his sword, his demeanor endearingly innocent. Zhao Fengyan nodded and recounted the events that had just transpired. Xu Xiaofan's anger flared instantly. The Lu family is truly overstepping their bounds, daring to tarnish my reputation. Am I truly the kind of person they portray? Seeing this, Zhao Fengyan appeared somewhat skeptical. Is it really not you? Xu Xiaofan replied with utmost seriousness, no. Zhao Fengyan nodded, seemingly convinced. Xu Xiaofan felt a wave of relief wash over him, though his heart was still shrouded in confusion. What exactly was amiss? At that moment, a member of the Zhao family approached with a report. Eldest young master, the guest has been invited to the main hall to rest. Zhao Fengyan nodded and turned to Xu Xiaofan, stating, a former acquaintance wishes to see you. An acquaintance? Xu Xiaofan pondered, a hint of curiosity stirring within him. Chapter 78, The Bet. The two individuals entered the grand hall. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xu Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. The visitor was none other than Su Ming, who was seated across from Xu Yuan, sipping tea. At that moment, Su Ming offered a faint smile and addressed Xu Xiaofan, saying, I bring you delightful news. Delightful news? Xu Xiaofan inquired, a hint of confusion apparent in his voice. Su Ming, not one to keep secrets, handed him a storage pouch. As Xu Xiaofan opened the pouch, he was utterly astonished. Gems, so many gems. However, his bewilderment deepened. Why would Senior Su bestow upon him such a fortune? At that moment, Su Ming explained, the grand selection of the main academy is imminent, and our Wanbao pavilion has a long-standing tradition. Xu Xiaofan pressed for clarification. What tradition? Su Ming replied, the bet. The bet. Xu Xiaofan was somewhat perplexed. Su Ming elucidated. The bet entails that our Wanbao pavilion selects the top 3 among countless prodigies to provide them with substantial resources. Xu Xiaofan asked, are there no conditions? With a gentle smile, Su Ming replied, there are. Xu Xiaofan sighed, realizing that indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Su Ming continued, however, it's hardly a burden. The sole condition is that these prodigies owe our Wanbao pavilion a favor. Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan remarked, isn't that a losing proposition? Yet Su Ming shook her head and said, as long as we successfully back one, the returns could be in the thousands or even hundreds of times. Xu Xiaofan pondered this for a moment and then smacked his lips. These formidable powers, indeed, have their reasons for their strength. A favor from a powerful individual is not something that can be exchanged for mere resources. After a moment of silence, Xu Xiaofan inquired, a hint of confusion still lingering. But with so many prodigies, why choose me? Su Ming encouraged him. Have confidence. You are more than capable of standing alongside the most exceptional talents. Xu Xiaofan inwardly sighed, realizing that despite his attempts to conceal his genius, it was an impossible endeavor. At that moment, Zhao Fengyan interjected, Miss Su, it's fortuitous that you are here today. Why not explain the selection process of the main academy to Xiaofan? Xu Xiaofan, puzzled, asked, Teacher, aren't you from the deer hunting academy? Don't you know? Zhao Fengyan replied nonchalantly, I was admitted through exceptional circumstances. Xu Xiaofan remained speechless. Su Ming then took a sip of tea and said, allow me to explain. The main academy selection consists of 3 stages. The first stage is a basic strength assessment essentially a martial arts competition. The top 1,000 will advance. This stage poses no pressure for you, Xiaofan, she added. Xu Xiaofan interjected. Only the top 1,000? How many must be eliminated? Su Meng responded calmly. Approximately 10,000 will be eliminated. Xu Xiaofan was taken aback. That's nearly a 10-to-1 ratio. The competition for the main academy selection is indeed fierce. Su Meng then continued. The second assessment is even more brutal. You shall be randomly transported to a tower. On each level resides a guardian, and only by vanquishing them can you obtain the tokens they possess to ascend. The tower consists of 100 floors, with a number of floors representing your rank. The higher you ascend, the more formidable the guardians become. Moreover, due to the randomness of the challenge, you are utterly unaware of the mighty adversaries you may encounter. If you find your rank unsatisfactory, you may continue to challenge higher levels until you reach the pinnacle. Xu Xiaofan pondered for a moment and remarked, so, if one were to be randomly teleported to the top floor, one would directly confront the most powerful guardian? This method of assessment seems to heavily rely on luck. Su Meng replied, luck is also a facet of strength. Xu Xiaofan chuckled wryly. That is indeed true. At that moment, Su Meng's expression suddenly turned grave. The previous encounters were mere trifles. The true peril lies in the third challenge, entering the demon abyss to combat ferocious beasts. Only those who survive for a month may progress. Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan's countenance shifted. What exactly is this demon abyss? He inquired. Su Meng explained. The demon abyss has a long history. In ancient times, the demon races ravaged the land. The hunting academy summoned the world strong to carve out a small realm, driving the demon races into it, thus forming the demon abyss. Xu Xiaofan, puzzled, asked, why not eradicate the demon races directly instead of complicating matters? Su Meng shook her head. I do not know. The history of the central continent lacks detailed records. Xu Xiaofan nodded, then inquired again, is there any safety assurance? Su Meng shook her head and replied, none. To prevent the escape of the demon races, the barriers of the demon abyss are immensely powerful. The hunting academy will not concern itself with your survival, and no one else can enter to assist. Thus, you must rely solely on yourself. At this, Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Such danger? Previously, Xu Xiaofan had been gravely injured at the Bloodsword ruins. This time, it seems even more perilous. However, reassured by the fact that his son is the chosen one and has the protection of an elder, his heart settled somewhat. Xu Xiaofan then asked, what are the odds of survival? Su Meng replied, out of 100 who enter, perhaps only a dozen will survive. In the demon abyss, danger comes not solely from the beasts but also from other humans. After all, no one desires an additional enemy. Xu Xiaofan's expression darkened. Yet, recalling the rewards promised by the elder of the system, he clenched his teeth resolutely. Damn it, I shall get my all. At this moment, Su Meng slowly rose and said, that is roughly the situation. You have half a month until the assessment. Xiaofan, do your best. Xu Xiaofan nodded outwardly, but internally he scoffed. Indeed, he must strive to be eliminated. With that, Su Meng took her leave. Upon departing the Zhao family, her figure transformed into a beam of white light, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. In the void, the scene faded away. A sudden, aged voice echoed in Su Meng's ear. Little girl, is this truly worth it? In your quest for this coveted spot, you have certainly offended numerous individuals. That lad from the Xu family possesses remarkable talent, rivaling even the finest among the elite. However, his mannerisms are rather peculiar, and he has a penchant for. What's the term I'm searching for? My old mind struggles to keep pace with the times. At this point, the elder paused, seemingly at a loss for the right words. Su Meng smiled and interjected. Master, are you referring to the concept of playing the pig to eat the tiger? The elder's voice responded eagerly. Yes, precisely. Su Meng continued. Even so, that young man's talent is the most formidable I have ever encountered. He certainly possesses the attributes to play the pig to eat the tiger. The aged voice inquired. Is his talent truly that exceptional? How does it compare to the contemporary prodigies of the four great families? Su Meng affirmed confidently. It is on par without a doubt. In fact, I believe he is worthy of competing for the destiny of this generation. The elder fell silent for a moment, then spoke with a hint of gravity. It may prove to be quite challenging. This lad is, after all, a sword cultivator. Chapter 79. Father is worried sick for you. Su Meng smiled faintly. Who says that sword cultivators cannot contend with destiny? An aged voice remarked, in these times, it is indeed difficult for sword cultivators. Pausing for a moment, the voice continued. Take the Confucian sword emperor of the sword sect, for instance. The century mark is fast approaching, yet he remains unable to break through. Year after year, he pesters me, inquiring if I possess any means to evade the heavenly tribulation. What means do I have? I cannot even match the will of heaven. At this moment, Su Meng hesitated and asked, Master, is there truly no way to overcome the heavenly tribulation? The aged voice replied, there is. Su Meng's eyes brightened. What method? The voice responded, subdue the will of heaven. Su Meng fell into silence. After a brief pause, the voice suddenly spoke in a peculiar tone. Wait a moment, child. Tell me the truth. Do you harbor feelings for that Xu Yuan? A faint blush crept onto Su Meng's cheeks, and she chose to remain silent. The aged voice sighed. That Xu Yuan is not a serious person. He is too. At this point, the voice trailed off. Su Meng instinctively interjected, pretentious? The voice affirmed, precisely, pretentious. Child, that Xu Yuan will eventually bring about his own demise. Why trouble yourself so? You consider him so much, yet does he even know? Somen Potev. Master, what nonsense are you spouting? I do not like him. She then awkwardly shifted the topic. By the way, Master, how much do you know about the Xu family? The aged voice replied, I am not certain. I have been unable to find any information. I can gather a little about Xu Yuan, but it seems rather untrustworthy. However, that Xu Xian is even more mysterious, as if he appeared out of thin air. There are no traces to follow. Su Meng was somewhat astonished. Even you do not know? The voice responded, I am not omniscient. However, I suspect that the Xu family may very well originate from the third heaven. The third heaven? Su Meng exclaimed. Is that the same third heaven you mentioned before? The voice confirmed, indeed. And I suspect that the Xu family is quite formidable within the third heaven as well. Su Meng's expression suddenly turned somewhat despondent. The aged voice inquired, Child, what troubles you? Su Meng replied, insecurity. The voice, puzzled, remarked, Did you not say you do not like that Xu Yuan? Su Meng sighed, Master. It is no wonder you remain single. The aged voice fell into eternal silence. In the Zhao family, Zhang Hualong stood before the door, visibly anxious, and knocked. Uncle Su, are you looking for me? Xu Yuan's voice called from within, Come in. Zhang Hualong gently pushed the door open, only to find a figure clad in green robes standing by the window, gazing off into the distance. After a moment, Xu Yuan spoke, Little Zhang, I would like you to assist me with a task. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hualong was momentarily taken aback. Immediately, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. Uncle Su is an unparalleled powerhouse. Such a figure has actually requested his assistance. By heavens, this moment will be boasted about for at least a decade. He patted his chest and declared, Uncle Su, please do not hesitate to ask. Whether it be climbing a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of fire, I, Zhang Hualong, shall never refuse a single word. Xu Yuan nodded and said, during the selection at the main academy, ensure that Xiaofan does not remain low-key. Zhang Hualong expressed his confusion. What do you mean by that, Uncle Su? Xu Yuan replied, Xiaofan is still a bit too cautious. This is a good trait, but it does not benefit his growth. Young people must strive and contend. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Hualong nodded, I understand, Uncle Su. But how can I encourage Su Laosher to be more flamboyant? Xu Yuan replied, boast. Zhang Hualong contemplated for a moment and immediately grasped the essence of that single word. This is easy. It is my forte. Xu Yuan shook his head. This also requires skill. Come, let me teach you a few phrases. Moments later, Zhang Hualong emerged from the study in a daze. By heavens, these phrases are quite impressive. No, I must return to digest this information. In the room, Xu Yuan gazed into the distance, his eyes deep with thought. Looking at the setting sun, he murmured, Xiaofan, I truly worry endlessly for you. Meanwhile, Xu Xiaofan, disguised, left the Zhao family with a storage bag, heading towards the Alchemist Association. The so-called Alchemist Association was established by the most prominent and authoritative alchemists on the continent. Although its power cannot compare to that of the Wanbao Pavilion, it remains a significant force in the Central Land. The selection at the main academy is about to commence. While Xu Xiaofan holds no particular interest in entering the main academy, he wishes to further enhance his strength to ensure absolute safety. The quickest route, naturally, is through consuming pills. The Alchemist Association nearly monopolizes the pill market. Even the Wanbao Pavilion cannot match the variety of pills available. Simultaneously, Zhang Hualong, still in a daze, happened to witness this scene. He felt somewhat puzzled. Why would Su Laosher dress like this? After giving it some thought, Zhang Hualong decided to follow him. Soon, Xu Xiaofan arrived at the branch of the Alchemist Association in Xianyang City. An elderly man, smiling, handed Xu Xiaofan a scroll. The scroll was filled with an array of pill names and their corresponding prices. The pills listed all started at 1 yuan stone. With money in his pocket, Xu Xiaofan was naturally generous. He promptly selected a large number of them. Finally, his gaze fixed upon the top of the scroll, where in bold letters it read, Heavenly Restoration Pill, priced at 10,000 yuan stones. Xu Xiaofan's eyes lit up. This item is indeed a treasure. He immediately exclaimed, I'll take some of those heavenly restoration pills. The elder suddenly furrowed his brow, sizing up Xu Xiaofan before asking, How many would you like, sir? Xu Xiaofan contemplated for a moment. Naturally, the more the better. On the path, the elder pondered for a moment, his expression darkening. You wish for 100 or 80 pieces. Can you afford such a sum? Xu Xiaofan immediately realized he had perhaps been a tad too ostentatious. He quickly surveyed his surroundings and, noticing no one was paying attention to him, breathed a sigh of relief. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I possess some modest assets, he asserted. The elder scrutinized Xu Xiaofan and asked, Are you not deceiving me? Xu Xiaofan nodded earnestly. Of course not. The elder replied, The heaven replenishing pill is no ordinary 7th grade elixir. I only have 2. Do you still want them? Xu Xiaofan felt a twinge of disappointment, but replied, Yes, I do. Just then, a man clad in black stepped forward and declared, I will take those 2 heaven-replenishing pills at double the price. The elder halted, his gaze shifting to Xu Xiaofan. After a moment's thought, Xu Xiaofan proposed, How about we each take one?